Introduction. In the waning days of the Ming Dynasty, the enigmatic Mo family vanished from the annals of history. Chen Han, a university student majoring in cultural relics, inadvertently activated the legacy of the Mo family. The extraordinary skills of the Mo family, long lost for over 4 centuries, re-emerged, astonishing all. Casually stumbling upon a treasure in the antique street turned out to be a national treasure. This success captured the attention of numerous influential figures in the antique community. Oh no, what a find! How infuriating! Even I overlooked that piece. Investigate. Who exactly is that young man? At this moment, Chen Han had already caught the eye of his professors at the university. Chapter 1. The Legacy of the Mo Family? At the end of August, the sweltering heat enveloped Kyoto. The scorching sun bore down upon this ancient city, as if intent on turning everything to ash. In the antique market of Kyoto, the crowds bustled with exuberance, undeterred by the oppressive heat. The streets were lined with an array of antique stalls. Amidst this vibrant scene, Chen Han appeared, burdened by a heavy backpack, as he strolled down the bustling antique street. He was a student at a private university in Kyoto, having just completed his sophomore year in the Cultural Relics program. The summer assignment required students to visit various antique markets, hone their discerning eye, attempt to unearth aged artifacts, and subsequently draft an appraisal report. At this moment, Chen Han was closely inspecting a string of beads he had just procured from a small stall. His gaze was fixed on the prominent bead at the center of the string. This bead was noticeably larger than the others, its surface marred and blackened. After observing for a moment, Chen Han took out a small knife he carried with him and carefully scraped the surface of the bead. To his astonishment, beneath the layer of grime, a faint metallic luster began to emerge. What a revelation! This discovery sent a thrill through Chen Han's heart. According to the appraisal skills he had mastered, he could not identify the material of this bead, which was precisely what piqued his interest in purchasing the bracelet. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Han pressed down harder with the knife. Ouch! In a moment of carelessness, the bead spun, and the blade nicked his flesh. Chen Han inhaled sharply. Blood immediately welled from his finger, staining the string of beads. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, his body stiffened, and his mind erupted in a cacophony, as if it were about to shatter. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a muffled groan of pain escaped his lips. This sensation was fleeting, yet overwhelming. Within moments, Chen Han regained his senses, standing dazed. A torrent of information flooded his mind, intermingled with unfamiliar memories. Mo family. Had I truly inherited the legacy of the Mo family? Chen Han's heart raced as never before, a thunderous drum echoing in his chest. Rubbing his temples vigorously, he endeavored to assimilate the vast influx of information. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply. His gaze remained fixed on the peculiar string of beads. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon an incredible fortune in that instant. Chen Han's demeanor seemed to transform. His already clear eyes now shone with profound brilliance. Mo vision, a mystical and ancient ocular technique. Through this skill, practitioners could perceive objects in darkness or shield their eyes from blinding light. The subtle realm of Mo vision. If he continued to cultivate and enhance this ability, he could aspire to the higher realm of illusion breaking. The so-called illusion breaking allowed one to see through mechanisms, geomancy, and the pathways of dragon veins, locate dragon veins and open ancient tombs. This divine skill was indispensable. In that moment, everything around Chen Han appeared profoundly different. The items on the stalls, once unrecognizable and incomprehensible, now revealed themselves to him in vivid clarity, as if they were cherished treasures. Chen Han felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. Endowed with Mo vision and the knowledge of the Mo family's legacy, how could he possibly fail to uncover remarkable finds? Before the holiday, the wealthy scions in his class had ridiculed him, and now he felt a surge of determination. Those who belittled him due to their family background at school would undoubtedly be met with a resounding rebuttal. Taking a moment to steady his breath and suppress his excitement, he began to scan the surrounding stalls with hawk-like precision. Chen Han's objective was clear. The price must be reasonable with his abilities. He could only afford to gamble small for great gains. Since his father's passing, he had inherited a modest 2-bedroom apartment in the county, and the meager compensation barely sufficed for his living expenses over the past 2 years. His admission to this private university was due to his outstanding academic performance, which exempted him from all tuition and accommodation fees. His summer job income had already been significantly diminished by the recent purchase of the beads. At that moment, an inconspicuous stall caught his eye. The stall owner was a lean, middle-aged man, his arms adorned with faded tattoos, seemingly remnants of a past life. That moment, A man in his 60s stood before the stall, examining a copper statue of a bodhisattva, approximately 7 or 8 inches tall. The stall owner remained undisturbed, leisurely sipping tea from a purple clay pot nearby, making soft sounds of contentment. Chen Han glanced over and immediately noticed something amiss with the copper statue. This was a Tibetan-style bodhisattva statue, exquisitely carved, with a serene expression, eyes half closed, and hands in a mudra, exuding tranquility and grace. A vision flashed through his mind. A Ming Dynasty artifact. This unassuming bronze statue of the bodhisattva was, in fact, an official copper-gilt statue from the Xuande period, but a genuine treasure. Chen Han's eyes sparkled. The gold plating on the statue had been entirely stripped away, leaving only the copper core. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that official Buddhist statues from the Xuande period were predominantly bestowed upon Tibetan monasteries, and this statue undoubtedly concealed treasures. Within, he had just spotted subtle traces beneath the base. A complete lost wax casting seal lay beneath the lotus pedestal. Once opened, it would reveal hidden treasures. Typically, such artifacts contained precious relics of the Buddhist faith. Invaluable. Tibetan statues ceased production after the Xuande period, disappearing from history. Why this alone? Even if the interior were empty, the bodhisattva statue itself would be worth a fortune. However, the inscription that should have appeared on the base, reading made in the Ming Dynasty, Xuande period, had been deliberately polished away, making identification exceedingly challenging. Had Chen Han not noticed the traces of concealment, he would not have dared to be so confident. It was imperative to acquire it. Chen Han assessed the elderly gentleman. The man was simply dressed, yet exuded an air of scholarly elegance, likely a retired teacher or scholar. Approaching him, Chen Han refrained from immediately revealing his intentions. The elder had been studying the bodhisattva statue for some time, his furrowed brow indicating uncertainty, preventing him from making a purchase. "Sir, do you believe in Buddhism?" The elder paused at the question, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Han's, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief, only to see the elder suddenly reach for the bodhisattva statue once more. Chapter 2. To be admired from afar, not to be profaned. As the elder reached for the statue of the bodhisattva, once more, Chen Han's heart raced, and his brow furrowed in concern. In the world of antiques, there are established customs that dictate the order of engagement. One cannot step in while another has not relinquished their claim. Unexpectedly, the emaciated vendor broke the silence, uttering a few words that instantly relieved Chen Han's anxiety, akin to the harmonious resonance of celestial music. "Dear sir, it's a scorching day, and you've been examining this for 3 hours. From 500 to 80 yuan. Do you truly see a bargain? You appear to be a connoisseur. My humble stall cannot possibly harbor great treasures. Please do wander elsewhere." Seizing the moment, Chen Han swiftly lifted the bodhisattva statue, foregoing any further negotiation, and scanned the QR code on the ground with his phone. "Boss, the 80 yuan has been transferred." This decisive action left both the elder and the vendor in utter astonishment. The elder had long since forgotten when he had acquired the piece. To him, it was merely a replica, cleaned of its dust. Yet, the elder gazed at Chen Han with a mixture of bitterness and helplessness. His interest in the statue stemmed from its exquisite form and craftsmanship, reminiscent of Ming Dynasty Buddhist icons. However, many doubts lingered, and as a member of the Kyoto Antique Association, he could not afford to make a misjudgment. The loss of money was trivial compared to the potential ridicule from his peers. Wishing to inquire why the young man was captivated by the bodhisattva statue, the elder glanced around, only to find Chen Han's figure had vanished amidst the crowd. At this moment, Chen Han was overwhelmed with excitement. After walking a considerable distance, he finally held the bodhisattva statue upside down to scrutinize it closely. The lotus pedestal was remarkably intact, and the base, crafted using the lost wax method, fit seamlessly with exquisite artistry. The years of wear had rendered even the few joints nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Were it not for his keen eye for detail, it would have been exceedingly difficult to discern the hidden intricacies. Gently shaking the statue near his ear, he felt a subtle reverberation within. Chen Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. The secrets within remained intact. The optimal way to unveil this mystery was to do so in the presence of a buyer. Panhuan not only boasts an antique street, but also a plethora of reputable antique shops. Chen Han resolved to locate a more formal establishment to appraise the piece before determining how to proceed with the bodhisattva. Watch out! As Chen Han stood momentarily lost in thought, his large backpack weighing him down, he was suddenly startled by a shrill cry accompanied by gasps from the crowd. Almost instinctively, he used his backpack to brace against a cart overloaded with goods that threatened to topple over. Though the cart was modest in size, the contents were substantial. Perhaps the wheels had struck an uneven surface, causing the precariously stacked items to sway alarmingly. The goods were tightly wrapped in felt, and, judging by the meticulous packaging and dimensions, were undoubtedly of considerable value. Having stabilized the cart, Chen Han absently tugged at his sweat-soaked shirt. "Are you all right?" As he turned, he was met with the visage of an exquisite young woman. Her delicate features resembled a freshly bloomed lotus, and her eyes, reminiscent of spring waters, invited one to dive into their depths on a sweltering day, despite a hint of alarm shimmering within them. As she approached, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, stirring Chen Han's heart. Beneath her off-white sunshade, her slender arms and smooth, creamy hands were faintly visible. "I truly appreciate your help. Without you, this wooden sculpture would have surely been damaged." Unconsciously inhaling the enchanting aroma, Chen Han shook his head, intending to slip away quietly. Despite the girl's striking beauty, he was not one to indulge in fanciful thoughts. In scholarly terms, she was to be admired from a distance, not to be trifled with. At that moment, a middle-aged man, past the age of reason, hurried over to stand beside the young woman. "Miss, are you unharmed?" The man assessed the situation with a look of dread. Filled with self-reproach, his demeanor respectful. The girl's gaze lingered on Chen Han, her curiosity piqued by the indifference he displayed as he held the Bodhisattva statue. He appeared to be a student, dressed plainly, with a large backpack that suggested humble origins, clutching what seemed to be a counterfeit copper Bodhisattva. "Little brother, I am sincerely grateful. Please take this." The middle-aged man stepped forward, kindly offering a stack of red banknotes, presumably numbering no less than 20. Chen Han glanced at the money and shook his head. "No need. I merely lent a hand. Besides, I am not particularly interested in such trifles." With that, he turned to leave, intent on pursuing more pressing matters. "Oh no, the wooden sculpture is damaged. This is disastrous." A sudden wail erupted from behind the cart, causing the faces of those present to pale. The girl's expression froze, and she quickly circled to the other side of the goods. The once tightly wrapped felt had come undone at one corner, revealing several fallen wooden fragments, golden and glossy, intricately carved to resemble feathers. They lay upon the ground like avian tails scattered from the heavens, alive with detail. "What shall we do?" This piece, the cranes soaring in the 9 heavens, crafted from golden silk nanmu, is Master Wang Tiandong's pride and joy, valued at 120,000. It has been ruined. "Miss Steward Liang, this has nothing to do with me. It was that boy who caused the damage." A fair-skinned man in his 30s jumped up, pointing at Chen Han, seething with rage. Evidently, he was the seller of the wooden sculpture, preparing for shipment. Chen Han hesitated, his intention to depart halted abruptly. He furrowed his brow and approached the other side of the cart, bending down to pick up the wooden shards for inspection. The fair-skinned man seized Chen Han's arm, shouting hoarsely, "The item purchased by the young lady from the Chu family is worth 120,000. You could not even afford to pay for your own mistakes. Hurry, call the police, and don't let him escape." Chapter 3. A challenge issued. The commotion drew a crowd of antique dealers and passers-by. Upon hearing the Chu family name, many displayed expressions of complexity, and their gazes towards Chen Han mingled pity with a hint of amusement. The Chu family was a renowned clan in Kyoto, not to be trifled with by common folk. In contrast, while Chen Han was reasonably handsome, his cheap summer attire and the oversized backpack suggested he was merely a traveler with no notable background. Clutching a seemingly counterfeit copper bodhisattva, ignoring the scrutiny of the onlookers, Chen Han refrained from rushing to defend himself, revealing no hint of anxiety on his face. He cast a glance at the agitated vendor and stated, "Are you certain that this breakage just occurred?" "What do you mean? I assure you, with so many witnesses, you cannot evade responsibility. The wooden sculpture was intact when it left the shop. You bumped my cart. Who else could be responsible? If this escalates to the authorities, the blame lies with you." Nearby, the beautiful girl bit her lip, her expression a mixture of concern. The wooden sculpture held significant importance to her. With the commencement of school just 2 days away, she was set to participate in an exchange meeting where each student was to present a cherished item. Assigned with the task of carrying a wooden sculpture, an unexpected incident occurred. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. This situation cannot be blamed on the classmate. He merely offered a helping hand to the cart. "Mr. Chung, please just place the wooden carving onto the cart. The payment has already been settled at the store." The girl exhaled softly, her voice like a tinkling brook, stirring something within Chen Han. It seemed she intended to take responsibility for the matter. With over $1 million worth of damage, it could easily be dismissed with a mere phrase, truly indicative of her noble lineage. Upon hearing her speak, Mr. Chung, the well-fed man, instantly wore a different expression, yet when he glanced at Chen Han, disdain remained etched on his face. You're fortunate, encountering a young lady of high stature. Had it been someone else, you would have faced dire consequences today. Chen Han maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly retorting, is this merely a refurbished defective piece? The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if thunder had struck the gathering. Not only did the girl and the steward freeze momentarily, but even the surrounding merchants displayed sudden concern. Such occurrences could escalate or be trivialized. Damage to goods was commonplace, typically resolved through compensation. However, if deceit was involved, it could tarnish reputations, a serious matter in the antique business, where credibility is paramount. Chen Han's declaration was tantamount to a challenge. What did you say? Huh, young man, it seems you are courting trouble. Do you know the esteemed name of our Penghu Xian? The pale Mr. Chung nearly laughed in anger. Yet before he could finish, Chen Han withdrew a lighter from his pocket without hesitation, directing the flame toward several damaged wood fragments. No, stop. How dare you? Panic ensued among the crowd, astonished that this young man, seemingly in his 20s, would dare such reckless destruction, not only causing damage, but also igniting the pieces before everyone's eyes. This was a wooden sculpture worth over $1 million. Even if damaged, it could be restored. As the crowd panicked, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the severed edges of the wood, accompanied by a faint, acrid odor that made the onlookers flinch. This is the smell of adhesive. How could this be? Many seasoned veterans in the audience, sensitive to the scent of such bonding agents, were taken aback. Mr. Cheng's face paled in horror. This is impossible. This is Master Wang's masterpiece, personally delivered to our store. Chen Han said nothing further, extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wrist. This, Miss Steward Liang, let me explain. Mr. Chung was seething with rage towards Chen Han, but could not focus on him any longer. The presence of the Chu family in his establishment, purchasing a restored defective item, such a calamity. Indifferent to the remaining chaos, Chen Han turned to leave, only to find a pair of enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. The girl, who had just defended him, sparked a hint of admiration within him. As he brushed past her, he muttered to himself, this wooden sculpture is not golden silk Namu, but rather golden camphor. By the time the stunning figure squeezed through the crowd in search of him, he had already vanished. Navigating past the bustling antique stalls, he arrived at a more upscale street lined with shops. The antique store shared similar rustic wooden decor, exuding an air of antiquity. Ignoring Mr. Cheng's Penghu Xian, he casually glanced over before entering a shop named Zhizhentang, spanning 200 or 300 square meters. Zhizhentang was tastefully decorated, elegant yet grand. Towering antique display shelves crafted from redwood were filled with genuine porcelain artifacts from various dynasties, showcasing the establishment's prowess. Upon Chen Han's entrance, the refined and amiable owner greeted him warmly. Despite Chen Han's attire clashing with the shop's decor, the owner's demeanor remained gracious, reflecting the elegance and depth of a century-old establishment. How much do you charge for appraising treasures? In a composed manner, the middle-aged owner glanced subtly at the Guanyin statue in Chen Han's hand, responding with poise, as fellow enthusiasts, the appraisal is complimentary. Should you require a certification and valuation, the fee is 1%. If a transaction occurs here, the appraisal fee can be waived, but we retain a 10% commission. The pricing seemed reasonable. Chen Han's expertise lay in this field, and he was well acquainted with the market dynamics of Kyoto. Then please assist me in examining this item. Chen Han placed the bronze Guanyin statue on the counter, gesturing for him to proceed. The owner of Zhizhentang nodded discreetly, recognizing that this young man was no novice. The principle of handling treasures is that only when one places an item down can another reach for it, thereby avoiding disputes in case of mishaps. The 50-something proprietor, remarkably well-preserved, handled the statue with hands more delicate than those of a youth. He raised the Guanyin statue to his nose, taking a gentle sniff. The moment he did so, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. Perhaps it is empty. Antique appraisal relies on observation, scent, inquiry, and touch. Observation involves scrutinizing the item visually. Scent entails detecting aromas to ascertain its origin, whether it was unearthed, retrieved from water, or passed down through generations. Inquiry serves to confirm its provenance, while touch allows one to gauge texture and authenticity. Indeed, after the slight exclamation, the owner promptly began questioning Chen Han. May I inquire about the origin of this guanyin statue? As the voice arrived before the person did, the entrance swung open, revealing a familiar face. Mr. Tian, please have some tea. Oh, I see you have a guest. The newcomer, having glanced at Chen Han, was instantly filled with surprise. It's you. He pointed at Chen Han. Chen Han paused. This was indeed the elderly gentleman who had also shown interest in the guanyin statue. Mr. Li, how fortuitous. This young man's treasure has me somewhat perplexed. Perhaps you could lend your discerning eye. Mr. Tian introduced the two, validating the elder's expertise. It turned out that Li Huai was an academician from the Academy of Sciences with a penchant for collecting antiques and rare treasures, which led him to join the Antique Association in Kyoto. Familiar with one another through their shared circles, Mr. Tian and Li Huai often congregated at Jijintang. Ah, what a twist of fate. I never expected this guanyin to reveal itself to you again. Li Huai chuckled, tapping his forehead. Mr. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Chen Han, unreserved, clasped his hands in gratitude. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Li. You've saved me the trouble of haggling. Li Huai smiled ruefully. I pondered the whole way here. How did you come to choose this guanyin? Encountering Chen Han at Jijintang was an indication that he recognized this as a rare find. Do tell, so I may put my mind at ease. Chen Han's lips curled into a subtle smile. I shall not conceal anything. Based on my assessment, this indeed is a remarkable piece. It is a bronze-gilded guanyin statue from the Xuande period. What basis do you have for claiming it is an official piece from the Xuande era? Mr. Tian remained silent, while Li Huai, with a serious demeanor, inquired further. Chen Han stepped forward, adjusting the orientation of the guanyin statue. This is a quintessential Tibetan Vajrasattva from the Ming dynasty, with a hammer raised in its right hand and the gesture of wish-granting in its left. Its broad shoulders and slender waist, along with the deep navel, are prominent features indicative of Xuande Buddha statues. Li Huai scrutinized it intently, furrowing his brow. Something felt amiss. The Xuande official statues I have encountered at auctions invariably bear the inscription of made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty on the lotus pedestal. Yet this one conspicuously lacks it. Chen Han nodded in agreement, confirming that the outer layer of gilding and inscriptions had indeed been artificially worn away. Li Huai seemed to gain the upper hand, smirking as he asked, So how can you be certain it is an official Xuande piece? Boss Tian also turned to Chen Han, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. If finding a treasure were this simple, any young person could stumble upon artifacts from centuries past, rendering his own efforts futile. A genuine Xuande, official Tibetan Bodhisattva statue, if authentic, would command millions, as evidenced by the prices from the Jia auction house's autumn sale, which were recorded nearly 2 decades ago. The current valuation would undoubtedly be even more staggering. Chen Han stepped forward once more, laying the statue horizontally on the table, its base facing up and pointed. The reason I can ascertain its authenticity is that this is no ordinary statue. As I mentioned, this is a Tibetan Bodhisattva, and within it lies a concealed treasure. Both Li Huai and Boss Tian gasped in astonishment. What? Chen Han produced a tool knife from his pocket, and, right before their eyes, made a deliberate incision beneath the statue's base. He sliced in a precise manner, creating a neat cut before prying open an exceedingly fine gap. With a soft clink, a copper piece fell onto the table, revealing a square opening at the base of the statue, inside which was a bundle of dark yellow material. Boss Tian's body jolted, his pupils dilating, while Li Huai appeared as if struck by lightning. It's real. I've been deceived, he exclaimed in disbelief. A Ming official statue, and it cost merely 80 yuan. At that moment, Boss Tian's expression transformed dramatically. His gaze upon Chen Han was akin to encountering a specter, realizing that this treasure had been uncovered by the young man for a mere 80 yuan. This was an unfathomable stroke of luck. Boss Tian exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he pounded his right fist into his left palm. May I inquire your name, my friend? Chen Han, Edip. Forgive my ignorance, Master Chen. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons, Boss Tian said, his cheeks slightly flushed, whether from excitement or embarrassment, as he now addressed Chen Han with a newfound respect. You are from the Chen family? At that moment, Li Huai interjected, his expression filled with astonishment. What Chen family? Chen Han inquired, puzzled. The Chen family of Kyoto. Are you not? Realizing the implication, Chen Han shook his head. I'm merely a Chen, an ordinary university student. An ordinary university student possessing such discernment? Li Huai stared at him incredulously, unable to believe that a young man in his 20s could so readily distinguish the authenticity of Ming Dynasty artifacts and even articulate the regional differences in Buddhist statues. He felt utterly diminished before Chen Han, helplessly watching a priceless treasure slip through his fingers. Chen Han shrugged. "I'm a student of archaeology." Li Huai suppressed the urge to lament and gritted his teeth. "Quick, let us see what's inside the statue. It could very well be empty." This was his last shred of defiance. If there were more treasures inside, the blow to his pride would be magnified. Boss Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the hole, scarcely larger than a silver dollar. Chen Han nodded, gently probing the opening with the tip of his knife, extracting a fist-sized, ochre-colored, fibrous mass. It appeared to be a bundle of cloth, which, having aged, had frayed into a cotton-like texture. With a couple of soft clinks, 2 beads, one large and one small, tumbled from the fibers onto the rosewood surface. "What is this?" "Heavenly pearl." "My heavens! That's a relic. Oh my God, a genuine relic. I never imagined I would witness the emergence of a relic in my lifetime." Li Huai stumbled back, trembling uncontrollably. "I've been fooled, utterly fooled." His eyes glazed over, lost in despair, muttering the same 3 words over and over. Boss Tian, however, was too engrossed to notice Li Huai's predicament. His gaze was fixated on the table, his pale hand trembling as he grasped the heavenly pearl. Six-eyed heavenly pearl. Chapter 5, 8 million. As Chen Han exited the Zhizhen Tang, a cylindrical crystal pendant now adorned his neck, a gift from Boss Tian. Inside the pendant lay an irregular beige bead, the very relic extracted from statue. At that moment, his bank account had swollen by 8 million yuan. Both the Bodhisattva statue and the 6-eyed heavenly pearl had been acquired by Zhizhen Tang. Had it not been for Chen Han's insistence on keeping the relic for his own veneration, Boss Tian would have certainly offered an exorbitant sum for it. As for Li Huai, he remained consumed by regret until Chen Han departed. Whether it was the blessing of the relic or sheer elation, Chen Han felt buoyant, almost as if in a dreamlike state. 8 million. This was a figure he had never dared to envision. In his hometown, the average annual income barely reached 30 to 40,000 yuan. An ordinary person could scarcely amass 8 million throughout 2 lifetimes. The modest apartment left to him by his father, spanning over 70 square meters, was worth merely 20-some thousand in his hometown. 8 million could buy him over 30 apartments, perhaps an entire building. Yet, Chen Han understood that this was merely the beginning. With the inheritance of the Mo family, uncovering treasures would become as effortless as drinking plain water. Wealth would only multiply, perhaps beyond his wildest imagination. Once a mere inconsequential visitor in Kyoto, he now envisioned establishing his own foothold in this vast city. Glancing at the balance notification on his phone, Chen Han finally believed that he was not dreaming. With this newfound wealth, the subsequent endeavors would be far more manageable. With the school year commencing in just 2 days, he was determined to seek out a genuine artifact to showcase and elevate his standing. Should fortune favor him, he might unearth several treasures, allowing his dormitory friends to share in the glory. The thought of his 3 companions brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Over 2 years of shared learning and living, they had shown him kindness, never holding his background against him. This was a debt of gratitude he would not forget. Having not seen them for an entire summer, he felt a surge of anticipation. As the antique street began to close for the night and the visitors of Panhuan gradually dispersed, Chen Han seemed to traverse through centuries within his dreams that night. The Mo family, a lineage that had persisted for over 2 millennia, founded by the esteemed Mozi during the late spring and autumn period, it championed universal love, advocating for the responsibility of emerging from obscurity in times of turmoil. The last great figure of this lineage was his master, Li Jia, who thrived during the late Ming Dynasty, mastering the arts of the Mo school, mechanism, and traditional medicine. However, faced with the internal and external strife of the Ming Dynasty, Master Li Jia ultimately succumbed to fate, leaving behind a slender thread of inheritance to secure his legacy. Upon awakening the next morning, Chen Han found himself lost in contemplation, lying quietly in bed. His mind was a whirlwind of unfamiliar yet astonishing techniques, requiring time to digest fully. There was no haste, one must not rush. Part of the knowledge he had acquired involved enhancing physical capabilities, necessitating vast quantities of rare materials. Setting aside the specifics of the years, even the items available on the market would require considerable funds, likely more than half of the 8 million he currently possessed. Patience was essential. After a refreshing wash, He checked out of his accommodation and stepped outside. Breakfast consisted of sweet mung bean juice paired with a crispy, fried dough stick. He could not acclimatize to the sour mung bean juice. Its overly fermented odor led him to decisively abandon it after a single trial. By 8 in the morning, the numerous antique stalls at Panheyuan had already been set up, and tourists began to arrive in a steady stream. Chen Han's aim for the day was rather aimless. He intended to seize any opportunity that presented itself. He completely disregarded the stalls he had already visited the previous day. As he passed each stall, his gaze swept through them with remarkable speed, and the glaring flaws of the counterfeit goods were laid bare before his discerning eyes. "Hey, isn't that Chun, the class monitor?" Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from nearby. Recognizing that irritating voice, Chen Han did not need to turn around and know who it was. Ye Guangfeng, the short and troublesome second-generation rich kid, was one of the class's troublemakers. Not only did he refuse to cooperate with Chen Han in his duties as class monitor, but he also deliberately created obstacles. One could only wonder if he felt he was owed 20 centimeters in height from past life. Although Yi Guangfeng's family was not wealthy in the traditional sense, they possessed land. The Yi family held a modest reputation in the real estate circle of Kyoto, and the gold chain around Yi Guangfeng's neck was indicative of his affluent background. "Even you, young Master Yi, come to these down-to-earth places?" Chen Han thought to himself. "Well, even landowners can find themselves in a pinch. My father didn't want me to bring anything valuable to school, so he gave me 100,000 to pick something for myself to turn in." Yi Guangfeng adjusted his sunglasses, his plump arm wrapped around the slender waist of a girl with curly hair. Chen Han had other matters to attend to and did not wish to engage with him any longer, intending to take his leave. "Class monitor, the teachers say you have the best vision in the class. Why not give me a hand? You could save me a fortune, and I'll give you a commission." "Thanks, young Master Yi, but I have other matters to attend to. You may browse at your leisure." With that, Chen Han turned to leave, the overpowering scent of perfume from the girl making him feel nauseous. This reminded him of a girl he had encountered yesterday, whose fragrance was delightful. That brat. So reluctant to help with a small favor, Yi Guangfeng grumbled, clearly irritated by Chen Han's attitude. He spat in disdain, his grip on the girl tightening, causing her discomfort. Chen Han had long since developed an immunity to such jibes, especially now that he had distanced himself. As he strolled along, observing the myriad of stalls, he noted the diverse array of items on display. Various metal ornaments from ethnic minorities, jade, agate, turquoise, amber, and beeswax, peculiar stones from all corners of the world. Root carvings, coins from different dynasties, as well as small booklets, newspapers, and stamps. Antiquated paintings displayed a weathered charm, while the scrolls were intriguingly deceptive. There were also live demonstrations of crafting, including bases for unique stones, bead making, and an assortment of woods piled in front of the stalls. Yellow rosewood, cypress, mahogany, rosewood, and ebony. The porcelain, bronze, and jade artifacts were plentiful, overwhelming to the eye. After passing several stalls, Chen Han suddenly froze. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on a broken dagger, and he could not look away. Chapter 6, A Salutation to the Elder. How could this item appear here? Chen Han's heart raced. At that moment, all that existed for him was the fragmented dagger. It was a remarkably compact and refined ancient-style short blade, the blade fractured at an uneven angle. His attention was drawn to the hilt, which was entwined with silken threads intended to prevent slipping. The gray-white threads gleamed, devoid of any patina, which was precisely why Chen Han recognized it at a glance. Two ancient gyukins sprang to mind, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if he had once caressed them himself. Tianfeng, Feichuan. The emergence of these two names brought clarity to Chen Han's thoughts. These were the legendary Tang dynasty gyukins, one of which had been played by his master, Li Jia. It was said that the Tianfeng Guqin had once belonged to the king of Lu, Zhutan, and was buried with him. In the 1970s, when the tomb of the king was excavated, the exquisite Tianfeng was unearthed and is now housed in the Lu Province Museum. The other, Feichuan, had vanished with his master from the world. The silken thread entwined around the dagger was unmistakably Saint Silkworm silk. This rare silk was used for the strings of both legendary gyukins. Saint Silkworm silk is exceedingly rare, having been extinct since the Northern Song dynasty. It was rumored that strings made from this silk were impervious to fire and water and could bear immense weight. Its resilience was unparalleled, producing a sound as ethereal as the heavens, resonating for miles. A revered monk once played beneath a tree, and his melodies could be heard several kilometers away, played on strings made of 7 Saint Silkworm silk threads. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Han casually approached the stall. The vendor, a seemingly honest middle-aged man, smiled and nodded at Chen Han, inviting him to browse freely. Squatting down, Chen Han first picked up a slingshot with a thick patina, playing with it in his hands. This wooden slingshot surely took decades of handling to achieve such a state. It must have been made before or shortly after the founding of the nation. How much? 300. The vendor grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, clearly a habitual smoker. Chen Han set the slingshot down and casually lifted the broken dagger. Even under the hot sun, the touch of the silken thread remained cool. His heart raced. It was indeed Saint Silkworm's silk. What about this? 180. It's broken. I'll give you 80. Will you sell it? Add a little more. The vendor lifted his chin, negotiating. Chen Han pulled out his phone and scanned the payment for 100. The vendor beamed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Pleased to have made a sale right after setting up his stall, a good omen. After securing the dagger, Chen Han stood up, transaction complete. At that moment, the ever-persistent, mocking voice echoed behind him once more. Ha ha ha. Chen Han, class monitor, are you really planning to submit this as your assignment? Spending 100 on a broken knife, haha. I heard there are students from other schools coming to learn. You better not embarrass us. Chen Han remained expressionless, ignoring Yi Guangfeng's antics. He was eager to examine the silk strings. Leaving the stall behind, he had no intention of continuing to browse. His mind was filled with thoughts of the broken blade. It was still uncertain how many threads were wrapped around the hilt, and who had the audacity to use such a rare treasure as Saint Silkworm's silk to adorn a dagger. This question could not be pursued further unless he learned the identity of the dagger's owner, which was evidently difficult. However, it mattered little. Acquiring Saint Silkworm's silk was already an extraordinary stroke of luck for him. Chen Han could ascertain that if this treasure were appraised and auctioned, its value would be incalculable, particularly for families with a legacy in Guqin. With Saint Silkworm's silk in hand, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming school term. He was confident he would surpass all his peers in the department. As for the authentication of the silk, it would be straightforward. Burn it, cut it, and test its strength. Any silk that could withstand such trials was undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, there were records from the Lu Province Museum regarding the Tianfeng Guqin to corroborate its worth, so he had no fear of being unrecognized. Kyoto Inkai University is located beyond the 5th Ring Road. As Chen Han approached the dormitory with his large backpack, he heard rock music blaring from within. The dormitory was arranged by age, with 4 brothers in total, and Chen Han was the second oldest. Ren Mingming, the third, was a strikingly handsome young man from Kyoto whose family owned an antique business, which is why he was sent to study this field. He possessed the tendency to chat incessantly, a trait common among locals, and was quite the smooth talker. Growing up in a culture-rich city, he was also a devoted music enthusiast. As Chen Han pushed open the door, a rich aroma of hot pot wafted towards him. In the center of the dormitory, 3 individuals were seated around 4 stools, with 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot steaming before them. A robust figure, named Zheng Lei, was devouring his meal, sweat beading on his forehead and grease trickling from his cheeks. He shouted exuberantly, sending morsels flying from his mouth. Zheng Lei, the youngest among them, was of a hefty build and came from Qing province, where, jokingly, they said children rode wolves to school, reflecting their wild nature. Back when they first entered school, not only did Chen Han have a scuffle with Zheng Lei, but the eldest Fu Yong had too. Such altercations, after all, often forge bonds. Ren Mingming, his face flushed from drinking, stood up to turn off the music, exclaiming, "Hurry up, we're waiting for you. Didn't you just arrive in Kyoto yesterday? Spill the beans. Where were you last night?" Chen Han set down his backpack and rolled his eyes. "Mingming, can you be any more boorish? I am but a pure-hearted youth." Fu Yong laughed heartily, raising a can of beer. "Come on, second brother. It's been the entire summer without a drink together. I'm itching for one." Chen Han nodded in agreement as he sat on the edge of the bed. Fu Yong, the eldest, had a mature demeanor and was reliable and loyal. Much like Chen Han, both of whom were not locals of Kyoto. Though he typically spoke little, he would open up after a few drinks. Immersed in the familiar atmosphere, Chen Han popped open a can of the cheapest Jingxing beer, savoring the long-lost taste. Before he could take a sip, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. A graceful figure appeared in the doorway, accompanied by a clear female voice that echoed in the room. "What crime have you committed?" Ning Xinan's entrance instantly silenced the room. The 3 men cast peculiar glances at Chen Han, clearly anticipating a spectacle. The relationship between Ning Xinan and Chen Han was well known. This fierce girl, who referred to herself as Big Brother, was a close friend of Chen Han, indifferent to any rumors swirling around them. However, The others in the dormitory were acutely aware of her deep feelings for their second brother. I say, Chen Han, your news travels fast. I haven't even warmed my seat yet. Chen Han remarked with a pained expression, tossing her a can of beer, suddenly recalling something. All right, this is a boys' dormitory. How did you get in here? Ning Xinan was undoubtedly a beauty, easily scoring above 9 out of 10, yet her short hair and androgynous clothing often concealed her looks. She effortlessly caught the can mid-air, sliding her thumb across her nose with an air of disdain. Big brother can go wherever he pleases. Don't say it's a boys' dormitory. Even the bathhouse wouldn't deter me. Upon hearing this, the 4 boys simultaneously raised their thumbs in admiration. Ning Xinan shot Chen Han an irritated glance. Come out, I need to talk to you. Chen Han pouted, but ultimately followed her outside, leaving the 3 in the dormitory wearing mischievous smiles. Chen Han, how's your summer homework coming along? I heard there's an exchange program with other schools, and there will be a live competition. With no one else around, Ning Xinan's demeanor became considerably more relaxed, devoid of her earlier bravado. What treasures have you unearthed? She teased, raising her eyebrows like a mischievous rogue. Chen Han remained unfazed, responding, the secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed. He smiled and shook his head. No need, I prepared something. You, how ungrateful can you be? Ning Xinan's brows knitted in displeasure. Chen Han smiled sincerely, saying, Thanks, Xinan. I appreciate your sentiment, but I happened to stumble upon a few items myself. So I should be fine. Ning Xinan pouted, scoffing lightly. Still so stubborn. You'll be the one embarrassed later. Don't come crying to me. With that, she strode away, her long legs carrying her off in irritation. Chen Han could only smile wryly. Had he not received the teachings of the Mo family master or found a significant item in Panhuan, he might have accepted Ning Xinan's assistance. But at this moment, he truly did not require it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Han sensed something was amiss. The hot pot had been cleared away, replaced by 3 items on the stools. With keen eyes, he quickly identified them. One was a colorful bead, known as a dragonfly eye, nestled in a jewelry box, an antique that, despite its less-than-perfect condition, was worth a few thousand. The second was a petite Qing dynasty vase, under a foot tall, with a chip on its rim, a minor piece of little value. The third was unexpected, a string of 5 copper coins, which he recognized as the Lesser 5 Emperor's coins. The so-called Lesser 5 Emperor's coins refer to ancient currency from the Shunji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing dynasties. In many places, these coins are believed to ward off evil spirits and protect homes. Fu Yong, as the dormitory leader, pointed to the vase and spoke first. Second brother, I know you've been busy working over the summer, and Haven Tea had time to visit the antique market, so I picked up this vase for you. It's not expensive, but it's a genuine Qing piece. Zheng Lei, lounging on the lower bunk, chimed in, I brought back an extra dragonfly from home. If you can use it, take it. Rin Mingming gulped down some beer and added, the 5 Emperor coins are hard to come by. I had my uncle help me get a set to change the feng shui of the dormitory. You can use them for the exchange meeting tomorrow. Chen Han gazed at the 3 items on the stool, listening to his brother's words, feeling overwhelming gratitude. Everyone knew the situation at his home, but as for those who genuinely held no bias against him, aside from these 3, only the carefree Ning Xinan remained. Truly, it was an era that laughed at poverty but scorned vice. The boys had all prepared an additional antique item, understanding that Chen Han would be working over the summer and had no access to an antique market. Brothers, thank you, Chen Han silently called out from his heart. Not wishing to vocalize it, for once he expressed gratitude, the sentiment and camaraderie would dissipate. With a wave of his hand, he declared, Yongge, Mingming, Lazy, put them away. I appreciate your kindness. This time, luck smiled upon us, brothers, and I stumbled upon some fine items, rest assured. Fu Yong and the others exchanged glances, somewhat unconvinced. Chen Laoer, are you pulling our leg? You truly don't need to be polite with us. Zheng Lei scoffed, revealing his disdain. Chen Han shrugged and pulled out a translucent pendant from his shirt, revealing an irregularly shaped bead resting within. What on earth is that? Rin Mingming leaned closer, reaching out to grab it. Chen Han sidestepped, proclaiming with a hearty voice, Come, kneel down and pay your respects. Get lost. Rin Mingming retorted, annoyed at missing out. Yet, at that moment, Fu Yong's expression shifted. Is that a relic? Zheng Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that for real? Chen Han settled himself comfortably, confident in the authenticity of the item, but he had no intention of using it. Upon hearing this, Fu Yong sighed, imparting wisdom. Second brother, that relic was just given to you by Ning Xinan, right? If it's meant to be used, then use it. In this day and age, relying on others isn't shameful. Exactly. What's the big deal? Once things progress, what s hers will be yours, and what s yours will be hers. Rin Mingming chimed in. Zhang Lei nodded vigorously. You're one lucky guy. Even a relic is at your disposal. If it were someone else, they'd definitely keep it for themselves, never allowing it to leave their sight. Chen Han suddenly felt overwhelmed, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps it was best to let them continue their misunderstanding. He still needed to hurry and clean the silk strings for the shunkan. The relics and heaven beads are both treasures concealed within the statues of bodhisattvas. However, the quality of the heaven bead can only be deemed mediocre. Chen Han deduces that it must be accompanied by relics belonging to esteemed monks. If these were the true relics of the Buddha, or even those of a revered master, they would never be offered so plainly. Thus, compared to this relic, the string of a zither is indeed a true treasure. Chapter 8 at this moment. Unbeknownst to Chen Han, Kyoto is already stirred by the relic he underestimates. The air conditioning unit of the Zhijin Hall continues to hum, even as night falls and the hall remains open. Mr. Tian, will we truly be able to locate that relic? Tian Jijia, looking weary, rises with a wry smile to refill the tea. Young Master Lu, I have searched every corner of the Pana Garden this afternoon and have not seen a trace of Master Chen. Regrettably, I did not retain his contact information. Across from Tian Jijia, a young man in his 20s, possessing a striking presence, sits with a grave expression. He holds a long cigarette with a filter, and a gold ring adorned with rubies lends an elegance to his slender fingers. You must have the transaction records. Please provide them to me. I will find a way to investigate. Tian Jijia's face betrays his discomfort. Faced with the demands of the Liu family's young master, Liu Yu, it is difficult for him to refuse, especially since the Liu family has been a significant client for many years and is one of the prominent families in Kyoto. However, there are rules in this line of work, and disclosing the information of a client without consent is against protocol. Tian Jijia laments not having secured Chen Han's contact number. Otherwise, a single call would suffice, and the matter would be out of his hands. The reason is simple. The Liu family's ancestor has devoted himself to Buddhism, and as he ages, his health declines. Through some channels, the Liu family has learned that the Zhijin Hall had extracted relics and heaven beads from a bodhisattva statue, prompting the young master to visit in person. Such verified relics are exceedingly rare. The opportunity to retrieve Ming Dynasty relics directly from a statue has left the Liu family's ancestor exhilarated, deeming it a divine sign. Young Master Liu, you are aware of the rules in our trade. We cannot disclose customer information. 500,000. Liu Yu responds without hesitation. It is not merely about the money. We cannot account for this with Master Chen. 1 million. Liu Yu's tone grows colder. Sigh. Tian Jijia exhales deeply. Very well, young Master Liu. I will find a way to make contact. As for whether Master Chen is willing to communicate, that is beyond my promise. Only then does Liu Yu's expression soften as he extinguishes his cigarette in the ashtray. Having said this, Liu Yu rises and departs, leaving without hesitation. The Zhijin Hall returns to a tranquil state. After a while, Tian Jijia finally resolves to pick up the phone and make a call. Please help me check. There was a transfer of 800,000 to the Zhijin Hall yesterday. I need all the information on the payee. Thank you for your efforts. Hanging up the phone, he breathes a sigh of relief. If this transaction goes through, the Zhijin Hall will make a substantial profit. The rest depends on how long that young man can hold out, for he is indeed from the Liu family. As September dawns, the sun rises early. Chen Han awakens to the familiar sounds of snoring. Besides Ren Mingming, the other two have long since become accustomed to the symphony in the dormitory. After a busy night, Chen Han finally managed to untangle the silk thread from the hilt of his short blade and clean it. The restored silkworm silk strings of the zither exhibit a remarkable resilience, having been bound for who knows how many years. Once released, they quickly unfurl into long, delicate strands. Chen Han is thrilled to find 3 silkworm silk strings. Each string is crafted from countless silkworm silks spun using ancient techniques, smooth and supple. After tidying the strings, he organizes a collection of images and materials regarding the Tianfeng Guqin for future reference. According to the records, the Tianfeng Guqin in the Shandong Provincial Museum has only 1 string damaged, and that occurred during later research testing, all duly noted. Thus, it appears that the 3 silkworm silk strings in his possession are not the ones lost from the Tianfeng. It is highly probable they belong to his master, Feichuan Guqin. In the late Ming Dynasty, only these 2 Tang Dynasty zither can be traced, though other possibilities cannot be entirely ruled out. However, given Chen Han's current capabilities, investigating these matters proved challenging. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Department of Cultural Relics gathers in the auditorium. A group of students from Kyoto University has come for an exchange. After breakfast in the cafeteria, Fu Yong shares this news while glancing at his phone. Wow, Kyoto University, the paradise of scholars. Rin Mingming exclaims with a mix of admiration and envy. Zheng Lei, unimpressed, responds, it's not a competition of academic prowess. It's merely a treasure contest, and who cares if there's an exchange meeting? Chen Han finishes his porridge and wipes his mouth. Let us go. The four of them clear their trays and prepare to head to the auditorium. Meanwhile, in the office of the Cultural Relics Department, several teachers and the head are gathered in a meeting, the atmosphere notably tense. At the head of the table sits a spirited elder, his graying hair enhancing his authoritative presence. He is Li Wansheng, the president of Jingdao Inkai University. Today, he unusually dons a neat suit and tie, appearing particularly formal. He lightly taps his fingers on the conference table, his penetrating gaze fixed on the head of the Cultural Relics Department, Zhao Shulin. On the Kyoto University side, they're led by that wily old fox, Wang Changxin. It's obvious they're using this opportunity to step on us while recruiting. The guests they have invited to this exchange meeting are none other than the president and vice president of the Kyoto Antique Association and the curator of the Kyoto Museum. They intend to undermine us. Director Zhao, I reiterate, this exchange meeting must showcase the strength of our Cultural Relics Department and bolster our university's morale. Zhao Shulin, seated across from him, wears a worried expression. President, while we are indeed experts in cultural relics appreciation, the notice for this exchange meeting came rather abruptly. The students prepared according to their summer assignments, and I am concerned. Li Wansheng waves his hand dismissively. That is no excuse. Kyoto University also notified us at the last minute before the summer ended. Zhao Shulin sighs inwardly, hoping that some of the wealthier students will manage to surprise him. Chapter 9, She S wearing a dress. When Chen Han arrives at the grand auditorium, he finds it already filled with students, some from his department and others from various fields who have come to join the excitement. At the front row, cards displaying the titles and names of the attending experts are arranged neatly on the table. Rin Mingming points to the middle cards, curling his lip at Chen Han. President Jin Jie of the Kyoto Antique Association, Vice President Jie Hongyi, Curator Su Yubin of the Kyoto Museum, and Master Shalu Hui, an academician and treasure appraisal master. Chen Han is taken aback, realizing that this exchange meeting is graced by such eminent figures. The scale of this event is rather extraordinary. Has his university truly grown to such prominence that simply organizing an exchange meeting attracts these industry titans? Wow, I'm feeling a bit nervous. I brought an antique jade from the Republic era from home, and I was quite confident, but seeing this lineup, I wonder if I'll embarrass myself in front of my sister-S family. Ren Mingming mutters, feeling somewhat anxious. Who cares when it comes to life and death? Birds fly towards the sky. Zheng Lei scoffs, nonchalantly reaching for the item in his pocket. Although Zheng Lei hails from the northwest Qing province, his family has been engaged in the antique trade since his grandfather's generation, collecting various items from all corners. By the time it reached his generation, he had accumulated quite a considerable foundation. It is likely that the treasures he brought today are of significant value. In contrast, Fu Yong appeared much calmer, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he placed a small brass horn on the table before him. Chen Han took a glance and recognized it as an artifact from the Republic era, specifically a horn from an old-fashioned rickshaw of little worth, presenting such an item aligned perfectly with his understated personality. As time passed, more and more students filled the auditorium, leaving 2 rows of empty seats, presumably reserved for the exchange school. Sitting alongside him were Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue. These 3 individuals were akin to peas in a pod, enjoying considerable prominence within the department due to their family backgrounds. While Yi Guangfeng relied on monetary influence, Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue were even wealthier and more intellectual, indulging in extravagant pursuits. As the class monitor, Chen Han had previously faced numerous obstacles from these 3. Yi Guangfeng leaned closer, whispering into Chen Han's ear, "Hey, class monitor Chen, tell Fu Yong to put away that wretched horn of his. It's quite embarrassing. And let me see your little knife. I've heard from Ming Xiao and Xue Xiao that you've stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Show us, class monitor. I heard you made a fortune working over the summer and splurged on a magnificent dagger." Zhou Xixue spoke, his elongated eyes betraying a teasing glimmer, his tone laced with amusement. In the past, Chen Han would have ignored such mockery, for he had grown accustomed to their jibes. However, today was different. He intended to retaliate, for only by striking back would they learn to fear and refrain from bullying him. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. My circumstances have changed. Get lost. Chen Han snapped, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yi Guangfeng's expression froze, raising a finger to Chen Han, dude. Just calling you class monitor doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. Chen Han's dark eyes blazed with intensity, causing Yi Guangfeng to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, leaving him at a loss for words. Hey, why the sudden hostility? With your stature as class monitor. This isn't like you. We're just joking around. No need to get riled up, Zhou Sishu intervened, a smirk gracing his lips, his tone patronizing. Wang Wenming, silent throughout, merely observed with keen interest. The commotion between Chen Han and the others finally caught the attention of a few in the dormitory. Ugh, how irritating. Flies are abundant in summer, Ren Mingming muttered, tilting his head slightly. Yi Guangfeng's round face tightened in irritation, ready to retort, but Zhou Sishu restrained him. Hey, Mingming, it seems the lesson you received last time wasn't sufficient. Next time, it won't be as simple as your sister coming to apologize. If I were inclined, I might just keep her overnight, and perhaps then I would be appeased. How dare you? Zheng Lei shot up angrily, glaring fiercely. Enough. Suddenly, Wang Wenming, who had been quiet, spoke up. His voice was soft yet carried an unmistakable authority, akin to that of a natural leader. What occasion is this? Let us maintain some dignity for ourselves and the school. If you truly possess talent, showcase it when you take the stage. As his voice trailed off, Wang Wenming's gaze swept over Chen Han and his companions, making Chen Han feel as if he were being eyed by a venomous serpent, sending chills down his spine. This man was indeed the most formidable of them all. After a brief commotion, calmness returned, and the minor conflict did not disrupt the vibrant atmosphere of the event. As the clock approached 10, a group of young people made their entrance into the auditorium. They were both male and female, their ages mirroring those of the students present. The distinguishing feature was their attire, each piece evidently expensive, revealing their affluent backgrounds. Chen Han instinctively glanced up, gasping softly. Could it be her? The familiar face belonged to the girl he had encountered while purchasing wood carvings. It became apparent that her appearance at Pan Heyuan the other day was indeed for today's exchange meeting. With this realization, he surmised that she wouldn't bring the wood carving to compete. His gaze did not linger on her for long, but shifted to observe the other individuals around her. Kyoto University is renowned as one of the top institutions in the country. Gaining admission is a feat reserved for the very best from various regions. And even with his impressive score ranking among the top 3 in his county, he may not have secured a spot. Yet, the group present today lacked the typical bookish demeanor. Instead, they resembled the heirs and heiresses of prominent families. This treasure contest promised to be captivating. At that moment, several elderly gentlemen, all over 50, began to enter in an orderly fashion. Leading the group was Principal Li Wansheng, accompanied by a stout man wearing thick glasses. Principal Li did not take a seat in the front row, but instead waited for the others to arrive, greeting each with a handshake before inviting them to sit. From a distance, Chen Han noticed that seated in the center was a prominent figure from the Antique Association and Museum. Just then, the lights illuminated the podium, revealing a striking figure with long legs concealed beneath a white dress. Ning Tinang, how did she end up hosting? Am I seeing things? She's wearing a dress. Chapter 10, a precursor to inspiration. At that moment, even Chen Han stared at the stage in astonishment. Who else could it be but Ning Sinan? Observing her now, radiant and elegantly poised, it was hard to reconcile this image with the girl who often referred to herself as this lord. Ren Mingming was already laughing heartily to the side, drawing disapproving glances from those around him. Hey, doesn't this count as a woman dressing up for her admirer? Fu Yong teased, unaffected by the earlier conflict. Chen Han shot him an exasperated look. Yet truth be told, Ning Sinan's appearance in that white business dress had indeed captivated Chen Han's attention. Perhaps due to their frequent camaraderie and brotherly rapport. He had never considered her beauty from a romantic perspective. Now, however, she appeared even more striking than most of the female students present. At this moment, Ning Sinan had finished introducing the distinguished guests. These notable figures would personally evaluate and appraise the treasures presented on stage. To ensure fair competition, each round of offerings would feature similar types of artifact from both schools. Due to time constraints, there would only be 16 rounds of presentations today, and she encouraged any students with commendable items to participate eagerly. Ning Sinan articulated the rules clearly, prompting nods of agreement from all present. the Victoria School would earn the opportunity to visit the Kyoto Museum's entire collection of treasures. Furthermore, the individual presenting the best artifact would have the chance to apply for membership in the Kyoto Antique Association. Let's all strive for excellence. As the saying goes, throw a brick to attract jade, and thus, we invite the Cultural Relics Department from Inkai University to present their first treasure. As her clear voice resonated, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the auditorium. At that moment, Chen Han's phone vibrated with a message from the class group. The homeroom teacher had tagged everyone. The department had compiled a list of artifacts prepared by most students, and the first to present was Yi Guangfeng. Taken aback, Chen Han quickly understood that not receiving the notification was expected. After all, as a struggling student, he relied on the school to cover his tuition and accommodation. It was unreasonable to expect him to possess any remarkable treasure. Yi Guangfeng rose from his seat, strutting confidently onto the stage with a sturdy neck, cradling a beautifully crafted box that appeared to have some age to it. Yi Guangfeng ascended the podium with considerable effort, stealing a glance at Ning Xinan as he took the microphone from her. Ahem, esteemed experts, dear students, today I present to you a pair of exquisite vases. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. A pair of vases, if they were from the right era and in pristine condition. Such matched porcelain pieces were indeed a rarity. Yi Guangfeng approached the front row and gently placed the box on the red cloth-covered table, carefully opening it. At that moment, the gaze of several experts and school leaders was deeply captivated. A double-handled vase. As soon as the box was opened, the vice president of the Antiques Association, Chen Han, exclaimed. Before them stood a pair of slender-necked, double-handled vases. Yi Guangfeng beamed with delight, clearly proud, as if what was being showcased was not merely the vases, but rather himself. The president of the Antiques Association, Jin Jie, seated at the center, extended his hand to lift one of the vases. Indeed, it was the blue and white fruit branch design, undoubtedly from the Ming Dynasty. And what the other one, Lao Sha? Jin Jie inquired in a deep tone. It is authentic from the right era, and in good condition. Sha Lu Hui, an academician of the Academy of Sciences and a renowned treasure master, asserted with unwavering confidence, easily discerning the authenticity of such an item. Nearby, Principal Li Wancheng exchanged a satisfied glance with the director of the archaeology department, Hao Shulin. This pair of vases had been a last-minute request from Hao Shulin for Yi Guangfeng to retrieve from home. After all, who could resist the allure of such a treasure? After a brief discussion, the invited guest provided an estimated value. 480,000. The atmosphere in the room instantly ignited with excitement. Li Wancheng turned to the portly man beside him, laughing. Old Wang, this is just the beginning. The first item presented was a pair of Ming Dynasty blue and white fruit branch double-handled vases valued at 480,000. Yi Guangfeng basked in the approving glances from the principal and the department head, feeling victorious, as if the spotlight of the entire room was solely on him. Chen Han also recognized the vases. They were indeed genuine and remarkably well-preserved. It appeared that the shorter, plump man had failed to acquire anything at Panhuan that day. Otherwise, he could never have stumbled upon such vases for a mere 100,000. Next, let's welcome the first round of treasure presentations from Kyoto University. Ning Xinan's voice rang out, dispersing the noise in the room. A tall figure emerged slowly from the Kyoto University team, approaching the podium, dressed in a casual suit. He graciously accepted the microphone from Ning Xinan. Good day, everyone. Yima Shenxian. Today, I bring forth a vase. His deep voice and simple words immediately sparked hushed discussions among some attendees. What? The young master of the Chen family? He actually came to this event. The murmurs reached Chen Han's ears, prompting him to glance at the man on stage. The Chen family seemed to be a significant force in Kyoto. That day, at Jijintang, Li Huai of the Antiques Association had inquired if he was related to the Chen family upon hearing his name. At this moment, Chen Xian had reached the first row, placing the box flat on the table. To everyone's surprise, even Jin Jie, the president of the Kyoto Antiques Association, stood to shake hands briefly with Chen Xian. What a remarkable gesture! A group of seasoned experts, all over 50, displayed such courtesy towards the young man. This left Chen Han with a new understanding of the Chen family stature in Kyoto. What is this? As the box opened, several experts gasped in unison. The large-bellied, slender-necked blue and white vase was revealed on the screen. The beauty of the intricately patterned body was breathtaking. It was the blue and white, round, flower-patterned, moon-hugging vase. Chen Han instantly recognized it as a genuine artifact from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty. This is the blue and white round flower pattern moon-hugging vase. Absolutely stunning. Xia Hongyi, the vice president of the Antiques Association, exclaimed with excitement. Su Yubin, the museum director, affirmed, Ming Yongla, moon-hugging vase. Sha Luhui nodded in agreement, a fine piece. Seated nearby, the plump Wang Chongxin chuckled, sipping from his teacup. Principal Li, does your brick bring forth this jade? Are you satisfied? Li Wancheng struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a smile while feeling as though cold water had been poured over him. After a moment, the four experts finally reached a consensus. 2,600,000. The blue and white round flower pattern moon-hugging vase from the Ming Yongla period was valued at 2,600,000. The room erupted in fervor. Chapter 11. It deserves the wrath of heaven. A slap in the face. Principal Li Wancheng never anticipated that the pair of Ming Dynasty vases he presented would be valued at 480,000, only to be overshadowed by the moon-hugging vase from the Yongla period. This was supposed to be a simple school exchange event. How could a piece of such caliber be presented? Why hadn't the young master of the Chen family enrolled in his school? He felt a pang of resentment for encountering that individual. That was Chen Xian of the Chen family. Though his own family had some stature compared to the Chen family, they might not even be worthy of stepping through their threshold. Competing with Chen Xian was futile, even if he gathered the entire archaeology department. They would not measure up to him. Hao Shulin's expression was equally grim. He had anticipated the competitor's collection and believed the double-handled vases would be a surefire success. Little did he know, they had been soundly outclassed. 480,000 versus 2,600,000. An overwhelming disparity. Hao Shulin glanced towards the Kyoto University team, suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. If all the competitors were heirs of prominent families, his offerings were woefully insufficient. He had arranged for 5 students, leveraging his position as department head to persuade them to bring forth their most substantial collections. With Yi Guangfeng's presentation, they had already lost a significant contender. Now, it was time to see what the opponent would reveal. At that moment, Ning Xinan's voice resonated once more. Next, we invite Kyoto University for the second round of treasure presentations. In this round, the roles were reversed and Kyoto University would take the lead. Shengfan's Gaza Sharpanat. It was her. She was about to take the stage. The girl rose slowly, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit that did not detract from her poise. With her fair arms cradling a gnarled piece of wood, she gracefully ascended the podium. Wow, a beauty! She is stunning. Both male and female attendees were captivated by her exquisite features. Even Ren Mingming and Zheng Lei gasped in unison. Yet, Chen Han's attention was fixated on the piece of wood. Its rough texture starkly contrasted with her porcelain-like skin, causing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. It was indeed lightning-struck wood. Judging by the grain, it appeared to be nearly a century-old peach wood. A century-old lightning-struck peach wood was a true treasure. In the hands of a Taoist, it was worth its weight in gold. And even in the methods of the Mo family, such aged wood had extensive applications. To think that the girl had chosen to bring this remarkable piece instead of the wooden sculpture was astonishing. Greetings, fellow students and esteemed leaders. My name is Chu Yao. Today, I present a piece of lightning-struck wood. Her introduction was brief, yet her melodious voice resonated like celestial music. However, her name, Chu Yao, caused many locals from Kyoto to widen their eyes in surprise. The young lady from the Chu family? My goodness. Did Kyoto University gather all 4 divine beasts to disrupt the event? Keep your voice down, you're asking for trouble. Chen Han recalled that the proprietor of the wooden sculpture had mentioned she was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Comparisons among people can be lethal. While some may possess wooden sculptures worth over 1 million, others might immediately produce a century-old thunderstruck wood. When it comes to value, this piece of thunderstruck wood could easily eclipse that wooden sculpture by several streets. To the practitioners of Taoism, contemporary masters' carvings are mere trifles, whereas this unsightly piece of wood is regarded as a true treasure, an invaluable find that is both rare and serendipitous. Had any Taoist practitioners been present today, chaos would surely have ensued in their eagerness to acquire it. Chen Han had discerned the origins of this wood, yet that did not imply that the experts present could do the same. After all, Chen Han's mind was enriched with years of knowledge and expertise from the Mo school, especially regarding many antiquities that today's experts had never encountered but which he knew intimately. This underscores the significance of cultural inheritance. At the venue, in the front row, Chu Yao stood gracefully, awaiting the verdicts of the 4 experts. The appearance of the thunderstruck wood had left the department head, Hao Shulin, in a state of anxious anticipation. As the head of the Cultural Relics Department, he certainly had his own assessments. It was certain that the wood was over 20 years old, but its rarity lay in having been struck by lightning, making it an undeniable talisman against evil in Taoist terms. The unfortunate reality was that they had not prepared any wooden artifacts for exhibition. When Chu Yao first appeared, Hao Shulin had hastily sent a message to the group, soliciting any students who possessed wooden relics to share images. Yet, that message had sunk into silence like a stone cast into the sea. At this moment, the four experts collectively exhaled, as if they had just undergone a significant examination. Jean Jie refrained from speaking first, instead gesturing for the esteemed academician Sha Luhui to take the floor. The silver-haired Sha Luhui cleared his throat and grasped the microphone. Upon our examination, this artifact is identified as Thunderstruck Peach Wood over 80 years old. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. How could there possibly be an 80-year-old peach wood? Even Hao Shulin was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Peach trees typically do not exceed 30 years in age. How could there be an 80-year-old specimen? Sha Luhe, undeterred by the murmurs of skepticism, chuckled lightly and continued his explanation. You are correct. Modern peach trees indeed have an age of merely 20 years, having been grafted and improved for superior fruit quality. Only the most primitive, ancient peach trees could potentially reach a century in age, but they have nearly become extinct today. The true value of this peach wood lies in its being thunderstruck, elevating it to the status of a heavenly material beyond conventional valuation. The audience erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Chen Han nodded subtly, recognizing the sharp insight of the silver-haired elder. Meanwhile, Hao Shulin's expression grew awkward. He had misjudged the age of the peach wood. Principal Li had lost hope in Hao Shulin, sipping tea to mask his emotions. May I inquire, Professor Sha, what the estimated value of this piece of peach wood might be? Chu Yao asked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It appeared she was not unfamiliar with Sha Luhui. This question left Sha Luhui momentarily speechless, casting anxious glances to his left and right. Jean Jie finally took the microphone, smiling at Chu Yao. If we must assign a value, I can only say that our antique association would be willing to offer 6 million for it. Chen Han smirked inwardly, thinking of the cunning old fox. If this were put up for auction with Taoist practitioners present, not only 6 million, but the price could easily double. Nevertheless, the figure of 6 million left the students present utterly astounded. Is there a group going to the mountains to find more trees? They exclaimed. A piece of wood struck by lightning is worth 6 million? No wonder it was struck by lightning. My worldview is collapsing. As the 12th chapter unfolded, the audience was kept in suspense. Next, it was the turn of our esteemed university to present its second round of treasures. On stage, Ning Shinan's voice resonated through the microphone, calming the students' emotions. For this round, I will represent the Cultural Relics Department to showcase an artifact. Thank you all. Ning Shinan's announcement clearly caught everyone off guard. Guyo, seated in the audience, revealed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This decision was not mandated by department head Hao Shulin, yet provided him with a reprieve. At the time, Ning Shinan had been presiding and had no opportunity to check the group messages. Perhaps she truly could bring forth a surprise. With this thought, Hao Shulin straightened his seat. Chen Han, however, was preoccupied with another matter, Ning Shinan's background. This steadfast girl never spoke of her family circumstances, and even when she did, it was only in passing. Judging by the 2 artifacts she had brought when she visited him the previous day, her family background was likely quite affluent. Yet, now she stood in competition with a piece of thunderstruck wood valued at 6 million. What gave her the courage to step forward? At this moment, Ning Shinan had approached the stage, slowly extracting a wooden plaque from beneath her white collar and placing it on the table. Chen Han's gaze sharpened. So that was it. He had seen this wooden plaque before, but at the time, he lacked the MO school's heritage and the discerning ability it afforded. It was only now that he realized Ning Shinan's lineage was likely formidable. To possess such an item indicated a family of considerable standing. The plaque belonged to the renowned Zen master of the Southern Song dynasty, a treasured relic of the Buddhist faith, a rare spiritual treasure. The Zen master had once penned an immortal couplet. In spring, there are 100 flowers. In autumn, the moon. In summer, a cool breeze. In winter, snow. This wooden plaque was his personal possession, rumored to be crafted from century-old peach wood struck by spring thunder. Chen Han's mind flooded with related information. No wonder Ning Shinan displayed such confidence after presenting the thunderstruck wood. She had formidable backing. How foolish he had been to underestimate her. For the past 2 years, she had kept her background concealed, and he had only just now realized that she was indeed a true daughter of a prominent family. It was commendable that she treated him, a mere commoner, as an equal, frequently offering him food and drink. As Ning Xinan placed the plaque on the table, Su Yubin among the 4 experts was the first to react. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the small wooden plaque, which was no larger than a half-cigarette box. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, This is the wooden plaque, the Zen Master's plaque from the Southern Song Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the other 3 experts also widened their eyes, their faces reflecting disbelief. This was a priceless treasure. How could it be in the possession of an unknown young girl? Jin Jie quickly redirected his gaze from the plaque to Ning Xinan. Young lady, may I know your name? Ning Xinan blinked innocently, feigning coyness as she replied, Ning Xinan. In the back row, Chen Han could not help but roll his eyes, thinking how well she acted. Why wasn't she calling herself Your Grace at this moment? Upon hearing her name, Jin Jie repeated it softly a couple of times before suddenly his eyes lit up. Ning Xianxian, what is your relation to her? This question prompted the surrounding Su Hongyi, Su Yubin, and Sha Luhui to turn their attention toward Ning Xinan, who was clad in white. My grandfather, she replied. Laughter erupted as Jin Jie exclaimed, now it makes sense. No wonder. His gaze toward Ning Xinan softened with newfound affection. This wooden plaque is undoubtedly genuine, a personal item belonging to the Southern Songmaster. Crafted from thunderstruck peach wood over a century old. 10 years ago, it fetched a staggering $2 million at auction, purchased by her grandfather. The room erupted in astonishment. Originally, those who thought the talent competition was destined to be a loss were suddenly filled with a sense of grandeur. Now, that is what one calls being modest. One's own female classmate, referred to by others as a tomboy, bore an accessory worth over 10 million. The term tomboy was certainly ascribed by others. I have never uttered such a thing. Ning Xinan has truly concealed her background well. Chen Han smiled, elated for Ning Xinan. It is indeed a joyful occasion when a brother possesses an impressive family background. I do not harbor any jealousy, only pride for him. Ning Xinan's reluctance for her family background to be revealed must stem from her own considerations, and I naturally would not mind. In the audience, when Ning Xinan revealed her prized possession, Chu Yao maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if she had known the outcome from the beginning. Ha, what do you think? Old Wang Changxin, Vice President Wang? Our Inkai University is truly a hidden gem. At this moment, Li Wancheng was already laughing so hard that his eyes were mere slits, lacking any semblance of a principal's authority. Even his tie hung loosely, having been loosened without him realizing it. In contrast, Wang Changxin, the vice president of Kyoto University, remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his tea. Quite impressive. I did not expect the granddaughter of the divine Ning to have enrolled at your institution. However, Old Li, laughing too early may lead to choking. Wang Changxin's words carried an implied meaning, suggesting he had more up his sleeve. Li Wanqing's smile faltered, and he hastily grasped his cup, continuing to sip his tea. After all, I am merely the principal of a private university. Wang Changxin is an old schoolmate and a dear friend, although he now holds the position of vice president. Yet, he serves at Kyoto University, ranking among the top 3 in the nation. Compared to them, Inkai University feels like a mere donkey next to a fine steed. Li Wancheng set down his cup, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. So what if they come knocking at her door? The little girl from the Ning family has truly avenged me. At this moment, it was time for Inkai to present its treasures in the 3rd round. Chapter 13, Let Him Go. As Ning Xinan's voice resounded, a figure rose behind Chen Han. With elongated eyes and a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhou Xixue stood. If one were to judge his attractiveness, Zhou Xixue might not fit the conventional mold of a handsome man. However, his brooding aura had surely captivated many young ladies at school. Moreover, with his background, he had never failed in his pursuits. Go for it, Xue. Yi Guangfeng's voice rang out like a duck's quack beside Zhou Xixue. Chen Han glanced at the messages in the group and realized it was the department head who had appointed Zhou Xixue. He was curious about what treasures Zhou Xixue would unveil. Zhou Xixue ascended the stage, holding a cloth bag that appeared heavy. Good day, esteemed teachers and experts. Today, I bring forth a scholar's inkstone. After stating this, he confidently stepped down, placing the velvet bag before the experts. Jie Hongyi, a younger member of the Antique Association, eagerly reached for the bag, unveiling its contents. A Qianlong inkstone, he declared at first glance. Su Yubin from the museum, well-versed in the 4 treasures of the study, concurred. The Songhua stone carved with orchid patterns is indeed from the Qianlong period, a remarkable piece. Jie Hongyi did not take long before he presented the inkstone to Jin Jie. Jin Jie gently picked it up, nodding in approval. Indeed, it's a Qianlong Songhua stone carved with orchid patterns. I did not expect to encounter an authentic piece here today. The inheritance of the Mo family has been blank from the late Ming Dynasty onwards. However, my 2 years immersed in the Department of Cultural Relics were not in vain. Armed with extensive knowledge from the Mo family and my own judgment, I could discern the authenticity of pieces from the late Ming era. This inkstone is undoubtedly a masterpiece. And I must admit it, although Zhou Xixue may not be the best character, the treasure remains a treasure, unaffected by personal feelings. The Qianlong Songhua stone carved with orchid patterns was ultimately appraised at $2,250,000, a definitive high-priced, genuine article. Yet the reaction in the room was lukewarm, with applause scant. Perhaps they were still reeling from the earlier millions. Li Wancheng and Hao Shulin exchanged glances, nodding in satisfaction. Zhou's family, to say the least, is quite capable. They donated $5 million in scholarships to the school this year alone. Of course, where that money ends up is out of Zhou's family's jurisdiction. Zhou Xixue's performance has not disappointed. A 200,000 inkstone carries significant weight. Next, we invite Kyoto University for their third round of treasure presentation. As Ning Xinan's words echoed, a boy of modest height with a youthful appearance hopped onto the stage. He respectfully bowed to Ning Xinan before taking the microphone. Hello everyone, I brought a writing implement, a wash. Simple and straightforward, he spared the self-introduction. After handing the microphone back to Ning Xinan, he leaped off the stage, placing the item on the table. It was merely the size of a palm. A round ink wash. The large screen displayed a lustrous sky blue hue, very pleasing to the eye. Chen Han gazed intently, immediately recalling the provenance of the ink wash. Its simplified design and Ru-kiln's sky blue glaze unmistakably indicated a genuine piece from the Song dynasty. The 4 experts in the front row remained silent, taking turns examining the palm-sized wash from every angle. Finally, Jie Hongyi posed a question. This student, where did you acquire this Northern Song Ru-kiln sky blue wash? The somewhat naive boy replied loudly, I took it from home. Do you know that this wash fetched over 300,000 Hong Kong dollars at auction 3 years ago? Oh, the boy nodded, seemingly indifferent to the wash's history or value, leaving Jie Hongyi momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Jin Jie stepped in to ease the tension. This Northern Song Ru-kiln sky blue wash is genuine, appraised at $3 million based on the auction in Hong Kong. The 4 experts were suddenly agitated, exchanging astonished glances that conveyed their disbelief. They had initially thought this exchange meeting was merely a child's game, reluctantly accepting Kyoto University's invitation. Little did they know, each item presented was a treasure, and the backgrounds of these children were formidable. With this realization, the 4 could not help but smirk, a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the hall erupted with laughter. The esteemed Zhou Xixue was unexpectedly overshadowed. In contrast, Zhou Xixue displayed little emotion, though the smile on his lips had faded. Ning Xinan, as the host, was astute, never explicitly declaring winners or losers at the end of each round. After all, the experts had rendered their appraisals. The outcome was clear to all. If every round required a reiteration of the victor, it would detract from the event's dignity. Continuing, we invite the students from Kyoto University for their treasure presentation. As the words fell, a young man sporting dreadlocks and dressed in a baseball shirt slowly ascended the stage. With a swift motion, he seized the microphone from Ning Xinan, tossing his dreadlocks aside with a resonant voice. What I bring is a relic of a high monk. With this announcement, the audience was once again stirred, for relics held a mysterious and auspicious allure in everyone's heart. It was said that the very presence of a relic could dispel evil and bestow blessings of health and peace. To Chen Han's astonishment, he found himself gazing upon a genuine relic. The frequency of such sacred items appearing recently had been rather remarkable. It is rare for an ordinary person to encounter such treasures even once in a lifetime, yet he had just acquired one, and now another had surfaced before him. At that moment, Ren Mingming subtly nudged Chen Han's arm and gestured toward his phone. The group chat had already received 3 consecutive messages from the department head, Hao Shulin, inquiring which students had prepared religious artifacts and which had items from Buddhism or Taoism. Ren Mingming flashed a grin and made a hand gesture towards Chen Han. Confused, Tianeng Frugit. Just as he did so, his phone vibrated again with a new message. To his dismay, Ren Mingming had announced in the chat that Chen Han possessed a relic and that he should take the stage. Chapter 14. Over 500 Years of History. Chen Han felt utterly speechless, his expression one of incredulity. Why should he partake in this? Since the department had not included him from the outset, why was he being thrust into the spotlight now? Although Ren Mingming had taken the initiative, Chen Han understood he meant no harm and chose not to blame him. As the proceedings unfolded, a student with dreadlocks approached the front, producing a splendid golden stupa. Through the large screen, Chen Han could discern that the stupa was custom-made, crafted entirely from pure gold, featuring 7 tiers. The lower 6 tiers were closely arranged as mere decoration, while the top tier, only 2 fingers in height, boasted an exquisitely crafted door that could be opened. As the intricately carved door swung open, a crystal box was revealed, containing a pearl-sized, pristine white bead, bone relic. Chen Han quickly assessed the situation. Judging by its degree of crystallization, this relic could not be older than a century. The 4 masters present did not touch it, but reverently joined their hands in prayer, a gesture of respect towards such a Buddhist relic, regardless of their personal beliefs. Jin Jie, the president of the Antique Association, was the first to speak up. Could you please share the provenance of your relic? Without hesitation, the dreadlocked student replied. It was purchased at the Eagle Nation auction house for 300,000 eagle pounds. Is there any documentation regarding the origin of this relic? Based on my observations, its age does not exceed 100 years, Jin Jie stated candidly. He cast a look of admiration towards the student, nodding in approval. Su Yubin and the others also expressed their approval. Typically, a Buddhist treasure cannot be appraised in monetary terms, but since you paid 300,000, we shall value it accordingly. Upon hearing this, Principal Li Wanqing's expression turned grim, realizing that the opposing party had come well prepared. Presenting a significant relic that was far from a mere academic exchange, it was a slap in the face. As he contemplated seeking out Hao Shulin to assess the situation, he found the department head had vanished, which only infuriated him further, his face a mask of fury. Old Li, don't fret, the best is yet to come. Wang Changxin's words felt like the final straw, causing Li Wanqing's confidence to plummet. The atmosphere was filled with gasps and applause, much to the satisfaction of the dreadlocked student, who tossed his hair and carefully stored the golden stupa, stepping aside. Meanwhile, a figure appeared beside Chen Han. It was Hao Shulin, the head of the archaeology department. Chen Han, tell me honestly, do you possess a relic? If you do, hurry up to the stage, and I will grant you full credits for your junior year. At that moment, Hao Shulin felt overwhelmed, confronted with the pressure of the opposing party's treasure, leaving him in a precarious position. Having seen Ren Mingming's messages in the group chat, he was nearly ecstatic. If they could present a relic, it would at least prevent them from facing an embarrassing silence due to a lack of offerings. Professor Hao, if I receive full credits for my junior year, does that mean I won't have to attend classes? This proposition intrigued Chen Han, as he had many matters to attend to and could not afford to be confined to the school. That is not important. First, tell me about the origin of your relic. I found it at Panha Garden, Chen Han replied honestly. What? Hao Shulin was taken aback, as if doused with cold water. You found a relic at Panha Garden? Without a doubt, it must be a counterfeit. Chen Han, you are still the class monitor, and I often commend you for your keen eye. Is this the result of your diligent studies? Hao Shulin felt a mix of frustration and despair. It was too late to say anything. The announcer, Ning Sinan, had already begun calling for the next presenter. Now, let us welcome Inkai University for the 4th round of offerings. At this point, Hao Shulin had no alternative but to muster his courage and drag Chen Han onto the stage. The methods of identifying relics typically involved scratching glass or striking it with a heavy object to test its hardness. True relics were said to be indestructible. Hao Shulin could only gamble that no one in attendance would dare to disrespect a relic. If the authenticity could not be discerned, they could simply claim uncertainty. That was certainly better than having to stand before everyone and announce their lack of treasures to present. As they approached the stage, Hao Shulin leaned in to whisper a few words to Chen Han before pushing him onto the podium. The spotlight immediately enveloped Chen Han, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. Is that Chen Han? What's he doing up there? This question echoed in the minds of everyone present. Only one captivating pair of eyes remained fixated on him, unable to look away. Chu Yao had not anticipated encountering that young man again under such circumstances. The impression he left on her was profound. She later consulted an appraisal master regarding the 120,000 wood sculpture, which confirmed it was not golden silk Namu. Yet, how had he been able to discern that it was golden camphor from just a few wood pieces? What an extraordinary eye. It was only at this moment that Chu Yao realized he was a student of the archaeology department, which explained his remarkable judgment. Chen Han's ascent to the stage left Ning Sinan, the host, bewildered. However, with both standing under the spotlight, communication was impossible, so she approached him and stood beside him. Chen Han, is there something you wish to share? Chen Han sighed lightly. It felt as though he was being pushed into a corner. Nonetheless, since he had stepped forward, there was no need for modesty. Once plagued by self-doubt due to his familial circumstances, he now embraced his identity as a descendant of the Mo family and recognized the need to adapt to this new role. Taking the microphone from Ning Sinan, Chen Han surveyed the auditorium, capturing every face and expression in an instant. His obsidian-like eyes sparkled under the spotlight, exuding an enthralling brilliance. At that moment, Chen Han appeared transformed. Greetings, everyone. Today, I too bring forth a relic, but mine boasts a history of over 500 years. With this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even Ning Sinan, standing beside him, felt an urge to snatch the microphone away. Had he lost his mind, impulsively rushing to the stage in a fit of madness, perhaps triggered by the impressive relic? In that instant, Ning Sinan regretted hiding her family background, questioning why she had brought up the wooden plaque and engaged in a contest with Chu Yao. If it were not for his own sake, Chen Han would never have recklessly dashed onto the stage, declaring before a multitude that he possessed a relic from 500 years ago. At that moment, Ning Xinan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, burdened with escalating guilt. Meanwhile, laughter erupted from the audience, primarily stemming from Yi Guangfeng and his companions. Chapter 15. The authenticity of this collection is in question. Chen Han remained unfazed by the audience's reaction, fully anticipating such a response. With an impassive expression, he descended from the stage and approached the first row of experts, confidently removing the crystal pendant from around his neck. A soft click echoed as the cylindrical crystal pendant was opened, revealing a bead the size of a juju pit, with a lustrous beige surface displayed prominently on the screen above. Although the bead was not perfectly round, its surface gleamed like jade. Initially startled by Chen Han's unexpected gesture, the four masters quickly found their gazes transfixed. Whether it was Jin Jie and Xia Hongyi from the Antique Association, or Su Yubin from the museum, or even Sha Luhui from the Academy of Sciences, each boasted over 30 years of expertise in appraisal. The small object lying quietly on the table exuded a solemnity and antiquity that would be exceedingly difficult to fabricate. The four exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Chen Han. Could he be yet another scion from a prestigious family? Could you kindly elaborate on the provenance of this relic? Xia Hongyi queried, clearing his throat, his eyes betraying an unmistakable covetousness for the relic. Just yesterday, he had received a curious call from an old acquaintance in the antique circle, stating that Zhizhen Hall was searching for a Ming dynasty relic that was currently in the possession of a young man. Xia Hongyi was nearly certain that the item before him was the very relic Zhizhen Hall had been desperately seeking. With its age of approximately 500 years, it perfectly aligned with the Ming dynasty. What fortune! Zhizhen Hall was not short on funds, and if he could acquire this relic, flipping it for an additional few million would be effortlessly achievable. The thought sent a slight tremor through Xia Hongyi's shoulders. The other three were unaware of the underlying intricacies, merely assuming that the vice president was excited to see a treasure. Chen Han nodded and replied gravely, "This relic was a fortunate find I stumbled upon at Panhewen." A loud slap resonated as Hao Shulin struck his thigh in frustration, gritting his teeth. This fellow, despite my countless warnings not to mention the find, how could he? President Li's expression darkened ominously as he cast a glare at Chen Han, wishing he could expel him from school immediately. Was this an appropriate setting for jest? This was a significant embarrassment, one that could not be easily rectified. As Chen Han's words fell, the entire audience erupted into raucous laughter and banter. What a laugh! He found it at Panhewen. Yi Guangfeng was in tears from laughter, pointing at Chen Han and exclaiming, Look, I told you. Class leader Chen must have unearthed a treasure. Who would have thought it transformed from a broken knife into a relic? Ha ha ha. Zhou Xixue curled his lips in disdain, his eyes filled with scorn, seeking to draw attention. Even Wang Wenming let out a derisive chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Look at me, it's pointless. Class leader Chen chose to embarrass himself. He can't blame anyone else. Do you truly believe that Panhewen could yield an authentic relic? Yi Guangfeng's quacking voice echoed, as Ren Mingming opened his mouth to retort. Who says it was found at Panhewen? That was before he could finish. Fu Yong swiftly silenced him, signaling him to be quiet. In Fu Yong's mind, Chen Han had yet to speak the truth, unwilling to disclose that the relic was lent to him by Ning Xinan. likely due to excessive pride and a desire to avoid being belittled. If Ren Mingming let slip the truth, it would be akin to sabotaging a friend. TCH, why stop there? If it were true, I'd eat it raw. Yi Guangfeng's chubby cheeks quivered incessantly, still relentless. Buddy, I'm curious. How much did you pay for this find? The one with dreadlocks chimed in. He had been observing Chen Han since he took the stage and finally spoke. His tone laced with mockery. Chen Han cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, 80. Laughter erupted as some audience members began to pound on their tables. The auditorium descended into chaos. The dreadlocked individual scoffed, the disdain in his eyes palpable. The expressions of the four experts varied significantly. Sha Luhue, with his silver hair, merely squinted and smiled, withholding his opinion. As an academician, he had little interest in religious artifacts, preferring to delve into the treasures of nature. However, Jin Jie was different. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the relic as he yearned to examine it closely. Who said Pan Heyuan couldn't yield treasures? It was merely a matter of probability. In his youth, before becoming the president of the Antique Association, he had often relied on his keen eyesight to uncover treasures there. Yet, as commercialization intensified, genuine finds had become exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, the bead before him, with its naturally oxidized surface and the patina of time, was difficult to counterfeit. If genuine, this relic would be extraordinary, an ancient Ming dynasty relic of incalculable value. Only Xie Hongyi's expression was notably peculiar at this moment. He appeared both excited and restrained, his complexion fluctuating between pallor and a flush. If it's fake, then that is splendid. As long as it's deemed counterfeit here, that young man will surely resign himself to his fate. If he picked it up for 80, I could easily acquire it for 800. Yes, I shouldn't tee off for more, lest it arouse suspicion. Xie Hongyi's mind raced, convinced that this relic was already his. Chen Han observed the crowd's expressions intently. At that moment, he finally spoke. As for whether this is a genuine relic, I invite the four esteemed experts to appraise it. Please feel free to examine it closely. Typically, relics such as this would not be casually handled. Treasures possess a spirit, and casual contact could disrupt their inherent energies. Upon hearing Chen Han's invitation, Xie Hongyi felt an immense relief and swiftly seized the relic before anyone else could. A simple touch confirmed his conviction. He was over 90% certain that this was indeed the Ming dynasty relic Zhizhen Hall had been seeking. Suppressing his excitement, Xie Hongyi raised the relic and proclaimed, "Based on the bead's provenance and my observations, this collection is in question." Chapter 16, I witnessed it firsthand. As Xie Hongyi's voice resonated throughout the hall, Ning Xinan clamped her mouth shut in disbelief. A cacophony of thoughts whirled in her mind. When Chen Han had unveiled the relic, she had harbored a flicker of hope. Yet now all was shattered. Chen Han had miscalculated, and in the most absurd manner at that. To attempt to acquire a treasure worth hundreds of thousands or millions for mere tens of dollars at an antique stall was preposterous. This would become a stain on Chen Han's life, a source of ridicule for all, forever affixed to the pillar of shame, nearly impossible to escape. The audience erupted into a chorus of derisive laughter. This was the first item deemed questionable today, and it appeared in such a laughable manner. Among the crowd, several concerned gazes were cast towards Chen Han. Aside from Fu Yong and his companions, only Chu Yao remained. In Chu Yao's eyes, the young man now appeared utterly alone, as if the entire world had forsaken him. Had he not spoken up in the antique street about the issues with his wooden carving, would she have been the one facing such a scene today? The thought startled Chu Yao. If the intricately carved wooden sculpture were to be exposed before such a multitude, it would be akin to wishing for one's own demise. Contemplating this, she felt an impulsive urge to rise and assist the young man named Chen Han. At that moment, Chen Han stood resolutely, his intense gaze sweeping over the four esteemed experts, unaffected by the charged atmosphere, and spoke aloud. "May I inquire if the other three experts also harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of this relic?" Jin Jie exchanged a meaningful glance with Xie Hongyi, puzzled by the latter's hasty judgment and his expression of skepticism. He was on the verge of accepting the relic's provenance, only awaiting the opportunity to examine it firsthand. At this juncture, Su Yubin, the museum director, interjected. "Esteemed colleague, Vice President Xie's opinion reflects only his personal view. A definitive conclusion can only be reached after us seasoned experts have had the chance to inspect it ourselves." Before Su could elaborate further, the young man with dreadlocks stepped forward impatiently. "It's not so complicated, if it is indeed a genuine relic. A single strike with a hammer will suffice to discern its authenticity. It all depends on whether this young man is willing to take that risk. The remark was venomous. Should the relic shatter on the spot, not only would Chen Han lose face, but it would also exacerbate the situation. Awakens miraculous Chen Han's lips. Feel free to strike. Through the legacy imparted to him, he was aware that true relics possessed sufficient strength, as his master had personally verified. Bring forth the hammer. The audacity of the dreadlocked young man left everyone present agape. It was a calculated move to strike at the heart. Wait, Chen Han suddenly called out. The dreadlocked youth turned, scoffing. What's the matter? Feeling guilty? Chen Han's expression bore no trace of anxiety. His eyes, dark as ink, shimmered with starlight. Upon meeting his gaze, the dreadlocked youth felt a shiver run down his spine. If my relic is indeed authentic, should we not employ the same method to verify yours? The youth fell momentarily speechless, nearly uttering a curse. To strike a hammer against a treasure valued at 300,000 pounds? Had he lost his mind? Yet, he could not afford to appear weak. This audacious fellow had turned the tables on him. As long as your relic withstands the blow and is confirmed authentic, I have no qualms about allowing you to verify mine as well. Without granting Chen Han another word, the young man snatched the hammer offered by an alumnus and strode purposefully to the front row's table, his eyes glinting with the light of imminent victory. This game was truly entertaining, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He could almost envision the pale yellow pearl shattering into dust. Yet in the first row, Xiaohongyi now appeared frantic, his hands tugging at his hair. The meticulously laid plans had taken an unexpected turn. If this relic were to be damaged, it would be one thing, but should it prove indestructible, his calculations would be rendered futile. Moreover, it would highlight his error in judgment. The thought of blundering in such a setting filled him with dread, like 1,000 ants crawling within him. However, in the moment the dreadlocked youth raised the hammer, an unforeseen interruption occurred. Several figures rushed through the main entrance, the foremost among them shouting, "Do not strike. Absolutely do not." Tian Jijia had received information about Chen Han that very morning. A student from the prestigious Jingdu Inkai University in the archaeology department, now in his third year. That was all he needed to know. He quickly arranged for transportation and hurried to the university. Through connections, he bypassed the usual channels and learned that the archaeology department was holding an exchange meeting that day. So he began watching the live stream from the office. Little did he expect to witness the unfolding drama before him. The attempt to strike the relic for verification was unacceptable. It was a treasure coveted by the Liu family, and any mishap was out of the question. Tian Jijia dashed out of the office, racing towards the auditorium. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Following closely behind him were several other school leaders. To their surprise, they barged directly into the exchange meeting. "Ohat, Lao Tian." Jinjia was the first to notice the newcomer. The others soon recognized Tian Jijia's presence, greeting him warmly. Tian Jijia was well known in the antiques industry, thanks in part to the esteemed reputation of Zhijin Tang, which had endured through 3 generations, a true century-old establishment. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Tian Jijia nodded at the 4 experts, momentarily disregarding the university president, and rushed to grasp Chen Han's hand vigorously. "Master Chen, I have finally found you." This unexpected display shattered the preconceived notions of everyone present. And Master Chen? Who was this middle-aged man, seemingly familiar with the experts? Who would dare to shake hands with Chen Han? Surely, he wasn't a hired hand to help Chen save face? Chen Han, too, was taken aback to see Tian Jijia, the owner of Zhijin Tang, in attendance. "Greetings, Mr. Tian. It is a pleasure to see you again." His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. Initially, he had held the esteemed experts in high regard, but Xiaohongyi's earlier conduct had completely shattered that reverence. Tian Jijia nodded solemnly, and then performed an astonishing act, lifting one of Chen Han's hands high in triumph, addressing the entire assembly. "I personally witnessed Master Chen's relic. It is indeed the hidden treasure from the Ming Dynasty Xuanda official's Bodhisattva statue. Alongside it, a Ming Dynasty 6-eyed celestial pearl was also recovered." Chapter 17. The brave pursue the fleeing foe. Tian Jijia's proclamation rendered the auditorium silent enough to hear a pin drop. The hidden treasure from a Ming Dynasty Xuanda official's Bodhisattva statue? The implications were bewildering. While many students were ignorant of the significance, the 4 experts present were not. Upon hearing these words, their backs stiffened, a chill running down their spines. The existence of a hidden treasure within a Buddhist statue was no mere fantasy. Such artifacts had indeed been unearthed before. As leading figures in the field, All four had studied these items. Yet who could have imagined that this very relic before them had originated from a concealed treasure? Moreover, Tianjijia claimed to have witnessed its extraction. The shock was overwhelming. Even with the vast experience of the four experts, it felt as though they had encountered an unbelievable tale. Ingenious, as the president of the Antiques Association and closest to Tianjijia of Jijintang, slowly rose to his feet before all present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the owner of the century-old Jijintang, and one of our Antique Association's vice presidents, Mr. Tianjijia. I wholeheartedly believe in Mr. Tian's testimony. With his endorsement, I can responsibly declare that this relic is genuine. Its provenance undoubtedly dates back to the Ming Dynasty. As these words fell, Xia Hongyi trembled, his face turning a deep shade of purple. At the podium, Ning Xinan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she not retained a sliver of composure, the microphone would have slipped from her grasp. She covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Han. That fellow had truly stumbled upon a monumental find. The Ming Dynasty Xuanda official's Bodhisattva statue, accompanied by its hidden treasures. No wonder he had dismissed the Song Dynasty Gyao ice-cracked teapot she had prepared for him. With a relic of such magnitude, even a charm pendant hanging around her neck would pale in comparison. This insufferable man had indeed struck the jackpot. Ning Xinan felt a sudden sting in her nose, her eyes welling with unshed tears. Meanwhile, below the stage, all the students had fallen into a profound silence. Just moments ago, those who had been frivolously mocking and banging on the table now felt a scorching heat on their faces. Fu Yong, Ren Mingming, and Zheng Lei sat there, their fists clenched tightly, their faces alight with suppressed excitement. That scoundrel Chenlar had indeed struck gold. Was this not akin to fire erupting from an ancestral grave? Moreover, this was no mere stroke of luck. He had discovered a sealed statue of a bodhisattva from the Ming Dynasty and a six-eyed Tibetan bead from the same era. What immense value did these treasures hold? Chen Lauder had turned his fortunes around. At this moment, even Fu Yong, known for his calm demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. As for Ren Mingming and Zheng Lei, their eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Whether from envy or excitement was uncertain. In stark contrast, behind them, Yi Guangfeng, Zhou Xixue, and Wang Wenming fell into complete silence. Wang Wenming wore no expression, yet the icy glint in his eyes betrayed his displeasure. Zhou Xixue snorted disdainfully, his contempt unabated. In the eyes of these elite individuals, Chen Han, a poor boy from a small town, had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck that would not alter his fate. Yi Guangfeng, lacking such composure, ground his teeth, his jealousy burning like fire, threatening to consume his very being. Why did that fellow deserve such monumental fortune? His own Ming Dynasty blue and white vases had only brought him endless humiliation. Why was it that Chen Han, this impoverished wretch, could astonish the entire audience? Among the crowd, Chu Yao's mouth hung slightly open, her expression frozen as her gaze fixated on that youthful figure. After their encounter, he had managed to unearth such a remarkable treasure. Having been steeped in knowledge since childhood, Chu Yao understood the immense value of a Ming Dynasty Xuanda Buddha statue. If in pristine condition, it could fetch millions. What was truly astonishing was that he had unearthed both sacred relics and a celestial bead within. How had he accomplished this? Chen Han's image became increasingly enigmatic in Chu Yao's mind, his presence like a nail driven into her heart. If anyone was truly terrified at this moment, it was the man with dreadlocks. His once handsome features contorted with dread, his right hand gripping the golden Buddha tower, trembled uncontrollably. Especially when Chen Han cast him a glance, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, Chen Han had no time to spare on petty grievances. Master Chen, please consider what I just proposed. The young master of the Liu family waited for you at Jijintang all day yesterday. He is genuinely earnest. You need not worry about the price. It will far exceed market value. Tianjijia directly approached Chen Han, eager to convey his purpose. The relentless urging from a Liu family had left him in a state of urgency. Chen Han, however, did not rush to respond, but signaled for Tianjijia to wait a moment. Boss Tian, I have another item that I wish to appraise during this opportunity. Once I am finished, we shall discuss further. With that, Chen Han walked purposefully towards the podium. This action left everyone puzzled. It was evident that Chen Han had just triumphed. Did he intend to flaunt his victory further? What was he planning? Was it necessary to take such matters to heart after being mocked just moments ago? The crowd began to murmur again, filled with various speculations. Gu Yao, Tu, was filled with curiosity. Seated in the front row, Principal Li Wancheng, whose face had previously beamed with joy, now wore a more subdued expression as he turned to Hao Shulin. Hao Shulin, still basking in the earlier excitement, had not noticed Chen Han's actions. Anxiously, Principal Li Kuga rapidly. Old Li, your student seems poised to pursue the retreating enemy with vigor. Wang Chongxin, seated beside Principal Li, interjected with a hint of mockery. At this moment, Wang Chongxin was no longer brimming with self-satisfaction. He had clearly miscalculated, not anticipating that the relics brought by his school would be overshadowed by those from the Ming dynasty. The whims of fortune are indeed capricious. Principal Li was almost compelled to rise and intervene, but by that time, Chen Han had already ascended the podium, taking the microphone from the astonished Ning Xinan. Ahem, it is now our turn at Inkai University to present our treasures. Since I am up here, I might as well showcase another item for the experts to appraise. Chapter 18, bearing 1,000 Jin. What? He was actually volunteering to participate in the next round of treasure presentation? Principal Li was taken aback, turning to Wang Chongxin, who wore an equally perplexed expression. They had both misunderstood the young man. He was not indulging in petty triumph, but seizing the opportunity to contribute to the next round of showcases. Principal Li breathed a sigh of relief, laughter bubbling forth. Old Wang, my student truly is a relentless pursuer of fortune. I am now quite curious about what this child will present. Shall we wager on whether he can outshine you? Wang Chongxin smiled awkwardly, taking a sip of his tea before adopting a serious tone. Let us maintain our decorum. The students are merely exchanging knowledge. There is no need for such antics. Chen Han strode confidently to the four experts, retrieving a silken thread from his pocket and placing it on the table. As he did, the image of the thread appeared on the large screen. What is this? Some sort of fishing line? From Jiang Taigong? Could we not exhibit a bit of scholarly decorum? Look at its hardness. It must surely be a string from a guqin. Is he seriously presenting just a single string? What a joke. Not only the students present expressed their confusion, even the four experts wore puzzled expressions. Tian Jijia, seated nearby, was equally baffled. What was he up to now? From the back, Yi Guangfeng curled his lips in disdain, while Zhou Sixue scoffed. Let him have his moment of satisfaction. It's rare for him to feel triumphant. With that, Zhou Sixue paid no further heed to the happenings on stage, turning instead to Wang Wenming. Young Master Ming, your family will undoubtedly attend the Liu family patriarch's 90th birthday next month, correct? Wang Wenming nodded nonchalantly. Of course, I shall attend as well. Zhou Sixue's eyes widened with surprise. You must have a maximum of 3 invitations, right? Wang Wenming's lips curved into a slight smile. His countenance, more handsome than that of most women, exuding an air of superiority. It's nothing of concern. As for the birthday gift for the Liu patriarch, my family entrusted me with the task, but I have yet to select an appropriate offering. Zhou Sixue pondered for a moment, his slender eyes blinking. I've heard that the Liu patriarch is a devout Buddhist. I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Wang Wenming furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, that sacred relic? Zhou Sixue chuckled, raising his thumb in approval. The two exchanged a knowing smile, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, on the first row of the podium, the four experts had already gathered around the silken thread. Each of them could sense its extraordinary nature. Feeling its coolness in the sweltering summer confirmed it was no ordinary material. They surmised it to be a string from an ancient guqin. However, when it came to elaborating further, the four experts found themselves at a loss for words. Student Chen, would you kindly enlighten us about the origin of this string? At this moment, Jin Jie's attitude toward Chen Han had shifted. To find a Ming dynasty-sealed relic in a place like Panhuan required an eye for treasure and a stroke of luck that was nothing short of extraordinary. It was also a fortunate discovery by Pan and Garden, found entangled around the hilt of a short blade. Acquired for a mere 100 yuan, Chen Han stated candidly. Oh, may we have a look at that blade? It's lost, a broken blade from the Republic era, of little value. What? The four experts gasped in astonishment. Lost. That was the only clue to studying these strings. No need for your efforts, esteemed experts. I have conducted my own research on this string. Perhaps you can corroborate my findings and provide an estimate. Chen Han proclaimed, disregarding the reactions of the four. Historical records indicate that ancient China possessed 2 legendary tang zither, Tianfeng and Feichuan. The last known appearance of these instruments dates back to the Hanwu period of the Ming dynasty. 1. The Tianfeng zither was buried with King Ru Huang, while the whereabouts of the Feichuan remain unknown. The exquisite Tianfeng zither from King Ru Huang's tomb is now housed in the Provincial Museum of Liu. The string in my possession is one of those from the elusive Fei Chuan zither. What evidence do you possess? Jean Jie exclaimed, his eyes twitching with excitement. This was an extraordinary discovery. If this string indeed belonged to the Fei Chuan zither, it would be a national treasure. Its true worth transcends mere monetary value. It represents a restoration and fulfillment of history. Staring intently at the light string in his hand, Jean Jie suddenly felt its weight akin to 1,000 pounds. But how can you be so certain this is a string from the Fei Chuan zither? Sha Luhui interjected, his silver hair flailing. Tianfeng and Fei Chuan are renowned Tang zither, celebrated not only for their craftsmanship, but also for their use of 7 strands of sacred silkworm silk. What you hold is indeed sacred silkworm silk. A thunderous silence enveloped the room as the 4 experts processed this revelation. Even Tian's Jijia, who was nearby, stood up abruptly and approached with hurried steps. Everyone was enshrouded in a thick fog of confusion. Tianfeng, Fei Chuan, were these not the legendary instruments of lore? Although a renowned zither was excavated from King Ru Huang's tomb, who could ascertain that it was indeed the fabled Tianfeng zither? Was Chen Han weaving a tale of self-aggrandizement? This was the prevailing thought among many present. Ning Xinan, standing on stage, felt utterly bewildered, her gaze fixed on Chen Han, who now appeared as a stranger. The impoverished, stubborn, and somewhat insecure young man had vanished, replaced by a figure exuding confidence and authority, leaving others in awe. It was challenging for Ning Xinan to reconcile these 2 images of Chen Han. What experiences had shaped him this summer? This question loomed largest in her mind. At that moment, Tian's Jijia rushed to the table and snatched the sacred silkworm string from Jean Jie's hands, inhaling sharply. The texture was unlike anything he had encountered in his antiquities career, cool to the touch, smooth like a serpent. Young Master Chen, now that you have revealed its origin, surely you possess a method for authenticating it? Chen Han nodded, speaking deliberately. It cannot be burned, and it can bear a weight of 1,000 pounds. Is it possible that it is made from ultra-high molecular polyethylene? Sha Luhui, an academician, posed this question. Chen Han shook his head nonchalantly. Surely, academician Sha can discern the differences between the two? Sha Luhui's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the string before them bore significant differences from ultra-high molecular polyethylene in both texture and appearance. His inquiry was born of an urgent need for clarification. If it truly could not be burned and could withstand 1,000 pounds, even the strongest ultra-high molecular material of the present day could not achieve that. Bring forth the flame torch and the weight-testing winch, Jean Jie commanded, brushing aside all other concerns. Even if the final assessment revealed it to be a replica, it mattered not. However, if it proved genuine, it would create monumental waves in the field of antiquities. As president of the Antiques Association, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Time elapsed slowly. With a full minute of intense flame, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. At a scorching temperature of 1,400 degrees, the flame finally extinguished, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The delicate string, seemingly as fine as a thread, appeared unscathed on the large screen. The audience erupted in astonishment. Could the legends be true? Sacred silkworm silk, something I couldn't even find online. Was it truly discovered in Pan and Garden? The expressions of the 4 experts and Tian's Jijia turned grave and solemn. Their eyes remained fixated on the sacred silkworm string. Jean Jie gritted his teeth. Let us proceed with the weight test. Soon, 2 young men entered, carrying a winch equipped with a display. This device would measure the maximum weight capacity of a string by winding the line and testing the tensile strength. As the ends of the sacred silkworm string were secured, the winch began to turn slowly. The numbers on the display were projected onto the large screen. 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds. The numbers climbed rapidly. Everyone awaited the moment the string would snap. However, 600 pounds, 700 pounds when the weight exceeded 800 pounds. Jean Jie suddenly shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop!" The winch ceased its motion, the final reading settling at 890 pounds. So close to 1,000. Gazing at Chen Han, Jean Jie sighed, that is sufficient. Should this precious item become damaged, it would be an irreparable loss for our nation. I cannot bear that guilt. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I have 2 spare strings. What? Jean Jie was taken aback. Sha Luhui and Su Yubin were equally stunned. Even the perpetually downcast Xie Hongyi widened his eyes in disbelief. Tian's Jijia excitedly grasped Chen Han's shoulder, his hands trembling. Young Master Chen, you mean to say there are 2 more? Chen Han nodded. Now that the tests have proven accurate, I invite the esteemed masters to provide an appraisal. Instantly, everyone's focus shifted to his words. Indeed, how much is such a thing worth? This question lingered in the minds of the students present. Even Principal Li Wancheng, momentarily forgetting his rivalry with Wang Chongxin, perked up, listening intently. This directly affected the reputation of his institution. His school had produced a second-year student who had made such extraordinary discoveries in Pan and Garden. This was monumental news, not only in the antiques realm, but also in society at large. It was headline-worthy. The benefits, both tangible and intangible, would be immeasurable. Heaven bless our great talent. This was the proclamation that Principal Li most wished to exclaim. The four experts, along with Tian's Jijia, huddled together, murmuring for some time, but ultimately unable to provide an estimate. However, Su Yubin, as the curator of the Kyoto Museum, proposed a solution. He would call the Provincial Museum in lieu, for they held the Tianfeng zither of King Ru Huang and would have the greatest authority on the value of a string. Yet, when the call connected and Su Yubin explained the situation, a thunderous roar came from the other end. What? Sacred silkworm string? Absolutely not for sale. This is a national treasure. Do you understand what a national treasure is? Old Su, have you lost your mind? Detain the person. I'm coming to Kyoto immediately. Our museum's Tianfeng zither is missing a string, and we must acquire this one by any means necessary. Su Yubin listened to the beeping sound on the phone, momentarily stunned. What on earth? Just because someone found a treasure, even if it were a national treasure, did that mean I could be coerced? And what is this about missing one string? They have 3 in their possession. Frustrated, he shook his head and shoved the phone into his pocket, turning apologetically to the gathered crowd. My apologies, but the representatives from the Shandong Provincial Museum have already arrived, and a proper valuation can only be determined once they are present. Some astute students among the crowd had already begun to grasp the situation. This string was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. Its value must be astronomical. Otherwise, the museum would not have dispatched someone so promptly after hearing the details. Damn it. Why must that good fortune be seized by Chen Han? At that moment, however, Chen Han was surprisingly unperturbed. The arrival of the Shandong Provincial Museum was a positive development. Their expertise in authenticating the silk strings of the sacred silkworm was unrivaled in the country. With the 3 strings of the Feichuan instrument now in his possession, it signified that the instrument had been dismantled. Assembling it back to its entirety was nearly impossible. Therefore, it would be pragmatic to offer 1 string to the Shandong Provincial Museum, facilitating the restoration of the Tianfeng, thereby ensuring its proper use. With matters settled here, Chen Han had no intention of lingering further. The subsequent contest for treasures held little significance for him. Tian Jijia from Jijin Hall had come specifically to discuss matters, and it was time to step out with him. After exchanging pleasantries with several esteemed masters, the principal and director, Chen Han waved at Ning Xinen at the podium and followed Tian Jijia out of the grand hall. Ning Xinen wanted to call out to Chen Han. She had numerous questions for him, but constrained by her role as the host, she suppressed her impulse. Just then, a graceful figure, akin to a startled swan, rose from her seat and swiftly made her way towards the exit of the hall. The campus was rather warm, and upon stepping outside, Tian Jijia suggested they find a place to sit. Fortunately, there was an antique shop nearby owned by a friend of his, an ideal spot for tea. Chen Han was indifferent and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a melodious sound akin to trickling spring water reached his ears. Chen Han, please wait a moment. Under the sunlight, Chu Yao's radiant smile exuded a delicate charm. Chen Han was taken aback. He anticipated this girl would chase after him. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, her slender arms were as fair as snow, and as she approached, she extended her hand holding a phone. Hello, Tian Han. Yao. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and confidence. Could I have your number? I truly appreciate what you did that day. When you're free, I'd love to treat you to a meal. Tian Jijia observed Chu Yao, then glanced at Chen Han, a knowing expression passing between them. Chen Han disregarded the old man's gaze, focusing intently on Chu Yao, once again catching a whiff of her subtle, elegant fragrance. Finally, he extended his hand to accept the phone. At the moment their fingers brushed, he felt a chill, reminiscent of the sacred silkworm silk, stirring something unusual within him. He swiftly inputted his number and returned the phone to Chu Yao. Throughout this exchange, Chen Han maintained a composed demeanor, striving not to linger too long on her. Mr. Tian, let us go, he said, offering Chu Yao a polite smile before turning to accompany Tian Jijia out of the campus. Yet, deep within his gaze, 2 mountains lingered, impossible to shake off. The Antique Studio, a two-story establishment covering over 100 square meters, was located just a 7 to 8 minute walk from the university. The proprietor, Chao Ming, in his 30s, was considered a junior compared to the half-century-old Tian Jijia. However, having traversed the same circles, they had developed a camaraderie that transcended age. At that moment, Chao Ming was skillfully brewing tea on the second floor. The TC was crafted from Wangwali wood, and the teapot was a Republic-era Zisha piece. The fairness and vintage of the fairness cup and tea cups indicated that Chao Ming was quite particular about hosting. The tea was de Hong Pao, and even Chen Han, who seldom indulged in tea, could discern its fragrant undertones. Once they had savored enough tea, Chao Ming made an excuse to descend, effectively granting the two a private space for conversation. Mr. Tian, I'll be straightforward, Chen Han stated, already aware of the purpose of their meeting. This relic, I had initially intended to keep for myself. With a keen sense, Tian Jijia recognized the implications of this statement. I appreciate your concern, but I only wish to exchange it for something. Upon hearing this, Tian Jijia lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, understanding that the matter was nearly settled. Please, go ahead. Chen Han nodded. Very well, Master Chen, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss in my dealings with young Master Lu. Chen Han remained unfazed, finishing his tea before standing to take his leave. His impression of Tian Jijia was quite favorable. A century-old establishment fosters individuals and nurtures spirits. Spending time in the shop, Tian Jijia's demeanor was serene, making interactions feel refreshing. As for the exchange with the Lu family, Chen Han had already formulated a plan on his way there. The relic was not something he felt compelled to retain. However, the treasures related to physical cultivation and enhancement from the Mo family's lineage were precisely what he urgently needed. These were not merely for strengthening the body, but could elevate one's physical qualities and functions to an entirely new echelon. This was his foremost priority at present. With the manifestation of his capabilities, the treasures in his possession would only multiply, and the situations he encountered would grow increasingly complex. The ability to protect oneself was essential. Some martial arts techniques from the Mo family were currently unattainable given his present physical condition. It remained to be seen whether the Lu family could produce the items he sought. Even Chen Han himself could not ascertain this. After all, many names of rare treasures in his mind had not even crossed his ears. 400 years had passed since his master's era. Who could say whether certain treasures had vanished from existence? Pulling out his phone, he noticed a call from Rin Mingming. Han Gu, Lazy is in trouble. The urgency in Rin Mingming's voice was palpable. Chen Han's expression grew serious. I'm heading to the school now. What's going on? It's that fat Yi. That scoundrel must be jealous and came to the dorm to berate you. Zheng Lei hit him and accidentally broke his vase. Chen Han furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze deepening as his mind began to race. Were the injuries like? Where's he now? While contemplating a strategy, Chen Han inquired further. Yi Guangfeng is feigning unconsciousness. He has been sent to the hospital. Zheng Lei and Fu Yong have been taken away. It was only at that moment that Chen Han grasped the situation's intricacies. With Yi Guangfeng's character, this was clearly a deliberate provocation aimed at extorting them. It was certain that the hospital's injury assessment report would exaggerate the severity of the situation. They would undoubtedly cling to the damage of the Ming Dynasty double-eared vase. The act of staging an accident was a tactic invented by some fallen 8-banner nobles during the late Qing Dynasty, and it was surprising to find that the young masters of today still employed such antiquated methods. Mingming, wait for me at the school gate. Chen Han decided, tracing the issue back to its source, intending to visit the hospital to confront Yi Guangfeng first. However, just as he reached the school gate, his phone rang again. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed Zheng Lei's number. Lazy, where are you? Chen Han immediately answered the call. But the voice on the other end was not Zheng Lei's. Class leader Chen, your two brothers are drinking with me. I wonder if you care to join us for a drink? The tone was playful, unhurried, and Chen Han instantly recognized it was Zhou Xixue. Don't come. Immediately, two muffled grunts followed. Chen Han furrowed his brows, his voice icy as he demanded the address. Zhuge Private Kitchen, room 305. Hee, class leader, you better hurry. Your brother's drinking capacity is truly lacking. Chen Han remained silent and abruptly hung up the phone. Zhou Xixue's actions clearly indicated that his intentions were not solely about the alcohol. With Yi Guangfeng in trouble, he chose this moment to dismiss Fu Yong and Zheng Lei. The message was unmistakable. He intended to include himself in the chaos. Although the relationship with his brothers was strained, it had not reached the point of hostility. This development suggested that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It could not simply be about money. They were not individuals in need of cash. So, what was their true objective? A flicker of suspicion and coldness crossed Chen Han's eyes. Chapter 21. Wagering everything. Since acquiring the inherited memories, Chen Han had become more methodical in his thinking. At this moment, several hypotheses surged through his mind. If the matter were solely due to Yi Pengzi's beating, they would not have escalated to such lengths. After all, the shattered vase, though precious, would not catch the eyes of those wealthy young masters. The remaining possibilities were crystal clear. What could his brothers possess that piqued their interest? The Saraira and the strings of the zither. A cold light glimmered in Chen Han's obsidian-like eyes. It became evident that their motives were likely centered around these two items. What were those so-called aristocratic heirs, after all? Realizing the crux of the matter, Chen Han let out a cold chuckle. He possessed what they desired, and the initiative lay in his hands. Just then, Ren Mingming rushed in from the school, breathless and pale with fear. "Hange, what should we do? I need to call my sister immediately. She can handle this." Chen Han had heard of Ren Mingming's elder sister, who was known for her strictness. The pampered Ren Xiaodi had only one person in the family he feared, and that was his sister, Ren Shixian. Whenever Ren Mingming found himself in trouble, it was always his elder sister who came to his rescue. Could he not be a bit more capable? Chen Han had no intention of involving this individual in the impending crisis. The target was himself, and bringing him along would serve no purpose. "Are you going to the hospital?" Ren Mingming urged anxiously. Chen Han turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively. At Zhuge Private Kitchen, a high-end restaurant transformed from an old courtyard, the exterior retained its original rustic charm while incorporating new elements, exuding elegance. Upon entering, one was greeted by lush tropical plants and a refreshing ambience, reminiscent of a rainforest. Chen Han examined the surroundings with interest, inquiring of the server before heading directly to room 305. He pushed the door open, and the scene before him instantly darkened his expression. In the smoke-filled room, 5 individuals were seated around a large round table, 2 of whom bore familiar faces, Zhou Xixue and Wang Wenming. Opposite the door, 2 battered figures slumped against the wall. Half conscious, who else could they be but Fu Yong and Zheng Lei? Clap, clap, clap. Upon seeing Chen Han enter, Zhou Xixue gently clapped his hands. "Class Leader Chen, please have a seat." Wang Wenming also turned to Chen Han, his expression cheerful and nonchalant. "I'm here now. Let Fu Yong and Zheng Lei go." Chen Han's voice was cold. "No hurry. They've had too much to drink and need some rest," Zhou Xixue replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy and penetrating as he positioned himself protectively in front of his brothers. "Chen, you fool. Weren't you told not to come?" Zheng Lei struggled to open his eyes, one severely swollen, resembling a darkened water balloon. Fu Yong's injuries were more severe. Speaking was a laborious task as he clutched his side, likely injured at the ribs. "Old two, you should leave. They won't dare do anything." Chen Han remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, already turning a shade of blue. His piercing gaze swept across each individual at the table. "Speak plainly." Zhou Xixue stood, adjusted his chair, then sat down again. "Your brother put young Master Yi in the hospital with a level 4 disability and damaged a cultural relic worth 400,000. TSK. At least 5 years, right? Shut your mouth." Zheng Lei, slumped against the wall, shouted hoarsely. "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me how you want to resolve this." Zhou Xixue's slender eyes narrowed, a smile playing on his lips. "Let's make a deal. Sell me that Saraira. I'll give you 3 million. Put in the bank, and you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Once the deal is done, young Master Yi will recover, and your brothers will be free of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yong and Zheng Lei spoke in unison. "We can't sell it. Get lost." Chen Han took a deep breath, the coldness in his eyes deepening. It appeared his suspicions were correct. Their intentions were indeed fixated on the treasure. They had their sights set on the Saraira, a relic from a Ming dynasty monk, which had drawn the attention of the Liu family. And now Zhou Xixue and Wang Wenming were also intrigued. Inwardly, Chen Han scoffed, recalling a hidden location in his mind where a true Buddhist tooth relic lay buried. He wondered what kind of formidable entities would come seeking it once he was strong enough to retrieve it. "I do not consent to this transaction," Chen Han declared, his voice as frigid as ice. Zhou Xixue's expression hardened, but Chen Han's following words shifted his demeanor entirely. "Since you wish to play, let's change the rules. According to the traditions of the Cultural Relics Department, we shall compete for treasures. If you win, the Saraira will belong to you. Upon uttering this, even Wang Wenming's typically composed expression transformed into one of intrigue. Did I hear you correctly? Class leader Chen, you wish to compete with us for treasures? Ha ha ha. Are you serious? Zhou Xixue and Wang Wenming exchanged glances, bursting into laughter as if they had heard the most amusing joke. Even the three other young men at the table regarded Chen Han with bemusement, their expressions a mix of disbelief and mockery. All right, Zhou Xixue suppressed his laughter, his heart already elated. Chen Han was indeed a country bumpkin, foolishly believing that possessing a few items would grant him leverage. With that thought, Zhou Xixue proclaimed, I accept. Chen Han ignored the ridicule from the table, showing no sign of emotion. 3 days. In 3 days, each of us will present 3 items for appraisal to determine the victor. Zhou Xixue's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. This was Chen Han's quick judgment after careful consideration. Utilizing the inherited knowledge in his mind and the cash at hand, he would need at least 3 days to procure 3 significant treasures. Class leader, what if you lose all 3? Zhou Xixue teased. Even if you hand over the Saraira, that would be the case. Chen Han's voice remained apathetic, unfazed. Very well. Ha ha. A gentleman's word is bond. Zhou Xixue laughed triumphantly, oblivious to the potential for defeat. You think I will lose? What a joke. Chapter 22. Monitoring his movements. After leaving Zhuge private kitchen, Chen Han supported Fu Yong and Zheng Lei as they exited. The individuals within the room were undoubtedly not novices at this endeavor, executing their actions with remarkable precision. Those who had engaged in any form of altercation had discreetly departed long before. Chen Han's expression darkened as he silently committed this enmity to memory. He first escorted the 2 injured to the campus hospital. Zheng Lei bore numerous external injuries, with his eyelids slightly swollen, a condition that would subside in a few days. Within Chen Han's mind, there lingered a few remedies that could expedite the healing process. However, lacking the necessary medicinal ingredients and practical experience, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ren Mingming was in a state of frantic agitation, his eyelids reddened, perhaps a testament to recent tears. Ironically, the 2 injured provided him with ample reassurance. Old 2, you've really had a tough time this round, Fu Yong remarked, leaning against the head of his bed. His face pale. Zheng Lei was performing push-ups, drenched in sweat, vowing to transform himself into a figure of muscular fortitude after being bested by the 5 or 6 ruffians summoned by the adversary. The thugs had vanished before Chen Han's arrival, denying him any opportunity for retribution. As Zheng Lei labored through his push-ups, he grumbled through clenched teeth. You have no idea how significant Zhou Xixue's background is, not to mention Wang Wenming. He's practically royalty. In his eyes, our family is akin to mere grasshoppers. Challenging them is no trivial matter. Ren Mingming, animated as a cannon, analyzed the opponent's circumstances. Chen Han remained silent, harboring his own confidence. The capabilities of Mo Yen were truly astonishing, and he possessed an unparalleled memory for appraising treasures. With 8 million in his account, 3 days was ample time to seize opportunities. This time, he intended not only to find a bargain, but to uncover a monumental one. Otherwise, facing the combined might of 2 formidable entities would leave him uncertain of his own strength. The Relics and the Zither could not be showcased this time, as the adversaries would undoubtedly come prepared. Damn it, that rascal Zhou Xixue actually announced in the group. Ren Mingming exclaimed, thrusting his phone toward Chen Han. Extra! Extra! This Saturday, a uniquely private treasure appraisal competition will be held in the grand auditorium of the school. I, alongside our class leader, Chen Han, shall present our treasures for a showdown. To ensure fairness, we have also invited Master Xie Hongyi, Vice President of the Kyoto Antique Association, to personally authenticate the treasures. Dear classmates, do not miss this opportunity. We eagerly await your presence to cheer us on. The message was unmistakably from Zhou Xixue. At that very moment, in a private dining room of Zhuge's private kitchen, a middle-aged figure had joined the table of 5. Had Chen Han been present, he would have recognized the man as Xie Hongyi. Clearly intoxicated, Xie Hongyi's cheeks were flushed, accentuating his prominent cheekbones. He set down his glass, gazing at the gleaming new business watch on his wrist, his eyes narrowing with delight. Wenming, rest assured, I will be there this Saturday. Wang Wenming nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Uncle Xie. Once I secure that relic, I shall present you with a grand surprise. Relic? Xie Hongyi's ears perked up at the mention of the word. Earlier that day at the appraisal event, it was the very relic that had caused him considerable embarrassment. Having missed the opportunity, he was left with a foul odor of disgrace. Wang Wenming smiled and nodded, while Zhou Sishuo elaborated, if we win, Chen Han will willingly present the relic to us. Xia Hongyi inhaled sharply. Wenming, I must caution you. I recently received news that Zhizhen Hall is seeking that relic. I learned from Boss Tian today that it is the young master of the Liu family who desires it. If you intercept it, Wang Wenming's eyes briefly widened in surprise, but quickly returned to composure. No matter. I seek this relic solely to present it as a gift at Old Master Liu's birthday celebration. The following morning, Chen Han could hardly contain his eagerness to leave the school. Before his departure, he made a visit to the department head, Hao Shulin. The latter treated him with the utmost hospitality, maintaining a smile from the moment Chen Han entered until he left. Leave of absence? Granted. Director Hao did not even inquire about the reason for the request. At present, Chen Han was the talk of the town at Inkai University. Not only was he praised by his department head, but even the principal lauded him as a remarkable talent. Two elderly professors from the archaeology department, upon hearing of the events at the exchange meeting, lamented their previous underestimation of the occasion. They had assumed it would merely be a childish scuffle, never anticipating such an exhilarating spectacle. The name Chen Han was now etched in their memories. The video of the treasure appraisal event had gone viral within the university group. Numerous female classmates were captivated by him. His well-proportioned physique, striking features, and commanding presence on stage left them daydreaming. This is how a boyfriend should be. Bang! The dormitory door was forcefully pushed open. Where's Chen Han? Come to greet me. A crisp command sent shivers down the spines of the three young men within. Sister Ning. Call me young Master Ning. Young Master Ning. Hey, Mingming eagerly complied. Where's Chen Han? Ning Tsinan inquired. He left to find bargains. Where is he searching? Ning Tsinan pauset, perplexed. He didn't say, probably Pan Heyuan or Lilikang. Ren Mingming did not hold back, recounting the events with embellishments. In his mind, Ning Xinan was on par with Wang Wenming. If he could secure her assistance, Chen Han's challenges might be easily surmountable. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ning Xinan erupted in fury, pointing at Zheng Lei and berating him. Do you have any sense? You foolish pig, why did you follow strangers outside? The tirade left Zheng Lei in a state of shock, while even the injured Fu Yong turned crimson with regret. Finally, exhausted from her outburst, Ning Xinan caught her breath. Hands on her hips. You, she said, glaring at Ren Mingming, report Chen Han's whereabouts to me at once. Do not delay for a moment. Understood. Ren Mingming nodded vigorously. Chapter 23. A star falls near the Big Dipper. Chen Han, still carrying his large backpack, had now arrived near Lilikang. Having recently visited Pan Heyuan, the chances of stumbling upon a bargain there had significantly diminished. Lilikang Antique Street, established during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, boasts a history of over 200 years and stands as one of the most popular antique gathering places in Kyoto. Among its many shops, the most renowned is the century-old establishment known as Jubiozai. Legend has it that this shop was founded during the Qing dynasty, and anyone from Kyoto is familiar with it. However, Chen Han was not drawn to such a grand establishment. While it housed treasures, his few million were insufficient for such venues. He could only place his hopes on the myriad of stalls lining the antique street. Much like Pan Heyuan, over 90% of the items in these small antique shops were high-quality replicas. As Chen Han ventured into the antique street, the number of tourists surged. Vendors selling cold noodles lined the street, and the heat of the day had filled their stalls with eager customers. Beside the cold noodle stand, a father and son had set up a small stall, with the man napping under the shade of the noodle vendor's umbrella. Their wares were diverse, featuring various handmade crafts, beads, necklaces, and scattered fragments of porcelain. Not a single inch of their modest stall was wasted, as a stack of tourist maps of Kyoto was also for sale. A young boy, no older than 6 or 7, appeared to be guarding the stall, resembling a small adult as he stood watch. Chen Hanmo's keen eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings and were immediately drawn to an object hanging around the boy's neck. It was a piece of bone, inscribed with 12 obscure characters that, upon closer examination, resembled extremely simplified misspellings. A person unfamiliar with such artifacts might mistakenly assume that the little boy, still in his preschool years, had carved it himself. Chen Han's pupils constricted in excitement. He had struck luck, despite the distance. The bone fragment appeared magnified under his discerning gaze. There was no doubt that it was a piece of oracle bone or dragon bone, crafted from tortoise shell. The oracle script was first discovered at the renowned Yin ruins, and the inscriptions on it are referred to as Yin script, which represents the embryonic form of Chinese characters. Over 20 years ago, 20 oracle bone fragments were unearthed in the country, fetching a staggering auction price of 54 million. Chen Han had seen photographs of those oracle bones. Each fragment bore at most 2 characters, and some had only a single stroke. Any oracle bone with inscriptions is considered a treasure. The fragment hanging on the boy's chest, neatly and completely inscribed with 12 characters, was exceptionally rare, a definite first-class national treasure. Even provincial museums likely lacked such precious collections. It was imperative to acquire it. Instinctively, Chen Han's brat kikanat. If such a small child wore it as a pendant, it seemed the vendor was unaware of its true value. Were it not for Chen Han's exceptional vision and heritage, he too might have mistaken the bone fragment for a contemporary craft. The characters etched upon it were indeed quite aligned with modern aesthetics. Who could have imagined that it originated over 3,000 years ago? After a moment's thought, Chen Han first purchased 2 ice creams from a nearby vendor before leisurely strolling toward the little stall. Little brother, you're quite the young entrepreneur. Here, as a reward for you, he said, enjoying one of the ice creams while offering the other to the boy. His voice roused the drowsy vendor. I bought too many. I can't finish them all, so I'm sharing with this little brother. The man rubbed his face and cast a grateful glance. Xiao Zheng quickly thanked the big brother. The boy, unembarrassed, beamed and accepted the ice cream, cheerfully expressing his gratitude. Squatting in front of the stall, Chen Han began sifting through the pile of porcelain shards. Little brother, do you have anything similar to the one around your neck? How do you like to make a necklace too? The boy, savoring his ice cream, mumbled, I found this one in the field. If you like it, big brother, I'll give it to you. Enjoying the ice cream Chen Han had given him, the boy was generous in his offer. Oh, I couldn't he possibly accept that? Chen Han quickly waved his hand. I'll just find something similar. I really like that vintage feel. He continued rummaging through the shards. The pile was clearly composed entirely of porcelain fragments. How could he possibly find something with the texture of a gray-brown bone piece? The little boy seemed to notice this dilemma and promptly removed the bone piece from his neck, presenting it to Chen Han. Here, it's a gift for you. Thank you for the ice cream. In the boy's delicate hand rested a bone fragment the size of a cigarette box, with a small hole drilled through it, threaded with a red cotton cord. Perhaps due to prolonged wear, the red string had darkened somewhat. When Chen Han received the bone piece from the boy, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Everything was unfolding too smoothly. Had the oracle bone fragment truly come into his possession? The vendor did not intervene. He merely smiled, seemingly encouraging his child to learn social skills. Exchanging small gifts among friends is perfectly natural. In front of the boy, Chen Han solemnly hung the piece around his own neck. The little boy laughed joyfully. How much are you selling these porcelain shards for? Chen Han, feeling somewhat guilty for gaining such an immense advantage, inquired. The man candidly replied, 81 for sale. I can let you have them for 50. I assure you each piece has its history. Tiananu did. With his keen vision heightened, he began to pick through the pile of porcelain shards. The little boy noticed that nearly all the pieces Chen Han selected were of the same color, piquing his interest, and he joined in the selection process. After a while, nearly 100 pieces lay before Chen Han. That should be enough. Let us just say 100 then. Chen Han pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the ground, and directly transferred 8,000. The man, taken aback, momentarily lost for words, hurried to find a plastic bag to help Chen Han pack the porcelain shards. Ordinarily, he would sell only a few pieces a day. Today had certainly turned into a significant transaction. Xiao Zheng, thank you for your necklace. After exchanging farewells, Chen Han departed from the stall and slowly merged into the crowd. At that moment, he had already removed the bone piece from around his neck, cradling it gently in his hand, his gaze fervent. A torrent of information surged through his mind, and the 12 characters on the bone began to clarify. There are stars falling from the Big Dipper. Wu Xian descends in the evening. This was a record concerning comets. Chen Han's heart raced. This was likely the earliest documentation of astronomical phenomena in the world. The next phrase, Wu Xian descends in the evening, triggered a flood of information about Wu Xian in Chen Han's mind. Wu Xian was an advisor to King Wu of the Shang dynasty, reputed for his expertise in astrology and for inventing divination, symbolizing theocratic rule at the time. The tortoise shell beneath his fingers recorded the exploits of Wu Xian's divine consultations. A treasured artifact, this oracle bone was indeed a priceless relic. Chen Han's palms began to sweat. The more information he deciphered, the heavier the weight of the bone felt in his hand. Once this item was revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a tumult in the realms of antiques and archaeology. Carefully, Chen Han withdrew a box and meticulously placed the bone inside before securing it in his backpack. With this artifact, he would undoubtedly secure a victory in the treasure contest 3 days hence. The remainder of the day, Chen Han leisurely wandered through the antique street. Regrettably, despite traversing from one end to the other, he did not discover any other items worthy of acquisition. As he passed by a renowned antique shop, he took a moment to look inside. True to its reputation as a 200-year-old establishment, the shop showcased genuine masterpieces and unique items. The collection within could nearly fill a museum. Although he did spot 2 replicas, their crafting date was not modern, likely making them easily discernible to many. After leaving the antique street, he casually grabbed a bite to eat from a small stall, and by the time he was done, dusk had already fallen. Chen Han found a nearby budget hotel for the night. Surprisingly, personnel from the Shandong Provincial Museum appeared at the school in the afternoon. It seemed they were indeed intent on acquiring the sacred silk strings for the Guqin. Chen Han was indifferent. He was willing to wait, allowing them to be patient, as he had 2 more days to explore various antique markets. On the following day, Chen Han ventured out as usual, planning to stroll through Panha Garden once more. Several days had passed since his last visit. Perhaps new treasures awaited discovery. The budget hotel was conveniently located near Lioli Factory, and the quickest route to the subway was to cross through Lioli Factory. With no urgency to rush, he decided to slow his pace, taking a renewed interest in examining the various shops and stalls. As he turned the corner of a bustling intersection, an elderly man dressed as a Taoist priest caught his attention with his fortune-telling booth. Many memories of his heritage revolved around the Taoist tradition. An elderly man clad in a slate-blue robe was currently engaged in divination for a middle-aged man, whose expression bore a weight of melancholy. The old sage quietly produced 3 copper coins, gently rubbing them between his fingers. His gnarled fingers deftly manipulated the ancient currency, and in the next moment, he tossed the coins into the air, catching them softly, repeating this motion thrice. During this process, the elder's lips moved slightly, as if whispering incantations. The coins clinked as they scattered across the table. The sage's murky eyes fixated on the coins as they settled, pondering for a moment. The divination revealed that the man had recently encountered numerous misfortunes, and that someone close to him was gravely ill. Upon hearing this, the man lifted his gaze, fixated intently on the sage. "Is there a way to resolve this?" he implored. The elder pondered briefly before retrieving a stack of yellow talisman paper adorned with a square incantation seal. As Chen Han beheld the seal, he felt a jolt of surprise. The elder's subsequent words faded into the background, leaving him inundated with a flood of thoughts. He instantly recognized the seal on the talisman as a recent imprint. The ink used was merely common cinnabar paste, yet the design resonated profoundly in his mind. The square pattern featured an ancient character for thunder at each corner, while the spaces in between displayed the solemn and weighty characters for Yuhuang Zhan Gui, forming a floral shape encircling the central design of the incantation. Above this, another character for thunder was inscribed, totaling 5 in all. Clearly visible beneath the thunder characters were the name and decree of the revered patriarch Puan. The 5 thunder exorcism seal. If it truly was that esteemed seal, he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure of the Taoist sect. It was the most renowned copper seal of the Taoist school from the Song dynasty, a supreme treasure among the practitioners. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Han waited for the despondent middle-aged man to depart before he approached the fortune-telling booth. As he settled into his seat, the elder raised his wrinkled eyelids and scrutinized him. "What do you seek, young one?" he inquired. "Sheng fan rablia, imareli sakatalisman. But have you encountered any strange occurrences or malevolent spirits?" the elder asked, lowering his voice and leaning in. Chen Han shook his head. "Then why seek a talisman?" "To conduct research on Taoist talismans," he explained. The elder, upon hearing this, gazed into Chen Han's eyes for a moment and discerned that he was not attempting to deceive him. He then extended his hand and slowly retrieved the stack of talismans from his bag. "Old sage, I do not require a pre-made talisman. I need you to inscribe it on the spot," Chen Han requested. The elder frowned, appearing slightly impatient. 10,000. This is research funding. I can offer you 2,000. The sage pondered for a moment before muttering, 3,000. Agreed, Chen Han smiled. To Chen Han's astonishment, the elder resided atop a rooftop in a dilapidated neighborhood. He followed the robed elder for nearly half an hour until they reached this residential area, constructed during the 1980s and 1990s. The buildings were modest 5-story structures, with 2 households per staircase. Ascending slowly, the elder led him to the 5th floor, where Chen Han unexpectedly discovered a 2-meter square skylight in the ceiling. A short staircase constructed of bricks led directly up to it. Upon stepping out of the corridor, A new world unfolded before him. The entire rooftop had been transformed by the elder. Aside from a low wooden hut, the surroundings were filled with various plants cultivated in foam boxes. Chen Han could even catch a faint medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. "Ah, you truly are a recluse in the bustling city," Chen Han remarked, impressed. The elder, upon hearing the compliment, appeared somewhat bashful and chuckled awkwardly. "One knows their own affairs. Having studied Tao for a lifetime, I have ultimately found solace in simplicity, devoid of riches, yet at peace. Please wait a moment. My space is small. I shall fetch the talisman," he said, retreating into his humble abode. Chen Han nodded and began to meander around the tranquil rooftop. It was evident that the elder took great care of his flora, each plant receiving meticulous attention. In September, the vibrant blooms were at their peak, infusing the aged rooftop with a renewed vitality. Suddenly, Chen Han's eyes brightened as an image and information of an ancient medicinal herb materialized in his mind. "Fengyan Teng," he exclaimed, staring intently at a foam box before him, his pupils narrowing. The box, filled with soil, contained a single slender plant with pale purple stems that were climbing a bamboo stick the size of a thumb. Were it not for the leaves resembling the distinctive shape of Fengyan, one might easily mistake it for a purple serpent. Chen Han bent down for a closer inspection, confirming beyond doubt that it was indeed Fengyan Teng. Information about this plant rapidly flooded his mind. Fengyan Teng, a treasure of heaven and earth, an ancient medicinal herb, also known as Su Tai Pan, was primarily known for its abilities to nourish blood, replenish energy, and enhance vitality. It was precisely one of the herbs he sought, and he was astonished to find it here. Truly, fate had intervened. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Chen Han continued to explore his surroundings. At that moment, the elder emerged from the low wooden hut, now dressed in casual attire, holding a paper box. 3,000, as we agreed, he reiterated, seemingly wary of Chen Han reneging on their agreement. "Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you," Chen Han replied with a smile. The elder placed the box on an old wooden table and gently opened it. In that instant, Chen Han's breath hitched. It was it. Without a doubt, he had not anticipated encountering such a significant Taoist treasure here. The Song Dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal. He felt the hairs on his arm stand on end as his mind raced with thoughts of how to acquire this copper seal from the elder. From their previous interaction, it seemed the elder had no aversion to money, which boded well. Were he to encounter an obstinate old man who regarded wealth with disdain, Chen Han would truly be a loss. The elder retrieved a palm-sized copper seal from the box. The square, flat copper seal bore the marks of time, its surface weathered and mottled. Yet, it was precisely these imperfections that attested to the ancient and weighty nature of the 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal. On the reverse side of the square copper seal was a protruding knob, a vital identifier of its authenticity. The elder then produced a porcelain jar filled with cinnabar paste. Just as he was about to dip the copper seal into the ink, Chen Han interjected, "Old sage, please hold on." The elder raised an eyebrow. "To speak candidly, this seal is an antique," Chen Han stated. A flicker of caution crossed the elder's eyes, and his tone turned cold. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Han shook his head with a smile. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely a university student specializing in cultural relics. Upon seeing those talismans, I had my suspicions, and now that I see the copper seal, I am certain." Before the elder could retract the 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal, Chen Han hastily added, "Old sage, I would like to offer you 200,000 for this seal. You need not worry. I will create an identical copper seal for your continued use in crafting talismans." The moment these words left his lips, the elder's hand froze mid-air, his eyes narrowing as if regarding a fraud. Yet, in the next instant, his mouth fell agape, unable to close for a prolonged moment. Chen Han had presented the text message of his bank balance before the elder's eyes. "I can transfer 200,000 immediately. It will suffice for your retirement." "Are you serious?" the elder stammered. "Indeed," Chen Han affirmed. "We will need to draft a contract. I cannot back out, nor can you." The elderly man slowly settled onto a wooden stump, contemplating for a moment, undisturbed by the allure of 2 million. "Now you must tell me, what is the significance of this 5 Thunder Seal? From which dynasty does it originate?" Chen Han did not withhold the details, broadly explaining the age and purpose of this copper seal. However, he chose to omit the preciousness of the seal. It was self-evident, in the realm of treasure hunting, one's acumen is paramount. How could one blame others if they themselves fail to recognize the gems they possess? Thus, it indeed was an antique. Chen Han nodded in affirmation. The old man finally broke into a wide grin. You folks in the antique business must make a profit. I understand that. You offer 2 million, perhaps this young lad could resell it for 5 million. But I am not greedy. At my age, 2 million will suffice. Chen Han sighed in relief. Finally, it was secured. He swiftly produced a pre-prepared sales contract, and both parties affixed their signatures, pressing their handprints into red sealing wax. As he watched the 2 million transfer into his account, the old man had completely forgotten Chen Han's promise to procure him a matching copper seal. With such wealth, who would still endure the sun and wind to set up a stall by the roadside? By the way, old Dao, I see you have a splendid flower collection. Would you be willing to gift me a pot as a memento? Haha, young lad has an eye for beauty. Choose as you wish. The old man was elated, eager to rush to the bank to exchange the digits on his phone for paper bills, yearning to truly grasp the weight of 2 million. Thank you, old Dao. Chen Han seized the moment, resolutely denying the old man any chance for reconsideration. Descending from the rooftop, Chen Han found himself with an astonishingly rare antique seal in his backpack and an old tin box in hand. The box, once a mooncake container, had temporarily become a flower pot. Exiting the dilapidated community, Chen Han began to fret over the fate of the vine he had acquired. The pale, purple hue of the plant was a result of excessive sunlight. Had it thrived in the depths of a forest, its color would have been far richer. The leaves could exhibit an exquisite deep purple, reminiscent of a phoenix's eye. Should it be carelessly doused with beer or uprooted by an indiscreet individual, he would surely be heartbroken. Finding another would be an arduous task. Chen Han had already consulted the internet for the rare materials he sought, many of which left even the search engine perplexed, and the phoenix eye vine was among them. It seemed that today, renting a place would take precedence. As for purchasing a home, he was in no rush. He would consider that when his finances allowed. For now, renting a room was essential for nurturing medicinal herbs, storing items, or preparing herbal baths. Although his dormitory was lively, it was a shared space, and many precious items were not suitable for such accommodations. His 3 brothers were trustworthy, but one could never be too cautious about the intentions of outsiders. With the oracle bones in hand and the recently acquired 5 Thunder ghost-slaying seal, he was already in a strong position for the upcoming treasure contest. With one more day to go, if he could manage to uncover another treasure, victory would be assured. Chapter 26. Take a look at my sword, is it not impressive? Holding a mooncake box, which contained a peculiar plant, he could only offer a wry smile. After all, these were mere mortals. Had they known the true value of the plant he possessed, their gazes upon him would surely be more respectful. Chen Han proceeded directly to a real estate agency. Articulating his intentions, 2 residential options were available. One was a villa, spanning 3 stories with over 400 square meters and a 200 square meter yard, elegantly renovated, yet unfurnished. The other was an apartment in an older community, a ground floor unit with a courtyard, simply decorated and ready to move in. Rent was not a concern for Chen Han. Without hesitation, he chose the villa. He rarely stayed outside, and the villa's security was superior, with a spacious yard that suited his needs. Soon, an agent accompanied him to view the property. The Shueihua Bay Villa area was not far from Inkai University. Accounting for traffic, it was less than a 10-minute ride, comparable to a shared electric bike. One could not deny the exceptional environment of this villa area, with a winding river flowing through it. 3-story buildings lined the banks, creating a picturesque scene. Chen Han nodded in approval. It was indeed worth the annual rent of 300,000. The agent mentioned that the high rental was due to market adjustments. Previously, villas in this area could fetch nearly 400,000 a year. In the past, such a sum would have left Chen Han astonished. Tens of thousands were a fortune to him. In his hometown, a 100-square-meter house cost only 30 to 40,000. After inspecting the villa, Chen Han immediately decided to rent it. He signed the contract on the spot, paying a year's rent along with over 20,000 in agency fees. After receiving the keys, he ushered the agent out. Eagerly, he ventured into the yard to survey the optimal spot for planting the phoenix eye vine. Ultimately, he carefully transferred the vine from the mooncake box into the flower bed in a shaded corner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a victorious smile spread across Chen Han's face. In high spirits, he snapped a photo and shared it on social media. Almost immediately, a comment appeared. Little Han, sneaking out of the palace and flirting. Confess where you have been. Reading the remark and the fiery emoji that accompanied it, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Xinan, that girl, had reverted to her true self after stepping off the podium. With time still on his side, Chen Han decided to explore further. Finding treasures depended on chance. One could never predict when the next opportunity would arise. There were no large antique markets near the university, but there was an antique mall, Having visited a few times previously to learn, this time he would seek a bargain. Exiting Shueihua Bay, he rented a shared electric bike and arrived at the destination in less than half an hour. Perhaps it was nearing the end of the workday. As the flow of people had dwindled, Chen Han hurriedly entered the antique mall, eager to browse. The first floor was predominantly filled with decorative antiques, paintings, screens, wood carvings, and various curiosities. Within mere minutes, he had surveyed the entire floor without discovering any hidden treasures. The paintings were all high-quality replicas. Even without inspecting the ink, one could determine their authenticity by merely examining the paper. He lingered curiously at a gambling stone stall, eager to test his discerning eye for jade. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. His vision was merely human, lacking the ability to see through the stones. Just then, his phone rang. It was the proprietor of Zhizhen Tang, Tian Jiejia. "Hello, Master Chen, are you busy?" Chen Han replied, "Hello, Mr. Tian. What can I do for you?" "It's about the relic you mentioned. The young master of the Liu family is pushing for an update. Have you decided what you need in exchange? I will send you a message tonight. By the way, I heard from friends in the circle that you have a treasure contest at the school today, after tomorrow." "Haha, the capital is indeed small. News travels fast." Chen Han maintained a neutral tone, internally scoffing at Zhou Siju and Wang Wenming. "Ahem, I'm simply concerned about you. Just keeping an eye out. By the way, Master Chen, would you like to visit our store tomorrow? I can make an exception and take you to the warehouse to see if there's anything that catches your eye." Chen Han's eyes lit up. "Certainly, let us proceed with the arrangement. I will visit tomorrow morning and extend my gratitude to Boss Tian." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he ended the call. Drowsiness crept in, bringing the promise of comfort, as Zhizhen Tang opened its warehouse doors to him, a welcome omen. What was displayed in the shop was merely superficial. The true treasures often lay concealed. Although his funds were limited, he was aware of the valuable goods at hand. Those 3 strings of sacred silk from silkworms, each one held immense worth. Chen Han did not linger, ascending to the second floor of the antique market. The second floor was predominantly adorned with gold and silver accessories, including numerous coins from various dynasties and a fair share of gold and silver ingots. The array was dazzling to behold. After a casual stroll, he proceeded directly to the third floor. To his dismay, it yielded no worthy finds. And even after exploring the fourth floor, he left empty-handed, exhaling a sigh of disappointment. Indeed, luck was not always on one's side. A man, clad in a faded sailor shirt, squatted near the entrance of the antique market against a wall. Before him lay a heap of newspapers, within which rested 2 verdant bronze swords. With a discerning eye, Chen Han, from a distance of several meters, surmised that these swords had only recently been unearthed. Judging by their design, they dated back to the spring and autumn period through to the Eastern Han dynasty. The sword hilt and blade were nearly equal in width, showcasing a simplistic form with minimal curvature, tapering sharply only at the tip. Regrettably, neither sword bore any inscriptions. Observing the middle-aged man, Chen Han felt a flicker of suspicion. He appeared to be a tomb raider, though his faction remained uncertain. As he approached, the man tensed, but relaxed upon recognizing the young student before him. "Hey, handsome, come take a look at my swords. They can turn a profit." Chen Han crouched to inspect the bronze swords up close, a faint earthy scent wafting into his nostrils. Indeed, they had only recently been excavated, and this individual had stumbled upon an Eastern Han tomb by sheer luck. Quite audacious of him to attempt selling them in the capital. How much? 20,000 each. Lacking inscriptions, the price seemed reasonable. The man's expression flickered with unease as he looked up. "Oh, I didn't realize you were an expert." Chen Han smiled, picking up one of the swords. It felt cold to the touch, emanating a chilling aura from years buried underground. "What do they call you?" "Lao Lu, just call me Lao Lu. You sound like you're from Hunan. Are you from the Mo Jin or Xieling sect?" The man abruptly stood, intent on fleeing. Chen Han, quick on his feet, seized his arm and pulled him back down, nearly causing him to fall. "Where do you think you're going?" "I merely wish to have a conversation. Is everyone from Xieling so timid these days?" He rolled his eyes, wrapping the 2 bronze swords in newspaper and stuffing them into the man's arms. From the moment Chen Han uttered that phrase, Lao Lu's complexion turned pale, frozen in place. "Could it be that you were unable to enter the main tomb halfway through your excavation?" Lao Lu's eyes widened in fear. Who are you?" Chen Han chuckled lightly. "This is not difficult to deduce. Judging by what you've brought, it's clear you only excavated a horse and chariot pit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to the capital with just these 2 inscription-less bronze swords. How can you know that my ancestors belong to the Xieling sect?" Lao Lu remained tense, clutching the swords protectively, ready to bolt at any moment. With such a heavy scent of earth about you, and appearing alone here, it's rather obvious. Chen Han pointed at the rolled newspapers in Lao Lu's arms, chuckling. If you had a companion with any sense, they wouldn't have let you bring these freshly dug items to the capital. Lao Lu wore a mournful expression. I had no other choice. Back home, there are too many fakes, and no one recognizes the genuine articles. Chen Han stood up, placing a reassuring hand on Lao Lu's shoulder. Let us go. We should find a place to have a drink. My treat. In a quiet private room, basking in the cool air of the air conditioning, Lao Lu finally relaxed. Chen Han poured 2 glasses of chill beer and handed one to him. After leaving the antique market, he had brought Lao Lu to Zhuge's private kitchen. Though his prior experience here had not been particularly pleasant, the ambience was undeniably commendable. On a whim, he decided to introduce Lao Lu to the culinary delights. The room was small, yet offered ample privacy and decent soundproofing. Little Chun, I'm not exaggerating. I really did stumble upon a stroke of luck. My father mentioned that our Luo family descended from the Xiaoling sect, but by my grandfather's generation, we had fallen into decline. My father once explored that tomb, and it was later excavated by an archaeological team, but sadly, only a coffin and a spear were found. This is no fabrication. It's documented in our village's bulletin board. Chen Han pondered deeply, taking a sip of his beer. Which year did the archaeological team excavate that tomb? I was only about 10 at the time, so it must have been nearly 20 years ago. Chen Han's expression sharpened. Is your hometown in Shou County, Hunan? Wow, little Chun, you're quite perceptive. Tianan inhaled sharply. In 2007, Shou County, Hunan, the tomb of the 3 Kingdoms General El Bu was excavated, and the inscription discovered there became the most compelling evidence. Unfortunately, only a single spear was found, leading experts to declare a millennial deception. The Fong Tian painting halberd was a myth. The conclusion at the time suggested that El Bu's tomb was so unadorned that it contained only that solitary spear. How then to explain the 2 bronze swords in Lao Lu's possession? Memories of the inheritance filled Chen Han's mind. In the Eastern Han era, funerary customs emphasized the accompaniment of chariots and horses, necessitating the excavation of horse and chariot pits around the main tomb. Commoners would not be buried with weapons such as bronze swords. These were exclusive to grand Eastern Han tombs. Could it be? Chen Han nearly spilled his beer as he pondered. Prior to the Eastern Han, tombs were predominantly underground, with 3 types of passages: double passage tombs, single passage tombs, and those without passages, the latter being exceedingly rare. If the archaeological team had merely unearthed a decoy tomb, the true El Bu tomb might employ the exceptionally rare design of lacking a passage. No pasi. No wonder El Bu's tomb had eluded even the experts of time. Chen Han burst into laughter, leaving Lao Lu bewildered. Come, Lao Lu, let us toast. It was not until nightfall that Chen Han and Lao Lu emerged from Zhuge's private kitchen, both thoroughly enjoying the evening. With an extra 100,000 in his bank account, Lao Lu was buoyant with excitement. Chen Han decided to keep the 2 bronze swords, not out of mere fascination, but to ensure security. As he had only just met Lao Lu and was unsure of his character, he worried that should he wander about with these freshly unearthed items, it could jeopardize his plans if they were exposed. Chen Han first visited Shuiwei Bay to securely store the 2 bronze swords, as such items were impractical to carry around. This also facilitated his early visit to Xi Jinping at Panhewen the following morning. It seemed that Shuiwei Bay indeed needed some furnishings. A temporary stay would make things more convenient. In his hotel room, Chen Han boiled water for himself, retrieved paper and pen, and began to jot down notes. He had promised to send a list of treasures he wished to exchange for the relics to Tianjia that night. Although it was late, he had kept his word. The list included Mo, Songrong, Tianshan Snow Lotus, Wild Age Mountain Ginseng, Phoenix Eye Vine, Meat Spirit Fungus, Wild Tiger Bone, and Bloodling Long. Chen Han meticulously compiled a list of over a dozen types of celestial treasures and earthly gems. After cross-referencing his memory and organizing the information, he sent it to Tianjia, accompanied by a note stating that any 5 of the items would suffice for trade. Having completed this task, Chen Han collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 28, The Mysterious Square Bottle. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Chen Han made his way directly to Panhewen. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, the place was already bustling with activity, thronged with people. He did not linger at the various stalls, but headed straight to the Jintian Hall. Tianjia had arrived early and was waiting in the shop. The sound of boiling water from the tea kettle filled the air, as aged pu'er tea had already been brewed several times. Upon seeing Chen Han enter, Boss Tian greeted him with his usual politeness and humility. Master Chen, you must have had quite the journey during the morning rush. It must have been quite crowded, he remarked. Chen Han waved his hand with a smile. Accustomed to the hustle and bustle of Kyoto, it's just part of the city's charm. A little crowd can be quite healthy. Tian Jijia chuckled, and after taking a seat, expertly began to wash the cups and pour tea, presenting it to Chen Han. Master Chen, I have forwarded the details of the treasures you provided to the Liu family. If I may be so bold, may I inquire about the origins of these items? Is there a particular reason behind your interest? Chen Han picked up his cup, savoring the aroma of the tea. Oh, it's merely personal curiosity. Many of the names you've mentioned are quite unfamiliar to me. Chen Han nodded, having seen some of them in an ancient medical text. Tian Jijia's eyes brightened. You have knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Just a bit, Chen Han replied candidly, not overly modest. With the vast knowledge of traditional medicine he possessed, he felt confident that even the most esteemed practitioners could not easily surpass him in discourse. However, his greatest limitation lay in his lack of practical experience. He had theoretical knowledge, but lacked hands-on practice. Ah, Master Chen, you are in for a treat today. We have just received an intriguing item in the shop. Perhaps it will pique your interest, Tian Jijia said, his tone imbued with excitement. Upon hearing this, Chen Hanyan's interest was piqued as well. He can wait. Shall we take a look in the warehouse? Following Tian Jijia to the back of the shop, Chen Han was surprised to find a sturdy security door. After 2 levels of unlocking, Boss Tian pushed the door open with effort, revealing a staircase leading downwards. In recent years, we have invested considerable effort in transforming this basement into a warehouse, Tian Jijia said with a hint of pride. As Chen Han stepped inside, he immediately understood the implication of those words. The enclosed hallway was surprisingly devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. Instead, it felt refreshingly airy and well-balanced in humidity. This required a comprehensive ventilation system to maintain such conditions, ensuring the optimal storage environment for the treasures within. These concepts had been part of his studies, but experiencing them firsthand was a novel delight. The basement's lighting system was automatic, illuminating the entire staircase and underground warehouse as he stepped through the door. Upon reaching the basement, Chen Han found himself in a spacious treasure vault of over 200 square meters, lined with several rows of redwood display racks. A stunning array of exquisite artifacts lay quietly upon the shelves. A large blue and white vase with entwined lotus patterns, a blue and white water basin, a white background blue and white vase depicting blossoming plum branches. The first row of display racks was dominated by breathtaking blue and white wares. Chen Hanyan's discerning eye quickly assessed the collection. Most were from the Ming and Qing dynasties, with very few originating from the Yuan dynasty. What stood out was the exceptional condition of each piece. To amass such a collection of blue and white porcelain was a testament to the reputation of Jintian Hall as a century-old establishment. The 3 subsequent display racks contained genuine porcelain items of various sizes. One modest square bottle drew Chen Hanyan's attention, prompting him to linger before the redwood rack. The difficulty of firing square bottles is renowned, as they are known to surpass the challenge of their round counterparts. Casting an inquiring glance at Tian Jijia, the latter gestured for him to examine it freely. Chen Han lifted the bottle, which stood less than a foot tall, gripping its base with 3 fingers of his left hand while gently tapping it with his right. The sound resonated like the clash of gold and stone, clear and distant, reminiscent of a chime. The bottle's form was impeccable, featuring a long neck and straight mouth, with a gracefully rounded shoulder and bulging belly, exuding elegance. Its mouth, body, and base were all square, displaying a rich purple hue devoid of any adornments. Yet, this unadorned square bottle evoked an inexplicably familiar sensation in Chen Han. He pondered the origins of this artifact, unable to immediately identify it despite the familiarity it invoked. Could it not be from before the Ming dynasty? Why then did it feel so recognizable? Bringing it closer to his nose, he detected a sour, fermented scent mingled with an aroma akin to aged liquor. Clearly, this bottle had previously contained something, though whether it was wine or another substance remained uncertain. The body of this bottle was remarkably thin, lending it an incredibly light feel in his hand. Boss Tian, what significance does this bottle hold? Tian Jijia smiled knowingly. You must recognize it. This is a Song Dynasty June Kiln rose-purple glazed square bottle, acquired 2 years ago. Chen Han subtly furrowed his brow. That cannot be. It cannot be from the June Kiln. The purple glazed porcelain from June Kiln is never this thin. The uniformity of the rose-purple glaze is also quite uncharacteristic. Moreover, Song Dynasty bottles typically exhibit some form of pattern, unlike this one, which is completely unembellished. Is there a price tag for this piece? Chen Han inquired, pointing to the small prize card atop the rack. Indeed, Master Chen, if you are interested, we at Jintian Hall can offer it for 20% less. Tian Jijia replied in a measured tone, beginning with an offer of a 20% discount. The price tag displayed 160,000. Deducting 20% would yield over 30,000. It was indeed a generous offer. Naturally, the underlying calculations were mutually beneficial. Should the transaction with the Liu family come to fruition, the profits could multiply exponentially. Thank you. I shall not be too modest, Chen Han replied, his attention wandering as he glanced at the items behind. Tian Jijia, unsure of the cause, assumed Chen Han was preoccupied with the upcoming treasure contest, and could only shake his head with a sigh. As they exited the treasure vault, Chen Han regained his composure. Boss Tian, you mentioned a recent acquisition that might interest me. Why not bring it forth for me to see? Ah, my memory fails me. Please wait a moment, Master Chen. I shall have someone retrieve it, Tian Jijia said, his mind racing to unravel the mystery of the bottle. But the more he pondered, the more elusive it became. Before long, a young man in a white shirt approached, carrying a wooden box. He gently placed the box on the table and filled the kettle with water before retreating. Tian Jijia remained silent, smiling as he gestured for Chen Han to proceed. The antique redwood box, crafted in a simple yet elegant manner, resembled a pencil case in size, adorned only with an intricate carving of an orchid, exuding an air of refined dignity. As Chen Han reached for the box, he noted the even patina on its surface, imparting a sensation akin to holding jade. Chapter 29. Adding one more chance of success. As the wooden box opened gently, its interior was lined with dark red velvet, neatly displaying a row of ancient gold needles. The craftsmanship was exquisite, varying in length and thickness. Chen Hanyan's gaze sharpened as he counted the needles. There were 7 in a set, totaling 3 sets, 21 gold needles, indeed antiquities. Master Chen, as you are well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, I believe this box of gold needles will surely catch your eye, Tian Jijia remarked as he poured tea for Chen Han. These are remarkable items. Likely from a late Qing to early Republican period, Chen Han nodded in agreement. Excellent eye. This set of gold needles belonged to the renowned late Qing physician Yi Tianshi. The Yi family has passed it down through generations, but unfortunately, the current generation has ceased practicing medicine. This set of needles is being consigned in the shop. Hoping to find a true connoisseur who will cherish this family heirloom, Tian Jijia explained. Chen Han caressed the polished wood of the box, silently admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. The preservation of such a set of golden needles serves as a testament to the esteemed family values of the Yi clan. Before Chen Han could utter a word of inquiry, Boss Tian proactively disclosed the consignment price. This set of golden needles, recorded in the Republican-era woodblock treasure book Ji Mi Jinjun, ranks within the top 10, and the Yi family has set a consignment price of merely 250,000, which is undoubtedly a bargain. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Han accepted the offer. He had resolved that once he completed his current obligations, he would delve deeply into the ancient art of acupuncture. His modest mentor's medical skills were nearly divine, and he felt compelled to uphold the prestigious reputation of the Mo family. The image of the ghost Gate 13 needles danced in his mind, igniting a fervor within him. As he departed from Jijin Hall, the sun was at its zenith, and he graciously declined Boss Tian's invitation to lunch. Boss Tian promised with a smile that he would personally attend the intriguing treasure contest at Inkai University the following day. Chen Han was unimpressed by this. Now, his backpack held 2 transaction contracts, a square bottle, and a box of golden needles. The furniture shopping was straightforward. Upon arriving at the mall, he selected readily available items, requested same-day delivery, and paid with his card. Chen Han had modest standards for quality, and he easily secured a bed, sofa, and coffee table. He then intended to order a larger wooden dining table to serve as a workspace. However, within a section showcasing mahogany furniture, he suddenly froze in place, unable to move. A beautifully carved mahogany sofa formed a 3-sided enclosure around a square, low mahogany coffee table, exuding an air of antiquity and grace. To enhance the ambience, the sales staff had adorned the table with decorative vases, traditional floral arrangements, and covered bowls with teacups, inviting one to imagine sipping tea in that serene setting. The 2 young saleswomen, clad in classic kipayos and wearing light makeup, greeted him with elegant smiles. "Excuse me, I would like to inquire whether this entire set of furniture is sold as a whole, or if pieces can be purchased individually. Chen Han gestured to one of the girls. She scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly perceiving the impoverished student before her, clad in worn clothing and burdened with a cheap backpack, as someone incapable of affording the furniture on display. Her response was somewhat dismissive. "I'm sorry, sir, but all items in our store are sold as complete sets. The price for this mahogany sofa and coffee table is $888,000. Unfazed by the girl's demeanor, Chen Han replied, "I truly appreciate the atmosphere you've created. Could you sell it to me as is, including all the decorations on the table?" The girl appeared visibly taken aback, incredulity spreading across her face as she studied the frugal young man before her, close enough to catch the faint scent of sweat emanating from him. "Are you sure you want this set?" She stammered. No problem. Those accessories can be included as a gift. $888,000. I will pay with my card." As the two girls stood there, dumbfounded, Chen Han left his delivery information, casually picked up a teacup from the table, and walked away. $888,000. Chen Han felt elated. Even if it were $888,000, he would find a way to secure that cup today. Once outside the mall, he eagerly examined the open wine cup in his hand. The rim, not exceeding 10 centimeters, bore 3 barely noticeable chips that marred its appearance, causing him to grit his teeth in dismay, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The exterior of the cup featured 2 exquisite painted designs, separated by intricate floral motifs. One painting depicted a rooster standing proudly at the front, protecting a hen that pecked at the ground behind it, with 3 chicks flanking them, their beaks open in joyous celebration. The artistry was delicate and lifelike, with a masterful color palette that left a lasting impression. The entire cup was thin and glossy, its delicate texture reminiscent of warm jade. Chen Han's hand trembled as he held the cup, sweat trickling down his forehead, his mouth parched. The Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup, the imperial wine cup of Emperor Changhua from the Ming Dynasty, a treasure among treasures. Statistically, only 19 exist worldwide, with most housed in various museums. With his keen eye, he recognized that the cup in his possession was undoubtedly a genuine Ming Dynasty artifact. How could it have appeared here? It couldn't possibly be one of the known 19, as those are priceless treasures, and no one would be careless enough to let one slip away. This was a newly discovered Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup. Chen Han felt as if his heart might leap from his chest, shaking with excitement. The last auction record for a Changhua Chicken Cup reached 260 million. He had only spent 888,000 to acquire such an invaluable treasure before the eyes of the public. Indeed, fate had smiled upon him. His chances in the upcoming treasure contest had just increased tenfold. This chicken cup was something that even the Zhou and Wang families could not easily procure. Tomorrow, he would use this cup to show them the true meaning of tragedy. Upon returning to the Shuiwebe villa shortly after, the delivery truck for the furniture arrived. Chen Han directed the workers to properly arrange all the furniture. Having purchased 2 sets of sofas and coffee tables, he decided to place 1 set of mahogany furniture on the first floor and another set in a modern style on the second. Once the workers departed, Chen Han took out his phone to check his balance. Initially, he had left 8 million at Zhejiang Hall for the Xuanda Guanyin statue and the 6-eyed celestial pearl, spending 800,000 on the acquisition of oracle bone inscriptions. The Taoist treasure, the 5 Thunders exorcism seal, required 2 million. After deducting the villa rent and the 100,000 transferred to Lao Lu, he had already spent over 400,000. Today, he spent 280,000 at Zhejiang Hall, acquiring the square bottle and spending 250,000 on the set of golden needles. Thus, half of the 8 million was gone. Including the recent expenditures at the mall, he still had just over 3 million left. In the short term, he had no need to worry about finances. The Lu Province Museum had been waiting for him for 3 days, eager to acquire a string made of holy silkworm silk. If the price was unsatisfactory, he could simply choose not to sell. Selling even 1 string could bring in a substantial sum. Currently, he possessed a Ming Dynasty relic, 3 strings of holy silkworm silk, 12 oracle bone inscriptions, the 5 Thunders exorcism seal from the Song Dynasty, an enigmatic blue-purple square bottle, and a Ming Changhua chicken cup. Reflecting on these treasures filled Chen Han with exhilaration. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, he placed his large backpack on the bed and retrieved the blue-purple square bottle from within. A sense of anticipation began to form within him. stemming from the peculiar aroma emanating from the bottle. He brought the bottle to the sink and filled it with a bit of water, then settled down to wait patiently. After a full 30 minutes, he slowly poured out the water from the bottle. Hiss! Just as he suspected, the water had transformed from clear to a murky brown liquid. Dipping a finger into it and tasting, he found it bitter and slightly salty. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. First, I need to boil some hot water. He poured an entire bag of edible alkali into the square bottle, tightly wrapping it in plastic wrap. For the remaining time, he held a hairdryer, continuously applying even heat. By the time his arm began to ache, the hot water had cooled to just above 80 degrees. Chen Han swiftly removed the plastic wrap and placed the square bottle directly into the water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A torrent of brown bubbles erupted, rendering the hot water in the basin visibly filthy. This operation was a modification based on methods inherited from memory. Lacking a gentle flame, he resorted to using a hairdryer, hoping for success. After waiting until the water's surface calmed, with no more bubbles rising, Chen Han retrieved the square bottle. As the murky hot water revealed the bottle's form, he found himself entranced. The once purplish-blue bottle now exhibited an exceedingly alluring shade of blue. Countless pieces of information seemed to descend from the heavens into his mind. Secret color porcelain. It was Tang Dynasty secret color porcelain. My heavens, how did I stumble upon such a remarkable treasure? And from a century-old establishment like Tang. Gasping for breath, Chen Han collapsed onto the ground, his gaze fervently fixed upon the square bottle in his hand. As night fell, Chen Han retired to bed early. The box of gold needles, passed down from the late Qing dynasty by Yi Tianshi, had already been sterilized with boiling water. Following the memories in his mind and his observations, he began to practice acupuncture on himself, treating his own body as a practice dummy. He pierced his right hand into his left, searching for the sensation of needle insertion. Initially, it did not go smoothly, and soon, the back of his left hand was marked with speckled bloodstains. Chen Han grimaced in pain, drenched in sweat. Striking the precise acupuncture points brought a tingling sensation, while errant needles resulted in sharp stabs of discomfort. Eventually, exhausted from the pain, he collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber, oblivious to the several concerned messages that arrived on his phone, including those from Ning Xinan and his 3 dormitory brothers. The following day, Chen Han set out early. Perhaps owing to the acupuncture, his complexion appeared exceptionally good. However, the back of his left hand had developed a large bruise, aching intensely. After 3 days away, everything remained unchanged. If there was anything different, it was the way unfamiliar classmates looked at him in the campus corridors. Chen Han was a modest individual, previously a mere shadow in school. Aside from fulfilling his responsibilities as class monitor, he had little interaction with anyone outside his class. Yet today, as he entered the school, he noticed people pointing at him from a distance, leaving him perplexed. Could it be due to the recent exchange meeting? Ning Xinan was clad in dark blue trousers, her hair cascading over a white shirt, with rolled-up sleeves that exuded an effortless charm. At this moment, she carried a small suitcase, pursing her lips as she gazed at Chen Han. I say, Ning, you haven't installed a tracking device on me, have you? Ning Xinan rolled her eyes. Oh, please. I've been waiting for you here since early morning. TSK. Even though I've been away for 3 whole days, there's no need for such a grand welcome. Bah, should I welcome you with a fist the size of a sandpot? Chen Han quickly laughed and begged for mercy. By the way, I have an announcement. Ning Xinan wrinkled her delicate nose and huffed. At the previous exchange meeting, the school allocated me a spot for the Antique Association. Oh, Chen Han nodded. Is that it? Ning Xinan tilted her head, scrutinizing him. What else should it be? Crying, making a fuss, or hanging myself? Chen Han was indifferent to the spot. He intended to pursue what he desired independently, without relying on others. Are you aware of what Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue are planning against you? Chen Han chuckled. I don't know, do you? Ning Xinan, this time, did not jest, her expression serious as she extended 2 fingers. The first item is the Ming Yongle Taoist Scripture Master's precious seal. You should understand that this rivals your relic. Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that they could produce such a Taoist treasure. Were it not for his fortunate acquisition of the 5 Thunder Exorcism seal, he might have been in trouble. Nodding, Chen Han asked what else. Ning Xinan looked at him as if questioning his intelligence. Do you really need me to say it? Tianan nu diet. Let us see how many legs I can scare out of you. Ning Xinan seemed to catch an underlying tone, shooting him an exasperated glance. I've inquired about the Taoist Scripture Master's seal. It was borrowed from Wang Wenming's uncle, who became a monk at Longhu Mountain after losing his wife early in life, and is now a Taoist master at the Heavenly Masteress residence. There is another item, which even I am uncertain how they managed to acquire. Ning Xinan's expression turned grave as she articulated the original fragments of the Yongla de Dian. Chapter 31. What is this all about? Chen Han's smile faltered as he cleared his throat. Wow, they are truly going all out. The fragments of the Yongla de Dian are national treasures, yet they intend to use them against me. Are they not using a cannon to swat a fly? TCH, how can you say that? Were it not for you stumbling upon that Ming Dynasty sealed relic and the strings from the Tianfeng Fei Chuan, they wouldn't need to borrow treasures from everywhere. Just pulling a few things from their house would be enough to crush you like a fly. Chen Han could only smile wryly. Can I be blamed for that? Ning Xinan waved her hand, her tone serious. Enough of this banter. I haven't had breakfast yet, and am starving. Here is this for you. The rest you must leave to fate. What is it? Chen Han asked curiously as he accepted the suitcase, discovering it to be rather heavy. He immediately surmised that it contained treasures for the upcoming auction. Nange, trust me. When I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. Though touched, Chen Han still declined Ning Xinan's goodwill. The contents of the suitcase undoubtedly exceeded his imagination in value. By offering the Taoist scripture master S seal and the Yongla de Dian fragments, Ning Xinan still entrusted him with this, implying that whatever lay within the suitcase, even if it couldn't match those two items, would still be of significant worth. Despite knowing some of Ning Xinan's background, Chen Han was unwilling to accept such profound kindness. After all, the items in his possession were sufficient to handle the upcoming challenges. Don't take it, just throw it away. Ning Xinan gave him no chance for a response and walked away, leaving behind a captivating figure. Oh, how touching, I might just cry. A cheeky voice emerged from behind the wall at the dormitory entrance, unmistakably belonging to Rin Mingming. Chen Han sighed, laughing as he scolded, "Get lost. Hurry up and help me carry this upstairs. Your task today is to keep a close watch on this suitcase. If it gets lost, I want to be able to compensate you even by selling you." "Hango, where have you been these days?" Rin Mingming, having emerged from the shadows of previous days, resumed his playful demeanor. "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Did someone send you to be a spy?" "Hiss." Rin Mingming gasped. "Are you installing listening devices in the dormitory?" Chen Han looked at him in disbelief, unwilling to engage in his nonsense. "How are the boss and the fourth doing?" "They're doing well. Lei Zi, with his hulking frame, is fine, and the boss is also back to normal." Has Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue come looking for trouble again?" Rin Mingming swayed the suitcase as he shook his head. "No. Just sent someone to relay a message that they expect no absentees at the auditorium at 10 this morning." Chen Han snorted coldly, his gaze deepening at that moment. "What a no absentee statement. All my hard work these past few days has been for this moment. Even if they want to disperse, I want to agree." For the sake of the relic in his possession, they had devised such a despicable trap and even injured his two brothers. Today, he would settle the score. The Taoist scripture master S seal and the Yongla de Dian fragments. Very well, they would all be returned to him. It was time to reveal whether they were a mule or a horse. If he lost, he would just have to start over. With the legacy of the Mo family behind him, he possessed an unparalleled confidence. He feared no one. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fu Yong and Zheng Lei had already changed into neatly tailored casual attire. This type of dressing was reserved for formal occasions, highlighting the significance they placed on today's event. The two nodded solemnly at Chen Han. "Let us go, brothers. It's time for our entrance." Chen Han waved his hand with a broad smile, realizing he was not alone in this endeavor. At this moment, just past 9 o'clock, the school auditorium was already brimming with attendees, predominantly students, along with some unfamiliar middle-aged individuals. As the head of the Cultural Relics Department, Hao Shulin was delighted by this event. Being a Saturday, a day for students to engage in leisure, he wholeheartedly supported a friendly competition related to their studies. In fact, he had personally submitted the application for the use of the auditorium. However, upon his arrival, he sensed he had overlooked something significant. The atmosphere was electric, far surpassing the scale of the recent exchange conference between the two schools. Moreover, the presence of certain familiar faces left him astounded. The two most senior professors in the Cultural Relics Department, typically indifferent to external matters, had surprisingly decided to join this gathering. Additionally, a group led by Su Yubin, the director of the Kyoto Museum, was also in attendance, alongside two other individuals he recognized from the Shandong Provincial Museum. Why were they here? Were they drawn by Chen Han's expertise? Another group, numbering more than a dozen, comprised prominent figures from the Kyoto Antique Association. for ordinary individuals. Seeking their expertise would require considerable effort. Yet today, they all congregated in this auditorium. It was improbable that Chen Han had invited them. Could have been Wang Wenming? Surely. Only the Wang family could muster such influence. And then there were representatives from the Academy of Sciences. My goodness. What was supposed to be a light-hearted affair between two students had escalated into something monumental. I must urgently inform the principal. Hao Shulin resolved that the situation was far too grand. He could not bear the responsibility should any unforeseen circumstances arise. He promptly dialed Principal Li Wanqing. Li, having finally secured a weekend off, was still groggy when he answered. However, upon hearing Hao Shulin list the attendees, he jolted awake. You must immediately arrange for the guests to be seated in the front rows and the students in the back. Quickly, have your students fetch teacups from the conference room and serve tea. Do need to teach you this. Maintain order and ensure everything is stable before I arrive. Hao Shulin wore a grim expression, inwardly lamenting what had transpired. What had started as a casual outing to cultivate his sensibilities and reminisce about his youth had now turned into a significant ordeal. He wished he were still cozily nestled in bed, oblivious to this chaos. Chapter 32. The Great Seal of the Yongluo Taoist Canon. As the clock struck 10, the auditorium was filled to capacity. The first two rows of the audience were occupied by various external dignitaries, the majority of whom were gray-haired or silver-tressed. Even Principal Li Wanqing and Department Head Hao Shulin found themselves squeezed into the corner. At that moment, Zhou Xixue, clad in a striking royal blue suit, gracefully ascended the stage. Thank you, esteemed leaders, teachers, and students for taking the time on this weekend to witness this treasure duel. I am Zhou Xixue, and today I will compete against Chen Han. Zhou exuded an air of sophistication, his eyes sparkling beneath his tousled hair, prompting approving nods from the audience. As per Chen Han's request, this duel would consist of 3 rounds, each featuring 1 artifact, with the winner determined by appraisal. To facilitate this, we have invited Mr. Xia Hongyi, Vice President of the Kyoto Antique Association, to assess and evaluate for both parties. He gestured towards Xia, seated in the front row, prompting a round of applause. We know that Chen Han possesses a Ming Dynasty Xuanda bronze statue of a bodhisattva, which contains sacred relics, along with what is believed to be a legendary string from a Tang Dynasty Qin. Therefore, we have made preparations, hoping to surprise one another. Otherwise, this duel might prove rather dull. A playful smirk graced Zhou's lips as he spotted Chen Han and his companions in the audience, waving amicably. Uninformed onlookers might assume the two shared a friendly rapport, considering today merely a cordial exchange. Without further ado, since everyone is already acquainted with Chen Han's artifacts, let me present the first offering. Applause erupted throughout the auditorium, cheers resounding. It must be noted that Zhou Xixue possessed considerable skill. With just a few words, he ignited the enthusiasm of all present. Most importantly, while elevating his own stature, he subtly undermined Chen Han. At that moment, Wang Wenming, dressed in casual summer attire, strolled into the auditorium, presenting a case to Zhou Xixue. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. Zhou, before the entire assembly, slowly opened the case, revealing a copper seal resting on golden velvet, thick and robust, measuring half an inch in length. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura, the great seal of the Yongluo Taoist Canon. Please, esteemed guests, examine this. Zhou's voice soared, captivating the audience. As his words resonated, many students appeared bewildered, while those in the front rows turned pale. A treasured artifact of the Taoist sect? How could the Taoist canon seal appear here? My heavens! What is the background of this young man? Tian Jijia from the Zhejian Hall sat in the front row beside Jin Jia, the president of the Antique Association. Most attendees were invited by him, hoping to lend Chen Han some prestige. He found Chen Han intriguing, sensing an enigmatic quality about him. As a seasoned veteran in the antique world, he had confidence in his discerning eye. Having witnessed Chen Han's previous remarkable achievements, Tian had anticipated another miracle today, inviting all his old friends. His intention was to introduce Chen Han as the victor. Little did he expect his opponent to unveil an unbeatable treasure, the great seal of the Yongluo Taoist Canon. That was a treasured artifact of the Tianshi Academy, typically unattainable even for a mere glimpse. Yet today that young man displayed it, all for the sake of this duel. What connection did he have with the Tianshi Academy? Chen Han, what formidable adversary have you provoked? At this moment, Zhou Xixue approached the front row, placing the open case on the table. All the experts, professors, and masters focused intently on the half-inch copper seal, its base adorned with flowing lines that elegantly delineated the four characters of the Taoist canon seal, bold yet fluid. The experts present, surprisingly, did not dare to touch the artifact on their own. Instead, they each took out their respective tools to observe closely, turning the event into an opportunity for research and learning. Indeed, it was a treasure of the Taoist sect, and today was a feast for the eyes. Having perused the literature, I confirmed that the shape matched historical records. I never anticipated encountering this divine seal here. Today was worth it. The demeanor of the crowd sparked whispers among the students present. Those from the archaeology department began to enlighten others about the origins of the Grand Seal, prompting an increasing number of gasps of astonishment. Next, we invite Vice Chairman Jia to provide an appraisal and valuation. Zhou Sishue's voice rang out clearly at the appropriate moment. Ahem. Jia rose and cleared his throat. After examination, this square Taoist seal is indeed genuine. It dates back to the Ming Yongle period. If I must provide a valuation, it can only be estimated based on previous auction prices of Taoist treasures. My estimate is 120 million. A collective gasp erupted from the audience. The students may not have understood what the Taoist seal entailed, but they were acutely aware of the significance of the number. 120 million. That small copper seal was valued at over 100 million. Goodness. How much does that equate to per gram? How much more expensive is it than gold? Among the attendees, Chen Han remained expressionless. However, the three individuals beside him had turned ashen. Even Ning Sinan, seated behind Chen Han, wore a grave expression. The quoted price of 120 million, met with silence from the multitude of experts and scholars present, indicated that the vice chairman's valuation was relatively fair. Even if there were suspicions of foul play, it was not excessively outrageous. Ning Sinan felt somewhat powerless at that moment. Yet in the presence of the Taoist seal, everything else seemed trivial. Just then, Chen Han finally rose slowly. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes focusing on him. He retrieved an unassuming paper box from his bag and walked calmly toward the podium. Throughout, his expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, though his obsidian-like eyes were exceptionally captivating. Chapter 33. Keep your eyes wide open. Chen Han and Ning Sinan anxiously rose, her mouth opening slightly without producing any sound. What was he doing? He hadn't brought the item she prepared for him. What on earth was in that tattered box? Was he planning to use that to compete with the Ming Yongle Taoist seal? Ning Sinan stood frozen in her seat until Ren Mingming spoke, prompting her to sit down, bewildered. It was over. Now, there wasn't even a chance to break even. What she had prepared for him was a gilded Buddha statue from the Ming Yongle era. During the Ming dynasty, Buddhism flourished. When Zhu Di ascended to the throne, he issued an edict to honor the Emperor Xuanwu as the supreme deity of the north, painting his rebellion as divine guidance. This was also a principal reason for Taoism's resurgence after the Yongle period. However, due to Zhu Di's brutal rise to power, he never excessively suppressed Buddhism. The gilded Buddha statue Ning Sinan prepared was one of the few remaining Buddhist sculptures from the Yongle era. To compare the strength of this Buddha statue with the Taoist seal was akin to contrasting the status of Buddhism and Taoism during the Yongle period. What could possibly compare? Young Master Zhou had already made his move. Was Chen Han out of his mind, not weighing his own worth? This is typical of someone from a small town, ignorant and fearless. Chen Han paid no heed to the murmurs around him, nor did he concern himself with the gazes of others. As he passed the first row, he nodded slightly to Tian Jijian greeting, while he brushed past Zhou Sishue. Zhou offered a courteous smile and an elegant gesture, as refined as ever. Chen Han walked straight to the podium, taking the microphone. In that moment, he shed his previous self-doubt and naivety, emerging like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an imposing aura. Even when standing alongside the second-generation heirs of Kyoto, his volcanic vigor showed no signs of diminishing. Ning Sinan in the audience was taken aback. Was this still the same timid individual she could easily manipulate? He now seemed so unfamiliar and somewhat dashing. In the front row, two elderly professors from the archaeology department whispered to each other. "Ah, it's this young man. I recall him now," murmured Professor Zhang Yuqing, stroking his thinning white hair. He primarily focused on research related to artifact appraisal and occasionally taught public courses in the department. The other professor, Yang Ji, a portly man with graying hair and thick glasses, nodded slowly. "Yes, I remember. He's the class monitor who sometimes borrows materials from me." This young man, To have consecutively uncovered two significant treasures from Panheon is quite remarkable. I'm curious to see what surprises he has in store today. The two professors were animated, not concerned about the outcome of the competition, but rather intrigued by Chen Han's potential. With a piercing gaze, Chen Han surveyed the audience and spoke aloud. In the spirit of reciprocity, since young Master Zhou has presented a treasure of the Taoist sect, I too shall offer a Taoist artifact for discussion. Regardless of the outcome, it shall be a shared experience, preserving the dignity of the Taoist tradition. This statement ignited a frenzy of discussion throughout the hall. Chen Han did not linger, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Xixue and Wang Wenming. I would also like to inquire, young Master Zhou, young Master Wang, do you recall the agreement made prior to this competition? Zhou and Wang exchanged glances, each finding endless mockery in the other's eyes. If class monitor Chen fears we might be dishonest, he can certainly reiterate it publicly, Zhou Xixue replied with a smirk. Shrugging his shoulders, good. Chen Han had been waiting for this very statement. The treasures brought forth by his opponents were exceedingly valuable. Should he wait until he won to claim his prize, they could easily deny their agreement, leaving him at a disadvantage with no witnesses. Chen Han's prompt acceptance, however, sparked a flicker of doubt in Wang Wenming's mind. Yet the words had been spoken, and the arrow had left the bow. All present were witnesses to the treasure competition. So let us make it clear. If I lose today, I shall willingly surrender the Ming relic in my possession. Each word spoken by Chen Han resonated loudly through the microphone, crystal clear to every ear in attendance. In an instant, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. What audacity! Chen Han is playing for keeps, wagering his entire fortune. Where did he find such confidence? Meanwhile, in the front row, Tian Jijia stiffened, his displeasure evident. What was this young Master Chen doing? Hadn't he already agreed to exchange the relic with the Liu family? If he lost the relic now, it would spell serious trouble. Tian was anxious but powerless to intervene, feeling a sense of urgency. Around them, professors, museum curators, academicians, and masters from the Antique Association exchanged glances, revealing varying degrees of shock. Their eyes turned to Chen Han, filled with complexity. Until now, aside from the vice-chairman Jie Hongyi, no one had known that this competition carried stakes. This young man proposed such a gamble, all while aware of his potential loss, inviting everyone to bear witness. What was he aiming to achieve? The department head, Hao Shulin, was evidently in the dark. Summoning his courage, he intended to explain his predicament to Principal Li beside him. Just then, Chen Han's voice resonated throughout the venue once more. If our opponents lose, then today, regardless of the value or the astonishing nature of the three items they present, they will all belong to my brother. The proclamation hit the audience like a thunderclap, reverberating through the entire auditorium. It was undeniably imposing, arrogant, and exuberantly bold. Chen Han's image was redefined in the minds of all present. The once downtrodden youth, who relied on scholarships for his education, seemed to dissolve into mere memory. The audacious young man before them now left an indelible mark on everyone's consciousness. Ha ha, splendid. Splendid, splendid. Zhou Xixue clapped vigorously, displaying no signs of worry. Chen Han, you can confidently reveal your treasures. At this moment, Wang Wenming also slowly rose, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Chen Han scoffed lightly and raised the inconspicuous cardboard box in his hand. As he gradually opened the box, his voice resonated with precision, sharp as a blade. Open your eyes wide. The Song Dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal. With Chen Han's declaration, it felt as though a tempest swept through the auditorium. What seal of the 5 Thunder? I couldn't quite catch that, but it seems impressive. The students present, even those specializing in cultural relics, were momentarily bewildered. The Song Dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal had been lost to time. Without Chen Han's inheritance from the Mo family, he would not have been able to recognize it. Zhou Xixue and Wang Wenming stared blankly at the box in Chen Han's hands, equally perplexed. What is it? The Song Dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal? I've never even heard of it. Could it be something concocted from the trinkets at Panheon? Among the crowd, Ning Xinan was equally puzzled, casting an inquiring glance at Ren Mingming, Fu Yong, and Zheng Lei. The three shook their heads in unison. Fei Mingming, scratching his neck with a sheepish grin, remarked, "My task is simply to safeguard this box. I know nothing else." Ning Xinan shot him an annoyed glare, exasperated by his lack of insight, and turned her attention back to the front of the auditorium. At this juncture, Chen Han had positioned the box squarely in the center of the front row. Vice President Jie Hongyi solemnly donned gloves and lifted the copper seal. As he examined it, His brow gradually furrowed. Slowly, his lips parted, and his pronounced cheekbones became even more accentuated. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards Wang Wenming. The latter, noticing the shift in Jie's expression, felt a jolt of unease. Fortunately, Jie quickly regained his composure. This copper seal of yours, young man, does indeed possess some antiquity. From my observation, the degree of natural oxidation and the external patina suggest it should be a Ming Dynasty artifact. The 5 characters inscribed denote it as the 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal. However, it appears to be a folk talisman carved by local practitioners. Chen Han chuckled inwardly, but maintained an impassive facade. In that case, might I request Vice President Jie to provide an appraisal? Jie Hongyi nodded and smiled. Although it lacks renown, it is, after all, a Ming Dynasty Daoist copper seal in excellent condition, and its preservation is indeed remarkable. I estimate its value to be 800,000. Ning Xinan and her 3 dormitory companions stiffened simultaneously. They had lost. This round was decisively lost. 120 million against 800,000. There was no justification for such a lopsided defeat. The students in the auditorium began to murmur excitedly. I knew it. I've seen plenty of Ming Dynasty artifacts, and I've studied ancient texts from that era. There's no way this copper seal exists. Where were you when the expert spoke? You only understood after Chen Han's grandiose claim. Someone scoffed. It's laughable. With that kind of bravado, I expected him to unveil a national treasure worth 3 or 5 billion. Honestly, this is a decent find. He has no background and managed to unearth an 800,000 copper seal. If you're so capable, let us see you find one. Tian Jie could only shake his head in resignation. He had known that facing such a treasure from the Taoist realm, Chen Han had no chance of victory. At this point, he hoped that in the subsequent rounds, Chen Han might still have a chance to turn the tables. At the very least, this would preserve the relic. If they truly lost, he would have to approach the young man in the blue suit immediately to see if he could purchase the relic from him. However, at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. Wait! A somewhat stooped figure rose from the front row. It was an esteemed elder from the Academy of Sciences, appearing to be over 70 years of age. May I take a look? Jie Hongyi turned, displeased, as he did not recognize the old man. What is it, sir? Do you doubt my expertise? Old Tian is a venerable figure in our academy, dedicating his life to the pursuit and restoration of the Yongle Encyclopedia. He is our most renowned encyclopedia. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the stooped elder with newfound respect. Jie Hongyi's eyelids flickered, and he quickly stood, bowing in greeting, his attitude transforming completely. Chen Han, upon hearing Sha Luhui's introduction, turned to look at the elder. Although aged, his skin sagging, his eyes still sparkled with vitality. The elder trembled as he retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his coat pocket and began to scrutinize the 5 Thunder Seal meticulously. The entire auditorium fell silent, allowing the elder to contemplate without interruption. After a full 5 minutes, the elder sighed deeply. His once clear eyes seemed to cloud over, glistening with unshed tears. Identical. Is truly identical. Addressing the gathered experts, he inquired, May I ask, are you certain this is a Ming Dynasty artifact? Upon hearing this, Jie Hongyi's expression was unforgettable. The chairman of the Antiques Association, Jin Jie, paused momentarily before extending his hand to take the 5 Thunder Seal. After another round of examination, he too found himself uncertain. It is undoubtedly an ancient seal. Saying it is from the Ming Dynasty isn't entirely inaccurate. However, upon closer inspection of the oxidation, it could very well be even older. The northern and southern Song dynasties were both heavily Taoist. Could it be from the Song dynasty? That would be a blow to the vice president's reputation. But considering the gravity of the situation, the elder was a respected figure from the Academy of Sciences, and one could not afford to deceive him. With that in mind, Jin Jie slowly spoke. This copper seal is at least from the Ming dynasty, with the earliest origins possibly tracing back to the Song dynasty. Exactly. Haha, that is indeed correct. Elder Tian suddenly burst into laughter. This seal is the Song dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal, precisely as that young lad stated, word for word. This 5 Thunder Seal is recorded in the Taoist section of the Yongle Encyclopedia, an unparalleled treasure. I feel fortunate to have encountered it. Truly fortunate. The elder mused, his eyes fixed intently on the copper seal. Chen Han did not exaggerate. The Song dynasty's 5 Thunder Exorcism Seal. It is not a fabrication. This is an authentic artifact from the Song dynasty, an extraordinary treasure, with verifiable records in the National Treasure, the Yongle Encyclopedia. Tian Jie nearly leaped from his seat, his excitement beyond words. The exhilarating twist of fate was a sensation he had never experienced despite attending grand auctions for half his life. How about it, old Jean? Old Lou? Ha ha ha. I told you Master Chun was extraordinary. Today was indeed worth it. Meanwhile, sitting in the very center of the front row, Xia Hongyi's face turned ashen. His vacant gaze was fixed on Wang Wenming, who was equally glaring back at him. That look was laden with skepticism and veiled threats. Xia Hongyi felt utterly desolate. How could such a calamity have befallen him? What on earth was this so-called Five Thunder Exorcism seal? As the vice president of the Antique Association, he had never even heard of it. Who could have predicted that such a wretched old man would appear at this very moment? He could sacrifice his own dignity. Having been wrong before, it was not the first time. But having accepted Wang Wenming's favor, if he were to mishandle the situation and it became public knowledge, his life would be irrevocably ruined. The most perilous aspect was that damned wager. If he caused young Master Wang to lose 3 precious treasures, the Wang family would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, he would not even know how he met his end. Fear gripped Xia Hongyi, and a sudden, intense urge to relieve himself overwhelmed him, causing his legs to tremble slightly. Young Master Ming, what should we do? Zhou Sishue's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the preceding scene. Let us observe the situation. The valuation has yet to be made. Just then, Chen Han's voice pierced through Xia Hongyi's thoughts like a death knell. May I invite Vice President Xia to provide a new valuation? The playful tone was evident to all. It seemed as though everything that had transpired, including Xia Hongyi's initial valuation, had been orchestrated by Chen Han. This thought sent chills down their spines. Looking at Chen Han felt like viewing a mountain through a veil of mist. This. Observing Xia Hongyi's pained expression, Chen Han scoffed disdainfully. I want to make things difficult for the vice president. How about you simply declare who won this round? Chen Han wins. Chen Han wins. Before Xia Hongyi could utter a word, voices from the crowd erupted in celebration. Leading the charge was that impudent boy, Ren Mingming. More and more students joined in, their shouts for Chen Han growing increasingly resounding. Xia Hongyi recognized the tide had turned, slowly raising his hand to signal for silence. Ultimately, he dared not look at Wang Wenming, instead announcing in a hushed tone, in this round, the Song Dynasty 5 Thunder Exorcism seal has slightly outperformed. Ning Tinan et Hidaratet grabbed Ren Mingming beside her and ruffled his hair vigorously, only to disdainfully toss him aside moments later. Good, that feels satisfying. Fu Yong and Zheng Lei exchanged heavy applause, the pent-up frustration in their hearts finally releasing. Even if they won just this round today, what Chen Han had done for the two of them was more than enough. At this moment, Wang Wenming let out a long breath, his eyes icy as frost. He could not fathom how that impoverished youth could produce such a treasure. He had brought the foremost divine seal of the Taoist sect in today's world. How could he possibly lose? Did this not imply that from now on, the Song Dynasty 5 Thunder Exorcism seal would be deemed the paramount treasure of the Taoist sect? No, this matter must be reported to his second uncle. Such an item was unworthy of being in Chen Han's possession. With the Taoist sect's intervention, he doubted Chen Han could retain that 5 Thunder seal. With this thought, Wang Wenming snorted coldly, his expression once again settling into a calm demeanor. In contrast, Zhou Sishue appeared noticeably worse, still pale with fright. Wang Wenming frowned and shot him a glance. What are you panicking about? There are still 2 rounds left. We are bound to win. Zhou Sishue forced himself to take several deep breaths before regaining his composure, managing a strained smile. Before the two could continue their discourse, Chen Han approached leisurely, a faint cold smile on his lips. Gentlemen, please continue. Without allowing them a chance to speak, Chen Han directly carried the box back to his seat, clearly indicating that Zhou Sishue should unveil his treasure, and he would respond accordingly. Zhou Sishue sneered, his slender eyes glinting with malice. Continue. Let us crush him completely this time. Wang Wenming handed Zhou Sishue a thin, specially crafted metal case, his voice icy. Zhou Sishue solemnly accepted the box, his expression grave. He already knew what was inside. Chen Han, you are certain to lose. There is no chance whatsoever. Thanks, second brother. That's enough. We're no longer brothers if you say that. Chen Han pouted. Fu Yong grinned, choosing not to speak further. Zheng Lei clenched his fist, thumping his chest heavily as if to etch the moment into his memory. Ning Xinan reached from behind, tugging at Chen Han's ear. Oh, you little rascal. Turns out you've latched onto an even thicker leg without me knowing. Spill it. Where did that Song Dynasty seal come from? With his ear pinched, Chen Han grimaced. I found it from the old Taoist priest. Do you think I will believe that? What old Taoist priest will be foolish enough to sell you his Song Dynasty treasure? Exactly. They say old Taoists are wise, not like that pig-nosed Ren Mingming. He chimed in. Far away in the eastern part of the capital, an old Taoist, sunning himself on a rooftop, suddenly sneezed twice in quick succession. I'm not lying. I have the contract. It cost me 2 million. Ning Xinan smirked. I never would have guessed you could throw around money like that. Will you treat me to a little of that? Chen Han quickly begged for mercy. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Sixue ascended the stage once more, rescuing him from his predicament. At this moment, the elegant Zhou was back to his charming demeanor, his tone light. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in the first round. Congratulations to class leader Chen Han. I hope the second round will also bring us surprises. As he spoke, he lifted the metal case slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The contents within are exceedingly valuable. I want to open it on stage, as it cannot be exposed for too long. I will have the experts and teachers examine it simultaneously, and I'll have the cameraman project the images onto the big screen. His words piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Zhou Sixue descended from the stage, calmly arranging the camera before moving to the center of the front row, placing the box flat on the table. Following the method taught by Wang Wenming, he unlocked it. Click. The box opened with a sound. Chapter 36. What to use to engage. As the metal box opened, an image appeared on the auditorium's large screen. It was a page of tattered, yellowed paper, with slight corner damage, neatly inscribed with elegant small characters. An air of ancient elegance wafted from the box. Academician Tian Imean from the Academy of Sciences shuddered, pointing at the screen. The Yongle Encyclopedia. It's the Yongle Encyclopedia. This page. Isn't it in the possession of a collector from a coastal province? The elderly man's voice trembled with excitement. Having spent his life studying the Yongle Encyclopedia, he was far too familiar with it. He needed only to view the enlarged image to confirm the authenticity of this page that had endured centuries. Ning Xinan poked Chen Han with her finger. See, I predicted it. Hurry and open my box. I'll find something for you. Chen Han remained silent, gently shaking his head. Chen Han, are you missing a screw in your head? Is it so embarrassing to use my things? Those 2 treasures are borrowed. What are you worried about? Ning Xinan grew anxious, unable to comprehend why Chen Han kept rejecting her. Winning that round was merely a stroke of luck. He had spent 2 million to uncover a colossal opportunity. Did he think he could stumble upon 2 more treasures during his outing? Alas, Ning Xinan let out a deep sigh, her breath brushing against Chen Han's neck, tickling him with a faint fragrance. Chen Han discreetly placed his hand behind him, where a piece of bone lay within his palm. Ning Xinan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with surprise. Is this Oracle bone script? Seemingly understanding Chen Han's intent, her anxiety dissipated in an instant as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. The closeness of their conversation sent a shiver down Chen Han's spine, his skin tingling as goosebumps rose. Yes, rest assured, he replied with a few simple words. Yet Ning Xinan felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. She was uncertain when it had begun, but Chen Han had transformed, becoming composed, decisive, and even somewhat arrogant. However, it was precisely this change that imbued each of his words with conviction, rendering them irresistibly believable. Ning Xinan was unsure of what this transformation signified, yet it had not altered the camaraderie they shared. There were many topics she longed to discuss with him, but since the semester began, a suitable moment had eluded them. Nevertheless, it appeared that this fellow did not require her concern for the time being, nor did he seek her assistance. This was a comforting thought for Ning Xinan. At that moment, the auditorium erupted in thunderous cheers. It was Jie Hongyi announcing the appraisal results and valuation of a fragment from the Yongle Encyclopedia. The Yongle Encyclopedia, an original fragment, based on its auction price from collector in Wan Province. It was valued at 260 million. This was more than double the previous round's estimate for the Taoist scripture seal. The atmosphere was electric. Next, let us welcome Chen Han back to the stage. Zhou Sixue exclaimed eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation to witness Chen Han's reaction. The Yongle Encyclopedia, a fragment from 6 centuries ago. Few original fragments had ever surfaced to date. Chen Han, even if you were to present a string from a Tang Dynasty zither, you would undoubtedly be outmatched. Could it be that you have managed to procure an entire Tang zither? Zhou Sixue's eyes darkened, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. However, when Chen Han appeared at the podium, Zhou Sixue's expression fell. He wore that same expression that irked Zhou Sixue, his lips taut, revealing no emotion, and his gaze icy, devoid of warmth. Zhou Sixue snickered as he stepped off the stage, gesturing for Chen Han to proceed. Ignoring Zhou's theatrics, Chen Han ascended the stage. To everyone's eyes, he appeared empty-handed this time. At least during the first round, he had held a box. Was this a concession? Likely so, with the Yongle Encyclopedia revealed. What could he possibly offer? Tian Jia, seated in the front row, felt a bead of sweat form. His face tightened once more, sensing an intuition that Chen Han would not easily yield. Could this young man create yet another miracle? What could he present? After all, they were dealing with the Yongle Encyclopedia, an invaluable treasure that even the esteemed Zhizhen Hall would not dare to covet. If Chen Han were to triumph in this round, Tian Jia silently vowed to honor him as a distinguished guest of Zhizhen Hall for life. At the other end of the front row, two elderly professors watched intently. They had heard of the two items Zhou Sixue brought. They had appeared at auctions and fetched high prices in recent years. However, the Five Thunder Exorcism seal presented by Chen Han was altogether different. Zhang Yuqing, specializing in authentication, understood its significance. This was a newly surfaced treasure, historically profound. The Song Dynasty 5 Thunder Exorcism seal nearly deceived even Zhang Yuqing, who was about to believe the vice president's tale. How then had Chen Han recognized it? The two professors nearly wished to seize Chen Han on the spot for a thorough inquiry. At this moment, Chen Han stood once more at the podium, microphone in hand. The room fell into an immediate hush. The other party's treasure was indeed precious, so much so that they hesitated to let anyone even glimpse it. After a prolonged wait, Chen Han's derisive remark sent strange expressions across many faces in attendance. As for my second piece, I invite all esteemed experts to examine it closely. With that, he stepped down, directly offering the piece of oracle bone to Tian Jia, seated at the far end of the front row. The meaning was clear, from front to back. Everyone was welcome to pass it around, to touch it, to scrutinize at their leisure. Tian Jia regarded Chen Han with profound interest before fixing his gaze on the bone fragment in hand. Oh, oracle bone script. Tian Jia straightened in his seat, studying the piece for a moment. Only when his cheeks began to flush did he let out a sigh. Passing the bone to Jin Jia beside him, he could discern its authenticity as an ancient oracle bone, yet the engravings seemed inscrutable. He could only manage a wry smile directed at Chen Han. Chen Han remained unfazed. With so many experts present, including esteemed academicians, he was confident that someone would surely recognize the value of the oracle bone. Even if everyone else overlooked it, he had a backup plan. Indeed, as soon as Jin Jia received the oracle bone and examined it for a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened, pupils constricting to pinpricks. This oracle bone features 12 characters. There are stars in the Northern Dipper. Is this an astronomical record? Jin Jia stood frozen, his mind buzzing with excitement. Chapter 37, Beyond Monetary Valuation. Among the 12 oracle characters, Jin Jia could only recognize 5. Yet those 5 were like a thunderclap, sending shivers through him. In his spare time, he had studied oracle bone script for 6 months and even possessed 2 fragments with 1 or 2 characters inscribed. But this oracle bone before him, boasting 12 characters, was unprecedented. Even the auction records had never showcased such a wealth of inscriptions. In domestic studies of oracle bone script, over 4,000 characters were known. Jin Jia had memorized many during his research. Yet, he found himself unable to recognize even half of the characters before him. If any of those characters were not among the known 4,000, it would signify a monumental discovery in the realm of cultural relics, even explosive in the archaeological field. Jin Jia dared not pursue the thought further. Given his capabilities, he could only authenticate to this extent. His countenance had never been so grave. Carefully, he passed the oracle bone to the next individual. At this moment, the entire venue was silent, all present puzzled. The 2 masters from the Antique Association, after examining the treasure, had fallen into silence? What did this signify? Did it imply that the item was flawed? Or perhaps they too could not reach conclusion? Everyone suppressed their curiosity, quietly observing the experts in the front rows. As the treasure circulated among the scholars, not a single one spoke. The students in attendance could no longer contain themselves, buzzing with speculation. What was happening? Why was there no reaction? Surely, if it were a true treasure, the experts would not be so composed. It was not until the oracle bone reached Jia Hongyi's hands that he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it closely. En aura que bon pendant? How could there be so many characters? This is clearly a replica. TSK, the earthy scent was well imitated. Unconcerned, he passed the bone to the next person. When the oracle bone reached the academicians, their demeanor was markedly cautious. Some even retrieved portable magnifying glasses for a meticulous inspection. Finally, an elderly academician's voice rang out, electrifying the room. This is authentic. This oracle bone dates back to the Inshu period, without a doubt. Oh my, there are actually 12 inscriptions from the Yin ruins. Where on earth were they discovered? Bao Zhiliang, a scholar well into his 60s and an esteemed member of the Academy of Sciences, is the only one present qualified to deliver a definitive judgment. When it comes to oracle bone script, even the venerable Tian must defer to him. A star, a comet in the Big Dipper. The shaman descends at dusk? Ha! There's a character I cannot decipher. The moment this declaration escaped his lips, Tian, seated nearby, instantly brightened, his previously drooping eyelids now wide open, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The gathered members of the academy gasped in unison. Bao Zhiliang was once hailed as a prodigy in his youth. His expertise in archaeology afforded him an exceptional memory. He could flawlessly reproduce over 4,000 characters from the oracle bones. What did that statement signify? Could it indicate the discovery of a new, ancient script? If that were the case, all relevant literature in the country would need to be updated. This would be an unprecedented discovery, a monumental contribution to the field of archaeology. The oracle bones from the Yin ruins are undoubtedly a rare treasure, a national heritage comparable to the Yongle Encyclopedia. Those from the academy understood the implications of Bao Zhiliang's words, yet others found him amusing. How could he be so joyful over a character he couldn't recognize? Was this truly something to boast about? Has he lost his wits? Even those from the Antique Association, unfamiliar with the academy, exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. However, at that moment, the expressions of Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue were fraught with anxiety and tension, especially Wang Wenming, who felt an ominous premonition causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. At that instant, Chen Han had somehow ascended to the podium, microphone in hand, his voice resonating throughout the hall. A star, a comet in the Big Dipper. The shaman descends at dusk. Over 3,000 years ago, a comet passed through the skies, and the shaman Wuxian invoked the divine. This inscription records that event. You, how could you? Bao Zhiliang exclaimed, his hands letting the oracle bones slip onto the table. This scene caused a collective shiver to run through everyone present. Esteemed academician, am I mistaken? Chen Han asked with a smile, his tone grave. Bao Zhiliang trembled, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Chen Han, as if attempting to see through him. After a long pause, he finally exhaled deeply. Wuxian, so it is Wuxian. Indeed. During the reign of King Wu of the Shang, the one adept in astrology and divination was Wuxian. My heavens, this is the earliest record of an astronomical phenomenon. It is irrefutable evidence of Wuxian's astrological practices. Bao Zhiliang nodded emphatically, his eyes ablaze with passion. This discovery on the oracle bones is of such significance that I propose we submit it. His voice nearly cracked, his breath coming in hurried gasps. Isn't that rather shameless? Chen Han stumbled upon it, due to his own prowess. Why should it be submitted? Exactly, if you have the ability, go find it yourself. Various voices of dissent erupted throughout the hall. Chen Han stood calmly on the stage, his demeanor composed, revealing no trace of emotion. He did not respond to Bao Zhiliang. Instead, he solemnly stated, then I must ask the esteemed academician to provide a fair and just valuation. This left Bao Zhiliang momentarily speechless, his expression one of perplexity. How could one even begin to assess such a find? 500 million? A billion? It defied monetary valuation. At that moment, the relatively younger Sha Luhui from the academy coughed lightly and stood up. He felt compelled to smooth things over. The other older members of the academy were engrossed in their research and not particularly adept at social interactions. They could not afford to tarnish the academy's reputation today, and ideally, they would find a way to secure the oracle bones. Ahem, this esteemed colleague has already outlined the value of the oracle bones. Its worth cannot be measured solely in terms of currency. However, the remnants of the Yongle Encyclopedia are also a national treasure. At this point, Sha Luhui turned to face the vice president, Xia Hongyi, and smiled. Thus, I propose we declare this round a tie, shall we? Chapter 38. The diagram of Guguzi descending the mountain. Sha Luhui's proposal stirred a great commotion. Before Xia Hongyi could voice his opinion, the experts and scholars in the front rows, including Principal Li and the elderly professors, erupted into applause. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they focused intently on the young figure at the podium, clearly in favor of this outcome. The hall was filled with gasps and exclamations, as if the roof might lift off. That oracle bone pendant was indeed on par with the over 200 million worth of a Yongle Encyclopedia's remnants. It was utterly astonishing. It was evident that Chen Han had stumbled upon it. Otherwise, there would have been holes drilled into it, suggesting it had once been worn as a necklace. Chen Han was about to defy all odds. Zhou Sishua's face turned ashen, struggling for breath. He had heard from Wang Wenming that the original remnants of a Yongle Encyclopedia had been specially flown in from the Bei province. Wang Wenming intended to surprise his family with this acquisition, so he had kept the 3 treasured items a secret. One was a significant artifact from the Taoist sect, entrusted to his uncle from Longhu Mountain. The remnants of a Yongle Encyclopedia had been borrowed from a collector in the Bei province who owed the Wang family a favor. Little did he expect such a stunning piece to end up in a tie. This outcome nearly caused Zhou Sishue to spit blood in frustration. "Steady yourself." Suddenly a low, commanding voice reached his ears. "What's the rush? There's still one more round." Wang Wenming's expression darkened, his handsome face clouded with coldness and menace. Although Xia Hongyi had yet to make a pronouncement, judging by the current circumstances, he had little hope of gaining his favor. With so many experts and scholars present, Xia Hongyi could not possibly dismiss their consensus and declare him the victor. Atiya. While this result was somewhat unsatisfactory, the oracle bones were indeed a priceless treasure. Wang Wenming's icy gaze fell upon Chen Han. He could not fathom how that individual had achieved this. Was there someone behind him, aiding him in opposing Wang Wenming? Was it directed at him or the Wang family? The Wang family had certainly made their share of enemies over the years. Contemplating this, Wang Wenming felt a sense of calm wash over him. As long as he could grasp the thread, he could follow it to its source. If he discovered who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, the Wang family would ensure that the perpetrator would meet a grim fate. He prepared to take the stage, as the final item was soon to arrive, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Regardless of who was behind Chen Han, he was confident that this last treasure would secure his victory. In that moment, the relic would belong to him. This was far from over. Both Chen Han and his allies would pay the price. They certainly would. An amusing episode unfolded as the elderly Bao Zhiliang clung tenaciously to the oracle bone, refusing to let go. He insisted that Chen Han submit it, albeit for a reward, with the academy promising a substantial bonus. Ultimately, Chen Han only agreed to consider the proposal. Bao Zhiliang solemnly warned Chen Han that this oracle bone was a national treasure that could not be taken abroad. This elicited a chuckle from Chen Han, who found the old academic's concern endearing. Did he truly fear that he would abscond with the oracle bone? Upon returning to his seat, Chen Han was subjected to yet another round of scrutiny. This time, his classmates seated nearby fixated on him, their expressions a blend of excitement, curiosity, envy, and admiration. Yet, Chen Han seemed oblivious, his gaze directed towards the podium. Zhou Sishue has once again ascended the stage with measured steps. A smile lingers on his face, yet it is evident to all that it is a mere facade. Gone is the previous bravado. His demeanor is now markedly subdued. He announces, "Next, I shall reveal the 3rd treasure." At that moment, a figure of middle age emerges from the auditorium, cradling an exquisitely crafted large golden box. Under Zhou's careful guidance, the box is delicately placed before Xia Hongyi. It is a substantial celestial box. As the lid slowly opens, the onlookers gasp in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Blue and white porcelain. A Yuan dynasty blue and white jar. Behold, the jar depicting the descent of Giguzi from the mountain. My heavens, this is the very piece that fetched an astronomical price at auction years ago. The revelation of this porcelain, which boasts over 1,000 years of history since its inception in the Tang dynasty, stirs a flutter in Chen Han's eyelids. It is breathtaking. The jar's depiction of Giguzi descending the mountain is a masterpiece among blue and white porcelain. The porcelain glaze, smooth and white, surpasses even the softness of a maiden's skin, and the blue hues are lush and vibrant, varying in depth. The composition is masterfully balanced, depicting the scene of Giguzi seated in a chariot drawn by a tiger and a leopard, descending the mountain with lifelike clarity. It is simply magnificent. Xia Hongyi exclaims in admiration, his eyes revealing a blend of envy and desire that he cannot conceal. This treasure, auctioned in 05 for over 230 million, was acquired by a mysterious figure in our country and has not been exhibited since. Jin Jie and the members of the Antique Association nod eagerly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Even Su Yubin from the museum, seated in the second row, along with visitors from the Lu Province Museum, rise and stretch their necks, eager to catch a glimpse. Opportunities to witness such a rare artifact are exceedingly scarce. Not even the museums of both provinces possess a blue and white jar of such perfection. After a moment, Xie Hongyi finally shifts his gaze from the jar and declares loudly, "This yuan blue and white jar depicting Geguzi's descent was auctioned for 230 million in 05, and its current value is at least 300 million. This figure sends the entire treasure contest into a frenzy. The students present nearly all leap to their feet, eager to push to the front for a closer look. A chaotic uproar ensues, prompting Principal Li and Hao Shulin to rise hastily to restore order. Everyone momentarily forgets that the contest has yet to conclude, even neglecting Chen Han's presence. After all, this is a 300 million yuan blue and white jar, a treasure rarely seen in exhibitions. Even capturing a photo to flaunt on social media would be a point of pride among the crowd still seated in the back. Aside from Chen Han, are Ning Xinan and the three brothers. At this moment, Ning Xinan wears a worried expression, her brow furrowed. She had never anticipated that the final item unveiled by the opponent would be a yuan blue and white piece. The treasure she had prepared in her box now seemed trivial in comparison to this grand jar. Meanwhile, Chen Han is also deep in thought, contemplating whether to present the chicken cup or the Tang Dynasty secret color porcelain square bottle. Chapter 39. 3 items remain. For nearly 5 minutes, the scene remains in disarray. It is not until Principal Li steps onto the stage, microphone in hand, and sternly admonishes that order is restored. Ahem, dear students, we are all university scholars here, not a marketplace. Please maintain decorum and appreciate with civility. Beads of sweat dot Principal Li's forehead, and his shirt is soaked through. However, with influential figures present, he refrains from expressing anger, opting instead for restraint. With a deep sigh, Li Wanqing gestures toward Chen Han. Come, Chen Han, continue with your reveal. As he speaks, he forces a strained smile. In his eyes, Chen Han's standing has risen to rival that of the prominent scions of the Zhou and Wang families. You may donate generously to the school, and I welcome it. However, Chen Han is on the verge of becoming a sensational news figure, capable of drawing significant attention to our institution. In today's world, attention equates to resources. Ultimately, Chen Han retrieves a rectangular paper box from his bag and strides toward the podium. As Li Wanqing hands in the microphone, he pats Chen Han on the shoulder. This is my third treasure. I hope it does not disappoint. Though his voice is soft, it resonates with strength. His deep, dark eyes sweep across the audience, deliberately intensifying his gaze upon Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue, as if wielding daggers. When his gaze lingers momentarily on Tian Jijia, a subtle smile flickers across his face. Nearly imperceptible, setting down the microphone, Chen Han leisurely approaches the front row and, before everyone, opens the box. Inside, a thick layer of tissue paper encases the object to prevent damage. No one mocks his cautious approach. Instead, the audience holds their breath, patiently awaiting the unwrapping of the tissue. Finally, a striking hue of blue emerges, revealing a complete square jar with a square mouth, body, and base. Tian Jijia's eyes widen in disbelief. This is the very Song Dynasty June Kiln rose-purple square jar he had acquired from his Xi Jintang. He had intended to use this to counter the opponent's 300 million yuan blue and white jar. It's over now. Tian Jijia's spirit begins to fade as he sighs deeply. Chen Han has no more cards to play. Despite his continuous creation of miracles, a treasure of such magnitude cannot be endless. Alas, the relic is destined to change hands. Tian Jijia laments. Wishing he had known the stakes of this treasure contest were so high, he would have lent his top-tier treasure from Xi Jintang to Chen Han. He glances back at Chen Han, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Wait, the color of that square jar is not right. Could it be that this is not the one for my Xi Jintang? This thought sends a wave of uncertainty through Tian Jijia, stirring a tumultuous tide of emotions. What does this mean? Is it possible that the jar is not a Song Dynasty June Kiln rose purple? Unable to contain his excitement, he rushes toward Chen Han, disregarding the surrounding order. The square jar lies quietly in Chen Han's hands. He produces a delicate flashlight, illuminating the interior of the jar. Instantly, it emanates a breathtaking, pure azure hue, reminiscent of an unclouded spring sky, clear, ethereal, and exquisitely beautiful. The sight leaves the surrounding experts and masters utterly astounded, collectively inhaling sharply. Such unparalleled beauty, The blue has given rise to an even more splendid blue. As Tian Jijia approaches, he suddenly staggers back several steps, his expression akin to that of someone who has encountered ghosts. The first two rows of seats erupt in commotion as Jin Jia, Xia Hongi, and the museum representatives all rise in unison. Each face mirrors Tian Jijia's astonishment, their eyes bulging, mouths agape. Even witnessing the remnants of the Yongla Dadayan or the 300 million yuan blue and white jar pales in comparison to the shock evoked by this modest bottle. Throughout history, no porcelain has emitted such an extraordinary color under light. Even roux kilnwares cannot compare. The delicate texture of the porcelain, as thin as a cicada's wing, radiated a shimmering luster under the light, captivating the senses. Coupled with the square neck, body, and base of the vessel, this piece of pottery was nothing short of miraculous, exceedingly rare. Chen Han lightly tapped the bottle surface, producing a sound as crisp and melodious as a chime, resonating throughout the entire hall. Jin Jia, standing closest, trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the square bottle in Chen Han's hand, akin to that of a pilgrim in reverence. Indeed, it was a pilgrimage, a divine porcelain, an intact artifact of the Tang dynasty's secret color porcelain. Jin Jia nearly shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. The color was celestial, the sound like a chime. There was no mistaking it. This was the fabled secret color porcelain, of which only fragments existed even in the National Museum. A priceless treasure indeed. With a thud, Tian Jijia collapsed on the ground, exclaiming that he had missed out. In that moment, the usually composed and refined Tian boss trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. The grand hall felt as though a bomb had been dropped, the shock reverberating through the crowd. Zhou Sixua also fell to the ground, his mind exploding at the proclamation of priceless treasure, his legs weakening, his body convulsing, and his face pale as he slumped down. Nearby, Wang Wenming, seated in a chair, was equally distraught, his face contorted with rage as he stood abruptly, ready to storm out. Wang Wenming, was he truly so eager to leave without resolving the matter? Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the cacophony, silencing the room and directing its intensity toward Wang Wenming. It was Chen Han. His obsidian-like eyes were as profound as the night sky, his tightly drawn lips like a knife's edge, his expression chilling enough to unsettle the heart. You have already won. Do not be greedy. For the first time, Wang, the young master conceded. This was unprecedented since his university days. He had never bowed to anyone, let alone a penniless youth. Such humiliation. Wang Wenming's jaw muscles tightened, nearly grinding his teeth. Leave the 3 items, and you may depart. Chen Han's tone remained chillingly resolute, offering no room for negotiation. You. Chapter 40. Let them hesitate. Tian Han, you possess audacity indeed. Are you certain you wish for me to relinquish these 3 treasures? Wang Wenming nearly spat this question through clenched teeth. Do you know the origins of these 3 priceless artifacts? Each one is beyond your reach. Name your price. Faced with so many witnesses, Wang Wenming could not renege and sought a way out. These 3 items were borrowed, each irreplaceable and of tremendous value. If he truly surrendered them to Chen Han, he could not explain it back home, and the consequences would be dire. A bet is a bet. I only want the items. Chen Han's stance was firm, unwavering, showing no signs of concession. All right. Wang Wenming gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he uttered 3 affirmatives. You may temporarily keep them, but if even a single item sustains any damage, your life will not suffice for compensation. After delivering this ominous warning, Wang Wenming refused to utter another word, decisively turning away and striding out. Young master, you cannot. Following closely behind was the middle-aged man who had just escorted the yuan blue and white porcelain into the venue. But no matter how he called out, Wang Wenming remained silent, his figure quickly disappearing outside. Thank you, young master Zhou, Chen Han remarked, casting a glance at the slumped Zhou Sixua, a smile curving his lips. He then waved to Fu Yong and the others, who approached briskly. Upon stepping out of the hall, several figures pursued him. Chen Han, please wait a moment. The pursuers were Su Yubin, the director of the Kyoto Museum. The Ming Yongla Dao Sutra with its grand seal, the original pages of the Yongla Encyclopedia, and the yuan blue and white porcelain jar depicting the descent of Giguzi. These priceless treasures must not be lost. Once the group departed, Chen Han smiled and nodded at Su Yubin. Hello, how may I assist you? I am Su Yubin, the director of the Kyoto Museum. These 2 gentlemen are Director Xie and Deputy Director Chen from the Shandong Province Museum. Chen Han greeted each in turn, fully aware of their purpose, seeking the sacred silkworm string of a zither. During the recent exchange meeting, the ancient zither string you presented piqued the interest of my colleague from the Shandong Province Museum. May we examine it further? Chen Han remained non-committal, replying, "The item is genuine. Let's discuss the price directly. If it's reasonable, I shall provide you with a string." His forthrightness left the three museum directors momentarily stunned. Su Yubin chuckled. "So, Chen Han, what price do you have in mind? 10 million per string, a modest business, no negotiations." Su Yubin did not react overly, but turned to the two directors from Shandong. After a moment of contemplation, Director Xie nodded decisively. As long as the zither string was authentic, there was no issue. Chen Han produced a pen and paper, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers, then handed it along with a paper bag to Director Xie. "Transfer it directly to my account. Goodbye." With that, he turned and left. Su Yubin stood dumbfounded. Was that it? Director Xie trembled as he withdrew a cool silk thread from the paper bag. His pupils constricted. Was it real? It looked identical to the strings on the Tianfeng zither. At this moment, Chen Han had already distanced himself. He was untroubled by the prospect of unpaid debts. A reputable provincial museum would not stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Trust was essential. Since he had long decided to sell them a string, he preferred to do so straightforwardly. Although the string could fetch an astronomical price at auction, ensuring the Tianfeng zither's restoration was a commendable act. As soon as he entered, three burly men rushed forward, enveloping Chen Han in a jubilant embrace. "Brother, that was exhilarating, so satisfying, impressive. Chen Lar, I am in awe of you," the three brothers shouted in unison, expressing their unrestrained emotions. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from a window-side bunk. "You still have the leisure to celebrate? Do you realize the trouble you've stirred?" Only then did Chen Han notice a striking figure seated in the dormitory. "Wow, Ninggu is here too." Ning Xinan huffed. "Chen Han, how dare you demand those 3 items from Wang Wenming? I won them through skill. Why should I not keep them?" "You." Ning Xinan's face flushed with anger. Her exquisite lips pressed tightly together. "Return them immediately. Those 3 items are too significant. Holding on to them will bring immense trouble." Chen Han shrugged dismissively. "That is of no concern to me. Are you truly willing to oppose the entire Taoist sect?" Ning Xinan's words startled the other 3 in the dormitory. Tianheng, with an air of indifference, grinned. "Can those esteemed practitioners cast spells on me?" Ning Xinan's brows furrowed slightly. "The Zhang family has held the Taoist lineage for 63 generations. Do you know why the current Taoist master bears the surname Wang? Who cares what his surname is?" Chen Han waved dismissively, clearly unwilling to dwell on the matter. Ning Xinan felt overwhelmed. "Are you even listening to me? Chen Han, this is not a trivial matter. No, they wouldn't dare. For a single relic. They orchestrated such a scheme that left the 1st and 4th severely injured. Wang Wenming and Zhou Xixue will undoubtedly retaliate against me after this debacle." Without allowing Ning Xinan to interject, Chen Han continued, "With these 3 items in hand, at the very least, they will think twice before acting." Upon hearing this, Ning Xinan fell silent. As the 3 individuals gazed at Chen Han, it was as if they were looking at a stranger. This younger brother, who had always been seen as the second in command, now approached matters with a depth of foresight and meticulousness that was astonishing. "I shall take the items today and conceal them in a place beyond your reach. Furthermore, I will declare that if any one of you 3 harms even a single hair on my head, I shall destroy one of your belongings." At that moment, Chen Han's expression took on a somewhat menacing quality, his voice chilling enough to evoke the sensation of plunging into an icy abyss. Chapter 41. Having traversed centuries of time. Upon exiting the school gates, Chen Han bore a massive backpack and 2 additional boxes in hand. Within those boxes lay a precious seal from a master of the Tao and fragments of the Yongle Encyclopedia. The exquisite blue and white vase had been swathed in a bedsheet and stuffed into his backpack. No one could fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous young man carried items worth far beyond $1 billion. He had to proceed with caution. As Ning Xinan had recounted the entire situation regarding the Wang family to Chen Han, it was an absolutely formidable entity. In the city of Kyoto, it stood as a pinnacle, unshakable. However, the family to which Wang Wenming belonged was merely a branch of the Wang family in Kyoto. This was the sole stroke of fortune for Ning Xinan. Yet, for Chen Han, there was little distinction whether it was the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, or the branch of the Wang family to which Wang Wenming belonged. Both were unattainable realms for him. Upon reaching Shueihua Bay, he received a text message indicating that 10 million had been transferred. It was a swift transaction from the Lu Province Museum. A call from a Kyoto number soon followed. After some contemplation, Chen Han decided to answer. Chen Han, this is Su Yubin from the Kyoto Museum. Have you received the remittance? Director Su, I have indeed received it. Thank you for your concern. And, Chen Han, you're aware that your school will be visiting the museum next Monday, correct? Chen Han was momentarily taken aback. No one from his department had notified him, indicating that Su Yubin had taken the liberty of informing him in advance. He responded with a smile. That is a bit of an inconvenience, Director Su. We are quite familiar with each other. Indeed. Additionally, I would like to discuss something with you in advance. A group of foreign students will also be participating. If it is convenient for you, please bring 2 artifacts along so that we may engage in some cultural exchange and showcase the spirit of our domestic university students. Chen Han did not dwell on it and casually agreed. Certainly, that is not an issue. After hanging up, he placed the 3 priceless treasures he had just acquired on the 3rd floor of the villa. He then descended to the courtyard to check on the condition of the phoenix eye vine. To his delight, the transplanting had been remarkably successful. The vine was thriving, and the leaves that had initially appeared wilted had regained their vitality. He gathered a few wooden sticks, each the thickness of a thumb, to construct a trellis for the vine to climb. Once winter arrived and the temperatures dropped, he planned to build a sun shelter to ensure its survival through the cold season. He had made arrangements with a few friends from the dormitory to celebrate with dinner and karaoke that evening. Glancing at the time, he recalled the nearly 100 shards he had collected from the stall of a father and son at Lillikang. He laid the shards, all with their faces upward, across a redwood tea table. Each piece, varying in size, was adorned with intricate patterns resembling puzzle pieces. The glossy white base displayed hues of deep red, with variations in intensity. Even when merely spread across the table, the shards resembled a grand tapestry unfolding before him. After a good half hour, he emerged from the kitchen, perspiration dotting his brow, carrying the most ordinary of porcelain bowls. Inside was a thick, viscous liquid that resembled glue used for pasting couplets during the new year. Yet, Chen Han felt a deep sense of anticipation for it. This was a remarkable restoration technique passed down from his master, specifically designed for adhering porcelain. Some of the materials required were unavailable to him, forcing him to select substitutes that were similar. He had no idea what the final outcome would be. It was unclear how much time had passed when he picked out 6 irregularly shaped porcelain fragments, adjusted their angles slightly, and gently pieced them together. Suddenly, the base of a vessel emerged before him. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he swiftly applied the secret adhesive at the joints and continuously heated it with a hairdryer. A few minutes later, he exhaled softly. It was successful. Even under meticulous scrutiny, he could still discern nearly imperceptible cracks. However, achieving this much left him immensely satisfied. For one, the shards had been worn down. Moreover, his restoration technique was somewhat clumsy and unrefined, and he had not managed to perfectly concoct the restoration agent from the Mo family's legacy. When he gently tugged at the base of the vessel, it proved remarkably sturdy. Without further delay, he immersed himself once more in the ocean of porcelain shards on the table. By the time the clock struck 5, the light in the room began to dim. Chen Han finally let out a long breath of exasperation. A round-bellied, slender-necked vase, intricately patterned and exuding an ancient elegance, appeared on the redwood table. Unfortunately, the vase was not whole. There were 2 voids in the body, and a significant portion was missing from the mouth. There remained additional porcelain shards on the table, but none corresponded to the missing pieces. Chen Han's gaze grew distant as he stared intently at the vase. The Ruyao Hong Song Zhu Mei pattern jade pot spring vase, a porcelain vase from the Ming dynasty during the reign of Wanli. An overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. He instinctively furrowed his brow as an exceedingly subtle memory surfaced in his mind. During the Wanli era, a Western man in his 30s arrived in China and, by chance, met his master, Li Jia. This Western gentleman was exceptionally intelligent, a veritable genius, with profound knowledge in religion, mathematics, astronomy, and geography. As their interactions deepened, the 2 men grew increasingly fond of one another, engaging in mutual learning and discussions, from mastering languages to sharing their respective religious beliefs and experiences, both reaping significant benefits. Master Li Jia bestowed upon this Western man a title for his time in China, Taishi. More widely known, however, was the name Matteo Ricci. With a gasp, Chen Han's hand shot forth like lightning, seizing the vase and directing his fierce gaze to a specific spot. There, amidst the crimson patterns, a cluster of bamboo revealed an astonishing sight. The overlapping bamboo leaves astonishingly formed 2 characters. The bamboo pattern of the hidden characters. It was indeed the bamboo pattern of the hidden characters. At that moment, Chen Han felt as though he had been struck by countless bolts of thunder, his expression reaching the zenith of complexity. This was truly an artifact hand-painted by his master. In this moment, as Chen Han gently caressed the porcelain vase, he felt as though he had traversed centuries, engaging in a transcendent communion with the genius of the Mo family. Master, I can feel your presence. At this moment, Chen Han found himself choked with emotion. The Ruyao Hong Song Zhu Mei patterned jade pot spring vase in his hands was indeed a gift personally painted with copper glaze and bestowed upon Taishi by his master. Pine, bamboo, and plum. Gatherings and partings are ultimately predetermined. The three friends of winter endure. Each sip and each bite seemed to have been destined from the very beginning. Chapter 42. As he organized his belongings and stepped outside, the sky had already darkened. The image of that spring vase lingered in Chen Han's mind. Years ago, his master and Taishi had first met in the southern capital. At that time, Taishi had already mastered the Chinese language in Guang province, allowing for normal communication. The last place where his master bid farewell was Kyoto. Due to urgent matters in the south, Master Li Jia had to temporarily depart from the capital. That farewell would last for 4 centuries. Before leaving Kyoto, his master had entrusted 2 Mo family treasures to Taishi for safekeeping. One was a bead made from a stone fallen from the heavens, while the other was the Mo family's heirloom, the Mo blade. It was likely that even then, his master sensed the impending difficulties and dangers that lay ahead. This endeavor required immense dedication, utilizing extraordinary techniques to preserve the legacy of the Mo family. Who could have anticipated that 4 centuries later, by sheer serendipity, one would acquire this very inheritance? Chen Han had recently conducted an online search regarding Matteo Ricci, the Italian figure, tracing his every step in Huaxia. He learned that Ricci ultimately settled in Kyoto, where he passed away. Drawing a deep breath, he contemplated visiting Ricci's grave in Kyoto to pay respects on behalf of his mentor. The exquisite red-glazed spring vase adorned with motifs of pine, bamboo, and plum blossoms, which he fortuitously obtained in fragments, along with the celestial stone that found its way to Pana Garden, were all treasures he had uncovered. Yet, he pondered the fate of the ink blade, the emblem of the Mo family. He must locate it, even if it meant scouring the entire antiquities scene of Kyoto. He was resolute in his quest. As the city's lights flickered to life and dusk enveloped the surroundings, the most vibrant street for culinary delights in Kyoto, known as Ghost Street, beckoned. Originally referred to as Ghost Market, its history traces back to the late Qing and early Republic eras. Wealthy families, having fallen on hard times, would often choose the early hours of the morning to discreetly sell their antique treasures under the cover of darkness, illuminated only by lanterns. Over time, the market thrived, attracting numerous mysterious treasures that were sold off in the night. Patrons followed 2 principal rules. They could examine the goods, but not inquire about prices, and they would observe the merchandise without acknowledging the sellers. Even after the establishment of the People's Republic, the Ghost Street retained its popularity, though the stalls transformed from antique treasures to a variety of delectable street food. Chenair, you're quite the local magnate now, so we won't hold back. Zheng Lei swaggered ahead in shorts, his robust frame parting the crowd in Ghost Street. Chen Han chuckled. No problem. Whatever you want to eat or do, it's on me. Although the other 3 were from well-off families, their pocket money was insufficient for a night of indulgence. Upon hearing that Chen Han had just sold a silk string for a zither to the Lu Province Museum for 10 million, their eyes gleamed with envy. Initially, they planned to dine near their school, but this news compelled them to take a taxi to Ghost Street, insisting that Chen Han treat them to a grand evening. That place, the crayfish, Zheng Lei and Rin Mingming exclaimed in unison. The establishment was indeed bustling, and after a lengthy wait, the 4 of them squeezed onto a cramped table. The crayfish were priced per piece at 15 each. 100 of each flavor, garlic, spicy, and special blend. In a case of beer chilled, they discarded disposable gloves, diving into the feast, their hands greasy as they relished the food. Have you put everything away? After several rounds of drinks, Fu Yong leaned closer to Chen Han, lowering his voice. Chen Han nodded, mentioning he had rented a place outside for gatherings. Rin Mingming perked up. How big is it? We should move in too. Fu Yong quickly gestured for him to remain quiet, reassuring Chen Han that despite Wang Wenming and Zhou Xishua's affluent backgrounds, they need not worry excessively. In a lawful society, he doubted they would act too recklessly. At that moment, Chen Han's phone rang. Wiping his hands, he checked the screen. It was a call from Ning Nan. Brother Nan, still awake at this hour? Chen Han answered with a smile, only to hear a tone of concern from the other end. Wang Wenming has withdrawn from school. Chen Han froze, the smile fading from his face. Chen Han, listen to me. Return what you have. Ning Nan's voice was weary. Chen Han sighed softly, offering reassurance. I'll be cautious. You take care as well. Avoid unnecessary outings. Upon ending the call, his three companions cast him inquisitive glances. Chen Han disclosed the news of Wang Wenming's withdrawal. The three were taken aback, their beers spilling onto the table. This was undoubtedly a troubling sign. No one would assume Wang Wenming withdrew due to a loss of face. If he were at school, he would merely be a toothless wolf. What Chen Han faced was a far greater unknown and peril. Fortunately, immediately after the treasure contest concluded, he had instructed Ning Nan to convey a message. With those three treasures involved, he believed his brothers would remain safe for the time being. Let us drink and sing our hearts out tonight, Chen Han proposed loudly. Eager to lift the mood, Fu Yong clenched his teeth, determination in his eyes. To hell with it. We'll face whatever comes together. Zheng Lei, succinct and spirited, ignited with fervor. Both had endured injuries previously, and their grievances lingered. They recognized all that Chen Han had done for them, and were resolved to stand united in adversity. Ren Mingming, cheeks flushed, raised his glass defiantly. No worries, I'll go find my sister. Damn, what an ambitious lad. The others chimed in with laughter, dispelling the earlier tension. After a hearty meal, the four ventured to a nearby establishment called Star Avenue, securing the largest private room available. Good sir, the 4 6-room suites are available today, with a minimum spend of 12,000. Chen Han promptly settled the payment via scan, leading the way to the elevator. Just then, a raucous group swaggered in, heading for the elevator. At the forefront was a scar-faced man in his 40s, his shirt open at the collar, revealing tattoos that instilled a sense of wariness. Chen Han, initially dazed, became alert as the group approached, catching a whiff of an unpleasant scent that jolted his senses. These were grave robbers, known as tomb scorpions in the Northwest, and he recognized their dialect immediately. This group had evidently just emerged from a tomb, carrying the unmistakable odor of earth and decay, vastly different from ordinary body odor. Before acquiring the inheritance, Chen Han had never encountered such a smell. Yet, as the scent hit him, his mind raced with acute insights. Among them were 4 men and 2 flamboyantly dressed women, with the scar-faced leader glaring coldly. A sneer curling his lips. Boss, this haul is pathetic. You only brought 2. It's not enough to go around. The leader's eyes were steely, laced with disdain. Calm down, there's plenty for you. A lanky youth beside him, carrying a bulging canvas backpack, looked obsequious, his gaze flitting between the 2 women. The other 2 men were more subdued, each with an arm around a woman, yet seemingly distracted, surveying their surroundings. Ding! The elevator arrived. Just as Ren Mingming was about to step in, Chen Han pulled him back. Let's wait a moment. The stench from the tomb robbers was too uncomfortable, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Soon, the 4 brothers entered a lavish private room on the 4th floor, spanning over 200 square meters, exciting even the well-off Ren Mingming. Shortly after, a server arrived with an array of beverages and snacks, spirits, red wine, and beer. Tian Han poured drinks, engaging in a spirited contest with Fu Yong. Zheng Lei belted out the haunting melody of Lonely Walk in Dark Alleys, while Ren Mingming, the artistic soul, showcased his talents with rock classics, ensuring the atmosphere remained electric. Until the 2 sang their voices hoarse, they finally ran over to drink with lingering excitement. The 4 were in high spirits when suddenly the door swung open. A robust figure strode in from outside, before they could discern the visitor's appearance. He made a gesture for silence and revealed an identification badge. Special police. Continue your revelry, but refrain from stepping outside for the time being. His brief words carried a tone of stern authority. The sudden presence of a stranger with such a pronouncement extinguished any desire to continue drinking. All 4 had seen the badge. None dared to doubt its authenticity, which fostered a sense of thrilling excitement among them instead. At that moment, a faint female voice crackled through the man's earpiece. The 4 targets have been confirmed to be in room 47, and there are 2 women inside, reporting their respective positions. The burly man's voice was low, 023 in position. I'm in room 46, everything is normal. Ensure the safety of civilians and execute orders accordingly. The tone from the earpiece was grave. Chen Han felt a spark of inspiration, rose, and poured the man a glass of fine liquor. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Are you here to apprehend those grave scorpions?" The man's attention had been on the earpiece, but he suddenly stepped back, his eyes shining fiercely, as if a beast had locked onto Chen Han. This reaction startled Chen Han. He had not anticipated such a strong response. 023, what is happening on your side? This scene astonished the other three, jolting them from their inebriation. This officer, let us communicate. Let us communicate. Fu Yong hurriedly rose to explain. Chen Han wore an innocent smile, yet dared not move, sensing that any sudden action could lead to him being subdued in an instant. Rest assured, we are merely students from Inkai University. Upon hearing this, 023's expression softened slightly. I am 023. There is no issue here, and the operation can continue. After disconnecting the earpiece, he fixed a serious gaze on Chen Han, his voice deep like a bass drum. How did you know? Chen Han placed the glass on the table, recalling that he had coincidentally shared the same elevator with them while ascending, nearly suffocated by the earthy and foul odors emanating from them. 023 furrowed his brow. You cannot leave for the time being. After the operation concludes, you will need to give a statement. Chen Han felt despondent, internally chastising his own indiscretion. Truly, drinking can lead to complications. Just then, the earpiece emitted a signal again. Action. 023 pointed at Chen Han, making it clear that he was not to leave. He then approached the door, surveying the situation outside before swiftly darting out. Moments later, a cacophony of screams and chaotic shouts erupted from the adjoining room. Do not open the door. We cannot assist. Fu Yong, whose family had connections in the military district, understood the gravity of the identification badge better than anyone. Although Chen Han had never seen such a badge, he had heard of the special police's formidable reputation. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence from outside, glass breaking, right next door. The four rushed to the window. What they saw made them gasp in alarm. A figure had already leaped out of the window, landing on the air conditioning unit below. Without a moment's hesitation, the person jumped again. Chen Han leaned out to look down, his eyes sharpening, and despite the night, he clearly recognized the face of the scarred man, still carrying a massive backpack. From the window of a neighboring room came furious shouts. He jumped out, everyone prepared to intercept. In a mere few seconds, the scarred man had descended from the fourth floor, using the air conditioning units to reach the ground. Chen Han, however, was too focused on the direction in which the scarred man had fled. Even now, he could vividly picture the man's silhouette. At that moment, the scarred man had already run nearly 500 meters, and Chen Han's eyes began to sting, threatening tears. If the scarred man continued his flight, he would soon escape Chen Han's line of sight. Just then, he abruptly halted. Scanning his surroundings, he removed the backpack and unhesitatingly tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Then, he jogged a few steps forward and entered shop. Chen Han's heart leaped. He strained to see the name of the establishment, the Nourishing Wellness Center. Chapter 44, One Oddity. Stop looking, Lao Air. He has already fled. Seeing Chen Han fixated on the night outside the window, Fu Yong patted his shoulder and spoke. The group had lost all interest in drinking. They turned off the music and settled onto the sofa. At this moment, Chen Han's thoughts had already drifted outside. The backpack tossed into the trash undoubtedly contained something significant. The reason the grave scorpions had drawn the attention of the special police was surely due to the items within. Had it not been for the earlier instructions from the special police, Chen Han would have dashed into that alley to rummage through the bin. This was a golden opportunity that had fallen from the sky. The four continued to discuss the thrilling event that had just transpired when the door swung open again. This time, alongside 023, a striking figure entered. The woman appeared quite young, barely in her 20s. Yet, beneath her short hair, her exquisite face bore an air of coolness and determination that made it hard to forget after just a glance. Her voice was indifferent, laced with evident displeasure. Allow me to introduce, we are from the Special Operations Unit. You will prepare a statement regarding tonight's events and sign a confidentiality agreement. The woman stated bluntly, revealing her identity without hesitation. Special Operations Unit? Chen Han felt puzzled. Was it not the Special Police? The other three also exchanged bewildered glances, silently astonished. Chen Han scrutinized the woman, noting her pragmatic combat attire, appearing only slightly older than himself. Yet the aura of superiority and disdain she exuded was something he lacked. Her tone even made him feel as though he were being looked down upon. Excuse me, but this room was rented under my name. You intruded during your operation and expect us to prepare statements and sign confidentiality agreements? The woman, taken aback by his words, glanced at Chen Han with slight surprise. She quickly retorted with a cold smile. Our operations reserve the right to commandeer any location. Cooperating with us is your obligation. Chen Han regarded her silently, his voice icy. And what happens after commandeering? Do you let the criminals escape? You. Not only did the woman's eyes widen in anger, but 023 also stepped forward, glaring at Chen Han with a fierce intensity. What did I say? Chen Han scoffed dismissively. Not only did the man escape, but the evidence was also lost, wasn't it? A flash of fierce determination crossed the woman's eyes, and with a cold huff, she prepared to subdue the insolent Chen Han. Thankfully, 023 stepped in front of her just in time, blocking her path. Who are you really? And how do you know all this? If you do not clarify, it will not simply be a matter of taking a statement. 023's gaze bore into Chen Han. Filled with scrutiny, faced with his penetrating stare, Chen Han felt no panic. Instead, he slowly strolled to the window. One could clearly see that the scarred man had jumped down from outside while carrying his bag. Chen Han spoke in a nonchalant tone, causing the woman to grit her teeth in frustration. She stepped closer to the windowsill to look outside, her gaze locking onto Chen Han as she coldly stated, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am currently on duty. Otherwise, based on your words, I would show you the might of the Special Operations Unit." Her voice was devoid of any emotion, like a blade of ice. Chen Han chuckled lightly. Unperturbed, no need for the send-off. Are you trying to usher me out? The woman's finely arched brows knitted tightly together, her breath becoming somewhat labored. The task at hand had already ended in failure, igniting a fire of frustration within her, and now Chen Han's demeanor had further incensed her. With a fierce glare directed at Chen Han, she pivoted and strode towards the exit. 023's gaze, which had initially been marked by disdain, now shifted to one of loathing. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a stack of agreements and forms. Just as the icy woman was about to exit the room, a sudden remark from Chen Han caused her to halt, her form trembling in shock. In the southern alley, about 500 meters away, at the Jizu Ludao Wellness Club, go apprehend the suspect. What? What did you say? The woman and 023 turned to Chen Han almost in unison. Ignoring the two, Chen Han cast another glance into the distance, his tone resolute. They still haven't emerged. The individual remains inside that foot massage establishment. If we delay any longer, I cannot guarantee the outcome. His words astonished the two special agents and left the three brothers in the dormitory utterly bewildered. They had been watching Chen Han confront the female commander with a mix of secret delight and concern. Yet, Chen Han had just revealed such explosive information, dramatically altering the situation. The woman was the first to regain her composure. Casting a complex look at Chen Han, she found no sign of jest in his demeanor. Without hesitation, she pressed the button on her earpiece and swiftly issued commands. The suspect is likely inside. Seal the area and proceed with the arrest. After hanging up, an almost palpable silence enveloped the private room, as quiet as a pin drop. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, the earpiece crackled to life once more, delivering an excited report. Report 011. The suspect has been apprehended. Repeat. The suspect has been successfully captured. Excellent. Zheng Lei's sudden cheer shattered the stillness of the room like a thunderclap. At that moment, even the two elite agents were startled, their bodies jolting. How did you know? The woman finally spoke, her voice low as she posed this perplexing question. As she regarded Chen Han anew, her eyes brimmed with curiosity and a hint of astonishment. Here was a formidable special agent team, 10 of the finest operatives, being outsmarted by a mere youth. You can guess, Chen Han replied with a half-smile, raising the glass of wine 023 had poured for him earlier. Before the two special agents departed, the four brothers were compelled to sign a confidentiality agreement. As for the statement, 023 found himself in a quandary. How could he write that the young man had witnessed the suspect enter the wellness club? Had the special agents gone blind? He had just conducted a test from the windowsill. The night was dark and visibility poor, rendering the distant scenery below indistinct, let alone anything 500 meters away. However, aside from that, he found himself at a loss for further inquiries. The other three spoke in unison, asserting that Chen Han had been standing by the window for a while longer. None of those present were equipped with night vision devices or binoculars. Even a smartphone with night vision capabilities could not accurately capture events 500 meters away. This is ridiculous. What kind of anomaly is this, Chen Han? The woman, codenamed 011, kept her gaze fixed on Chen Han's face until she exited. Curiosity filled her mind. This seemingly unremarkable young man exhibited no signs of pressure in the presence of herself and 023, instead maintaining an unsettling calmness. This was utterly inconceivable. Even as she departed, She could glean no useful information from his youthful, clean visage. Yet, the name Chen Han was firmly etched in her memory. Chapter 45. The Door Knocks. Under Chen Han's urging, the four refrained from continuing their drinking and exited the Dao Jiguan. The three pressed him for answers about the earlier incident, but Chen Han merely repeated one phrase. The village is dark at night. I have been accustomed to it since childhood, and my night vision is superior. Naturally, the three were skeptical. How could anyone's vision be that exceptional? Yet, they found themselves unable to formulate any alternative explanations, and thus relented. Chen Han hailed a taxi for the three, ushering them into the vehicle and instructing the driver to proceed. Following the apprehension at the foot massage establishment, it was unlikely that the scar-faced man would divulge the whereabouts of the backpack anytime soon. It was stolen property, and if discovered, it would secure his conviction easily. As the night deepened, Chen Han slipped through the streets of the city like a nimble cat, entering an alleyway. He observed that the special agents had departed and leisurely made his way towards the Zhizu Lu Dao Wellness Club. Passing a refuse point, he feigned urination and subtly lifted the lid of a green trash bin. Indeed, it was still there. Chen Han's heart raced with excitement. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he seized the canvas backpack. It was heavier than expected, and upon touching it, he discerned that it was wrapped in thick, soft material to prevent damage. Without a second thought for its cleanliness, he slung it over his shoulder and hastily departed. Not long after he exited the alley, two figures, one tall and one short, approached the vicinity of the trash bin at a leisurely pace. That clever kid left a hand. If it weren't for him, we might not have discovered this so swiftly, the short-haired woman scoffed. It was only a matter of time. How could it possibly be overlooked? The burly man, none other than 023, bore a mischievous grin, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his earlier seriousness. The woman rolled her eyes, muttering, "Doesn't that just benefit him? He was so arrogant earlier. This time, I intend to make him remember." 023 chuckled lightly. "As long as you're happy, Miss Wong. Just don't let it interfere with the task at hand." This assignment was delegated by the 003 of the Shanghai Geological Team. You know his temperament. Well, you understand. At this moment, Chen Han was already in a taxi en route to Shuiyu Bay, eagerly anticipating the contents within. The vast expanse of northwest China, whether in Shaanxi or Shaanxi, is renowned for its abundance of large burial complexes, including numerous imperial tombs. The area has long been plagued by grave robbing, a phenomenon that persists even to this day. Among these, some particularly mysterious and peculiar tombs have captured Chen Han's interest through his research. What surprises could the grave robbers from the northwest bring him? As the night deepened, the roads of Kyoto remained surprisingly clear. Within an hour's drive, Chen Han arrived at Shuiyu Bay. With a weighty canvas bag slung over his shoulder, he slipped into the community. With a swift motion, he unzipped the bag, revealing a bright red plastic packaging material. Upon gentle touch, he realized it was surprisingly elastic, reminiscent of a certain indescribable toy material. At that moment, his heart sank. He had no time to ponder. He yanked the red plastic bag from within. The enormous, dough-like texture filled him with despair. No, this cannot be. The scar-faced man fled for his life without abandoning this backpack. How could it possibly lack treasures? Surely, there must be something perhaps wrapped within this silicone mass for protection? With renewed hope, he carefully unsealed the red plastic bag. At that moment, a refreshing and unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a very faint yet distinct aroma laced with earthy undertones. As he slowly unwrapped the plastic, a massive white, flesh-like substance appeared before Chen Han. He gasped sharply, his body frozen in disbelief. Meet Ganoderma. In white. His heart soared as if he had just ridden a roller coaster, and he burst into laughter. It was indeed the rare white Tai Sui. It appears that this Tai Shan weighs an impressive 100 pounds. Initially, I presumed it to be filled with gold and silver artifacts, or an abundance of copper and jade items. Who could have anticipated that it would be such a divine treasure? The meat Ganoderma, commonly known as Tai Shan, has been known since ancient times, shrouded in mystery. In its ancestral memory, the efficacy and applications of the meat Ganoderma are exceedingly vast. It was even listed among the treasures intended for the Liu family. To my astonishment, it has come to me on its own. Such is the will of heaven. At this moment, Chen Han is so exhilarated that he nearly wishes to uncork another bottle of wine. Carefully extracting the white Tai Shan from the plastic bag, he laid it on the rosewood tea table, occupying nearly half of its surface. The cylindrical form remained unscathed, revealing that the scar-faced individuals had indeed taken great care. Sensing a faint earthy aroma, coupled with the scents from the grave scorpions, Chen Han speculated that this white taishan was discovered in the vicinity of the tomb. It is even possible that this sacred item emerged from within the tomb itself. What kind of extraordinary grave could that be? With the capture of the scar-faced man, further investigation seems nearly impossible. After a moment as contemplation, he decided to let go of this line of thought. Laboriously, he transported the white taishan to the third floor, placing it directly into the bathtub of the guest room, soaking it in clean water. As he descended, he suddenly noticed a rolled-up newspaper containing the goods that Luo Laolu had brought to the capital. A stroke of luck. Chen Han casually took the bronze sword wrapped in the newspaper downstairs and stuffed it into a canvas backpack. Once these tasks were completed, he clapped his hands, feeling considerably more at ease. In the event that the scar-faced man divulged information, the special operations personnel would not be trifled with. With cameras scattered everywhere, it would be all too easy for them to locate him. One must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chen Han's heart skipped a beat. At this hour, who could be visiting his villa? No one knew he resided here. Could it be someone from Wang Wenming? Have they come looking for him so soon? Suppressing his anxiety, he slowly approached the door and glanced at the visual monitor. That brief moment sent shivers down his spine. It was none other than the Special Operations Officer 011. Chapter 46. Let the bullets fly for a while. He had been careless. Just as he had arrived home, someone had come to find him. It was evident that the footage of him retrieving the bag from the trash can have been witnessed by the Special Operations personnel. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Han opened the door. The woman's expression was stern, completely disregarding Chen Han's reaction as she brusquely pushed past him and entered the room. Her gaze immediately fell upon the canvas backpack resting on a rosewood sofa, a faint smirk of derision crossing her face. Little thief, did you think you could escape after stealing these items? Chen Han feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Stop pretending. Do you know what crime you've committed? I can arrest you right now. I'm here to search your premises. Stay put. On what grounds? Tiananrietotid coldly. On the authority of my position in the Special Operations. The woman sneered, paying Chen Han no mind as she began to survey the room. The first floor was exceedingly sparse, easily scanned at a glance. A brand new set of rosewood furniture adorned the space, with only the canvas backpack present. Without hesitation, the woman ascended to the second floor. To her surprise, the second floor was equally straightforward, bordering on bare. In the bedroom, she discovered a large student backpack. Unwilling to relent, she proceeded to the third floor. Finally, she made a discovery. On the empty floor of the third floor lay two exceptionally high-end suitcases and an inconspicuous cardboard box. When she opened the box, a gasp escaped her lips. It was a blue and white porcelain jar. As the eldest daughter of the Wang family, her discerning eye recognized it as an antique and not a replica. Could it be stolen goods? However, upon opening one of the suitcases, her expression changed dramatically. How could this item be here? Wang Qini, the eldest daughter of the Wang family and Special Operations Officer 011, trembled with shock. The Taoist Master's treasure seal. Her great-uncle, a Taoist priest at the Tianshi Mansion in Longhu Mountain, possessed this seal, which she had seen and touched just last year. Could it be a fake? No, that is not right. Wang Qini seized the Taoist Master's treasure seal, scrutinizing it intently. It was indeed genuine. That wretched little thief had stolen this priceless treasure. Filled with indignation, Wang Qini turned and dashed downstairs. You scoundrel! You have the audacity! Before she even arrived, her furious voice echoed, grasping the treasure seal. Her expression was fierce. At that moment, Chen Han sat on the rosewood sofa, his countenance icy as he focused on the woman charging down the stairs. Holding his phone, he recorded the encounter. This woman had forcibly entered his home and carelessly handled his valuable possessions. While filming, Chen Han narrated the situation. You're talking nonsense. Confess how you stole this item. Wang Qini thrust the bronze seal before Chen Han, demanding answers. Accusing me again, are we? Ah, the Special Operations truly are impressive. Observing Chen Han's actions, Wang Qini smirked. Record all you want. These are your theft evidences, which saves me the trouble. Now, explain how the Taoist treasures from Longhu Mountain ended up in your possession. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you will accompany me. Chen Han held up his phone, clicking his tongue. So, you're truly going to take someone in? How bold. Dare I ask your name? Wang Qini scoffed. I am Wang Qini of the Special Operations. Today, I will see to it that you face justice. Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes dark as he regarded the haughty young lady. Listen well. This item was won by me in front of 1,000 witnesses during a treasure contest. I acquired it fair and square. Now put it down. Wang Qini's eyes widened in disbelief as she countered, "You lie. That is impossible. Impossible? If you're indeed from special operations, you should have the means to investigate. I want to waste my breath on you." Wang Qini's body trembled. Could it be that he was telling the truth? But who could possibly have the ability to compete for such an item? Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind. Wang Wuming. Could it be that inept fellow? It must be. This item belongs to his uncle, so it's plausible he could have acquired it. Wang Qini gritted her teeth in frustration, yet refused to concede verbally. "You will accompany me." Chen Han chuckled. "On what basis? Your unfounded accusations? Or merely your loud voice?" Wang Qini's face darkened, pointing at the canvas backpack beside him. "On the basis that you possess stolen goods." Chen Han retorted with a laugh. "Please, clarify the situation. Picking up trash is not a crime." "You." Wang Qini was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his argument. Indeed, if this man insisted he had merely salvaged items from the trash, despite there being the spoils of tomb raiders, he could easily argue that he was unaware. Furrowing her brow, Wang Qini found herself at a loss for how to undermine the confidence of the young man before her. "I will take the stolen goods." Ultimately, Wang Qini gritted her teeth and spoke in a low voice. "I will also take the Taoist master's treasure seal." Chen Han's expression turned frigid. To recognize this item at a glance, and sharing the surname Wang, if he was not mistaken, she must be related to Wang Wenming. With every word he spoke, Wang Qini's demeanor grew increasingly grim. However, she could not afford to retreat. One could easily imagine the significance of this matter to her uncle, should it be lost. His status would be irreparably damaged. This would constitute a tremendous loss for the entire Wang family. Say what you will. Wang Qini seized the canvas backpack from the sofa, along with the Tao scriptures and the treasured seal, and strode out decisively. Chen Han, calming his anger, rose to shut the door. The Wang family. Given the circumstances, he could no longer hold back. Rather than waiting passively, it would be wiser to stoke the flames of this conflict further. With this thought, Chen Han opened his phone and promptly uploaded the video he had just recorded onto the platform. The title read, "Special Personnel Break in a Private Residence at Midnight. Forcefully seizing billion-dollar treasures from a university student." After publishing, he swiftly recharged his account with 10,000 yuan to promote the video, letting the bullets fly for a while. The rest, he would await the outcome. The video meticulously captured Wang Qini's arrogant demeanor and her self-identified status. Even the items she had taken were clearly documented by Chen Han. A chilling glint flickered in Chen Han's eyes. Chapter 47. Those without shoes fear not those with shoes. Before sleeping, Chen Han took out the mahogany box and practiced his needlework on himself until exhaustion overtook him, at which point he lay down to rest. The following morning, he was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. It was Ning Xinan. Chen Han groggily answered the call. "Ninggu, so early this ISNT like you." "Chen Han, have you lost your mind?" Ning Xinan's voice boomed from the other end. "What is wrong?" "What do you mean, what is wrong?" "The video of Wang Qini. Did you post it? Do you even know who she is?" Chen Han rubbed his eyes and replied, "She is from the Wang family. Part of the Special Department 011. You knew this and still made the video public? You're declaring war on the entire Wang family." Ning Xinan sighed heavily, his tones softening. "Do you have any idea what the Special Department represents?" Chen Han remained silent, prompting Ning Xinan to continue. "The Special Department is directly under the highest echelon of Huaxia, tasked with handling various bizarre cases. It is exceedingly mysterious. Even I have only heard my grandfather speak of it. For Wang Qini to join the Special Department undoubtedly required immense effort from the Wang family. If her future is jeopardized, your situation will no longer be mere childish squabbles with Wang Wenming, but a genuine provocation of the Wang family's wrath." Chen Han's brow furrowed tightly. "Nonet, Ningke. I don't wish to trouble anyone with my affairs. But the Wang family, it's nothing. I'm already living on borrowed time. Those without shoes fear not those with shoes. If they want to fight, then I shall fight." Ning Xinan sighed deeply before hanging up. It was Saturday, and there was no need to attend school. Chen Han rose to wash his face and was just about to check the video platform when his phone rang again. It was Tian Jijia, likely with a response from the Liu family. Upon answering, before exchanging pleasantries, Boss Tian got straight to the point. "What are the 3 items?" "Tian Shan's Snow Lotus, a century-old mountain ginseng, and tiger bone." Chen Han pondered for a moment and decided to agree to the exchange. He possessed a piece of white Tai Shui and a phoenix eye vine. Coupled with the 3 treasures from the Liu family, he could commence his medicinal bath. Although the variety of materials was somewhat lacking, the efficacy would be somewhat diminished. However, he could not afford to wait. Now that he was at odds with the Wong family, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. No problem. Let's South meet at your place this afternoon. Having made his decision, Chen Han hung up the phone. Based on his recollections, using these 5 treasures for a medicinal bath could elevate his physical condition to a new realm. As for the specific effects, he could only ascertain them once the materials were in hand. At this moment, within a grand estate in Tiandu City, the atmosphere was tense. In an ornately decorated hall, several figures were seated on a large rosewood sofa. At the forefront was a venerable elder with snowy hair and a youthful visage, his high nose and prominent brows hinting at his once striking good looks. Presently, the elder's countenance was grim, his eyes radiating intense fury. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful young woman, who, if Chen Han were present, he would instantly recognize. Second grandfather, please don't be angry. Wenming has already faced punishment. You must take care of your health. Wang Qini gently soothed the elder's back while attempting to comfort him. Yes, father, Wenming has indeed caused trouble. But the child has already acknowledged his mistake, and he has been punished, spoke a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman, who was Wang Wenming's mother. Be quiet. This is all your fault for indulging him. The elder's hawk-like gaze fixed sharply on Wang Wenming, who knelt in the hall, a thunderous snort escaping his nostrils. How could our Wang family produce such a disgrace? The elder's eyes glinted with coldness, his tone laced with disdain. The matter concerning the Yuan Qinghua was particularly egregious, as this was an item belonging to Chao Bowen, the king of hell. This ungrateful child had actually borrowed it in the name of the Wang family. Upon hearing this name, Wang Qini's pupils constricted slightly. That formidable figure. This was indeed troublesome. Although the younger generation in Kyoto might not know much about Chao Bowen, the name Chao Yanwang was one that commanded respect and caution among the upper echelons. Chao Bowen was among the first to benefit from the reforms, swiftly rising to prominence as one of the rulers of Kyoto. His cunning intellect and ruthless decisiveness were legendary. 20 years ago, he single-handedly faced off against 2 powerful families and emerged unscathed, eliminating several prodigies from the same era and solidifying his fearsome reputation. In recent years, while he had maintained a lower profile, his actions were always significant. Rumors circulated that he was the right hand of a certain influential figure, but this had never been substantiated. Nevertheless, anyone who had weathered the storms of Kyoto for so long and still stood at the pinnacle possessed an aura of power that commanded respect. Father, perhaps you should personally intervene and speak to Chao Yanwang. I fear Wenming has offended him, and the consequences could be dire. Oomph. The elder interrupted with a snort. The face of Wang Dei is not so grand. With that, his murky gaze turned toward Wang Qini, and the anger on his face began to dissipate. Wang Qini couldn't help but be astonished. She had only heard of Chao Yanwang's infamous reputation before, but she never imagined her second grandfather would feel so intimidated in his presence. Just then, an urgent phone call pierced the air. Wang Qini smiled apologetically, pulled out her phone, and answered. However, as a series of furious shouts echoed from the other end, her expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, she abruptly stood, trembling all over. Those present were taken aback by her sudden change. What has happened, Qini? Wang Wenming's mother inquired anxiously. Wang Qini's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. Second grandfather, Aunt, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must leave. With that, she hurriedly exited, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 48. I shall assess the situation when I arrive. Throughout the morning, Chen Han ventured out to procure 2 large pots and some other daily necessities. He had a simple bowl of instant noodles for lunch before shouldering his large bag and setting out. The response to the video he had posted the previous night took him by surprise. It had garnered an astonishing 50 million views, with likes and comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. What made his mouth twitch even more was that his account, which had only 13 followers, had skyrocketed to 800,000 overnight. The video had been thrust into the trending top 10, currently sitting at 6th place. If this momentum continued for another day, it was likely to break into the top 3 trends without question. Wang Qini's name had already gone viral online. Her willful demeanor has been the subject of widespread condemnation among netizens. Of course, there are those who defend her, entirely captivated by her beauty, blurring the lines of right and wrong. The unique existence of Teko has also made its debut in the public eye. Without hesitation, Chen Han invested another 10,000, continuing to amplify the hype. He casually changed his online moniker from Little Antique to Imo Ju. He began to anticipate the moment when his fan base would surpass 1 million. Perhaps he could host a live stream and hunt for treasures online. This notion filled Chen Han with excitement. With such a vast expanse as Huaxia, the hidden gems scattered among the populace must be countless. The clues regarding the Imo family's ink blade might also require the power of the internet to uncover. Upon arriving at Jijin Hall, a young man in his 20s was already waiting inside. Lu Yu, the young master of the Lu family, had returned from studying abroad in the Eagle Nation, distinguished among his peers for both his knowledge and experience. Coupled with the prestige of being part of one of the 4 prominent families, he exuded an innate aura of nobility. Today, Lu Yu had opted for a low-key appearance, donning a simple, new-style cotton and linen shirt, the open collar revealing a hint of a dark green necklace. Upon entering, neither spoke immediately. They simply assessed one another for a moment. From each other's eyes, they discerned a mutual admiration. Chen Han was impressed by Lu Yu's composure and grace. A few years his senior, yet radiating a sense of dignity and depth characteristic of a prominent family. Lu Yu, in turn, marveled at Chen Han's youth and talent. Just moments ago, Tian Jijia had been quite effusive about him, with the proprietor of Jijin Hall practically transforming into a devoted fan, extolling Chen Han's virtues to the heavens. This morning, a significant piece of news had erupted in Kyoto, which Lu Yu had already investigated, and it intriguingly involved the young man before him. Now that he had met him, it was evident how remarkably youthful he was, particularly those dark, star-like eyes that were unforgettable. "Ah, Master Chen, welcome," Lu Yu exclaimed. "Allow me to introduce. This is young Master Lu." Chen Han, wearing a serene smile, approached and shook hands with Lu Yu. There is no substitute for face-to-face encounters. "Master Chen, you truly are a prodigy." Chen Han remained unfazed by Lu Yu's flattery, maintaining a subtle smile. "Young Master Lu, shall we proceed?" Tian suggested. Since it was a transaction, simplicity was preferable. He had no intention of ingratiating himself with the scion of a prominent family. After all, he was a legitimate heir of the Mo clan, a formidable figure in his own right. Lu Yu, taken aback by Chen Han's directness, appeared slightly rushed, but he merely smiled and consented. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with decorum, placing a briefcase on the table and retrieving a check from his pocket, setting it beside the case. "Inside is what you requested, along with a 5 million cash check." Chen Han nodded and opened the briefcase, revealing 3 wooden boxes nestled within. He carefully lifted the first box, gently opening it, and was immediately captivated. Inside lay a dry flower, its petals layered and coated with a fine white fuzz, resembling a frost-covered bloom. It was a Tianshan snow lotus in pristine condition. Memories of the snow lotus flooded his mind, leading him to an instant conclusion. He set it down with care and reached for the second wooden box. Upon opening it, a robust earthy scent mixed with bitterness wafted into his nostrils. Inside lay a dried ginseng, thick as a rolling pin, with an impressive mass of dense roots coiling within, resembling a net. Over 100 years old, truly a remarkable find. Chen Han's heart raced as he nodded appreciatively. Next, he opened the third box, revealing a segment of a dark bone. The fracture displayed intricate patterns of the gourd's inner flesh. As he held it in his hand, he felt a warmth emanating from it. The heat was a simple yet effective means of assessment. "The items are authentic," Chen Han declared, retrieving the crystal pendant from his pocket and placing it gently on the table. Instantly, Lu Yu's gaze became fervent. A Ming dynasty relic, extracted directly from a statue of the Bodhisattva. Lu Yu noted reverently as a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, brought over another exquisite briefcase. Lu Yu, with utmost respect, cradled the crystal pendant and carefully placed it inside the case. After completing these tasks, he exhaled in relief, his face beaming with gratitude. "I'm truly thankful, Master Chen." Lu Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to maintain steady breaths. Tian smiled lightly. "It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. No need for thanks. By the way, Master Chen, my grandfather's birthday is next month. I wonder if you would have the time to join us for a modest drink. You seem to share a connection with this relic, as well as with our Lu family." Chen Han's reaction was muted, but Tian Jijia was taken aback. The Lu family's patriarch's birthday invitation encompassed only the most esteemed individuals in Kyoto. Moreover, the invitation rules stipulated that each family could only extend 3 invitations, leaving many smaller families with but one. Countless individuals would vie for the chance to attend such a banquet, as it symbolized status and prestige. Not to mention, it presented an opportunity to network with prominent figures in Kyoto's upper echelons. Tian Jijia himself lacked the standing to attend. Now, the young master of the Liu family was personally inviting Chen Han. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Tian Jijia shook his head in disbelief. This young man was destined for greatness. Well, I shall gauge the situation at that time, Chen Han replied nonchalantly, causing Tian Jijia to tremble in astonishment. The audacity to consider the invitation from the young master of the Liu family and decide based on the circumstances. If word of this reached others, they would surely chastise him for his lack of appreciation. Liu Yu, however, found no offense in Chen Han's response. Rather, he found the young man intriguing. While others were clamoring to ingratiate themselves with the Liu family, Chen Han appeared disinterested, and it was clear he was not feigning indifference. By the way, Master Chen, I heard some news regarding the Wang family this morning. If you require any assistance, feel free to reach out, Liu Yu offered. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Han's eyes. He immediately grasped what Liu Yu referred to. Clearly, it was related to the exposure of Wang Qini's video. It seemed the situation was escalating. The Wang family would surely be preoccupied with damage control, attempting to suppress the video's visibility, even going so far as to have it taken down. For now, he could only navigate one step at a time. Nonetheless, Chen Han smiled and shook Liu Yu's hand. Thank you. I will reach out if necessary. By the way, young Master Liu, you should consider replacing that green jade pendant around your neck. It carries a heavy aura of death, which could adversely affect your fortune and longevity. Liu Yu's expression shifted, and Tian Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief. Though the blood stains had been cleansed, remnants embedded within the jade structure were not easily eradicated. Your pendant has been tainted by necromantic influences for quite some time and is no longer suitable for wear. Liu Yu lowered his head suddenly, feeling the hair on his arms stand on end, as if the air conditioning in the room had dropped several degrees. He swiftly removed the jade pendant from around his neck, gazing at it with an unusual expression. Chen Han stepped closer, pointing at the pendant. One corner of the oily green pendant exhibited a notably deeper hue. Liu Yu had initially believed that the jade was simply a gradient of emerald, with a hue that nearly reached the royal color. Could it truly be that he had misjudged? Was it instead tainted with the color of corpse blood? In that instant, the jade square tablet, which he had once cherished, now filled him with a wave of nausea. Tian Jijia, in a flurry, had taken a magnifying glass to closely examine the bright green tablet resting on the table. After a considerable pause, he let out an exclamation. My heavens, it truly is bloodstained. Liu Yu's countenance shifted dramatically as he gazed at Chen Han, his expression akin to that of one beholding a monster. He had worn this jade tablet beneath his clothing. Aside from their handshake, they had maintained a respectful distance. How had Chen Han discerned that there was an issue with the jade? Tian Jijia, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixed his gaze on Chen Han. Master Chen, how on earth did you discover this? Chen Han replied with a mild smile. It's merely a matter of having better eyesight. Tian Jijia was both amused and exasperated. Is this merely a matter of better eyesight? He had scrutinized it for ages with a magnifying glass before finally confirming the presence of blood-stained impurities within the jade. Yet, with just a casual glance, Chen Han had perceived it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. In that moment, Chen Han's standing in Tian Boss's eyes was elevated infinitely. If he had previously felt a twinge of resentment over Chen Han snagging the Tang Dynasty's secret-colored porcelain square bottle from him, now he was filled with genuine admiration and a sense of inferiority. Could he blame others for his own lack of discernment? Liu Yu, too, was taken aback. Having heard of Chen Han's extraordinary abilities, he had thought it was merely an exaggeration by Tian Boss. However, the scene that had just unfolded had genuinely startled him. This tablet had been purchased abroad. He had acquired it on a whim, believing it to be an ancient artifact from Huaxia. He had worn it for nearly half a year. No wonder he had been plagued by insomnia and vivid dreams lately, waking each day feeling groggy. At this moment, Liu Yu felt a mix of anger, annoyance, and trepidation, cursing the seller from the Eagle Country in his heart. Master Chen, I told you, you and I are fated to meet, and so are we with the Liu family. I am truly grateful to you. Otherwise, wearing such a sinister object, who knows what might have transpired? When Liu Yu grasped Chen Han's hand once more, the previous sense of estrangement had vanished from his tone. Chen Han shook his head and smiled. It's no great matter. I merely mentioned it casually upon noticing. Next month, my grandfather celebrates his birthday, and I shall personally come to fetch you. Please do honor us with your presence. The young heir of the Liu family personally coming to collect Tian Jijia caused a pang of envy. When he looked at Chen Han, his eyes brimmed with admiration and respect. After Liu Yu departed, Chen Han declined Tian Boss's warm invitation, opting not to stay for tea. Upon entering, he filled 2 large pots with water and set them aboil. Simultaneously, he began to prepare several precious materials. Following the memories in his mind, he plucked 8 leaves from the phoenix eye vine, nearly stripping the entire plant bare. Though it pained him somewhat, there was no alternative. Fortunately, this phoenix eye vine was alive. With proper care, it would regrow. He sliced off a fist-sized piece of the white tai sway. Alongside the 3 materials brought by the Liu family, he arranged them on the table. For the century-old wild ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus, Chen Han took appropriate amounts based on their proportions. The tiger bone was exceedingly tough, so he could only carve out a piece with a knife and then crush it as best he could using a mortar. Finally, he placed all 5 precious materials into a blender, grinding them into a fine powder. According to the memories he carried, it was essential to grind them into powder, and with the help of modern technology, he saved quite a bit of effort. By the time he completed these tasks, the water in the 2 large pots was boiling. He poured the grayish-white powder directly into the boiling water, simmering it vigorously. Instantly, a peculiar aroma filled the entire room. Amidst the fishy and bitter scent, a rich medicinal fragrance emerged. Chen Han's eyes gleamed with fervor as he intently watched the 2 pots, calculating the time before promptly turning off the heat and transporting the 2 bowls of medicinal liquid to the bathroom, pouring them into the white porcelain bathtub. As he diluted it with clean water, the originally brown liquid gradually transformed into a semi-transparent amber hue. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Han stripped off his clothing and submerged himself in the bathtub. The warmth of the water was still somewhat scorching, causing him to grimace. The sensation of immersion sent fiery stings across his body. Yet soon, he felt as though his skin was coated with mint, delivering a refreshing chill. That coolness seeped into his skin, burrowing into his bones, making him shiver involuntarily. This sensation did not last long. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan as a burning sensation surged from his innards, nearly compelling him to leap from the water. On one hand, an icy chill penetrated his body, while on the other, it felt as if a flame had been ignited within him. The clash of heat and cold caused his heart to race violently, akin to a drumbeat. Chen Han emitted a painful groan, his teeth grinding audibly as he resolutely held on, refusing to escape the bathtub. Chapter 50. Returning to Long Hushan. It was uncertain how long had passed, but Chen Han had nearly become numb, his entire being utterly exhausted. He slumbered in the bathtub, slipping into a deep sleep without even dreaming. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was the following day. Awakening from the icy bathtub, he was astonished to find the water had become incredibly murky, with a layer of greasy filth floating on the surface. Could this all have seeped from his own body? Disgusted, Chen Han leapt from the bathtub. Observing his skin, he noted it had turned pale from the soaking. Strangely, after soaking in cold water all night, he felt no chill. Instead, he felt warm all over. With a sudden burst, he swung his fist, and the swift motion produced a sound akin to breaking air. Instantly, a revelation flashed in his mind. Sound barrier. A punch delivered at a speed of 8 strikes per second would create a sound barrier. Chen Han's mouth fell open in disbelief. After just one night of sleep, he had transformed into something so formidable. The legacy of the Mo family truly was unfathomable. He could sense that while his appearance had not changed much, his body felt brimming with boundless energy. With each movement, he felt weightless, as if gravity had lessened. He had the strange illusion that if he exerted himself to leap, he could soar to the rooftops. Suppressing his excitement, he took a hot shower, changed into a clean outfit, and eagerly dashed into the yard. His mind flooded with information. Various combat techniques and movements surged forth. Chen Han paid little mind to the complicated names of the techniques, merely following the memories, practicing each move. As he immersed himself, the once erratic, potent movements became increasingly fluid in his execution, as if he had mastered them long ago. Time slipped away in his mind, and he became oblivious to everything around him. The sound of explosive punches echoed throughout the yard. Chen Han's speed of striking grew ever faster until he left behind afterimages. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been left utterly speechless. This was a legendary technique beyond the realm of cinematic portrayal, absolutely astonishing. It was unclear how long had passed, but his movements gradually slowed. With a long exhale of stale air, his once dazed eyes regained their clarity. How powerful! This was Chen Han's own realization and assessment. He had previously thought that the martial arts of ancient China were mere fabrications of novels. Yet after experiencing it firsthand, He finally understood that martial arts truly existed, though not as exaggerated as depicted in novels. My current state would undoubtedly allow me to effortlessly overpower a dozen-strong adult men. This confidence stems from the surging strength within me and my mastery of various martial arts techniques, skills designed for lethality. They represent the culmination of over 1,000 years of MO family wisdom, as well as the essence of my mentor's lifelong dedication. The fact that I can rapidly assimilate this knowledge through memory transmission is nothing short of miraculous. After a recent bout of intense exercise, I find myself merely glistening with sweat, a stark contrast to my previous state where I would have been drenched. As I take a moment to catch my breath, I am poised to practice once more when, unexpectedly, two figures intrude upon the courtyard. It is Wang Qinyi and the robust figure of Special Agent 023. My expression remains impassive as I coldly inquire, "Is it customary for your special forces to invade private residences uninvited?" Wang Qinyi, already wearing a grim countenance, grows even darker in expression at my words. I mockingly remark, "For a thief, I have shown you ample courtesy." A glint of coldness flashes in Wang Qinyi's eyes as she readies to act, only to be halted by 023's intervention. "Rin Xuanlong, step aside." The man's resolute face displays a wry smile as he advises, "Let me handle this without escalating the situation." Turning to face me, Rin Xuanlong's lips curve into a steely smile. We meet again. I remain expressionless, standing silently as I regard the two with a frigid gaze, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Rin Xuanlong shakes his head in resignation. "Let this matter rest here. You must understand, Chen Han, that taking the stolen items from the scene was your initial mistake." A sharp glint crosses my eyes. My video has been blocked? It seems the special forces have intervened, for the Wang family does not possess the influence to manipulate the largest video platform in Huaxia. Seeing my silence, Rin Xuanlong continues, "Considering your cooperation with the special forces during the operation, we shall overlook this incident." I scoff lightly. "And what are the items taken under the guise of search? How do you justify that?" Rin Xuanlong's brow furrows, glancing at Wang Qinyi, who with wide, startled eyes, declares, "The treasured Taoist scriptures rightfully belong to Longhu Mountain. You have no claim to them." I retort with a derisive laugh. "That is the logic of a robber." If that is the case, I shall continue to disseminate the video. If it is blocked once, I shall post it again. It is merely a matter of pressing a button. Wang Qinyi's chest rises and falls rapidly as she teeters on the brink of explosion, while Rin Xuanlong's expression grows equally grim. As the most enigmatic force in Huaxia, such a situation has never arisen before. This incident has directly alarmed the Special Forces leadership, resulting in disciplinary action against Wang Qinyi. Although her new designation has yet to be released, it is evident that it will fall behind me. Her current 011 designation was earned through substantial merit, despite the Wang family's significant contributions. Should I continue to release videos, the repercussions could be dire, far beyond mere demotion. Return his belongings, Rin Xuanlong finally exhales, speaking softly to Wang Qinyi. With tightly clenched teeth and eyes ablaze with fury, she retorts, "Dream on. I have already returned the items to Longhu Mountain. Let him retrieve them himself, if he dares." As I abruptly turn my gaze toward Wang Qinyi, my icy stare pierces her like a blade. This woman has indeed returned the Taoist scriptures to Longhu Mountain. The thought fills me with a desire to seize her and deliver a harsh reckoning. In that case, there is nothing left to discuss. I shall take my leave. Chapter 51. You will not sell to us. Chun Xiaozhai, do not get too pleased with yourself. I have investigated your background. The ancient artifacts and the millions in your bank account that have suddenly appeared will be under my watchful eye. You had better not fall into my grasp. Wang Qinyi's voice drips with venom, her eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Having long lost my patience with this woman, I unleash a thunderous rebuke. Get lost. This outburst provokes Wang Qinyi, who, despite her slender build, springs forward like a lithe panther. In a flash, she steps forward and unleashes a powerful kick aimed at my shoulder. I feel a chill within my gaze, displaying no signs of evasion as I nonchalantly raise my hand to meet her strike. The sound of impact echoes sharply as her leg is met with my palm, causing her to stagger backward, landing awkwardly. Sharp pain shoots through her calf, eliciting a muted groan. Her first thought is that I wielded a weapon. Before Rin Xuanlong can intervene, he witnesses Wang Qinyi's unexpected defeat. He scarcely comprehends how I executed my move. With a fierce shout, he lunges toward me. But as the thought crosses his mind, a blinding flash interrupts him. In that instant, Ren Chuanlong feels as if he has been struck head-on by a freight train. The thud reverberates as his robust form collapses like a brick wall, being forcibly toppled. His internal organs feel as though they have shifted, his chest tightens, and a metallic taste rises in his throat. The technique I employed was indeed the authentic Taishan cow, and it sent him flying with a single blow. How is this possible? Who is this young man? Pain washes over his face, his eyes vacant, and for a moment, he is unable to rise. Meanwhile, Wang Qini, who had just regained her footing, stands pale and frozen in shock. Her enchanting doe-like eyes are now filled with astonishment and fear. We are members of the Special Forces, particularly Ren Chuanlong, who previously hailed from the Wolf Fong's Special Operations Team, an absolute master of combat. How could he be so effortlessly subdued by this young man? What on earth has transpired? I scarcely glance at their bewildered expressions. I had not intended to confront the Special Forces so directly, but Wang Qini's words and actions have pushed me beyond the limits of endurance. Both of us hail from prominent families. Yet the conduct of Lu Yu from the Lu family is a world apart from hers, far more agreeable. I cannot fathom how such a woman has ascended to the rank of Special Forces 011. The more I ponder, the more dissatisfaction brews within me. I regret not having struck harder earlier. The villa is now under the watchful eyes of the Special Forces, and the items here are no longer secure. After deliberating briefly, I resolved to acquire a separate residence. Utilizing the MO family's techniques, I will establish a formidable array within my own domain. Without my guidance, any intruder will face dire consequences. As for finances, the Wang family has little regard for reason, so I shall continue to make them regret their actions. I will post that video once more. Its significance is diminished, but the Special Forces will likely continue to suppress it. I prefer to target the Wang family specifically. I recall Ning Xinan mentioning that Wang Wenming's 3 treasured items were all borrowed. Now, with one forcibly taken by Wang Qini, I still possess 2, a fragment of the Yongle Dian and a Yuan blue and white jar. It is time to go live. An open auction. I can only imagine the pain that will etch itself across the Wang family's faces. With this thought, I ascend to the 3rd floor and use my phone to capture images of the 2 treasures. I then post a new content update on my video account. Tonight at 9 p.m., live auction of 2 treasured items. Highest bidder wins. I also include descriptions of the items and invest 10,000 to boost the video's visibility. Once these treasures go public, their sale price will undoubtedly exceed 9 figures. With this immense fortune, one could easily acquire a luxurious mansion. Following the release of this video, the entire antique community erupted in excitement. Countless collectors began to leverage their networks to investigate the identity of a person known online as Moju. Wang Wenming's family received the news almost immediately. What? How dare he? At this moment, Wang De, Wang Wenming's grandfather, was both astonished and furious, striking his cane against the floor with a loud thud. In the living room of the Wang family, a middle-aged man sat calmly, his hair intricately tied up, a half-inch black beard gently hanging, with phoenix-like eyes and a fair complexion that radiated an ethereal grace. He remained unaffected by the tense atmosphere, speaking at a measured pace. The old man huffed in anger, showing no warmth towards his son, who had taken up the Tao later in life. It's easy for you to say. If it weren't for that girl Qin and I, your prized possession would also be up for auction tonight. Let's see how calm you'd remain then. Wang Fanyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, offering only a bitter smile. In the corner of the sofa, Wang Wenming's mother dared not utter a word, her expression resembling that of a mourner. Beside her, the young Master Wang, filled with rage, had bloodshot eyes brimming with hatred. He could not fathom that Chen Han would be audacious enough to live-stream the auction of those 2 treasures. It was akin to publicly humiliating oneself online. At this moment, Wang Wenming felt an intense animosity towards Chen Han, wishing to flay him alive. Go quickly. Wang De slammed his cane down, his hands trembling in fury. Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Qin and I limped in. There's no need to go. He won't sell to us, she declared coldly upon entering. I just want to find that guy. He is doing this on purpose, primarily targeting me. Wang De, wise with age, immediately surmised the reason. Wang Qin and I sighed softly, glancing at Wang Fanyun in his Taoist robe, and nodded. Second uncle, there is something I'm unsure whether to say. Wang De suppressed his anger, encouraging her to speak freely. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke gravely. I've investigated Chen Han. He seems to lack any significant background. Yet, his displayed abilities are entirely inconsistent with his origins. We must not underestimate him. Chapter 52. the mysterious Maybach. As Wang Qin's words echoed, the atmosphere in the living room grew peculiar. Wang De appeared somewhat taken aback. For Wang Qin to express such concern indicated the gravity of the situation. However, after inquiring about Wang Wenming, he learned that the young man named Chen Han was merely an ordinary student from out of town. It was said that he was an orphan, with even his tuition waived by the school. How could someone like this command such respect from Wang Qin? Why did the Wang family need to approach him with such caution? Qin, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Wang Fanyun, who had been sitting quietly on the sofa, voiced his evident confusion. Wang Qin did not withhold information. She recounted the events that transpired today at Shuiyu Bay. Wang Fanyun inhaled sharply. To have faced the elite soldier of the Wolf Fong Special Forces and delivered a devastating blow was remarkable. Even within the Taoist community, it would be difficult to find someone with such prowess. Who exactly is this young man? The Taizhan Kao is one of the most representative techniques of the Bejiquan martial art, which originated in the Ming Dynasty and is now preserved in its entirety only at the Yu Mountain Temple in Henan Province. Could he be a disciple of that temple? When Wang Daozun voiced this speculation, Wang Wenming suddenly leaped up, hoarsely rebutting, "Impossible. He is not from Henan and certainly doesn't know any martial arts." Although Wang Qin held little regard for her cousin, she nodded in agreement. "Second uncle, my investigation is accurate. He could not have been trained in Buddhism. I have scrutinized nearly every aspect of his life from birth until arriving in Kyoto for university." Upon hearing this, Wang Fanyun furrowed his brows. Suddenly, Wang Wenming's eyes burned with hatred as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I know how to deal with him. I will take care of this matter." "Nonsense!" Wang De and Wang Fanyun exclaimed in unison. "Grandfather, second uncle, at this point, we can no longer show mercy." However, Wang Qin interrupted Wang Wenming with a displeased tone. "Young Master Wang, you've certainly grown bold to speak such words in front of me, a special agent." Wang Wenming's expression stiffened, his confidence waning. "Cousin, when has our Wang family ever endured such humiliation? I can't tolerate this anymore." Wang Qin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Wenming. "There are some things you may wish to do. I won't stop you. But if anything goes awry, I'll be the first to hold you accountable." Qin. Wang Wenming's mother, startled, stood up to defend her son. "Enough, aunt. I have said all I need to. How to resolve this is for you and second uncle to discuss. By the way, I've spoken with my grandfather. He will meet with King Chao Yin, but as for the outcome, he cannot guarantee anything." Having said this, Wang Qin limped away, feeling relieved that she had done what was necessary. Were it not for her second uncle's advanced age, she would not have wanted to deal with this mess at all. The inept Wang Wenming, relying on the Wang family's background, had committed various reckless acts in Kyoto, and now he had kicked a hornet's nest. Remembering the young man named Chen Han filled Wang Qin with bitterness. She had never faced such humiliation throughout her life. Yet, the more she interacted with him, the more enigmatic he became. His actions had humiliated the special forces. If that incident was an accident, what could be said about today's events? He had managed to send Ren Chuanlong flying with a single blow, leaving him incapacitated for several minutes. If it had been an ordinary person, that Taizhan cow could have resulted in serious injury or unconsciousness. Feeling the swelling and pain in her calf, Wang Qin gritted her teeth. "That damned fellow. I will remember this grudge." Meanwhile, at Shuiyu Bay, Chen Han's phone had been bombarded with calls since the release of the video. There were calls from his dormitory brothers, Ning, Xianan, the Antique Association, and even the Kyoto Museum. Even Xia Lu Hui from the Academy of Social Sciences called to inquire whether Chen Han would be willing to donate that page of the Yongle Encyclopedia and the Oracle Bone Script. The scholar was straightforward, informing Chen Han that the reward would not compare to the auction, but it would still be a considerable sum. Most importantly, he would receive a donation certificate. Chen Han flatly declined. Shortly thereafter, a call from Tianji Jia came in, discussing the possibility of installment payments. As he was eager to acquire that yuan blue and white jar, Chen Han, needing money urgently, politely refused. Finally, peace returned in the evening. After dinner, Chen Han moved the two treasures downstairs, intending to host a unique live-streaming debut in the living room. However, just after 8:30, as he set up his phone, the doorbell rang. Could it be those two agents again? Chen Han's expression soured, but he still rose to answer the door, checking the surveillance monitor. A stranger appeared, a man in his 40s with a hawk-like nose and tightly drawn lips, his eyes glinting coldly, making one feel as if they were being stalked by a wolf. At that moment, Chen Han felt no concern about the Wang family sending someone. He was confident he could handle it. He walked to the courtyard to open the gate. Outside the villa, a luxurious vehicle halted behind a man. It was a Maybach, the precise model eluding Chen Han's recognition, yet sleek lines unmistakably indicated its exorbitant price. A man in his 60s, with an icy demeanor, first stepped out with one foot, then gradually descended from the car. Illuminated by the streetlight, Chen Han discerned the man's captivating eyes and the chiseled contours of his jawline. A mere glance at Chen Han revealed an air of disdain, as if he looked down upon the world. "Come in and have a seat." The man spoke in a low voice, his thin lips curving slightly. Chen Han was taken aback. "Who are you? Join me for a moment. You shan't regret it." As the words fell, before the man could take a step, a hawk-nosed individual advanced and pushed open the gate. Chen Han felt a bit speechless. Who was this person, treating the place as his own? Curious, he refrained from stopping the man from entering. After all, perhaps he was a benefactor come to bestow fortune upon him. Upon entering the villa, the man merely surveyed the modest interior, furnished with only a sofa and a coffee table, before seating himself. The hawk-nosed figure, expressionless, stood behind him, observing with an intensity that could pierce through. The man gestured towards a large Yuan Qingwa jar on the table. "To sell my possession. You are indeed the first in this city. Are you from the Wang family?" Chen Han's mind began to form a judgment upon hearing the man's words. Yet, the man's expression turned scornful, his gaze imbued with a natural coldness, exuding an unspoken aura. The Wang family, what does it amount to? This statement momentarily left Chen Han perplexed. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This man had lent the Yuan Qingwa to Wang Wenming. He was the true owner of that magnificent jar. With this thought, Chen Han quickly surmised the reason for the man's visit. He was concerned that Chen Han might auction off his Yuan Qingwa. The man spoke again, his tone devoid of emotion. "Name your price, and I will have the Wang family deliver the funds." Chen Han had yet to sit down since entering. At this moment, he scrutinized the imposing figure before him and smiled. "Time is running short. The bidding will commence shortly." The man's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Chen Han's words. However, the hawk-nosed man stepped forward, gazing at Chen Han with an intensity akin to that of a predator. In that instant, Chen Han's hair stood on end, as he sensed an almost palpable threat. This individual was undeniably dangerous. Instinctively, Chen Han took a half-step back, adopting an unusual stance, his body tensing in anticipation. The hawk-nosed man, witnessing this shift, displayed a trace of surprise. He realized that the pressure he exerted on Chen Han had suddenly dissipated. In contrast, Chen Han stood poised like a taut bow, his obsidian-like eyes gleaming with intensity. The transformation did not escape the notice of the man seated on the sofa. He remained expressionless, momentarily lost in thought, leaving no one to decipher his musings. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his eyelids, casting an intrigued glance at Chen Han. "Name a price. Consider it a favor owed by Chao Bowen." This statement caused the hawk-nosed man to tremble slightly, disbelief flooding his features. His master had actually conceded? If this were to circulate, it would surely astonish the entire city. Chao Bowen? Though unfamiliar with the name, the hawk-nosed man recognized the significance. The man before him was undeniably formidable, as evidenced by his audacious dismissal of the Wang family. If the implication was correct, simply uttering a figure would compel the Wang family to deliver the money dutifully. The thought was chilling. Chen Han realized he had no desire to antagonize such a powerful figure. To have someone of this caliber owe him a favor, and to confidently extract a sum from the Wang family was a deal that could hardly be deemed unfavorable. The prospect of canceling the live auction loomed. A single Yuan Qingwa would suffice to purchase a luxurious residence. 300 million. With this thought, Chen Han gritted his teeth and boldly declared this staggering figure. The expression on Chao Bowen's face remained utterly impassive. However, his deep, shadowy eyes regarded Chen Han quietly, his thin lips barely parting. "You've offered too little." With that, he stood and strode towards the door, the hawk-nosed man swiftly grasping the Yuan Qingwa jar and following suit. Chen Han did not impede their departure. Instead, he pondered the implications of the man's previous remark. Too little? Was this a suggestion that regardless of how outrageous his offer might be, the Wang family would comply without hesitation? 300 million was a figure he had only mustered with great resolve. At this moment, Chen Han felt a twinge of helplessness, followed by a bitter smile. His foundation was indeed too shallow. Even when fortune knocked at his door, his limited insight wasted a monumental opportunity. Nevertheless, 300 million was still a satisfactory amount, considering it was an estimate provided by experts during the treasure competition, ensuring he would not suffer great losses. As Chen Han escorted them to the exit, Chow Bowen had already settled into the car, while the hawk-nosed man stood outside, leaning against the vehicle like a sentinel. The headlights illuminated the distance, indicating that neither seemed in a hurry to depart. Just then, Chen Han glanced up to see another vehicle approaching the villa, speeding towards them. "The money has arrived, farewell." The voice was peculiar, as if the throat had endured some injury, sounding as though it had been scraped with sandpaper. This was the first sentence spoken by the newcomer that night, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. Chen Han felt an instinctive trepidation towards this individual, cold, frigid, and cruel. This sensation surpassed even his encounters with Ren Xuanlong from the Special Forces. Chen Han understood that his previous victory over Special Forces 023 was largely due to the latter's carelessness, allowing him to seize an unexpected advantage. Should they meet again? While he was confident in his ability to defeat him, it would not be so effortlessly achieved. The hawk-nosed man before him, however, embodied a threat even greater than Ren Xuanlong. Chen Han harbored a sense of uncertainty, feeling that a confrontation with this man would not guarantee his victory. To have someone of such caliber serving as a chauffeur for Chow Bowen only underscored the latter's formidable nature. Until the Maybach departed, the rear window remained unrolled. Yet, Chen Han could sense a pair of eyes, akin to the depths of space, lingering upon him. Another vehicle that had been parked by the roadside finally made its way to Chen Han's villa after the Maybach's departure. The visitor appeared vaguely familiar to Chen Han, and he soon recalled that it was the steward who had accompanied Wang Wenming during the treasure competition. "Good evening, Mr. Chen," he greeted, presenting a thin cash check, undoubtedly amounting to 300 million. The old steward spoke little, maintaining a low profile as he delivered the item before promptly departing without hesitation. In his hand, Chen Han now held a check and a black card, the latter having been discreetly handed to him by the hawk-nosed man. The card was exceedingly simple, adorned only with a single series of gilded Arabic numerals. Upon returning indoors, Chen Han examined the card, recognizing it as the contact information for Chow Bowen. "Ah, the favor of a significant figure?" Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. For the Wang family to deliver a check of 300 million so promptly, this level of influence was indeed rare within the entirety of Huaxia. The Wang family's swift action suggested they had likely been waiting nearby, merely anticipating his command. The depths of the waters in Kyoto City were indeed unfathomable. With this thought occupying his mind, Chen Han found himself unable to focus on the live broadcast scheduled for 8 o'clock. Casually, I posted a message regarding the postponement of an auction on my account, and then called Ning Sinan. "Ninggu, I'm inquiring about someone." The phone rang once before the other end connected, likely as he was engaged with his phone. Immediately, Ning Sinan's sardonic voice echoed through the receiver. "What is up, Chendaxia? Have the Wang family come knocking? I see the auction has been postponed." Chen Han was not in the mood for banter and straightforwardly inquired, "Have you heard of Chow Bowen?" "Huh." A gasp escaped from the other side. Chapter 54, Relatives Arrive. I understand. What did you say?" "Chow Bowen owes you a favor." "Are you sure about this, Chen Han? That king of hell would say something like that?" Upon hearing Chen Han's explanation, Ning Sinan's exclamation nearly shattered the phone's microphone. "King of hell?" Chen Han was taken aback. "Humph, people in Kyoto say that. Chow Bowen is capricious, driven by profit, and decisive in his actions. For many years, no one has dared to provoke him. My grandfather established rules for our siblings. There are 3 deities in Kyoto that must never be trifled with, and Chow Bowen is one of them. I'm telling you, Xiao Han, you aren't being fooled, are you?" Chen Han rolled his eyes. "I actually have his number. Why don't you call him to inquire for me?" "Ha ha, no way." The fearless Ning Dage seemed to have lost his bravado. "By the way, Ninggu, isn't the department going to the museum tomorrow?" "Yes." "You should pay more attention to the notifications in the group. As the class leader, you are becoming increasingly irresponsible." Chen Han smiled wryly, shaking his head. Ever since the start of his junior year, he felt as though he had been fitted with a motor, constantly busy without a moment's respite. The days of quietly studying at school seemed like a distant dream. "Remember to come and pay your respects to me tomorrow morning, and accompany me for breakfast." After issuing the command, Ning Sinan hung up. Chen Han felt a twinge of nostalgia, back in school. It was common for Ning Sinan to have breakfast with him and a few others from the dormitory, creating a lively atmosphere. Now, with fewer classes in their junior year, opportunities for everyone to gather had dwindled. While they were still at school, he thought they should seize the chance to meet more often. With a deep sigh, he put away the 300 million check, carelessly tossing aside the black card. He had memorized the number. As for the favor owed by Chow Bowen, he would save it for a later time when it was truly necessary. After washing up, Chen Han took out the rosewood box and gold needles, resuming his practice of acupuncture. To his surprise, today he was exceptionally swift with the needles, and his precision was astonishing. Could it be that his physical condition had improved, resulting in steadier hands? This revelation filled him with immense joy. Through meticulous observation, he could accurately locate each acupuncture point. Previously, he struggled to synchronize his hands with his sight. Now, his control over hand strength had elevated significantly, and as he wielded the gold needles, memories seemed to merge with his body. It felt as though these techniques were innately his, practiced countless times with remarkable proficiency. Unexpectedly, the enhancement of his physical abilities brought about such unforeseen advantages. An overwhelming confidence surged within him. His acupuncture skills were likely unparalleled in the world. The long-awaited 13 ghost needles could finally be put into practice. At this moment, a sleek Maybach glided smoothly through the second ring road of Kyoto. Inside, it was remarkably quiet. Chow Bowen rested with his eyes closed against the back seat, seemingly in deep contemplation. "Sure, hi. What do you think of that young man?" The driver, with a hawk-like nose, slightly softened his cold demeanor upon hearing Chow Bowen's voice. "Chow Yi, that person is no ordinary individual." "Oh." Chow Bowen's thin lips moved slightly. "What do you mean? His foundation is solid, but he lacks decisiveness. If it comes to blows, I can protect you, but I will sustain injuries. However, if it's a fight to the death, he will undoubtedly be the one to perish." Chow Bowen nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his features. "Interesting. In that young man, I see reflections of my own youth." Sure Hai's lips curled into a cold smile, and he inquired, "What if he calls?" "Gao Baoen Zipli." "Assist him once." "Si Hai Understol." As long as the young man made that call, no matter the request, he would receive assistance. However, this would be a one-time offer, after which there would be no further entanglements. Conversely, if he chose not to seek this opportunity, he would still retain a favorable impression in Chow Bowen's mind. It was worth noting that, in the entire Tiandu city, very few could catch the attention of this formidable figure. Sure Hai's lips seemed to lift further. He too was curious when that call would come. "By the way, Chow Yi, the calligraphy by Master Hong Yi that you requested is on its way." Upon hearing this, Chow Bowen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "At the Liu family's longevity banquet next month, take Ling Zhu with you and present those 4 characters to Old Master Liu. Si Hai's Audit Doi. For Old Master Liu's 90th birthday, you intend to present such 4 characters? This is the prophetic saying from Master Hong Yi before his passing. Only you, Chow Bowen, would dare to offer such a grand gift." The next day, bright and early, Chen Han awoke and rode a shared electric bike to school. Sporting sneakers and jeans, he wore a simple white shirt. His large backpack had become an essential part of his ensemble. As per their agreement, upon arriving at school, Chen Han headed straight for the cafeteria. Along the way, he was greeted by several unfamiliar younger students. To his astonishment, a girl even approached him, asking to exchange contact information. Had he gained such popularity in just 2 days away from school? When he reached the cafeteria, Ning Sinan stood beside him with a serious expression, causing the surrounding girls to quiet down. Ren Mingming seized the opportunity, giving Chen Han a thumbs up when no one was watching. "Chen Lair, you can't hog everything to yourself." Listening to Zheng Lei, Chen Han feigned innocence. "What are you talking about?" Fu Yong chimed in with a jest. "The threshold of our dormitory has nearly been worn down these past few days. You, on the other hand, have gone off to enjoy yourself." With a forced smile, Chen Han replied, "Well then, you all should just move in with me. I have plenty of space." The group laughed and chatted as they made their way into the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Ning Sinan seemed unusually quiet today, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Confused, Chen Han thought back to their phone conversation the previous night, when everything seemed perfectly fine. The most renowned meat buns and vegetable porridge from Inkai University were served at their table. Everyone except Ning Sinan was eagerly devouring their meals. "Ningke, why aren't you eating?" Chen Han asked with a mouthful of bun, his words muffled. In Ning Sinan's eyes, an intricate mix of emotions flickered, and the smile that played on his lips appeared forced. "I'm fine. I'm not hungry. You all eat. What is wrong?" Chen Han swallowed his food and asked with sincerity. He had never encountered Ning Sinan in such a state. This fellow had been open-hearted and carefree since their university days. Always cheerful. Could it be? A realization dawned upon Chen Han. Leaning closer to Ning Sinan, he elongated his tone. "Oh, a relative has come. I understand. Chapter 55. Descendants of Matteo Ricci. With a sharp clatter, a chopstick struck Chen Han's forehead. "What nonsense!" Ning Sinan shot him a glare, urging him to eat. Amidst the stifled laughter of the other three, Chen Han rubbed his forehead, wearing a sheepish expression. At precisely 9 o'clock, 3 large buses rolled into the school. Nearly 100 students from a department of cultural relics quickly assembled and boarded the buses, heading towards the Kyoto Museum. In the last row of the bus, Ning Sinan sat by the window, gazing intently at the scenery outside. Today, she has remarkably donned a gentle ensemble. Beneath her sleek short hair, her fair visage appears to have been lightly adorned with makeup. The spirited glint in her almond-shaped eyes has been replaced by a tinge of melancholy. Nanyi, is there something you cannot share with me? Beside her, Chen Han observed her for a while before finally voicing his concern. Xiao Hanzi, I am leaving school. What? Chen Han was taken aback. Why? Isn't it only the 3rd year? By the summer, I will be 20. According to my family's traditions, I must embark on a 5-year journey. If I hadn't pleaded with my grandfather, you would have already been unable to see me this semester. Chen Han gazed intently at Ning Xinan, unable to detect any trace of jest upon her face. A 5-year journey? Why? Ning Xinan struggled to raise a smile, as if wishing to present a more charming fade. Not just me, but every generation in my family has adhered to this. Faced with the familiar smile, Chen Han found himself at a loss for words of persuasion. After all, what right did he have to keep her here? A university diploma? Would that hold any value for her? Perhaps Chen Han's silence prompted Ning Xinan to smile, though it bore a hint of sorrow. What? Can't a brother wait 5 years? She raised her delicate fist and playfully tapped it against Chen Han's chest, pouting to express her discontent. In that moment, Chen Han felt a pang of sorrow deep within, as if he were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. But what could he say? Her journey was a decision made by the Ning family. Nangu, no matter the time, our bond will remain unchanged. Finally, Chen Han sighed and solemnly articulated these words. Ning Xinan smiled, delivering a playful punch to his chest. Now, that's the spirit. I told you, 5 years is nothing. Xiao Hanzi won't forget me. The remainder of the journey was enveloped in silence, as they both refrained from speaking. Ning Xinan gazed quietly out the window, seemingly wishing to imprint every blade of grass and brick upon her heart. Chen Han, however, felt at a loss for words, tightly pressing his lips together. After spending 2 years in close proximity, he was acutely aware of her kindness towards him. Just days prior, during the treasure competition, she had even brought forth an exorbitantly priced heirloom from her home for his use. Such affection was undeniably profound. Yet, he had always categorized that bond as one of brotherhood, pure and untainted, devoid of any complications. However, upon learning of her impending departure, his feelings grew inexplicably intricate. Chen Han was oblivious to romantic sentiments, a consequence of his upbringing. His impoverished family background had left little room for such thoughts. In that moment, he found himself lost in contemplation. It was not until the tour bus halted before the Kyoto Museum that they both returned to their senses and slowly formed a line to disembark. From a distance, Chen Han spotted the museum's director, Su Yubin, who approached them, shaking hands with 2 seasoned professors from the archaeology department. Professor Zhang, Professor Yang, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Accompanying the school's delegation today were not only the department head, Hao Shulin, but also these 2 esteemed professors. Zhang Yuqing and the portly Yang Ji stepped off the bus, relishing the honor of being personally greeted by the esteemed director, their faces beaming with delight. At that moment, Su Yubin noticed Chen Han and waved from afar. Welcome, Chen Han. Come over here. Chen Han was somewhat taken aback by Su Yubin's warmth. Their interactions had primarily revolved around a singular matter. Yet, since the favor was extended, he felt compelled to accept, nodding and leading Ning Xinan forward. Su Yubin's enthusiasm also elicited surprise from head professor Hao Shulin and the 2 veteran professors, who silently mused about when this young man had formed such connections. Following the treasure competition, the professors had attempted to contact Chen Han multiple times, inviting him to report to them. However, the young man had only replied with vague affirmations, never making an appearance. Today, they had finally cornered him. Zhang Yuqing's thinning hair was tousled by the wind, revealing his pale scalp. Beside him, Yang Ji, with his hefty frame and thick glasses, interjected in displeasure. Zhang, that's not fair. My studio needs assistance too. If anyone is to go, it should be to my place. Professor Yang primarily oversaw courses on antique restoration, and the number of students willing to dedicate themselves to this craft had dwindled over the years, making those who joined his studio exceedingly rare. A promising talent like Chen Han was certainly coveted. Moreover, He had a certain charisma that drew attention. Meanwhile, Hao Shulin could not help but be astonished. This student had yet to graduate, and already 2 professors were vying for him. Both professors were graduate advisors, which essentially guaranteed that Chen Han's future academic credentials were all but secured, a fact that would surely elicit envy among many in the department. It's warm outside. Let's head into the museum. I've arranged for a guide to show the students around, Su Yubin proposed thoughtfully. Under his guidance, Chen Han and Ning Xin did not follow the main group, but instead trailed behind the 2 professors towards the VIP room. Halfway through, Chen Han noticed another group of young people of diverse ethnic backgrounds touring the museum. He vaguely recalled Su Yubin mentioning a foreign student group visiting that day. It seemed they were the ones. Just then, Su Yubin leaned closer to Chen Han and lowered his voice. Chen Han, do you have any knowledge of religious artifacts? Before Chen Han could inquire further, Su Yubin continued, I am aware you acquired 2 treasures, one related to Buddhism and the other to Taoism. I surmise you must have a profound understanding of historical and religious artifacts. He then revealed, among today's visitors, one is a descendant of Matteo Ricci, who brought a family letter from that time, requesting our museum to return the sacred text brought across the seas by his ancestor. Chapter 56, An Ancient Dagger. Chen Han's eyelids flickered at the mention of the name. Could this person truly be a descendant of his esteemed mentor? Matteo Ricci had arrived in China in his 30s and ultimately passed away in Kyoto, yet historical records did not confirm whether he had any descendants. It was conceivable that this individual might not be a direct descendant, but rather a distant relative of the Ricci lineage. With this realization, Chen Han felt enlightened. Matteo Ricci's purpose in coming to China was to spread the faith, and it was entirely plausible that he carried sacred texts with him. To think that such items had survived to be housed in the Kyoto Museum was astonishing. A sudden thought struck Chen Han like a bolt of lightning. Might the ink blade have also been preserved alongside Ricci's relics? This notion sent his heart racing with excitement. Su Yubin shook his head, candidly stating, Unfortunately, we do not possess many items. Our museum was established in the 15th year of the Republic, primarily focusing on royal collections from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Artifacts like the sacred texts carried by Matteo Ricci were collected later from the public. Lowering his voice, Chen Han asked quietly, Is there a dagger among Matteo Ricci's collection? Su Yubin paused, casting a curious glance at Chen Han. He seemed about to inquire further, but ultimately shook his head slowly, replying, We do not have such an item in our collection. Chen Han felt a twinge of disappointment. Exhaling softly, it appeared that the search for the ink blade would not be an easy endeavor. Su Yubin shook his head, elaborating. The Ricci family holds significant influence in Italy, and those accompanying them are from the Italian embassy. They have presented Matteo Ricci's handwritten letter to negotiate, asserting that the sacred text is a family heirloom, lost abroad because their ancestors perished in China. Chen Han shook his head and chuckled softly. While it's not entirely unreasonable to say so, one must remember that the individual in question is not a descendant of the Huaxia people. Moreover, that sacred text symbolizes their beliefs and could be considered a family heirloom for the descendants of the Ricci family. What do you mean by having me take action? Tiananmen curied. They are quite tight-lipped, as young individuals with knowledge in religious history and artifact appraisal. Could you perhaps find a way to probe into what treasures they possess? Chen Han felt a wave of frustration. The suggestion to showcase treasures under the pretense of exchanging ideas seemed to him more like an invitation to act as a spy. Given their reticence, it was evident that whatever they possessed was not meant for public disclosure. In such circumstances, any inquiry on his part would undoubtedly lead to failure. Was Director Su planning to employ the same old tricks and expose them through a contest of treasures? Chen Han regarded Su Yubin with the gaze reserved for a cunning old fox. I'm afraid I lack the capability for such a task, he firmly declined. However, Su Yubin revealed a sly grin, leaning closer to Chen Han's ear and whispering, What if the item in question is an ancient dagger? Boom! The word struck Chen Han like a thunderclap. Could it be? In that instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and Su Yubin keenly observed every subtle change. The corners of Su Yubin's mouth slowly curled upward. He had indeed guessed correctly. When Chen Han previously inquired about the dagger, Su had sensed something unusual. Now, it was apparent that this young man was far more knowledgeable about Ricci than he was. Had it not been for the descendant of Ricci presenting an ancient dagger in exchange for that sacred text, he would never have known such an artifact had gone missing overseas. What was so special about that dagger? Finally, Chen Han took a deep breath and spoke in a low, resolute tone, I can assist with this, but I want that dagger. His voice was imbued with unwavering determination. Su Yubin frowned slightly, clearly unable to agree with Chen Han's demand. Unless with that thought, Su Yubin's expression brightened, and he extended 3 fingers, smiling, 3 items. Nearby, Ning Sinan, Hao Shulin, and 2 professors simultaneously grimaced at this audacious proposition. The esteemed director of the Capitol Museum was being rather shameless in making such a demand. 1 item for 3? It was evident he intended to exploit Chen Han, knowing he possessed several invaluable items from 2 previous treasure contests. Ning Sinan silently cursed under her breath and was about to speak on Chen Han's behalf when, unexpectedly, he agreed without hesitation. Deal. In that instant, even Ning Sinan was engulfed by curiosity about what made the dagger so extraordinary that Chen Han was willing to accept such an unfair trade. The 2 elderly professors exchanged glances, incredulous that Chen Han would agree to such an impossible task, one they believed was beyond their capabilities. Yet, only Chen Han understood the true significance of his possessions. Though valuable, they paled in comparison to the ink blade. If it were not for the descendant of Ricci visiting Huaxia, he might never have realized that the Moke family's treasured artifact had traversed oceans to a foreign land. Now that it was returning, it must not be allowed to leave Huaxia again. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Han felt a surge of excitement. That dagger had withstood the test of 2 millennia, passed down through countless generations. His memories of the ink blade were vague, merely a fleeting image of the short sword, while further details seemed shrouded in mist. The recollections within his mind resembled a sealed treasure that could only be unlocked with the right keys. Just as the moment he touched the vase adorned with bamboo patterns in his backpack, those dormant memories sprang to life. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. "Hello, esteemed Director Su. I wonder how your deliberations are progressing?" Chapter 57. Ancient Artifacts. 2 figures strode toward them. One was a young man in his 20s, with fair skin and brown hair, his elongated face framed by deep-set, expressive eyes. His brown shirt exuded an air of expensive taste. Although his command of the Huaxia language was not fluent, he communicated effortlessly, indicating he had put in considerable effort. "Esteemed Director Su, how have you come to a decision?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Yubin's eyes brightened as he approached with enthusiasm. "Mr. Zorn, allow me to introduce you to our young collector from Huaxia, Chen Han. Chen Han. This is Mr. Zorn Lich, a descendant of Father Ricci." Chen Han nodded in acknowledgement as he recalled that Ricci's original name in Italy was Matteo Ricci. The name Ricci was adopted during his journey to Huaxia for missionary work. His mentor, Li Jia, had referred to him using ancient conventions, with Taishi being his courtesy name. Thus, it was clear that Zorn Lich indeed belonged to the Ricci lineage. After introducing Chen Han, Su Yubin also introduced those surrounding them. Zorn appeared indifferent, politely greeting everyone before turning back to Director Su. "Mr. Zorn, may I be so bold as to inquire if the Huaxia artifacts that your ancestor, Father Ricci, brought to your country should not also be returned to their rightful home?" Zorn's expression darkened, and a middle-aged man stepped forward behind him. "Director Su, we have already discussed this matter. Your assertions only suggest you are stalling for time." Chen Han scrutinized this individual, noting his formal attire and fluent Huaxia speech, suggesting he was likely from the Italian embassy. The ambassador, referred to as Cameron, seemed to hold Zorn in high esteem. Bowing slightly before turning to Su Yubin to declare loudly, "Since you, Director Su, continue to delay, I formally protest, as the ambassador to Huaxia, and request the immediate return of the Lich family's ancestral artifacts." At this juncture, Su Yubin was compelled to cast a pleading glance toward Chen Han. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Han spoke with conviction. "Mr. Zorn, may I first see the dagger you intend to exchange?" Chen Han's request took both Zorn and Ambassador Cameron by surprise, their displeasure evident at the interruption. "Sir, please wait until we finish our discussion before raising your request," Cameron stated curtly, keeping his gaze fixed on Su Yubin. Su Yubin furrowed his brows and gestured towards Chen Han, proclaiming, "This young man is our most talented appraiser of treasures and especially invited evaluator for our Capitol Museum. His request represents our institution." Upon hearing this, not only were the 2 Italians taken aback, but Chen Han's companions were also left speechless. Director Su was evidently taking a bold stand, yet this move placed Chen Han in a precarious position. The 2 elderly professors exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions reflecting a sense of anticipation. Only Ning Sinan wore a worried look as she regarded Chen Han's familiar silhouette. Zorn appeared somewhat incredulous, scrutinizing Chen Han before turning to Su Yubin for confirmation. "Director, are you serious? If this young gentleman affirms the authenticity, will you agree to the exchange? Su Yubin glanced at Chen Han, who maintained an impassive expression. Gritting his teeth, he nodded indeed. The dagger has been examined by both myself and the museum experts, and its age is indeed ancient, certainly predating the Ming dynasty. However, its material is quite peculiar, not crafted for bronze. If it were a relic from the Tang or Song dynasties, or even older, it would be rather extraordinary. The design of the dagger is virtually untraceable in historical records, and its preservation is remarkably intact. Were it not for the surface oxidation and patina, one might even mistake it for a replica. Had it not been for Chen Han's inquiry about this dagger, I would have merely sought to gather information about the treasures lost overseas. However, observing Chen Han's demeanor, it seems he is determined to possess this dagger, and that will depend on his own prowess. Very well. A glimmer of intensity shone in Zorn's deep-set eyes as he regarded Chen Han with newfound seriousness. Then I invite this gentleman to appraise it thoroughly. With that, Zorn retrieved a leather box from his shoulder bag. Chen Han scrutinized the box, which was only the length of a forearm, its exterior severely worn, making it difficult to identify the type of animal skin used. Zorn's elongated fingers gently lifted the lid, releasing an ancient aura that wafted from within. Inside lay a scabbard-less dagger, less than a foot long, its dark green body tinged with black, as if it had traversed countless ages to materialize before him. In that moment, a resonant echo reverberated in Chen Han's mind, causing him to shudder. The information regarding this dagger surged forth like a mighty wave. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the most renowned dagger was the Yuchong sword, forged by the master craftsman O Yezi in the spring and autumn era. The Yuchong sword was made of meteorite iron, aptly named as it could be concealed within the belly of a fish. Following closely was the sword used by Jing Ku to assassinate the Qin emperor, the Zhufiren sword. This dagger, also a type of thrusting weapon, was crafted for the same purpose by the most esteemed swordsmith of the Zhao state, whose surname was Su and whose given name was foreign, ironically, a male. The composition of the Zhufiren sword was a blend of meteorite iron and bronze. However, the third-rank dagger was the one before him, known as the Mo blade, which also bore another name, the Yu Emperor's sword. The Yu Emperor refers to Shun, one of the three sovereigns of ancient Chinese civilization. This sword was originally forged for Emperor Shun, crafted from a single piece of celestial meteorite iron, which fell into the possession of Mozi, the founder of the Mahe school, during the spring and autumn period. Subsequently, Mozi renamed the Yu Emperor dagger to the Mo blade, establishing it as a symbol of the Mahe's tradition. Chen Han stood transfixed, absorbing the torrent of information flooding his mind. At that moment, his heart raced with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the Mo blade held such significance. This was the sword of Emperor Shun, one of the three sovereigns at the dawn of Chinese civilization, an artifact from the ancient world. The dagger, forged from celestial meteorite iron, gleamed with a dark blue hue and a lustrous black sheen. Even after millennia, the surface rust had not eroded its integrity. Chen Han, with keen perception, discerned the traces of its ancient craftsmanship through the layer of rust. It transcended the capabilities of bronze metallurgy, revealing patterns of steel, an extraordinary phenomenon. Historical records trace the earliest accounts of steelmaking back to the spring and autumn period, where the Zhufiren sword was forged with the addition of meteorite iron, yielding a blade of exceptional sharpness and resilience. This Mo blade, perhaps, could predate that technology by at least 15 centuries, a notion bordering on the incredible. Chen Han's hands trembled with excitement as he reached toward the box, as though what lay within was a glowing ember. Yet, at that moment, Zorn abruptly closed the box. I believe you have reached a conclusion, have you not? With the Mo blade now out of sight, Chen Han furrowed his brow slightly, ultimately exhaling a deep breath. His eyes, as dark as the night sky, turned towards Zorn. If my deductions are correct, what your family seeks is not merely that sacred text, but the secrets concealed within it. Chen Han's tone was measured, yet his words struck like thunder, causing Zorn's eyes to widen in disbelief, nearly able to accommodate 2 eggs in his mouth. What do you mean? Zorn instinctively took a step back, his gaze fixed on Chen Han as though he were confronted with a specter. The others present were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Chen Han had made such a statement. Only Chen Han understood that amidst the explosive revelations, he had regained additional memories from his mentor. Matteo Ricci had once shared with his mentor that during his voyage across the seas to China, he concealed the wealth he had acquired along the way in 2 secret locations. At that time, he had inquired about a particular Mahis secret technique related to concealing inscriptions. Chen Han's thoughts raced. The Ricci family must have received that letter, yet they struggled to unravel its mysteries. They likely believed that the sacred text concealed information about hidden treasures. A smile graced Chen Han's lips, his eyes sparkling with insight. According to his mentor's memories, he was 90% certain that the true secret lay within that letter. At this moment, Zorn's expression had turned to stone. "Return everything to me." Zorn's body trembled, his face turning ashen, his lips quivering. "Who are you, truly?" Chen Han remained composed, merely stating, "You need only tell me whether you agree or not." Zorn, suppressing his emotions, fixed his gaze intently upon Chen Han. "I must call him immediately. Do not leave. Camaro, keep a close watch on him. He must not escape." With that, Zorn hurriedly dashed toward the secluded corner. The gentlemanly demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished entirely. The onlookers regarded Chen Han with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. The unfolding events were nothing short of extraordinary. How could this young man possess such knowledge about the Ricci family? What secrets lay concealed within that sacred text? He had not even seen the letter. How could he deduce its contents? Ambassador Camaro was tense, his gaze fixated on Chen Han, fearful he might flee. Su Yubin looked at Chen Han as though he were a mythical creature, still struggling to process what had just transpired. Yet, Chen Han's words struck him like a comet, embedding themselves deep within his consciousness. My heavens, what kind of prodigy is this? After days of fruitless negotiations, he has managed to unnerve them completely. Su Yubin's mind was in turmoil. The sight of Zorn's reaction confirmed that he had been thoroughly shaken by Chen Han's revelations. Did the Ricci family indeed harbor ulterior motives? But how did Chen Han come by this knowledge? In that instant, Chen Han's figure took on an air of profound mystery in Su Yubin's eyes. Meanwhile, the department head, Hao Shulin, was utterly bewildered, his expression contrasting sharply with that of the two elder professors, Zhang Yuqing and Yang Ji. Their aged faces flushed with excitement, found themselves riveted by the secrets that had just been unveiled by their own student, information they had never before encountered. How could they not feel exhilarated? Even though the discovery had yet to be attributed to him, he was determined to ensure this remarkable student would become his cherished disciple. Now, they awaited Zorn's phone call, which would unveil all the mysteries. Ning Xinan gazed at Chen Han's back, her heart a tumult of emotions. The once helpless boy who had relied on her was now transformed. Standing beside him felt akin to being at the foot of a great mountain, offering a sense of security. "Oh, little Han, you have grown, no longer requiring my care. Perhaps it is indeed time for me to seek my own path." As this thought crossed her mind, Ning Xinan felt a slight sting in her nose, yet her lips curled upward in a smile. Before long, even before reaching the crowd, she spoke up loudly, her tone serious. "I request a private discussion with this gentleman." Camaro from the embassy immediately glanced at Director Su Yubin, the implication clear, "Prepare at once." Su Yubin, however, directed his gaze toward Chen Han, and upon receiving a nod in affirmation, he waved his hand graciously. "Mr. Zorn, please follow me." Su Yubin quickly led the way to the VIP room. The spacious chamber, nearly 100 square meters, was adorned with a thick, simplistic pattern carpet, and a large circle of fabric sofas surrounded by tea tables. Chen Han entered, nodding at Su Yubin. Once Zorn also stepped into the VIP room, Director Su slowly withdrew, casually closing the door behind him. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zorn Liqi." Before Chen Han had even taken a seat, Zorn had already approached, extending his right hand, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. In response to the belated courtesy of the Italian youth, Chen Han merely nodded, their handshake brief and fleeting. Chen Han, Chapter 59. The blood of the Liqi family plopping down onto the sofa. Chen Han was the first to speak. "Speak, Mr. Zorn, what is your response?" Zorn settled onto the opposite sofa, his gaze scrutinizing Chen Han as if seeking answers etched upon his face. Regrettably, he seemed to be failing in this endeavor. "Before we converse, I hope you can candidly inform me of what you know." Chen Han opened his mouth, uttering two words, "the treasure." Zorn's posture straightened, his eyes widening in astonishment. After a few seconds, he relaxed slightly, as if drained of energy. "So you truly know. Can you tell me how you became aware of this astonishing secret regarding our Liqi family?" The question escaped his lips, and he no longer bore the lofty demeanor of a scion of a noble family, suddenly resembling a minor character caught in a compromising situation. "No comment." Chen Han replied flatly. "Our interaction is merely a transaction. I will assist you in unraveling the mystery of the treasure, and in return, You shall provide me with what I seek. Items can be provided, esteemed Mr. Chen Han, but you must first aid us in unveiling the secret. This is the will of the Lychee family. Facing Zorn, Chen Han shook his head. I do not trust verbal promises. Present 3 items as collateral, and the dagger shall be one of them. Zorn furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Chen Han's assertion. As a member of the illustrious Lychee family, he felt insulted by the implication that he might be untrustworthy. Were it not for his current predicament, Zorn vowed he would have stood up and left. After 2 deep breaths, he finally composed himself. I apologize, Mr. Chen Han. I cannot meet your demands. Understood, Chen Han nodded. Before Zorn could articulate further, he stood up and departed, granting no opportunity for further discussion. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Han seemed influenced by the ancestral memories within his mind, his demeanor and manner of speaking gradually shedding their youthful naivety. Seeing this, Zorn grew anxious, springing to his feet from the sofa, ready to call him back. But Chen Han would not afford him that chance. He pulled open the VIP room door and decisively exited. The Italian was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to pursue him. Regardless of how rude he might be, Wu-Ti, a person from Huaxia, always greeted him with a smile, deeming him cultured. Was this young man truly from Huaxia? Zorn was both furious and anxious. The matter was far too significant to allow Chen Han to leave. If he failed to secure this, he would become the family's pariah. The prospect of losing his inheritance, or even his current standing, loomed ominously. Realizing this, he could no longer afford to delay, discarding his noble dignity as he dashed outside. Mr. Chen Han, please wait. He called out. I fully agree to your terms. I implore you to pause. At this moment, Chen Han had already covered considerable ground when Zorn caught up, running to reach him. Mr. Chen, I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me. Present the dagger. Chen Han commanded coldly, finally halting his steps. Zorn, not daring to hesitate, quickly retrieved a leather box from his bag and handed it to Chen Han. The remaining 2 items of collateral will be delivered promptly. Fearing Chen Han might change his mind, Zorn hurried to explain. Though his face betrayed no emotion, he felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. The ink blade was finally in his grasp, an ancient divine weapon, an unparalleled treasure. He must conceal its origins from others. The Lychee family could not afford to have second thoughts, or acquiring it again would prove insurmountable. Mr. Zorn, please produce that letter. I need to verify my suspicions, and I may require your assistance later. Upon hearing this, Zorn hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Nevertheless, he complied, carefully extracting a meticulous box from his bag. The box appeared to possess security features, highly sealed against water and fire. With a soft click, the box popped open as Zorn input the password. Inside lay several sheets of paper, yellowed and creased with age, exuding a sense of antiquity. Each sheet measured a foot in length and width, and Chen Han's discerning eyes quickly assessed their quality and age. They were made of imperial court paper from the Ming dynasty, a testament to the advanced paper-making techniques of the time, explaining their well-preserved condition. Zorn seemed somewhat anxious, glancing at Chen Han again to ensure he would not damage the contents. Chen Han shrugged, and once Zorn placed the box before him, he reached out to take the paper. There were 4 sheets in total, and as Chen Han read, the previously unfamiliar Italian text seemed to be translated instantaneously in his mind. Remarkable, my master has truly excelled, managing to learn a foreign language to such an extent. And that was 400 years ago. Truly a genius among geniuses. After silently praising his mentor, he shifted his focus back to the letter. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. With each line, Chen Han read, his expression softened further. It was confirmed. His assessment had been validated. What a remarkable Jesuit. Indeed, utilizing the secrets of the Mahe school to conceal the writing on the final page. Yet, he had never anticipated that his own family would remain unable to solve the riddle after 4 centuries. Chen Han chuckled inwardly, to the point where his eyes involuntarily twitched. The treasure belonged to the Lychee family, to my kin. Only those with the blood of the Lychee family may lay claim to such treasures. The final page was peculiar. Despite the preceding 3 pages being complete, there were suddenly 2 additional lines on the 4th. Had Chen Han not been aware of the Mahe's secret, he too would likely have been confounded, unable to decipher the riddle. However, at this moment, he was but a step away from the answer. Mr. Zorn, come forth. To unlock the treasures of your Lychee family, your contribution is required. Chen Han retrieved an ancient redwood box from his bag, and in Zorn's bewildered gaze, he picked up a golden needle. Extending his hand, Zorn, though perplexed, complied, placing his hand on the tea table. Without hesitation, Chen Han pricked his finger. A small droplet of blood welled at Zorn's fingertip. Before Zorn could react, Chen Han pressed the blood onto the blank area of the fourth sheet. The yellowed paper began to absorb the bloodstain, spreading gradually. You! How could you? Zorn was taken aback, but as he shouted, he found his tongue nearly trapped in his mouth. Chapter 60. Follow your heart. Live this life without regrets. At this moment, Chen Han's eyes were fixated on that page of paper. Zorn's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his expression frozen on his face. The bloodstained surface of the paper bizarrely revealed traces of writing. My God, how is this possible? Zorn exclaimed, striking his head with both hands, as if witnessing the most improbable event in existence. Mr. Chen, please tell me, is this truly real? Please tell me. Zorn had lost his composure, bouncing around the VIP room while shouting. Perhaps his voice was too loud, for the door swung open and several figures rushed in. Young Master Zorn, what has happened? The first to enter was Ambassador Camaro, looking alarmed at the frenzied Zorn. Ha ha ha, Camaro, I have witnessed a miracle, Zorn exclaimed, embracing Camaro tightly in celebration. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Su Yubin had already clenched his fists in excitement, swinging them vigorously. The expressions on the faces of the two elderly professors were nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, Chen Han slowly stood up. Zorn's face flushed, breathing heavily as he gazed at Chen Han. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and reverence, a sincere adoration. Mr. Chen Han raised the corners of his mouth, gently placing the letter on the tea table. I have completed my task. Please ensure the items are delivered promptly. I shall take my leave now. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed gracefully. As he passed the doorway, he took hold of the astonished Ning Xinnan's delicate hand, leaving the others with varied expressions and complex emotions. Ignoring Ning Xinnan's protests, Chen Han firmly held her hand and walked towards the museum's exit. Finally, upon stepping out of the museum, Ning Xinnan pouted and shook off Chen Han's grip. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? Chen Han's expression turned serious as he gazed at her familiar face. To your home, Ning Xinnan took it, then burst into laughter. Little Han, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Yet Chen Han remained serious, stating earnestly, I wish to speak with your grandfather, to persuade him to stop pressuring you to travel. Ning Xinnan was taken aback, narrowing her eyes with a smile. What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Follow your heart. Live this life without regrets, Chen Han softly uttered. These 8 words caused a tremor to run through Ning Xinnan's body, her eyes sparkling with infinite brilliance. However, ultimately, the light in her eyes gradually faded, and she gently shook her head. It's futile. The rules set by my grandfather have never been altered by anyone. Nevertheless, thank you, little Han. Chen Han furrowed his brow. What nonsense rules? From ancient times to the present, I have racked my brain and found no such rules. It's different. My grandfather is. She trailed off, seemingly realizing her slip of the tongue, and quickly stopped herself. Let's go drink. We haven't had a drink together since before the summer break. Seemingly to break the awkward atmosphere, she spoke cheerfully, as lively as ever. Chen Han looked at Ning Xinnan seriously, wanting to speak but finding no words. In the end, he simply nodded silently. Follow your heart. Live this life without regrets. This was a phrase that suddenly appeared in his mind the moment he encountered Mo Run, leading Chen Han to a sense of enlightenment. Yet he could not articulate what it was. Based on this newfound understanding, he made a bold decision regarding Ning Xinnan's departure. He would speak with her grandfather. Regardless of who this Ning Xian was, he was still the contemporary patriarch of the Mo family. Yet in the end, it was Ning Xinnan who retreated. Chen Han felt no disappointment. Everyone has the right to choose. He had merely acted upon his desires, and the outcome no longer held significance. Call those 3 fellows. My drinking capacity is not something you can match. Ning Xinnan waved her hand with grandiosity. It must be said that Ning Xinnan could indeed hold her liquor. With 4 big men alongside her, they consumed 6 cases of beer, still the cheapest Jingqing beer, the familiar taste lingering. Ning Xinnan was picked up by her family's car, departing from the small restaurant near the school without farewells, as was customary. Yet Chen Han knew that this parting might last years. Hey, Chen Ea, do you consider yourself a man? Zheng Lei, intoxicated, pounded the table. Shut it, Lei. Han Ge has enough troubles already. I discreetly inquired with Ningda. Her family has arranged for her to study abroad, and she cannot refuse. Ren Mingming had consumed the least, yet appeared the most radiant. Indeed, this is a good opportunity. With her qualifications, our school cannot compare. The leader, Fu Yong, was also burping from drinking. To everyone else, Ning Xinan's departure was merely stated as going abroad for studies. Chen Han's gaze was distant as he downed another cup, casually taking a cigarette from Zheng Lei's table, lighting it. He inhaled deeply, causing him to cough. "All right, stop pretending. If you want to cry, just cry," Zheng Lei teased. Chen Han attempted another puff, slowly exhaling, his bleary eyes gradually sharpening. "Next year, we will begin internships. What are your plans?" Perhaps prompted by Ning Xinan's departure, he unexpectedly broached this topic. The other three were momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by the question. Accustomed to school life, they rarely contemplated the future. Now, laid out on the table, they found themselves unsure of how to respond. Chen Han poured himself another glass. His murky gaze gradually becoming clear, the lustrous sheen of obsidian resurfacing. "Stand at the pinnacle, follow your heart, live this life without regrets." His phrase, uttered, seemed like drunken ramblings to the others. Yet the spirited manner in which Chen Han spoke, along with his eyes shimmering like a starry sky, left a profound imprint on the hearts of his three brothers. Perhaps it was this very statement that stirred them, prompting them to bring forth another case of Jingxing beer. Engaging in lively toasts once more. "Are you guys from Ingtai University? Can I share a drink with you?" At that moment, a pure and charming figure approached from the adjacent table. It was a girl with twin ponytails, clad in sporty shorts, revealing a pair of long, delicate legs. Her skin fair and smooth, her beauty undeniably above 9 out of 10. Chapter 61. The Goldfish Left to the Slaughter. The girl's arrival instantly captured the attention of Ren Mingming and Zheng Lei. "Wow, she's a feast for the eyes. And those twin ponytails, what a speed boost." Ren Mingming wiped his drool, mumbling. Zheng Lei's eyes widened, shifting his gaze from the girl to Chen Han's face. "Don't tell me she is here for Chen Er again." Chen Han rolled his eyes in annoyance. Seeing that the four remained silent, the girl was not offended. She poured herself a beer and sat in the spot that Ning Xinan had just vacated. Immediately, an alluring fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the four men. With slender fingers, she filled her glass with beer. The girl's slightly upturned, narrow eyes sparkled as she smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, with two faint dimples at the corners of her lips. "Hello, senior brothers. I'm Mengua, a freshman at Ingtai. You can call me Mango. I toast to you all, and I hope you'll take care of your junior sister in the future." The girl named Mango raised her glass, swaying it in front of the four, then down it in one go. Her spirited and straightforward demeanor created an illusion that the four seniors might not be able to keep up. "I hope you seniors can still hold your drink." The girl lightly wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled softly, her eyes glinting with mischief. The words seemed to ignite the competitive spirit of the four men, who swiftly raised their glasses and drank heartily. "Which department is the Mango girl from?" Ren Mingming's gaze lingered on Mango, his eyes filled with a dreamy allure. "Guess. TSK. I wager she hails from the Fine Arts Department. Beauty often emanates from there." "Incorrect." The girl chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Zheng Lei laughed heartily and filled the girl's glass with beer. "I bet she's from the Foreign Languages Department." The girl blinked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Why the Foreign Languages Department?" I spotted you there a few days ago during the orientation." Zheng Lei grinned widely, unabashedly revealing his admiration for the girl. It seems this fellow had set his sights on her days prior. Chen Han and Fu Yong exchanged glances, their faces betraying a mix of sympathy and disbelief. "If you let me play with the Suiho pearl you're wearing for a few days, I might just reveal the answer." The Mango girl grinned mischievously, her dimples appearing. The Suiho pearl, once renowned alongside the He Shi Bai, had been brought to China during the Warring States period. It is also known as the Dragonfly Eye. Zheng Lei had brought it from home at the beginning of the semester, intending to lend it to Chen Han, but he later fashioned it into a necklace for himself. Before Zheng Lei could speak, Fu Yong interjected with curiosity. "Could it be from the Cultural Relics Department?" "Ah, you are indeed the cleverest of the bunch." The girl raised her glass and clinked it against Fu Yong's, then tilted her swan-like neck as she drank. The smoothness of her neck and the fairness of her skin left Ren Mingming and Zheng Lei momentarily parched. They couldn't resist downing several more drinks, exclaiming in delight. Throughout this exchange, Chen Han remained silent, his focus solely on his drink. With Ning Xinan just having left, he lacked the mood to appreciate the beauty before him. However, the girl curiously glanced at the large backpack at Chen Han's feet, her gaze eventually resting on his face. "This senior seems rather unhappy. Is he not welcoming me?" Zheng Lei hurriedly stood to smooth things over. "No, don't mind him. He has just had a bit too much to drink." "Mango girl, let's continue." At this moment, Zhang Lei was slurring his words, swaying as he stood, reminiscent of a bear performing in a traditional dance. Rin Mingming, equally flushed, waved his arms and shouted, "Come on, sister, we are destined to meet. Let us not leave without getting drunk tonight." Seeing their antics, Fu Yong wore a wry smile and stood to settle the bill. Chen Han reached out to stop him, grabbing his phone and heading toward the bar. Just as he was about to scan the code for payment, a sudden beep sounded near his ear. Unbeknownst to him, Mango had appeared behind him, grinning and showing off her phone screen, indicating successful payment. Hee, it's all taken care of. Today, I'm treating the seniors to drinks. Chen Han was somewhat taken aback, taking a serious look at the girl before him. Her face was undoubtedly worth a score exceeding 9 out of 10. The most exquisite girl he had encountered was Chu Yao from the Chu family, and this girl was not far behind in comparison. "This one do." Chen Han finally spoke. The glimmer in Mango's eyes danced with a vibrant spirit, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Chen Han nodded, signifying his reluctant agreement. By the time he and Fu Yong helped the other two out, Mango had already taken her leave, adding Fu Yong and Chen Han's contact information before departing. For Chen Han, it was merely a brief interlude, unworthy of lingering in his thoughts. "Hey, let's south crash in my place tonight. There's a bed and a sofa. It'll suffice. No objections there. We haven't visited your rented apartment yet." Fu Yong greedily agreed. Hailing a taxi, the four headed towards Shuiwei Bay. Shortly after their departure, a black Mercedes slowly pulled up outside the small restaurant. To everyone's surprise, Mango, who should have already left, emerged from a corner and climbed into the car. "Did you manage to get it?" A raspy voice echoed in the dimly lit vehicle. "No, they didn't drink enough. I didn't have the opportunity." "Useless. You can't even handle this little task." The raspy voice brimmed with discontent. The Mango girl responded with a quivering tone. "Wang Xiao, I'm sorry. I will find a way next time." The man interrupted her with a disdainful grunt. "Remember this well, little wretch. If it weren't for me, your parents would be buried under half a meter of grass. Whatever means you employ, bring me the items within this week." As the Mango girl's figure vanished again by the roadside, the black Mercedes sped away. Within this week, her face reflected a poignant helplessness, a stark contrast to the earlier lively and cunning demeanor. Why must I be forced into such actions? Tears streamed from her narrow eyes, cascading down her smooth cheeks. But what can I do? There is no room for choice. Even escape is a luxury. Her parents' lives are in the hands of that family. She is but a fish awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Mengua felt like a kite, strings torn by fate, powerless to resist. Her heart ached as if it were being violently pulled, throbbing with pain. "Forgive me, Senior Chen Han." Chapter 62. I'll shorten your life by 3 days. When Chen Han awoke, his 3 brothers were still deep in slumber, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. He glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the morning. There was no point in rushing to class now, so he decided to let them sleep in. After quietly washing up, he slung his large bag over his shoulder and stepped out. He first visited the bank to cash 2 checks. One was for 5 million from the Liu family, and the other for 300 million. As he exchanged the checks, the bank clerk's eyes nearly popped out, and she called the supervisor to verify their authenticity. Everything went smoothly. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Chen Han turned to leave. His account now boasted over 318 million, enough to purchase a respectable property within the second ring of Kyoto. This time, he opted not to go through a fixed real estate agent, but searched online instead. He quickly identified several targets, all luxurious standalone villas, though the largest yard was merely 300 square meters. This space was insufficient for Chen Han to fully realize his ambitions. He continued his search with a patient heart. Oh, an unusual property listing caught his attention. Within the second ring of Kyoto, Zifuyuan, covering an area of 1. Duzikda. The most intriguing aspect was that this garden had been ravaged by a fire earlier in the year. All of its wooden structures had been incinerated, and many rare trees had been tragically lost. What remained was the topography of the garden, which included rockeries and ponds. Prior to the fire, this garden was considered absolutely non-negotiable. Even if it were to be sold, it would command an astronomical price. 2 hectares, nearly the size of 2 football fields, situated within the second ring, now marked at 1.29 billion, approximately 100,000 per square meter. Chen Han felt a surge of excitement. Although it had been charred, the prime location was undeniably valuable. With over 10,000 square meters of garden space, he had ample room to experiment. The destroyed buildings were of no concern. He could redesign them entirely according to his vision. With this thought, he felt invigorated. He made a call. only to discover that the other end was also a real estate agent who agreed to meet him on site at any time. They arranged to meet in an hour, and Chen Han took a taxi straight to the second ring. Upon arriving at Zafuyuan, the agent had yet to arrive. The garden's main gate faced south, directly aligned with the street, a position that could be deemed perilous, despite the presence of a pair of stone lions at the entrance. Chen Han still felt an unsettling chill as he stood before the gate. He had no concept of this ominous energy, but as the information surfaced in his mind, he gradually gained some insight. With his dark eyes scanning the surroundings, he noticed in the southeast a newly constructed building towering over 30 stories high, accompanied by several other tall structures in the vicinity, forming a lethal pattern reminiscent of the 7 stars converging on evil. It was astonishing that such a phenomenon existed. No wonder such a severe fire had occurred. It was indeed due to the 7 stars converging on evil. This was not the issue at hand, as Chen Han had already conjured several feng shui techniques in his mind to counteract this malevolent energy, rendering him quite adept. However, as he approached the garden's entrance, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his expression changed drastically. The true danger was not the 7 stars converging on evil. Chen Han sensed a palpable wave of malevolent energy seemingly pouring out from within the garden, sending chills racing across his skin. At that moment, his demeanor grew grave, and the fervor he had felt towards this garden was doused like a bucket of cold water. He needed to enter and investigate before making any decisions. The intensity of the malevolent energy emanating from within surpassed even that of the 7 stars converging on evil. Without further exploration, he doubted his ability to resolve it. Residing in a place with such potent malevolence could very well cost him his life. Just then, a graceful figure approached at a brisk pace. "Hello, are you Mr. Chun?" It was a short-haired girl, her beauty modest, yet she radiated a sunny charm. Chen Han nodded, his expression impassive as he remained troubled by the circumstances. The girl smiled as she reached the door, unlocking the latch with her key. With a creak, the heavy wooden door slowly opened, and a refreshing chill greeted him, remarkable amidst the sweltering September heat of Kyoto. The short-haired girl exclaimed, "Ah, the garden is indeed delightful. It's so cool and pleasant inside." Chen Han's eyes twitched in disbelief. Here, the malevolent energy was overwhelming. Lingering even half a day could diminish your lifespan by 3 days, yet she spoke of it as refreshing and pleasant. The girl introduced herself as Xiao Yan, a local from Kyoto who had just graduated and begun working at the current real estate agency. Being a newcomer, the arduous task of showing people around the garden naturally fell to her. West Mansion Garden had been viewed by waves of potential buyers, yet none had concluded a deal. Some had even brought feng shui masters only to leave in haste. Thus, a rumor circulated that the West Mansion Garden had fatal feng shui. As a result, seasoned agents were reluctant to waste their time on subsequent inquiries. However, Xiao Yin was a diligent girl. From the moment she entered the main gate, she began explaining the garden's history to Chen Han without any hint of condescension due to his youth or attire. Through the girl's narration, Chen Han learned that this garden was originally the site of the Shanai Temple, a renowned location in Kyoto during the Qing Shunji era. After renovations, it transformed into a garden that harmoniously blended classical architecture with modern landscaping artistry. The previous owner had aspired to create a club inspired by the Jiangnan garden style. But tragically, their venture was abruptly cut short. The garden had faced a calamitous disaster. However, Chen Han observed that many trees within the garden, after over 6 months of care, were starting to sprout new branches and leaves. Among them were several varieties of precious ornamental trees, suggesting that by next year, the garden might gradually regain its vitality. Within this expansive garden, there were 2 artificial hills surrounding a fish pond oriented east-west. From the entrance's shadow wall to the pond, and then to the former main residence, they formed a linear arrangement, an embodiment of a dragon. It appeared that experts had been consulted during the renovations, despite the claim of the garden being the site of the Shanai Temple. Chen Han found no trace of the original site. However, as he passed a flower bed overgrown with weeds, his dark eyes sharpened, and he made a startling discovery. In a hidden corner, he suddenly spotted the remnants of a dilapidated well, rich with the weight of time. This discovery darkened Chen Han's expression significantly. As he made his way through the garden, meticulously observing its layout and structures, nothing struck him as particularly unusual. Only upon reaching the well did a sudden realization strike him. It was the focal point of a formation. Chapter 63. The terrifying discovery beneath the well. Chen Han's starry eyes fixated on the well's mouth. This was the 18 yuan Yin formation, In that moment, clarity washed over him. So that was it, he murmured, startling Xiao Yin, who turned pale, fearing he had been possessed. With a triumphant smile, Chen Han had unraveled the mystery of what had transpired here. It turned out that the well was the nexus of malevolence in this garden. This grand formation must have been established during the Qing Shunji period by the Shanai Temple. Originally named the 18 Yuan Yang Formation, it was undoubtedly crafted by a feng shui master of great renown. The purpose of the formation was to concentrate the temple's positive yang energy, which had once made it a bustling site of worship, renowned throughout Kyoto. This ancient well was indeed the focal point of the 18 Yuan Yang Formation. However, something must have happened leading to a reversal of this formation, turning the yang energy into yin, transforming the entire formation into the 18 Yuan Yin Formation. A single word's difference led to vastly different outcomes. One could imagine that the decline of the Shanai Temple was intrinsically linked to this formation. Having pinpointed the crux of the issue, Chen Han felt a sense of ease wash over him, his demeanor returning to one of nonchalance as he allowed Xiao Yin to guide him on a tour of the entire garden. With her presence, he could not delve deeper into his investigation. Until he confirmed the situation at the focal point, he would not recklessly proceed to purchase the property. "Mr. Chen, how do you find it?" Xiao Yin inquired. Chen Han nodded with a smile, acknowledging the pleasant environment, yet lamenting the extensive damage to the structures. Before Xiao Yin could respond, he continued, "If reconstruction is to take place, I need to think it over. How about this? You wait for me at the entrance for half an hour while I explore on my own. If it feels right, I'll sign the contract today." The young agent's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sign the contract today? Over 100 million. How much would her commission be?" "Over 3 million. Oh my." Xiao Yin could only stare blankly, not even noticing when Chen Han departed. At that moment, Chen Han, now familiar with the garden, made his way directly to the ancient well. Such a large formation must surely house treasures at its focal point. Having endured for over 300 years, the continued operation of this grand formation served as evidence of that fact. Approaching the well, Chen Han saw that the rim, over a meter wide, was weathered and crumbling from the elements. With keen observation, he deduced that there had likely been a mechanism here that concealed the well's mouth, possibly revealed only after the fire had destroyed it. Chen Han's expression tightened, his mood heavy. It seemed he must descend into the well to dismantle this malevolent setup. With determination, he steeled himself and leaned over the well's mouth. A sudden gust of cold wind swept past him, the overwhelming malevolent energy causing his lips to tremble. Fortunately, his keen eyes allowed him to see the conditions within the well clearly. It was a dry well. The bottom was littered with dark remnants of burned materials and decaying leaves. The depth was just over 3 meters, with the walls constructed from massive stone blocks. The crevices wide enough for Chen Han to climb up and down. With a firm push, he hoisted himself into the well, using his arms and legs to support himself as he gradually descended. Without much effort, he felt his feet touch the bottom. At the bottom of the well lay a layer of sludge, fortunately concealed beneath a chaotic assortment of debris, preventing his feet from sinking in immediately. At that moment, Chen Han, utilizing his keen vision, discerned an arched imprint on the well wall. This mark was markedly different from the surrounding stonework, the dimensions of which were significantly smaller, indicating it had been filled in later. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han gritted his teeth and kicked it forcefully. His physical prowess now far exceeded that of an average person, and the force of his kick was devastating. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, followed by the crackling noise of stones collapsing. As the dust settled, a dark tunnel unexpectedly appeared on the wall of the well. A chilling, eerie breeze rushed forth from within, sending shivers down his spine. The entrance to this passage was only slightly taller than a person, and it was so dark inside that even with his enhanced vision, he could scarcely discern its contents. Retrieving his phone, Chen Han illuminated the interior with a flashlight, and his heart began to race. What had he uncovered? A gigantic brown clay pot, round-bellied with a lotus-shaped lid. The surface of the pot displayed a colossal image of a seated Buddha, along with intricate lotus patterns. This was... Chen Han's pupils constricted sharply. An explosion of information resonated in his mind. This was a Buddha's relic pot. No matter how he speculated, he could never have imagined that beneath this ancient well lay the corporeal form of a Buddha. A relic pot, as the name suggests, is an object used to entomb the physical body of a high monk upon their passing. The act of sitting in a pot is an ancient Buddhist burial custom. Some esteemed monks choose to sit within the pot instead of being cremated. The most astonishing aspect is that the body of the monk remains uncorrupted after entering the pot, allowing the Buddhist community to transform it into a golden body, a corporeal Buddha. Encountering such a shocking scene for the first time left Chen Han momentarily stunned. After a long breath, he resolved to enter and investigate further. He never anticipated that the Temple of Good Deeds would choose to use a corporeal Buddha as the focal point of their formation. Logically, with such a golden figure in place, no mishaps should have occurred. Just as he crouched to enter the tunnel, he caught sight of a grotesque crack on the side of the relic pot due to the change in angle. So that was it. The relic pot had cracked, likely leading to the deterioration of the golden body. This, in turn, caused the entire focal point to shift from a state of prosperity to one of extreme negativity. Braving the chilling air that enveloped him, Chen Han meticulously circled the large pot to observe it. The surrounding walls of the tunnel were constructed of stone, with several noticeable collapses. After comparing the environment with the timeline, an idea blossomed in his mind. Could it be due to the major earthquake in Tang City 50 years ago? The capital is less than 200 kilometers from Tang City, and the timing aligns perfectly. Everything became clear. The root of the issue was indeed the earthquake that caused the relic pot to fracture, leading to the subsequent anomalies in the formation. Having discerned the situation here, Chen Han chose not to linger. With agile movements, he climbed out of the ancient well. Once again feeling the warmth of the sun, he exhaled heavily. The chilling, oppressive atmosphere he had just experienced in the well left his back tingling, and he had yet to fully recover. However, it was all worth it. Having identified the source of the problem, a solution began to materialize in his mind. He just happened to possess an item perfectly suited for the underground environment, one that could restore the formation to the 18 elements of Yang Array. Chapter 64, Why Her? Upon arriving at the real estate agency with Xiao Yan, all of her colleagues and superiors were left dumbfounded. They stared in astonishment as Chen Han swiftly signed the contract with a flourish. The gazes directed at Xiao Yan were filled with envy and regret. A sale price of 1.29 billion, yielding a commission exceeding 3.8 million. One plump saleswoman was already regretting her decision, tugging at her hair in despair. She had received Chen Han's call, but due to the sweltering heat outside, she had lazily opted not to go, inadvertently missing out on over 3.8 million. Having paid the deposit and scheduled the time for the necessary procedures, Chen Han took the keys and departed. With the contract signed, the property essentially belonged to him. All that remained was to wait for the transfer to complete before commencing work. Before that, however, he needed to address the formation. Otherwise, whoever attempted to start work would face dire consequences. He hopped into a car, heading straight for Shuiwei Bay. The crucial item lay soaking in his bathtub. Chen Han quickly devoured a bowl of instant noodles before ascending to the third floor to begin working on the meat spirit mushroom. He carefully sliced 2 fist-sized pieces from the nearly 100 pounds of the half-human-tall white fungus, leaving them in the bathtub. Exiting, he hailed a taxi and made his way to Pan Hiyuan. He needed to select a sturdy and durable ceramic pot. The relic pot from the well was no longer usable, as it had severely cracked. Pan Hiyuan was located within the 3rd Ring Road, just a few subway stops from Shifu Garden. Chen Han was quite familiar with Pan Hiyuan, and his requirements for the ceramic pot were not high. Contemporary craftsmanship would suffice, as long as it was well-made and durable. Before long, he spent over 3,000 and secured a deal, with delivery scheduled for half an hour later. A white porcelain lotus pot, over a meter in height and complete with a lid, was perfectly suitable. Chen Han then wandered around the vicinity, purchasing a headlamp, a shovel, and 2 thick ropes from a hardware store before hailing a taxi to Shifu Garden. Almost in the blink of an eye, the large pot arrived. Observing the desolate surroundings, the deliverman cast an incredulous look at Chen Han as he helped carry the pot into the garden. With all preparations complete, dusk began to settle. Initially intending to descend into the well without delay, the darkening environment heightened the eerie atmosphere emanating from the well's mouth. Chen Han chuckled wryly, ultimately deciding to postpone the task until the following day. Although the leader of the Mo family should not fear such things, there was no need to unnecessarily torment himself. He stacked the large pot and tools within the garden, shouldered the meat spirit mushroom, and took up residence in a nearby hotel. The following morning, he was to attend to the transfer procedures, and, at noon, during the peak sunlight, he would descend into the well to work. After checking into his room and placing his backpack down, he initially planned to head downstairs for a meal when his phone rang unexpectedly. Mango? He suddenly couldn't recall when this name had appeared in his contacts. After a brief moment of confusion, he remembered it was the girl he had shared drinks with. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night, and the events that followed were a blur. He almost forgot about her. As she seemed to have covered the tab, rubbing his forehead, Chen Han answered the call. "Hello, is this senior brother Chen Han?" Came a cautious voice from the other end. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Hee, senior brother, it's Mango. Are you free right now?" The response left the girl on the other end momentarily at a loss. "Senior brother, I'm unfamiliar with this area. Could you accompany me for a meal?" Finally, she showcased her charm, her voice sweet enough to send shivers down one's spine. "Another time, perhaps." "All right then, senior brother, goodbye." Mango's voice was filled with disappointment as she hung up. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Chen Han's eyes. They had only just met, and she was already calling to invite him for a meal. What could this girl be thinking? Just then, his phone rang once more. Tian Frulvnid. Was it really necessary to be so persistent in seeking a dining companion? However, when he glanced at the screen, surprise washed over his face. Guyo? Why her? Was she also looking to dine with him? Chen Han shook his head and chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, thinking he had perhaps absorbed too much negative energy that day. "Hello." Chen Han took the initiative to speak, holding a favorable impression of Chu Yao. "Hello, Chen Han. I happen to be near your school today. Are you free to join me for a meal?" "Sorry, I'm not available." "I'm not at school," he replied. Chu Yao pondered for a moment and inquired, "In Kyoto?" Chen Han answered honestly, "Yes, on the second ring road." "Alone?" Guyo Weskid. "Yes," Chen Han replied. Since she had proposed, he had no reason to decline and promptly sent her his location. Chu Yao arrived swiftly, within half an hour. A white Alfred minivan parked by the roadside. She wore a black and white checkered pleated dress paired with beige trousers, exuding a relaxed and pleasant demeanor. Her stunning visage, framed by flowing dark hair, appeared even more luminous. After stepping out of the minivan, she waved at Chen Han, a simple gesture that caught the attention of several nearby men. "That was quick," Chen Han remarked, surprised. Even taking a taxi would have taken nearly an hour, yet she had arrived in just over 30 minutes. "Indeed, Liang Bo's driving skills are exceptional," she replied. At that moment, the driver's side window of the Alfred rolled down, and the driver smiled and nodded towards them in greeting. Chen Han recognized him at once. He was the middle-aged man who had accompanied Chu Yao when she purchased wooden carvings, and who had once handed him 2,000 in cash as thanks. "What would you like to eat?" Chu Yao asked with a smile, her voice soft as if plucking the strings of a zither. Chen Han shrugged. "I'm not too familiar with this area, so you decide. Let's have Peking duck. It's been a while since I last had it," Chu Yao suggested. She bore no air of a privileged lady. Instead, she radiated warmth and ease, making their interaction delightful, accompanied by a faint, lotus-like fragrance. Chen Han found himself feeling lighthearted as they soon sat at a table in an esteemed restaurant. The golden, crispy Peking duck was wheeled over, and the chef, donned in a tall hat, expertly sliced 108 precise pieces, accompanied by sauce, shredded cucumber, and green onions, along with translucent, porcelain-like pancakes. The dish was utterly mouth-watering. "By the way, what brings you here today?" Chu Yao naturally handed a duck pancake to Chen Han. He accepted it without reservation, popping it into his mouth. "Just a little something," he mumbled. Chu Yao handed him a napkin with a smile, her gestures attentive to every detail. After swallowing, Chen Han countered, "And you?" Chu Yao pursed her lips, the smile on her face fading slightly. "I'm here to invite a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for a consultation, and I happen to pass by your school." "Oh, who is unwell?" Chu Yao rolled another duck pancake and offered it to Chen Han. "My mother. She's been suffering from chronic condition." "Care to elaborate?" Chen Han inquired, taking another bite. He was seeking a topic to avoid the awkward silence between them. Though curious as to why Chen Han wanted to know, Chu Yao candidly explained her mother's ailments, describing the recurring headaches that had surfaced unexpectedly over the past 2 years. Despite consulting several major hospitals and undergoing all necessary examinations, the final diagnosis was deemed psychological. They had consulted numerous esteemed traditional medicine practitioners in Kyoto, yet the frequency and intensity of the headaches had not diminished. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han had some speculations. In his memory, there were various conditions that could present such symptoms. However, a definitive conclusion could only be drawn after a personal examination. Fortunately, none of those conditions were particularly challenging, and he could easily address them with acupuncture. "This is a matter of heritage," he remarked. The gap in traditional Chinese medicine knowledge left many modern practitioners seeming like novices in front of him. There were several possibilities, but the specifics would require a thorough examination. Chu Yao's beautiful eyes reflected surprise and skepticism. "You understand medicine? Treating minor ailments is manageable," he replied nonchalantly. However, Chu Yao found his claim somewhat boastful. and she smiled without taking it seriously. Let us toast. I haven't properly thanked you for what you did before. Raising her glass of cola, Chu Yao lightly swirled it. Looking at Chen Han. Certainly, he responded, clinking his glass with hers and taking a sip. When is that doctor coming for a consultation? Chu Yao was taken aback by Chen Han's insistence on this matter, but answered honestly, the esteemed Dr. Ming is quite busy. He has already booked for tomorrow and the day after. I managed to get an appointment for the day after tomorrow in the morning. Understood. I'll stop by then, he said. What? Chu Yao was momentarily stunned, realizing he was serious. She shook her head in a mix of disbelief and amusement. You're something else? Chen Han wiped his mouth and added, by the way, I won't charge you for the consultation. Just that piece of lightning-struck peach will suffice. Chu Yao looked at him with a bemused expression. This guy had seemed perfectly normal before. What was going on today? But you're not drinking anything other than cola. As if to prove his point, Chen Han casually pulled out a box of golden needles and set it on the table. Wow, you really do understand traditional medicine? He mumbled with his mouth full. Results speak for themselves. He was particularly keen on acquiring that piece of lightning-struck wood, as he needed rare items to enhance the power of formations in his courtyard. Chu Yao stared intently at the antique redwood box for a long moment, as if making a decision. How about you come to my house tomorrow? I'm unavailable tomorrow. I have an appointment to finalize a property transfer, Chen Han replied. Chu Yao's face displayed a hint of confusion as she casually asked, what property? Shifu Garden, he replied. What? Chu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Han. Shifu Garden was incredibly famous, primarily due to the notorious fire that had raged for a whole day and night before it was extinguished. A property transfer? Shifu Garden? At that moment, her mind was in a whirl. She regretted asking Chen Han to treat her mother, wondering if he was truly fit for such a task. Just then, Chen Han suddenly exclaimed softly. An elderly man was seen pulling a small cart past the large window of the restaurant. The cart held a wooden box, bound with several rolls of scrolls, likely just collected from Pan Heyuan. Wait for me, he called back, and before Chu Yao could react, he stood up and walked outside. Through the glass, she watched as he intercepted the elderly man and conversed briefly. Then he bought a scroll from him. Chu Yao was utterly bewildered by Chen Han's actions, from their meal to the discussions about her mother's health, and now this inexplicable behavior. Her perception of him had been completely upended. The scroll appeared to be an old painting, but Chu Yao was almost certain it had been artificially aged. Such items were plentiful at Pan Heyuan. The elderly man's cart had at least 20 similar pieces. What is this? Despite her suspicions, Chu Yao couldn't help but ask. Chen Han grinned, a fine treasure. He lifted the scroll to his nose, inhaling deeply, reveling in the moment. He displayed such delight, even while eating the Peking duck. I've finished my meal. Thank you for today, he declared, prompting Chu Yao to glance at the time and nod slightly. Chu Yao remained seated in the Alford as it drove off. After the vehicle departed, Chen Han walked back to the hotel, feeling quite pleased with himself. Dining with a beauty like Miss Chu is undoubtedly a delightful experience. What brings him even more joy is the treasure he holds in his hands. The ends of the scroll reveal a yellowed base, adorned with patches of grime. Chen Han took out his trusty tool knife and gently scraped it. As the dirt was removed, a creamy yellow surface emerged, smooth as if polished porcelain. Indeed, it is ivory, and with a considerable age, likely centuries of wear have contributed to this hue. A spark of excitement flickered in Chen Han's eyes. His decisive purchase of this painting was motivated not only by the ivory ends, but also by the significantly worn and tattered borders. Closely adhering to the aged backing paper is a pale yellow border, half a finger wide, made of silk, which has suffered serious fading. Its original shade should have been deeper. What thrilled Chen Han was the appearance of blurred dark patterns on this narrow silk border. With keen eyes, he instantly recognized the shapes of those patterns. They're dragon motifs. Chapter 66. The garden officially belongs to him. Dragon motifs, symbols reserved for ancient emperors, signify immense imperial power and divine authority. Holding his breath, Chen Han laid the scroll flat on the bed and carefully unfurled it. The backing paper was severely aged and fragile. He feared it might crack with even the slightest force. As the silk painting revealed itself, Chen Han's heart raced with exhilaration. The imagery was strikingly simple. Against a blank background stood an exceptionally unattractive man, robed in red with a blue collar, layered over a white shirt, crowned with a golden winged cap. The man's visage was particularly peculiar, his philtrum elongated, chin protruding, and large ears drooping against his muscular jawline. Yet, rather than finding the figure repugnant, Chen Han felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. It was undoubtedly a representation from the early Ming dynasty. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a treasure. The fierce and majestic dragon motifs of the early Ming era typically feature a rounded head, elongated jaw, and a notably muscular upper jaw that juts out, resembling a pig's snout, hence the moniker pig snout dragon. When creating portraits for emperors, artists often drew upon dragon imagery to reflect the imperial countenance. Additionally, there's another reason that could explain the odd appearance of the figure in the painting. Historical texts state that the founding emperor was fond of traveling incognito to observe affairs outside. To avoid being recognized, he likely altered his likeness in portraits. Indeed, the person depicted in this artwork is none other than the Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhang. This scroll is a portrait of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. 6 centuries of erosion have caused much of the pigment to fade, yet the emperor's imposing presence remains palpable, with dragon-like eyes and phoenix-like pupils. His nostrils flare with regal authority. Despite the numerous insect holes and cracks on the silk canvas, it matters not. Chen Han's mind buzzed with various restoration techniques. Unsure which to employ, he exhaled deeply. Having just identified the portrait, feeling a swell of memories flood his mind, causing a slight pressure in his head. There are many portraits of the Ming Taizu, and this scroll is merely one among them. Nevertheless, its value is immeasurable. A true gem, an absolute treasure that, once revealed, would be deemed a national treasure, never to leave the country. Chen Han scrutinized the painting for more than half an hour before reluctantly putting it away. He then took out a gold needle, beginning to practice his suturing technique, forging muscle memory. This way, when he performs the Ghost Gate 13 needles, he can ensure absolute precision. Now, Chen Han's confidence in needling extends beyond just his hands. He dares to attempt it with his entire body. Each needle insertion requires immense focus until he is utterly exhausted, collapsing into slumber. Early the next morning, Chen Han was roused by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Su Yubin from the Kyoto Museum. He informed Chen Han that the Italian, Zwa Enliki, had delivered 12 artifacts to the museum. He wished to discuss the particulars with Chen Han. Acknowledging the message, Chen Han replied that he would visit when he had time. From Su Yubin's hesitant tone, he could surmise the other man's intentions. Those 12 items must have stirred Su Yubin's interest immensely. The Lequi family likely uncovered the secrets of the treasure, explaining the prompt delivery. Consequently, the value of Matteo Ricci's sacred text diminished. If the Lequi family did not demand the sacred text, the museum would lack a reason to claim the artifacts. Those 12 items would belong to Chen Han. Su Yubin, that cunning old fox, was undoubtedly scheming something by summoning him. Chen Han paid little mind. After all, the items were promised to him by Zwa Enliki, and the museum would not dare to seize them outright. With important matters at hand, he cast this aside, rising to wash up. After shouldering his large bag, he stepped outside. After a quick breakfast, he proceeded to the real estate management office as arranged. Fortunately, the other party was punctual shortly after 9. He arrived at the location accompanied by an agent. The middle-aged man appeared rather ordinary, albeit with a somewhat haggard expression. Chen Han was unconcerned with these details. With the agent's assistance, he swiftly completed the property transfer. In front of the agent, he executed the transfer in 2 installments, leaving the agency fee for the other party to handle, which was not his concern. At this moment, he was already in a taxi, heading straight for the Shifu Garden. From this moment on, the expansive garden, covering over 10,000 square meters, officially belonged to him. As the taxi halted before the entrance of the Shifu Garden, Chen Han felt that oppressive aura once more, weighing heavily on his heart. Upon entering the courtyard, he made a beeline for the ancient well. Perhaps due to the approaching noon hour, the chill emanating from it dissipated somewhat as he approached. Chen Han set his backpack aside, taking 2 thick ropes down the well with him. Even though this was his second descent, the sight of the round, silent urn still sent shivers down his spine. Steadying his nerves, he switched on his headlamp, held his breath, and plunged into the inky darkness. Binding the urn with the 2 ropes, he quickly retreated. Grasping the ends of the ropes, he began to pull with all his might. Fortunately, the weight of the urn was approximately 200 pounds. With his strength, he found it manageable to drag the entire urn to the mouth of the well. As he emerged from the well, he tipped the urn onto the ground. The lotus lid remained firmly in place, indicating it had been sealed with a special technique. The round urn finally reached the well's edge, immediately compressing the mud beneath it, releasing a series of hissing sounds as murky water began to seep from the surroundings. Chen Han dared not delay. He untied the ropes and resecured the bindings. One rope firmly secured the urn, while the other was fastened around his waist, and he began his ascent. In a matter of moments, he scrambled out of the well. Once balanced at the edge, he summoned his strength in both arms, hoisting the urn from the depths. The moment the ancient, earthy brown urn emerged from the well, the surrounding air seemed to undergo an indescribable transformation. Chapter 67. Reinforced Concrete Basement. Chen Han was astonished to discover that the temperature around him had suddenly risen at that moment. Grabbing a shovel, he began to dig a pit in a corner. The relic of the meditation jar remains unaddressed, temporarily buried underground. A reluctant measure indeed. After delving into his memories, he recalled certain sinister arts that might prove useful. For now, it shall remain buried, reserved for future dealings with the deceased. Fortunately, the soil here is relatively soft. While Chen Han contemplated, he had already excavated a pit over a human's height. He cautiously placed the meditation jar into the pit, then filled it with earth, restoring the ground to its original state. This desolate land, being the focal point of the formation, necessitates that Chen Han hides it with great care. Thus, interring the jar here ensures absolute security. The remaining tasks were simple. Following the established method, he lowered the new lotus jar into the well. First, he pushed the large jar into the opening, then transferred the white tai sui from his bag into the jar. Upon completing these actions, Chen Han's gaze sharpened, and he began to form seals with his hands. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, the incantations flowed continuously from his lips, their cadence reminiscent of the evening drum and morning bell. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens and earth resonated with a profound hum. The hand seals began to transform, their complexity causing his brow to furrow and his eyes to tremble. With the final utterance of a word, he clasped 3 fingers of one hand together, suspending them in midair. Suddenly, the cave was filled with a wafting fragrance, emanating from the white tai sui. At this juncture, Chen Han could finally breathe a sigh of relief, having reactivated the 18 yuan yang formation. The efficacy of this formation transcends mere condensation of positive yang energy. Since ancient times, there has been the notion of fortune. Abundant energy begets fortune. The nature of energy is dynamic and ceaseless, thus able to manifest myriad forms from minute similarities. When gathered and unified, it becomes visible. Its essence can be directed. The ancients referred to this gathering as the yang of energy, which is precisely the so-called yang qi. The amalgamation of yang qi is intrinsically linked to fortune. With the 18 yuan yang formation in place, this garden shall be a land of fortune. Chen Han meticulously cleared the bottom of the well, resealing the openings in the walls with stones, then bundling excess debris with rope to remove it from the well before concluding his work. The formation's focal point at the well's base, where winds gather and energy is absorbed, is warm and humid, ideal for the growth of the spiritual Ganoderma. He was confident that the severed portions he had excised would soon regenerate. After completing these tasks, Chen Han resolved to begin the renovation and reconstruction of the garden. Lacking connections in this area, he contemplated seeking assistance from the young master of the Liu family. His impression of Liu Yu remained favorable. He was cultured, elegant, and treated others with a grace uncommon among aristocratic youths. Since he was to attend Liu Yu's grandfather's birthday celebration next month, it would be prudent to request a small favor beforehand, and presenting a gift at the celebration would not be a loss. With this thought, he promptly dialed Liu Yu's number. The West Mansion Garden? Are you certain? Liu Yu's surprise was evident upon hearing that Chen Han intended to renovate the West Mansion Garden, a place notorious for its ominous reputation. I've already purchased it. So, do you have any connections in that regard? Liu Yu responded readily. It's a trivial matter. Are you available now? I could bring someone over. In just a few exchanges, the arrangements were made. Dealing with individuals of influence certainly facilitates matters considerably. Otherwise, even with funds at hand, one would be hard-pressed to navigate the challenges alone. Within half an hour, Liu Yu appeared at the garden, accompanied by a young man of similar age, adorned in a gold chain and dressed in traditional attire. With beads entwined in his hands, a somewhat incongruous sight. This was Jiao Yang, a third-generation landscaper and architectural restorer. Chen Han's eyes brightened. He had not expected this unassuming youth to possess such expertise. Jiao Yang, with his dark complexion, slanted eyes, and thick eyebrows, greeted Chen Han with genuine warmth. Master Chen, I have heard much of your esteemed name. Chen Han smiled, dismissing the flattery lightly. I appreciate your assistance. Please take a preliminary look and provide me with a proposal. Jiao Yang nodded vigorously, pulling out a slim tablet and swiftly moving through the garden. Finding a shady spot, Chen Han and Lu Yu settled on a stone platform. Master Chen, what made you consider purchasing this place? There are plenty of fine properties available. I could recommend several. Chen Han chuckled. Please, just call me Chen Han. Indeed, but that issue has already been resolved, he replied with a light laugh. Lu Yu looked taken aback, his gaze filled with curiosity and surprise. Resolved? It was merely a matter of feng shui. It's not that dire. You understand feng shui? Lu Yu exclaimed. Chen Han did not deny it, but spoke slowly. The previous fire here was indeed a result of negative energies linked to the feng shui. Once the renovations are complete, I will make some adjustments, and it should be fine. Although he had dispelled the 18 yuan yin formation, the geographical arrangement causing the 7 stars converging malevolence still required further resolution. This arrangement was formed due to the layout of nearby high-rise buildings. He lacked the ability to demolish them and could only address the issue from his side. There were many potential solutions. If he wished, he could even redirect the malevolent energy back to those high-rises. However, there was no necessity for such drastic measures, as the land use and planning of those buildings were not intentionally aimed at this location. I truly find you increasingly inscrutable, Lu Yu remarked, studying Chen Han with a hint of admiration. It's merely a minor skill. I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Chen Han replied with a smile. Lu Yu bristled slightly at this, feeling the remark downplayed the effort involved. The two exchanged smiles and ceased the formalities. Jiaoyong quickly grasped the garden's condition, recording numerous videos on his tablet. Hearing this, Chen Han nodded. If reconstruction is to proceed, can your team handle it? Jiaoyong eagerly affirmed, assuring him, we have our own construction team. This scale of work does not require outsourcing. Chen Han pondered for a moment. The residence will be built on the original site, in the Ming and Qing architectural style, and beneath the building, please construct a reinforced concrete basement. Chapter 68, Replicating a Copper Seal. The request for a basement left Lu Yu speechless, internally marveling at Chen Han's unconventional thinking. You intend to excavate a basement beneath a Ming and Qing-style building? Are you serious? Jiaoyong, however, showed no surprise. His family lineage was steeped in this work, and he had encountered numerous eccentric requests over the years. Not to mention, excavating a basement beneath the entire garden would be far from an extraordinary endeavor. Taking note of Chen Han's requirements, he took his leave, stating that workers would begin arriving the following day to clear the previous debris. Lu Yu did not linger long, merely reminding Chen Han that he would call again before the elder Lu's birthday. After bidding farewell to the young master of the Lu family, Chen Han contemplated visiting Pana Garden. Before the workers arrived, he intended to set up a small formation to conceal the wasteland near the dry well. He also planned to transplant some valuable herbs, such as the rare phoenix eye vine, to that location. The 4 symbols illusion formation, which he had recalled from memory, seemed quite suitable for this purpose. The materials were simple: earth, wood, metal, stone, along with talismans to serve as the focal point. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Pana Garden. Upon reaching the entrance of the antique street at Pana Garden, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the name on the screen, Chen Han's brow furrowed slightly. Mango. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, senior brother. Are you busy? The melodious voice on the other end was quite pleasant. You really are a busy person. Do you not have classes? Meng's slightly coquettish tone was irresistibly charming. Chen Han's voice unconsciously softened slightly. Yes, I have completed all my credits for the 3rd year and do not need to attend classes. Wow, is that really possible? By the way, senior, are you free tonight? Would you accompany me for dinner? This request triggered an unexpected sense of foreboding within Chen Han. He could not fathom where this feeling stemmed from, as if it had emerged from the depths of his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Was he merely overthinking? After confirming their plans, Chen Han ended the call. He shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the discomforting sensation that had just lingered in his thoughts. This was a situation he had never encountered before, akin to an omen of impending events. Could it be that the mango was indeed directed at him? What could it possibly seek his few treasured possessions? This girl had inexplicably appeared at his table, seemingly eager to engage with everyone. Yet she appeared to be observing him closely that evening when he was in a foul mood. Could there truly be something amiss? With this thought, Chen Han's expression turned grave. He had quite a few valuable items in his bag, each one a treasure in its own right: celestial silkworm strings, oracle bones, an ancient talisman from the Song dynasty, a wooden box with golden needles, an ancient ink blade, and a newly acquired scroll depicting Zhu Yuanzhang. Other precious collectibles and rare materials were still stored in his villa. Among these, the items most likely to attract external attention were the oracle bones, the talisman, the Yongla encyclopedia, and the secret color porcelain square bottle. These 4 treasures have been showcased during his treasure competitions. Could they be the target? Chen Han hid, unable to comprehend the situation, and decided to set it aside. Tomorrow evening, he would meet this young girl to discern her true intentions. The Panha garden was still bustling with activity, a throng of people surging through. Chen Han slowed his pace, wandering among the rows of stalls. Soon, he spotted a target, a thumb-sized gilded copper gourd, exquisitely crafted and a high-end artifact. After some haggling, he acquired it for 400 yuan. As for materials, he planned to use a celestial stone left by his master. With this gilded gourd in hand, he only needed to find a piece of wood to complete his project. Not far ahead, he stumbled upon a wood-carving stall and purchased a cypress handpiece for 200 yuan. It was the size of a bar of soap, polished to a smooth finish, with age rings adorning its surface. At a glance, he could tell that the raw wood had aged well over a century. The materials for his ritual formation were sufficient. Along the way, he also acquired some talisman papers and vermilion powder. With time still on his side, he continued to browse leisurely. Passing by a coppersmith shop, a sudden inspiration struck him. With a smile, he stepped inside. "Can you replicate a copper seal?" he inquired. The proprietor, an elderly man in his 70s, sat behind an old counter, puffing on a cigarette. A middle-aged worker, presumably his apprentice, was busy hammering a brass object. The old man gestured for Chen Han to show him what he had. Chen Han retrieved the 5 thunder talisman from his bag and handed it over. The old man's eyes, though clouded, sparkled with recognition as he nodded slowly. It had been years since he had seen such an antique. "Can you do it?" Chen Han asked with a grin. "My son will do it. It will be 90% similar, but I want to be responsible for aging it." Chen Han chuckled. "What if you did it?" The old man slowly shook his head. "I'm too old. I can't manage it anymore." Ultimately, Chen Han sat quietly aside, waiting as the middle-aged man began his work. They started by taking an equal amount of bronze, cutting it into shape, and heating it to bind. Chen Han became entranced, losing track of time as the sky darkened. Finally, after 8 o'clock, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. He presented 2 5 thunder seals to Chen Han, one new and one old. The weight, dimensions, and patterns were identical, aside from the new seal's shiny surface. Its feel was vastly different from the original, but that didn't matter. Chen Han had ways to age it. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "May I use your milling tool?" The milling tool, made of tungsten steel, was an electric carving tool. It was Chen Han's first time using one, so he carefully took it and made a few marks on the new copper seal. Satisfied, he nodded with a strange smile in his eyes. After paying the shopkeeper 2,000 yuan, which included the processing fee and several jars of materials, Chen Han emerged from the coppersmith shop, feeling ravenous. He quickly found a fast food restaurant to have dinner before hailing a cab to Shuiwa Bay. Regarding the surveillance cameras, Chen Han had his suspicions. They were likely not placed by the property management. He paid them little mind, as he planned to retrieve his belongings and would likely visit this place less frequently in the future. If not for the vine he had acquired, he could have easily found a hotel near Shifu Garden to stay the night. Back at the villa, Chen Han took out the 2 copper seals and carried the jars into the kitchen. After a considerable half-hour, he emerged holding a frying pan. Without hesitation, he tossed the newly made copper seal into the pan. A hissing sound arose, accompanied by a pungent sulfur smell. Fortunately, with the window open, the odor was bearable. Timing it perfectly, he used tongs to remove the copper seal and washed it in clean water. At that moment, the once bright copper seal now bore mottled marks, losing its luster. A smile crept onto Chen Han's lips as he applied a secret adhesive to the surface of the copper, then poured some moldy green powder from a jar onto it. With the remaining time, he meticulously sanded it down, comparing it to the genuine article. He worked until his hands grew sore before finally stopping. At that moment, the 2 copper seals resting on the table were indistinguishable. Even the ancient, weathered aura they exuded seemed identical. To his surprise, his master's restoration technique proved equally effective for aging. Tiana silently marveled. Remembering his master, Li Jia, he instinctively reached for the ink blade bound at his waist. The dark green sword seemed like a divine gift, imbued with a sense of bloodline connection. Perhaps it was due to the increasing frequency of his memory recalls in recent days. As he grasped the ink blade, a torrent of memories surged through his mind, clarifying many previously murky insights. Suddenly, Chen Han's eyes brightened. He envisioned a sealed chamber adorned with intricately carved beams, resembling a tomb, yet not quite one. Strangely, at the center of the chamber stood a stone table, fully set with dishes and cups. On one side of the table hung a portrait of a man, gesturing invitingly for someone to take a seat. In such an environment, the man's smile seemed eerily out of place. On the wall directly opposite the table were several characters in vermilion, flowing in style. The tomb may reopen, but the living shall not regain their youth. These 12 words, poignant and beautiful, adorned the tomb wall. Then, it seemed Chen Han saw something else, sending a shiver down his spine and widening his eyes. His master had left something for the next successor in that strange, enigmatic tomb. What could it be? Just as Chen Han contemplated delving deeper, a sharp pain throbbed at his temples, compelling him to halt. Gasping for breath, he fixed his gaze on the ink blade in his hand. What kind of tomb was it, and why did such an eerie scene unfold? The tomb may reopen, Chen Han murmured, his expression grave. Could it be that his master had prepared a burial site for himself? In the recesses of memory, that portrait seemed to blur once more in an instant. No matter how hard Chen Han racked his brain, he could not recall that visage. It must be found, if it was indeed a likeness of his master. He was determined to obtain it. The thought sent a shiver of excitement through him. What could it be that his master had deliberately left for him? The Mo family thrived in prosperity, yet concealed themselves, emerging only amidst chaos. His master, Li Jia, had reluctantly stepped into the world, ultimately unable to turn the tide. Yet he bequeathed an unknown treasure to the next heir. What could be the purpose of this act? Had he foreseen that his own downfall was inevitable? That night, Chen Han's thoughts remained ensnared in this matter, and he made no further progress before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, Chen Han rose early. While the sun had yet to ascend, he took a shovel and carefully unearthed the phoenix eye vine, preserving the soil at its base and placing it in a bag. He then ascended to the third floor to retrieve the box containing the remnants of the Yongla encyclopedia. After wrapping the chicken gong cup and the square jar in layers of tissue, he stuffed them along with various rare materials into his backpack. At that moment, aside from the furniture, the villa held no other valuable possessions. With a heavy load on his back and the box and vine in hand, Chen Han hailed a taxi and headed towards the Shifu garden. Upon arrival, he found that the workers arranged by Jiao Liang had not yet arrived. Chen Han entered directly and approached the ancient well. The atmosphere within the garden had transformed completely. The once quiet and desolate courtyard was now alive with the chirping of birds and the gentle caress of a warm breeze. Although the remnants of the fire still bore an alarming reminder, the menacing aura that once greeted him had dissipated. Setting his backpack aside, Chen Han found a spot, cleared away the weeds, and planted the phoenix eye vine. He then retrieved several items and began to walk slowly across the barren land. If one observed closely, they would notice that each of his steps was measured to perfection. After selecting 4 cardinal points, he took up the shovel and dug half-meter deep pits at each location. He removed a handful of soil, encased it in a yellow cloth bag inscribed with talismans, and deposited it into the first pit before filling it back in. The subsequent pits were filled respectively with a gilded gourd, a piece of cypress, and the extraterrestrial stone that had altered the course of his life. Once all was buried, Chen Han strolled to the center, producing a talisman he had drawn the night before. Holding the talisman, he murmured incantations, forming hand seals. Suddenly, the desolate land fell into silence, as if even the insects had been frozen in time. Following the memory, the hand seals began to transform. When the final seal was completed, the talisman flew from his hand and struck the ground with force. A muffled thud resonated, and a thin mist seemed to rise from the earth. If someone had been standing outside at that moment, they would have been horrified to find that the nearly 100 square meters of barren land had vanished. In its place was an environment identical to that behind him, as if gazing into a mirror. Should one attempt to walk towards it, they would unknowingly find themselves moving in the opposite direction. Such was the potency of the 4 symbols illusion array. With such a formation in place, unless one encountered a master of extraordinary skills, no one could breach this barrier. Chen Han speculated that while individuals of such caliber existed in this world, they were certainly few and far between. With the array's protection, he decided to leave many of his treasures within the ancient well, sealing it with stone slabs. The only items he retained were the ink blade at his waist and 2 sacred silk strings from the holy silkworm on his wrist. His backpack was now nearly empty, containing but a single item, the replica of the 5 Thunder God-slaying seal. When he emerged from the 4 symbols illusion array, the workers had begun to arrive in succession. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Chen Han, they all looked bewildered, as though they had encountered ghosts. Without lingering, knowing he had entrusted the matter to Jiao Yang, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Kyoto Museum. Chapter 70. Respect what I respect, detest what I detest. When Chen Han arrived at the museum, visitors were beginning to trickle in. Su Yubin personally came out to greet him. Chen Han, you truly possess remarkable composure. If it were me, upon hearing that the items had arrived, I would rush over immediately. Listening to Su Yubin's opening remarks, Chen Han merely smiled indifferently. Su Yubin suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, a significant figure is visiting today, specifically to see your 12 treasures. How they find out? Chen Han shot Su Yubin a sidelong glance. The latter chuckled awkwardly. Such monumental events cannot be concealed from anyone. Chen Han scoffed inwardly. He knew without a doubt that this visit was solely for his treasures. He did not rush to inquire about the 12 items, as he would soon see them for himself. Entering the exhibition hall, he proceeded directly to the VIP room. As they walked, Su Yubin began introducing the visitors to Chen Han. Among them was Fan Jinping, the director of the National Cultural Relics Archaeology Bureau. His role involved the excavation and preservation of national treasures, making it imperative for him to witness the unveiling of these 12 remarkable artifacts. Another visitor was even more astonishing. The chief advisor of the Archaeology Bureau, a living fossil in the realm of cultural relics, Kong Ru, a true grandmaster. This venerable figure was nearing 90 years of age and had dedicated his life to the excavation and protection of artifacts, achieving unparalleled mastery in the field. It was said that he was a descendant of the Confucian sage Confucius. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's brow furrowed slightly. A descendant of Confucius. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the Mo and Confucian schools emerged nearly simultaneously, yet their differing doctrines led to centuries of discord. Both sides suffered losses, and the accounts were numerous. It was not until the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty that Confucianism leveraged imperial authority to advocate for the suppression of other schools, thereby elevating Confucianism to a position of supremacy. The Mo school, consequently, became a target for suppression. This marked the first victory of Confucianism over Moism. It also reduced Confucianism to a mere tool of imperial power. The Mo school retreated into obscurity until the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, when Chen Han's master emerged, uniting progressive thinkers of the time to challenge the Confucian classics, denying the notion of Confucius as a born sage, opposing the idea of equating Confucius's judgments with truth, and exposing the hypocrisy of Confucianism. Such was the reason that the Mo school found its place amidst the chaos of the Ming and Qing transitions. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Han's eyes. Little did he expect that the Mo and Confucian schools would once again cross paths centuries later. Pushing open the door to the VIP room, two figures came into view. One was a frail and elderly man, majestically seated on the sofa, with hawk-like eyes that retained their vigor despite his age. The other, a middle-aged man, appeared to be overshadowed by the elder's presence, wearing wide-framed glasses that exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. Su Yubin boisterously introduced them as they entered. Ancestor, Director Fan, allow me to introduce you to Chen Han. Having already briefed Chen Han about the two during their journey, he refrained from further elaboration. The elderly Kong Ru, his silver hair slicked back, bore snow-like eyebrows and a radiant complexion. His long, narrow eyes sparkled with intelligence, and although he was nearing 90, the brilliance emanating from his gaze made anyone who met his eyes feel inexplicably uneasy, as if he could see through all worldly matters. The elder regarded Chen Han with a half-smile, scrutinizing him. After a moment, he nodded slowly. A fine young lad, with restrained spirit and abundant presence. Chen Han remained indifferent to the elder's scrutinizing gaze and paid little heed to the praise. He merely turned to Su Yubin and stated firmly, "Bring out the items." "Hey, you rascal. Can't you hear how your ancestor praises you?" Suddenly, Fan Jinping, sitting on the sofa, grinned and jested at Chen Han. Chen Han did not even glance at him, coldly snorting, "I merely spoke the truth." Nonsense. How could one's ink eyes be described merely with the phrase divine light restrained? Moreover, he carried an imposing aura. If he were to realize the nature of the extraordinary materials used to reshape his very bones, it might just frighten his false teeth out. Well, he certainly had courage and an ample dose of arrogance. The Confucian, unperturbed, merely chuckled. At his age, how could he truly be enraged by a young man like Chen Han? Su Yubin, standing by, felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze towards Chen Han shifting unfavorably. The individual seated, there was a genuine national treasure of China, a living fossil. How dare he speak to his ancestor in such a manner? Chen Han, why don't you engage in a proper conversation with our esteemed ancestor? I shall fetch something at once. With that, Su Yubin nearly sprinted out of the VIP room. He dared not linger any longer, for should any mishap occur, he could not bear the responsibility. This Chen Han had truly reached an audacious level. He had previously informed him of the visitor's identity. Su Yubin wore a troubled expression, shaking his head with a sigh as he made his way to the vault. At this moment, the entire VIP room was eerily silent. Chen Han leisurely strolled to the sofa and settled down. It was only then that he began to scrutinize the elderly gentleman opposite him, whose silver hair marked him as a descendant of Confucius, undoubtedly extraordinary. The elder's demeanor and presence were the most formidable Chen Han had ever encountered. Even the infamous king of hell, Chao Bowen, could not compare. Were Chao Bowen present, he would likely have to respectfully bow as a junior. Had the elder not hailed from the Confucian lineage, Chen Han would undoubtedly show him profound respect. Yet, as a descendant of Mozi, an unresolvable conflict with Confucian ideals plagued him. This was the side effect of ancestral memories, respecting what they revered and resenting what they despised. Young man, I have heard you stumbled upon a piece of oracle bone script from the 12 ruins? The elder inquired gravely. Indeed, such a piece of oracle bone script exists. Tien plead honestly. Could you allow your ancestor a glimpse? I did not bring it. Humph. Then send it to my home another day for me to examine. The elder replied, his nostrils flaring, seemingly intent on provoking Chen Han. Chen Han, with a disdainful curl of his lips, retorted, You'd best take care of yourself then. Hey, you brat, you're getting a bit too bold. Fan Jinping could no longer hold his tongue. The Confucian, however, waved his hand dismissively and continued addressing Chen Han. That fragment of the Yongle Encyclopedia is also in your possession? Chen Han, puzzled by the inquiry, did not hesitate to confirm, it is indeed with me. Let's negotiate. You set a price, and I will take both items and present them, the elder proposed. Chen Han paused briefly, acknowledging the elder's sentiments with admiration. He would buy the items and then donate them to the state. Yet he shook his head. I shall not sell. If I choose to donate, it shall be my decision alone. No one can compel me to do so. Chapter 71. No one can compel me. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, the Confucian's already narrow eyes narrowed further. His tone, rather significant, hinted at intrigue. Just then, Su Yubin appeared at the entrance, pushing a cart ahead of him. The cart was laden with 12 exquisitely crafted boxes, perfectly aligned. Chen Han stood up, nonchalantly unloading the boxes one by one onto the plush carpet. He then began to open them with remarkable speed, the enhancements from his ink eyes allowing him to discern the contents almost instantaneously. A vajra, a white conch inlaid with gems. A celestial pearl. What is this? A skull? Chen Han ignored it and continued opening the remaining boxes. This is a copper-sculpted Buddhist scripture? Remarkable. Another peculiar bead, but it was certainly not a celestial pearl. Next, lotus seed Bodhi beads. Fragments of Buddhist murals. Chen Han could hardly contain himself, thinking, even that foreigner Matteo Ricci didn't he overlook these items? At that moment, his heart raced, undoubtedly exceeding 100 beats per minute. Despite maintaining a calm expression, he was bursting with excitement inside. More, he had grown fond of the thrill of unboxing. Every item was a treasure. The supreme treasure spirit technique. True transmission of the golden elixir. 2 Taoist secret texts, likely long-lost tomes. The last 2 boxes did not disappoint either. One contained a ritual copper mirror, and the final box cradled a compass. These items had been meticulously preserved by the Ricci family for centuries, their condition remarkably pristine. Such a rarity. Chen Han exhaled deeply, overwhelmed. Most thrilling of all was that these treasures, these national treasures, belonged to him. It was as if golden eggs had fallen from the sky. Originally, he believed Matteo Ricci had perhaps merely collected minor religious artifacts, never anticipating the arrival of such sacred relics from the Buddhist and Taoist traditions to distant Italy. It had been 400 years. Each of these treasures, from Tibetan secret sects to Buddhist and Taoist artifacts, would cause a stir upon their revelation. Lost in profound astonishment and joy, Chen Han failed to notice the reactions behind him. Su Yubin's expression had entirely frozen, his legs trembling. Even as the curator of the Beijing Museum, witnessing such a plethora of treasures had left him utterly flustered. Director Fan Jinping of the Archaeological Research Bureau was equally dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. In contrast, the living fossil, the elder, was still comfortably seated on the sofa, his eyes half closed, seemingly waiting for the younger generation to finish their studies before he would approach to examine the items. This is Su Yubin's Dam. This is a copperplate Buddhist scripture. As his voice rang out, the Confucian's keen eyes snapped open, casting an eagle-like gaze. And there are fragments of murals. It appears to be the Thousand Buddhas mural. The elder abruptly stood, as if rejuvenated by 20 years. What did you say? Upon seeing the contents of the boxes, the elder trembled. His already rosy complexion deepened with excitement. It was indeed fragments of the Thousand Buddhas mural from the Tang Dynasty. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Immediately contact the Academy of Sciences. This item must be expedited. He had completely forgotten that he had come merely to examine the items. Fan Jinping, jolted from his stupor, hastily retrieved his phone to make the call. Wait. A voice devoid of emotion resounded within the VIP room. It was Chen Han. I recall stating that as long as I do not wish to donate, no one can compel me. As those words echoed, the entire VIP room fell silent. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Chen Han. The elder Confucian's hawk-like gaze sharpened, his white brows furrowing, his lips taut, radiating an unyielding authority. I care not for the others. This fragment of the Thousand Buddhas mural must be submitted. The elder's voice rang out, strong and resolute, each word resonating with gravity. What is yours does not solely belong to you, Chen Han replied, his expression frosty, even in the face of the nation's foremost authority on artifacts. Young lad, do not presume that a slight achievement grants you license to act recklessly. Such national treasures that are never to leave the country can no longer be dictated by your whims. The Confucian sneered, his tone reminiscent of an owl at night. Are you attempting to coerce me? At last, Chen Han exhaled a sigh, his icy gaze reluctantly drifting away from Kong Ru's face to cast a lingering glance at the ancient and weathered fragments of the mural within the box. Make the call. Kong Ru's aged visage transformed into one of grotesque seriousness, nearly roaring out those 3 words. Yet, as his voice echoed throughout the VIP room, Chen Han suddenly moved. His speed was such that the other 3 were left utterly stunned. He seized a fragment from the box and raised it high above his head. Then, amidst 3 pairs of terrified eyes, he forcefully smashed the fragment against the ground. No, don't. How dare you? The response from the 3 was met with a dull thud. Even with the thick carpet underfoot, the mural fragment, roughly the size of a tabletop, shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. In that moment, the VIP room was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. Kong Ru, consumed by intense fury, emitted a growl from his withered throat, akin to the roar of a beast. In the gazes directed at Chen Han, there was rage, disbelief, and terror. How could he dare? How could he? That was a masterpiece from the Tang Dynasty, a fragment from the Thousand Buddhas mural, an irreplaceable national treasure that would never leave the country. Kong Ru stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and was caught by Fan Jinping beside him. Ancestor. The living fossil did not respond, forcefully shaking off Fan Jinping's supportive hand, and pointed an accusing finger at Chen Han. You seek to become a criminal of the state, a criminal of history. Tianan Scofitt, stop labeling me. If you and T been so self-righteous and aggressive, this wouldn't have happened. I've said it before, I refuse to donate, and no one can force me. At this moment, Chen Han's eyes were like ink, deep and resolute, radiating a chilling aura. Kong Ru's expression twisted completely, his lips trembled as he snarled. You wretched spawn. Chen Han merely curled his lips, unfazed. If you want me to surrender something else, just name it. I'll destroy it all today. The atmosphere in the room was tense, almost electric, as Kong Ru gazed at the scattered remnants on the floor, his face contorted with pain. He slowly crouched down, trembling hands collecting the shattered mural fragments. Do you realize this is from the Thousand Buddhas mural of the Tang Dynasty? This is the largest surviving fragment after the 8 robbers' plunder of our civilization. The old man's murmurs turned into a heavy sigh. Even Chen Han, who appeared so cold, felt a flicker of emotion at that moment. Despite their opposing stances, setting aside the conflict between scholars, the elders' deep love for their heritage was admirable. Yet, this still could not serve as an excuse for the elder's condescension. At this moment, Kong Ru, pale as a corpse, hunched over on the ground, his hands trembling around the fragments. The living fossil was genuinely enraged. He did not look up, yet his gritted teeth produced words that sent shivers down one's spine. Young man, take your things. From this day forth, I will keep a close watch on you, on every artifact you possess. Kong Ru will see this through. Su Yubin, observing this, felt a chill run down his spine, his expression a mix of fear and complexity as he looked at Chen Han. Yet, on Chen Han's face, there was no hint of any emotional change, as if everything transpiring before him was entirely irrelevant. He had just smashed a genuine priceless treasure. Yet it felt as if he had merely thrown a tantrum. What audacity this young man possessed. To Su Yubin, Chen Han had transformed into a foreign entity, akin to a fearsome beast capable of wreaking havoc at a moment's notice. Fan Jinping, behind his glasses, regarded Chen Han with palpable apprehension. This was his first encounter with the young man, and though he had heard rumors that piqued his curiosity, he never anticipated that this first meeting would be so terrifying. Who was Kong Ru? The foremost figure in the realm of Chinese artifacts, a living fossil. Although the title of chief advisor seemed nominal, everyone understood the magnitude of influence this elder wielded while seated in that position. He orchestrated the entirety of China's artifact and archaeology sectors, possessing authority over all related institutions, including the most specialized agencies and the enigmatic geological teams. He was a towering mountain, one that inspired awe. Yet today, this young man before him had the audacity to shatter a treasure that was never meant to leave the country. Such boldness, such ferocity, was utterly astonishing. At that moment, Chen Han coldly observed the elder's retreating figure. Hearing the almost threatening words, his expression unchanged. As you wish. With a chilling brevity, Chen Han dismissed the others, taking slow strides forward to stuff the remaining 11 treasures into his large backpack. This act left Su Yubin and Fan Jinping agape. Those were supreme treasures. Yet to Chen Han, it appeared as casual as packing up after school. Should they incur any damage, it would be catastrophic. After tossing the backpack over his shoulder, Chen Han merely cast a glance at the elder before turning to Su Yubin. Director Su, please take care of the mural fragments. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the still VIP room. Even Kong Ru, crouched on the ground, felt a jolt at those words. What was this young man truly after? Did he intend to salvage every last piece? At the very least, they could be restored to 60 or 70%. But what had he said? Restoration? Such arrogance, aiming to destroy a national treasure completely. Finally, Kong Ru could endure no longer, gritting his teeth as he spoke sharply. There is no need for your assistance. I will personally arrange for the restoration. Chen Han sneered. I'm not underestimating anyone. If you can restore it to 90%, I will gift you all the remaining 11 treasures. This proclamation struck like another thunderclap. Kong Ru abruptly stood, his frail body trembling violently. His hawkish eyes glinted with a penetrating chill. 90%? Do you even comprehend what that entails? You haven't the faintest experience in artifact restoration, yet you dare to make such claims? Have I truly become senile, thinking there was another promising talent in China? Kong Ru's laughter, filled with rage, sent chills down spines. You have indeed lost your wits. However, Chen Han's next words froze his smile in place. You're not only blind to the truth, but also deluding yourself. Do you think restoring this fragment of the 1,000 Buddhas mural to 90% is the limit? No, in the hands of a true master. It can be restored to nearly 100%. And I can achieve that. Boom. A thunderous proclamation. Kong Ru felt as if struck by lightning. The fragments he held slipping from his hands once more onto the carpet. Fan Jinping and Su Yubin were left in shock, their eyes bulging as they stared at Chen Han. Without affording them a moment to react, Chen Han left them with a parting remark before vanishing through the door. I'll come back for it at a later time. Thank you. As Chen Han departed, Su Yubin and Fan Jinping exchanged glances. Was he serious? Fan Jinping swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he inquired, is he for real? Su Yubin, in a daze, vigorously shook his head. I truly have no idea. Both turned their gazes to the living fossil, Kong Ru, who was engulfed in a tumult of profound anger and shock, still reeling from the encounter. His countenance was as grim as it could be, leaving both Director Fan and Director Su trembling with concern, fearing that he might collapse from strain. Fortunately, the elder, having experienced grand spectacles in life, quickly regained his composure without Chen Han's provocation. Jin Peng summoned the special investigator Huang Fuyan. Were you up to, ancestor? Fan Jin Peng was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Confidently, Kong Ru waved his hand, insisting, follow my instructions. I intend to investigate that young man, tracing back 3 generations. At that moment, Chen Han was already seated in a taxi. The contents of his backpack stirred his spirit, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Among them was a particular bead that had consumed his thoughts since leaving the museum. Finally, he had unearthed a clue. Even if the chances were but a fraction, if it truly was that item, it could potentially shake the very foundations of Buddhism. Over 300 million followers of the Buddhist faith worldwide would erupt in fervor. Chapter 73. Is it alive? A casual glance revealed 4 Taoist treasures. 2 ancient, yellowed texts, the essence of the supreme treasure and true transmission of the golden elixir. The former is a significant Taoist classic from the Ming dynasty, and the latter, though a replica from the Ming era, has roots that stretch even further back. The other 2 Taoist artifacts included a ritualistic bronze mirror, intricately engraved with celestial symbols, and a Ming dynasty feng shui compass, which Chen Han examined with great interest. It appeared that Matteo Ricci, during his missionary work in China, not only preached Western scriptures but also delved into Eastern religions, attempting to introduce Western concepts. Otherwise, he would not have overlooked the vast treasures of gold and silver to focus on these artifacts. Additionally, there were 4 items unmistakably belonging to Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism. Chen Han recognized 3 of them: a gilded dragon pattern vajra and a right-hand spiral conch adorned with jewels. In the Ming dynasty, these ritual implements were already considered exceedingly precious. Their preservation to this day renders them truly unique treasures, especially the jeweled conch, which had once been inscribed by an emperor's hand. The right-hand spiral conch is a sacred relic, embodying the essence of the 3 vehicles of Buddhism. Its value is evident. Chen Han reached out and delicately picked up an object from the table. It was thumb-sized, smooth and round, with a goose-yellow hue, displaying a natural pattern resembling a sacred vase. A treasure known as the vase heavenly bead, also referred to as the eternal life bead, is among the purest forms of heavenly beads. In terms of rarity today, it rivals, if not surpasses, the 9-eyed heavenly bead. What a remarkable find! Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Heavenly beads are said to ward off misfortune and calamity, but they are exceedingly rare, with many fakes in circulation. This particular bead has a verifiable lineage tracing back to Matteo Ricci's possession in the Ming dynasty, making it a true rarity. He decided to string the vase heavenly bead with a strand of sacred silk and hung it around his neck. Feeling its coolness against his chest, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, his gaze fell upon an unusual piece of cranial bone. Based on its shape, it could be determined that it belonged to a human or simian species. Given its status as a Vajrayana artifact, it was most likely human. The skull fragment was polished to an extreme smoothness, its edges rounded, having lost its luster over centuries, with a yellowish sheen. However, it bore numerous pits, as if countless insects had gnawed at it, sending chills down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, Chen Han noted that these indentations, when connected, formed a pattern, like a map. Yet, it couldn't be. Based on its age, it couldn't predate the Ming dynasty. Under normal circumstances, such a bone would never serve as a medium for a map. Since this cranial fragment was treasured by Matteo Ricci, it must possess significance beyond that of an ordinary map. Unable to comprehend its purpose, he set it aside for further examination. Next, his attention fell on a thick tome, its pages 3 fingers deep, glinting with an unusual brilliance. It was a Buddhist treasure, a copper-engraved sutra still intact. The surface of the sutra, thin as paper, was adorned with a lotus figure. The object radiated auspicious energy, instantly dispelling any distracting thoughts. Beside the copper sutra lay a string of dark, unattractive beads. Anyone else would likely express dismay at such an unsightly string, but Chen Han handled it with utmost care. Even when lifting it, he was cautious, fearing the aging oil thread might snap. Typically, the threads of such beads are coated with oil to enhance durability, hence the name oil thread. This method has proven remarkably effective, as Chen Han gently manipulated the beads without any sign of breakage. The string of beads vividly resonated in his memory. They belonged to Master Lianqi, a revered monk of the Ming dynasty, known for carrying lotus seed prayer beads. Master Lianqi was a truly eminent monk of the mid-Ming period, often residing at the Yunqi temple, earning him the title of Yunqi monk. He was the 8th patriarch of the Pure Land sect in China. The 108 wild lotus seeds that made up this prayer bead string were imbued with immeasurable merit. His gaze finally lingered on a bead emanating a greenish sheen. The bead, roughly the size of a walnut, was perfectly round, smooth, and bore subtle dark patterns. Irregular markings naturally formed within the bead, producing a mottled green appearance. After centuries, it remained untouched by dust. In contemporary terms, its luster resembled that of freshly polished jade, and if placed in panheon, it would surely be mistaken for a newly crafted, albeit lower quality, jade bead. Yet, Chen Han knew better. Its enduring sheen after centuries attested to its extraordinary nature. As he searched through his memories, he recalled an obscure legend regarding a Buddhist treasure described in ancient texts, strikingly similar to the bead before him. It spoke of the moonlight Mani pearl, measuring 3 inches, with a shimmering green hue often found within dragon's brain. Those blessed with fortune would naturally acquire it, much like a device for self-punishment in hell. This treasure is also known as the Rui Pearl, capable of manifesting all treasures. Whoever possesses this pearl is immune to poison and fire. Furthermore, it is said to have been a diamond wielded by Indra during his battle with the Asuras, which shattered and fell to the earth. Additionally, it is believed that the relics of ancient Buddhas, once the Dharma had extinguished, transformed into this pearl for the benefit of beings. With a myriad of information swirling in his mind, Chen Han's gaze fixated intensely on the perfectly round bead, his eyes ablaze with fervor. If this truly was the legendary Mani pearl, it would be nothing short of miraculous. No one could have anticipated that such a rare and enigmatic treasure would surface in the present day. Chen Han could not ascertain the truth of the 3 origins of the legend, but the extraordinary nature of the bead before him commanded his respect. According to the tales, this Mani pearl had endured not merely centuries, but perhaps millennia. Yet at this moment, it still radiated an ethereal glow, untouched by dust. Such a miraculous object is exceptionally rare, a treasure beyond compare. Chen Han's discerning eyes sought to delve deeper into the mysteries of the bead. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through him, nearly causing him to leap from the sofa. He was astonished to discover that the irregular patterns within the bead were, in fact, moving. An artifact sealed away for centuries. Was it truly alive? In that moment, Chen Han felt as though struck by lightning, his mouth agape, his entire being frozen in place. Chapter 74 was nothing short of a stroke of genius. After a considerable pause, he managed to suppress the shock within him and resumed his examination of the Mani pearl. From the exterior, he could vaguely discern the intricate patterns within, yet there were no visible signs of change. However, when Chen Han once again employed his ink eye to probe deeper, he confirmed his suspicions. The patterns inside were indeed in motion. Though exceedingly slow and seemingly devoid of any discernible order, it was evident that the designs were constantly evolving. How wondrous! Chen Han found it nearly unimaginable. In modern times, numerous technologies could replicate such a glass-like sphere. Even the intricate changes within could be manufactured. Yet this object had survived since the Ming dynasty. The faint aura of ancient weariness it emanated could not possibly be fabricated. Based on Chen Han's assessment, the age of this pearl likely predates even the Ming dynasty. Surely, the Lich family would not have resorted to using a modern artifact to play tricks on him. Chen Han felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He never anticipated that such a mystical item would be included among the offerings from Matteo Ricci. Unable to unravel the mystery for the time being, he decided to set it aside. Perhaps in the future, as his memories gradually unfolded, new clues might emerge. With everything securely packed away, Chen Han resolved not to leave them behind. These treasures were far too precious. He had a performance to attend to that night, and carrying them would be impractical. Thus, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Shifu Garden. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. A substantial portion of the wall beside the entrance had been demolished. There was no alternative. Various tools and vehicles needed access, and this was the only solution. Drawing no attention to himself, he entered the garden directly. The foam mountain, previously charred by fire, had now been thoroughly washed several times with a high-pressure hose, leaving it refreshingly damp. The stagnant water from the pond had been drained, and debris was being cleared from the bottom. Simultaneously, efforts were underway to tidy up the littered ground and the ruins of the burned-down old house. Chen Han quietly admired the efficiency of the young man named Liangzi. At this rate, the entire garden would be revitalized within 3 to 5 days. Once the plans were finalized, he could commence construction of his residence. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Han wasted no time and, without disturbing anyone, made his way to the nearby vacant lot. Forming a seal with his hand, he activated his ink eye and advanced forward with an erratic gait. If anyone were outside, they would witness him inexplicably vanishing from sight after taking just a few steps. The 4 symbols illusion array was indeed enigmatic. Within the illusion, everything remained normal. The phoenix vine, having been transplanted with soil, showed no signs of damage to its roots. In this tranquil environment, its branches and leaves flourished. Chen Han descended into the well with his large bag, sealing the treasured items in plastic bags, placing them one by one at the bottom. Although the well was slightly damp, it posed no immediate problem. When he departed, not a single one of the 100 workers in the garden noticed his presence. At that moment, a text notification chimed on his phone. It was from the Mango Girl. "Senior brother, I'll be at the restaurant promptly at 6. Don't be late." Chen Han glanced at the screen, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Noticing the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He realized he had yet to eat after a long day. He decided to head over just in time for dinner. He hailed a cab, directing the driver to the vicinity of the school. Initially contemplating whether to invite his 3 dorm mates, he ultimately decided against it, considering the uncertainty of the evening. The Mango Girl not only had his contact information, but had also saved the number of Fu Yong that day. If she merely wished to gather everyone for a meal, she would likely have taken the initiative to invite the other 3. However, if she was only asking him, it likely indicated something amiss. Chen Han was not yet confident enough to believe that his mere appearance could prompt a girl of her beauty to act so eagerly. Something was certainly afoot. All that remained was to await the outcome. He pressed a finger against the imitation 5 Thunder Exorcism talisman in his bag. Meanwhile, within the Wang family estate, Wang Wenming, having shaken off his earlier despondency, was now brewing tea with a sense of satisfaction, placing a cup of golden liquid before his guest. "Second uncle, please enjoy. Just bring the item tonight." Seated across from him was a figure radiating an air of calm, clad in a casual cotton linen shirt, who sipped the tea before speaking slowly. "Wenming, I initially opposed this matter. Oh, come on, second uncle. That SA treasure of the Taoist sect. It would be sheer waste in that boy's hands." Wang Fanyun, with his hair tied in a bun, maintained an appearance of a recluse even in casual attire. A fleeting moment of panic flickered in Wang Wenming's beautiful eyes before being replaced by a fierce determination. "He*s just a poor boy from a county town. I refuse to believe he can turn the tables. I admit I underestimated the situation before, but this time, I assure you, it's foolproof." Wang Fanyun regarded his nephew with profound meaning, his voice low as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Wang Wenming narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word with conviction. "It's a done deal." "Very well." Wang Fanyun drained his cup and laughed heartily. "As long as we acquire the item, I'll take care of everything else." "Great." Wang Wenming chuckled, rising to refill the tea. "Second uncle, do you already have plans for what comes next? Care to share?" Wang Fanyun lightly tapped the tea table with his fingers. "Want to know? It's quite simple. You must promise to accompany me to Longhu Mountain for 6 months of training to temper your character." Wang Wenming's face fell, resembling that of a bitter melon. "Second uncle, please, let us not revisit that topic." Seeing his nephew's discomfort, Wang Fanyun couldn't help but chuckle, but he continued without holding back. "Once I obtain that Song Dynasty 5 Thunder Exorcism talisman, I will immediately, in the name of the Taoist master, summon the heads of various Taoist sects and high-ranking officials from cultural relic institutions to hold a grand ceremony for the treasure's unveiling. When the time comes, I'll publicly display the 5 Thunder Exorcism talisman, and it will rightfully belong to Longhu Mountain. Anyone seeking to contest this will be opposing the entire Taoist sect." Wang Wenming raised his thumb in approval, his eyes blazing with fervor. What a brilliant plan. Once you do that, even if Chen Han cries out that his talisman is missing, how can he prove it's his? Who would dare to speak on his behalf? Where'd he seek justice? A voice of little consequence cannot hope to challenge the entire Taoist sect. As he contemplated this, Wang Wenming trembled with excitement, nearly spilling his tea. Chapter 75. This scheme is directed at me. When Chen Han entered the small restaurant, customers had already begun to arrive. Upon stepping through the door, he spotted the graceful figure seated by the window. "Senior brother, come sit over here." Mengwa beckoned with a smile, her voice like silver bells, complimented by her exquisite features, easily lifting one's spirits. Chen Han nodded and took a seat across from the girl. "Today I'll treat you. Feel free to order whatever you like." Moreover, given the uncertainty surrounding today's events, should it prove to be a mere misunderstanding, this would serve as a fitting compensation. The Mango Girl beamed sweetly, unpretentiously calling the waiter to order 4 dishes. They were all simple home-style dishes, light and refreshing. Once the orders were placed, she unexpectedly pulled a bottle of whiskey from her bag and waved it in front of Chen Han. "Jack Daniels, senior brother, shall we drink this today? Beer is too filling. It might interfere with our sleep." Her words seemed to hold a double meaning. Yet Chen Han feigned ignorance and simply nodded. He considered his tolerance for alcohol to be quite commendable, and indeed, he had intended to indulge himself thoroughly today. The line between reality and illusion blurred, and he felt that whatever he drank was inconsequential. Mango took 2 glass cups, yet neither was filled to the brim. She then requested a bottle of Sprite from the waiter to mix in. Chen Han felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon witnessing this. Sprite accelerates the absorption of alcohol into the bloodstream, leading to a swift intoxication. This method of drinking had been tried by several of his dormitory friends. Brother, allow me to toast you first for your willingness to dine with me. Mango's enchanting eyes, concealed beneath long lashes, held an air of mystery and allure. Chen Han smiled faintly, clinking glasses with her and drinking deeply. The flavor was pleasant, with the carbonation of Sprite and a lingering hint of wood and floral notes. Mango also downed her drink in one go, then filled her glass anew. At this moment, a warm sensation began to ignite in Chen Han's stomach. Having not eaten all day, this drink felt somewhat excessive. Fortunately, the dishes began to arrive. I wonder if the food I ordered is too bland? Mango exhaled softly, and Chen Han could detect a faint aroma of alcohol emanating from her. Not to worry, I'm not particular about food, as long as it fills my stomach. That suffices. After saying this, he recalled that he was the one treating today. If there is anything you wish to eat, feel free to order more. Mango tilted her head with a smile, her dimples appearing quite adorable. Then I shan't hold back. After a few bites, the young lady raised her glass once more. Brother, you don't think I'm a particularly carefree person, do you? As she posed this question, her smile lingered, yet a trace of indescribable sadness flickered in her eyes. Chen Han shook his head. Everyone has their own way of living. To follow one's heart is to live fully. Mango's smile appeared tinged with bitterness as she swirled her glass and drank it all. The rapid succession of expressions on the girl's face did not escape Chen Han's keen gaze. Did she harbor some hidden sorrow? He pondered silently, maintaining his composure while taking a casual sip from his glass. After 2 swift drinks, a faint blush crept onto Mango's cheeks. Noticing Chen Han engrossed in his meal, she continued, Actually, brother, I like you very much. I just know that I'm not worthy of you. Chen Han furrowed his brows slightly and finally lifted his gaze to meet Mango's. At this moment, even he was bewildered. Could it be that the girl blushing before him truly had feelings for him? A bitter smile threatened to emerge. Had he truly misjudged her intentions? He had to visit the Chu family tomorrow to pay respects to the sick, particularly for that piece of thunderstruck wood, which he could not afford to miss. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to, Chen Han stated directly, declining her request. I beg you, brother, just accompany me this once. Mango bit her lip, her eyes glistening with a pitiable allure that was hard to resist. Even diners at the adjacent table cast disparaging glances at Chen Han. Such a beautiful girl, and you treat her this way? Chen Han sighed inwardly, nodding in resignation, agreeing to her request. You're the best, brother. Upon receiving his assent, Mango's face lit up with joy, and she began pouring more wine into her glass. It was only after the bottle of Jack Daniels was emptied that their meal could be considered concluded. As they settled the bill and exited the restaurant, the sky had turned completely dark. A gentle night breeze swept over them, quite pleasant. However, within mere moments, the effects of the alcohol surged like a tidal wave, and Chen Han felt a buzzing in his head. Indeed, this foreign liquor mixed with Sprite is potent. Mango seemed to be in a similar state, swaying as she walked. I want to sing the drunken concubine. Her eyes were glazed, and she mumbled. Chen Han could only chuckle in disbelief. Very well, let us go. With this thought, he resolved to pull out his phone and call a few friends from his dormitory who were fond of karaoke. He had no ulterior motives concerning the girl before him. It would be livelier to invite others along. Just then, a loud roar erupted from behind them. Almost instantaneously, Mango threw herself into Chen Han's embrace, clutching him tightly and pushing his arms away. A shadow flitted past him as a motorcycle zoomed by. In the fleeting moment, a hand seized the bag slung over his shoulder, yanking it away with the bike's momentum. Chen Han's sharp eyes caught sight of the motorcycle's license plate and the rider's figure. But alas, the helmet concealed the man's face. It was only then that Mango screamed, breaking Chen Han's concentration. Had she not collided into him, he was confident he could have apprehended the thief in that instant. A surge of anger flashed in his eyes as he regarded the girl in his arms, the softness of his earlier demeanor dissipating. It appeared that his suspicions had been confirmed. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Had there been valuable items in his bag, the loss would have been truly regrettable. Clearly, there was more to this situation. This girl named Mango evidently had accomplices and was clearly part of a premeditated scheme targeting him. Chapter 76. The Nonsense of a Divine Doctor. Did we succeed? Ha ha ha, excellent. Wait, did you just say that the bag only contained a square copper artifact? In a private room, Wang Wenming held the phone, his face a mix of unwillingness and regret. Yet, this sentiment was quickly suppressed. The square copper artifact must be the Five Thunder exorcism seal. Although he had not managed to seize all of the young man's treasures, possessing this Five Thunder seal would at least provide a satisfactory explanation to his uncle. Take care of what needs to be done and deliver the items. The foreign horse has already been arranged for you. It will be quite satisfactory. Wang Wenming hung up the phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. Congratulations, young Master Ming. On the sofa sat a young man alongside 6 fair-skinned, blue-eyed young women. The foreign girls were dressed rather provocatively, their snow-white skin glistening under the colorful lights. Had Chen Han been present, he would have recognized the young man on the sofa as Zhou Xixue, the young Master Zhou. Come, let's continue drinking. Wang Wenming was in high spirits, as if he had just released the pent-up frustrations in his heart. As he gazed at the foreign girls, they appeared even more alluring than before. You come here and kneel. He pointed at one of the exquisitely beautiful girls, issuing the command. Meanwhile, throughout their journey, Chen Han had not uttered a word. Mango, on the other hand, chattered incessantly. One moment she lamented that it was unintentional, and the next she cursed the motorcyclist vehemently. She even suggested reporting the incident to the authorities. Chen Han merely scoffed internally, choosing not to expose her. He was nearly certain that this girl was merely a pawn, and the mastermind behind her was all too evident. I'll let you enjoy this moment, Chen Han thought to himself, unable to suppress a smirk. He was curious to see the expression on their faces when they discovered that the item was a counterfeit. The group of friends, seeing Chen Han had been drinking, decided not to push him further. Otherwise, given their nature, they would have insisted on going out for late-night snacks. The following morning, after having breakfast at school, Chen Han donned a new backpack and headed straight to the Shifu Garden. After conducting a preliminary inspection of the progress, he stealthily entered the 4 symbols illusion array. He placed the golden needles from the rosewood box in his backpack and carefully took 2 strands of a century-old ginseng root, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Although the condition of Chu Yao's mother did not necessitate the use of ginseng root, he feared that any special situation might arise, and this century-old mountain ginseng could be life-saving. Just then, Chen Han's phone rang. It was Chu Yao, always punctual. Hello, Chen Han. The esteemed physician, Min Xiangming, has already set off. Shall I send a car to pick you up? All right, I am at the Shifu Garden. A sudden silence ensued on the other end of the line, and after a while, Chu Yao's tentative voice broke the stillness. The Shifu Garden on the second ring? You cannot be serious. Chen Han replied with an unwavering tone. Indeed, I am waiting at the entrance. To his surprise, within 10 minutes, a white Alfred appeared and came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Liang Bo's peculiar expression. Once inside the car, he couldn't resist asking, Young Master Chen, do you truly reside there? Chen Han shook his head with a chuckle. The interior has yet to be renovated. I am merely here to check on the progress. Liang Bo visibly relaxed. I shouldn't speak out of turn, but since you and the young lady are friends, I hope you can overlook my comments. Seeing Chen Han nod, Liang Bo continued while driving, that Shifu Garden has an eerie reputation. A friend of the master once showed interest and brought a feng shui master to inspect it. Guess what happened? The feng shui expert fled without even stepping inside, exclaiming that whoever resides there will meet their demise. Liang Bo's expression was grave, not as if he were trying to frighten anyone. Chen Han fucled dismissively. I have already resolved most of the feng shui issues. You needn't worry, Liang Bo, young Master Chen. Understand feng shui? Liang Bo exclaimed with delight. That is splendid. Some say the lady's ailment is due to feng shui. Perhaps you could take a look? Chen Han smiled and nodded. In no time, the car stopped in front of a courtyard surrounded by towering walls. It turned out that the Chu family was so close to the Shifu Garden. No wonder Liang Bo arrived so quickly. As Chen Han pondered this, the courtyard gate opened automatically, and the car smoothly entered. Through the window, he spotted Chu Yao approaching with graceful steps. She helped open the car door and smiled. Welcome. Chen Han alighted, returning her smile with a nod. Come, young Master Chen. My father and mother are waiting for us in the living room. The esteemed physician should be arriving shortly. No sooner had she finished speaking than another Alfred drove into the courtyard. Chu Yao exchanged a word with Chen Han to wait a moment and hurried to greet the elderly gentleman stepping out of the vehicle. Although he had graying hair, he moved with agility, embodying an ethereal presence. His complexion was rosy, revealing that he had taken great care of himself. Chen Han inwardly acknowledged this elder, who indeed possessed knowledge of health preservation. The visitor was none other than the renowned physician Min Xiaoming. Despite his good health, His expression was serious, bearing a demeanor of sternness. At that moment, Chu Yao assisted the elder while waving to Chen Han, guiding him towards the villa. Upon entering the villa, Chen Han was immediately impressed. The design was simplistic yet grand, embodying a new Chinese style, and he admired the furnishings and decorations. Almost all the items were of notable origin, reflecting the owner's pursuit of quality. A middle-aged couple rose from the sofa to greet them, but their focus was on the esteemed physician, offering only polite smiles to Chen Han. Chu Yao had likely informed them of her visit in advance, given their demeanor. It was evident that Chen Han held little weight in their eyes. After all, a young man barely in his 20s claiming to be a master of traditional Chinese medicine was indeed hard to take seriously. However, Chen Han was unconcerned. His purpose for coming was to obtain the thunderstruck wood. Others' perceptions of him were secondary. After all, they had greeted him with respect. Chen Han settled in a corner of the sofa, accepting the tea Chu Yao offered. The esteemed physician was rather impatient. Before even getting comfortable, he stood up to take Chu Yao's mother's pulse. In mere moments, the elder declared, a heat evil affliction. The heat evil he referred to indicated a fire evil. Traditional Chinese medicine categorizes ailments into 6 types: wind, cold, summer heat, dampness, dryness, and fire. Fire evil is a yang heat affliction that causes upward inflammation, depletes body fluids, and disrupts blood flow, generating internal heat. As a physician spoke, Chen Han began to comprehend. How does it feel to witness the esteemed physician's reputation being upheld? Chu Yao nudged Chen Han gently, blinking her eyes and whispering a question. Chen Han smiled silently, raising an eyebrow. However, he had already formed a judgment in his heart, a charlatan of a physician. Chapter 77, The Unyielding Elder. Min Xiangming squinted through his reading glasses, scrutinizing Chu Yao's mother's complexion and tongue. He nodded slowly. It will suffice. I shall prescribe a remedy, and we will observe the effects. Having said that, the elder took out paper and pen, swiftly writing a lengthy prescription. At that moment, Chen Han's keen eyes discerned all the medicinal ingredients listed. Indeed, the prescription was tailored for treating heat evil affliction. Although the prescription itself posed no significant issues, as it had been simplified and included 2 superfluous ingredients, it should still yield some effect. However, regrettably, Chu Yao's mother did not suffer from a heat evil affliction. Thus, the prescription would prove utterly ineffective. Chen Han shook his head with a chuckle. Noticing his peculiar expression, Chu Yao quietly inquired, "Is there a problem?" A futile endeavor. Although Chen Han's voice was soft, the room was already quiet, and instantly, all eyes turned to his face. There was surprise, curiosity, and disdain. The esteemed physician was examining a patient, yet this young lad was mocking him from the sidelines. Was this appropriate? Even if you possess some medical knowledge, how can you hastily judge a prescription just as it has been presented? Not only Chu Yao's parents, but even Liang Bo exhibited complex expressions when glancing at Chen Han. We were discussing something else. Esteemed physician, please do not misunderstand. The elder shot a glance at Chen Han, snorted lightly, and disregarded him. Yet at that moment, Chen Han rose and spoke hesitantly. In your prescription, the ingredients Huanglian, Huangqin, Huangbua, and Jizi indeed have some efficacy against heat toxins. But the absence of Tianshan, snow lotus, significantly diminishes the effectiveness. As Chen Han spoke, the esteemed physician's eyes widened, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, and he gazed at Chen Han with astonishment. The licorice and cicada slew in the prescription were indeed optional. These details were inconsequential. The crux was that the prescription was inappropriate. Chen Han's voice suddenly rose, startling everyone present. At that moment, Chu Yao also gasped, staring at Chen Han with wide eyes, momentarily forgetting to intervene. How do you know my prescription? The esteemed physician appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his usual stern demeanor cracking. With your level of expertise, you could only come up with such a prescription. It is not hard to guess, Chen Han scoffed. Seemingly incensed by Chen Han's disdainful attitude, the esteemed physician sprang to his feet. You claim my prescription is inappropriate? Very well. Today I shall engage you in a discussion about how it is inappropriate. Chu Yao's parents furrowed their brows. In their eyes, this young man was far too arrogant, entirely unlike their daughter's description of him as humble yet capable. However, Chen Han's next words left them agape. No need for a discussion. I shall simply cure the patient. Min Xiangming erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke, completely abandoning his stoic persona, laughing until he doubled over, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Unfazed by the commotion, Chen Han retrieved a redwood box from his backpack. In that instant, the laughter of Min Xiangming halted abruptly. Tears still lingered in his eyes, but his expression transformed once more into one of astonishment. That is the needle box of the Yi family. Yi tincture's golden needles. Chen Han's lips curled into a smile. Your eyesight is quite remarkable. Are you from the Yi family? Ignoring Min Xiangming, Chen Han turned his attention back to Chu Yao. It is a simple acupuncture procedure. There is nothing to fear. To assuage any worries the Chu family might have, Chen Han preemptively offered an explanation. Chu Yao pondered for a moment before approaching her mother, whispering a few words. To her surprise, her mother suddenly rose, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Han, and coldly declared, I do not agree. Chu Yao, in a fit of anxiety, stamped her foot, pleading, let him try. It's been said that there is no danger. I too do not approve, interjected Chu Yao's father, Chu Hao, his voice solemn and unreadable. Chen Han glanced at Chu Yao's parents, noting their unwavering resolve, which denied him even the opportunity to prove himself. It seemed that he would not be obtaining that piece of thunderstruck wood today. The venerable healer, Min Laosheng, could not help but exhibit a smug expression at this turn of events. Experience and wisdom often outshine youthful arrogance. Even if you hail from a Yi family and can recognize my prescriptions, what of it? The Chu family stands at the pinnacle of the capital, a lineage that would never allow an obscure young man to practice on them. At this juncture, Chen Han had already stowed away his needle case, preparing to take his leave, for remaining any longer held no purpose. Young man, you intend to leave without offering the old man an explanation? Min Xiaoming's face was stern, unwilling to relent. Chen Han paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards the elder healer and speaking again. Are you familiar with cholelithiasis? Min Laosheng scoffed, naturally, in modern medical terms. That refers to gallstones. What relevance does that have to my prescription? Chen Han chuckled lightly. You might inquire the patient whether she has ever suffered from gallstones. Chu Yao and her parents overheard their exchange, with Liang Bo standing closer, catching every word. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he interjected. Madam was diagnosed with gallstones a year prior, but has delayed treatment. How did Master Chen deduce this? Chen Han's lips twitched in annoyance as he shot Liang Bo an exasperated glance. How about you take a guess? Chen Han opted to disregard him, his dark eyes locking onto Min Xiaoming. The gallbladder meridian corresponds to the Tianchong point. Under normal circumstances, the energy within the gallbladder meridian absorbs heat and expands, surging upwards to the Tianbu area of the head, perpetuating the cycle. Yet due to the presence of gallstones, this cycle is obstructed, leading to a deficiency in Tianchong and the consequent manifestation of symptoms. You dare employ a prescription for heat-related ailments to treat cholelithiasis? Are you certain you wish for me to elaborate further? Chen Han's words flowed rapidly, akin to a barrage of arrows. Min Xiaoming's expression grew increasingly grim, shifting from a healthy flush to pallor and finally turning ashen. However, within his eyes resided a profound astonishment. Finally, the elder healer nearly bellowed in indignation. Then enlighten us on the treatment. By we combined with Shanting, Tianchong is the key, Chen Han replied nonchalantly. Min Xiaoming trembled, his gaze fixated on Chen Han. You mean acupuncture? Chen Han shrugged, unfazed. Relieving headaches is certainly within reach, but to cure gallstones, one must either use medicinal baths or undergo surgery. Min Xiaoming regarded Chen Han as if he were a creature from another realm, rendered speechless for a considerable time. At that moment, Chu Yao hurriedly approached Chen Han, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chen Han, can you really cure my mother? Observing the excited and exquisite visage before him, he cast a glance at the now pale Chu Hao and his wife. A faint smile crept onto Chen Han's lips. If I can acquire the thunderstruck wood, then the ailment shall be resolved. Under Chu Yao's persistent persuasion, her mother ultimately consented to allow Chen Han to proceed with the acupuncture, complying with the requirements. She seated herself on the sofa, maintaining an upright posture with her eyes gently closed. Mr. Chen, please do not overexert yourself, Chu Hao said, his expression tinged with awkwardness and concern. Through the gently curled strands of hair, Chen Han pinpointed the Baihui, Shenting, and Tianchong acupoints, along with 16 additional minor points. After disinfecting 19 golden needles, he deftly held them in his left hand and began to regulate his breathing. At that moment, the room fell into an enveloping silence. Chu Hao and Chu Yao stood anxiously to the side, while Liang Bo refrained from intruding, yet craned his neck in anticipation. Min Xiangming, the venerable healer, stood but a step away from Chen Han, his gaze unwavering. Yet his face was a canvas of skepticism. The art of acupuncture traces back to the spring and autumn period, initially employing fire needles to treat ailments. Over time, many remarkable techniques have been lost to history. Presently, the most illustrious schools of acupuncture in China are classified into 6 major factions: the Jiangnan school, the Min school, the Gui school, the Mongolian 5-therapy warm needle, the Hunan Hubei academic school, and the Zheng school of Hunan province. Each faction possesses its own unique techniques and practices, all shrouded in secrecy. Min Xiangming is the 4th-generation heir of the Min school of acupuncture. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which school had trained Chen Han. So audaciously young, yet so brazen in his claims. It is well known that the mastery of acupuncture hinges on relentless practice over years. There are 720 known acupoints on the human body, each as fine as a needle's tip, requiring rote memorization before one can accurately correspond them to the human form, a feat demanding immense dedication. Moreover, the act of needling is an entirely different challenge, necessitating years of practice to achieve the precision required to pierce each acupoint with the appropriate depth and force, without deviation. Without a decade or 2 of devoted study, one could never hope to achieve such proficiency. The youth before him appeared scarcely old enough to have begun this arduous journey. The more he contemplated this, the more profound his doubts deepened. Just then, Chen Han made his move. Chu Yao and her father did not even catch a glimpse of how swiftly Chen Han struck. The golden needle had already been deftly positioned atop her mother's head, the needle tip quivering. Min Xiaoming's eyes remained fixed, observing intently. He gasped in astonishment at the speed of Chen Han's movements, the force behind his strikes, and the steadiness of his needles. This is impossible. Even if he himself were to perform the task, he could not achieve such immaculate execution. It was as though Chen Han had practiced this thousands of times, every movement precise, every needle placement flawless. Yet before Min Xiaoming could fully process his astonishment, Chen Han unleashed another needle with equal swiftness, followed by the 3rd and 4th. Gui Min needle. Min Xiaoming nearly forgot the decorum of the moment, almost shouting in excitement. His ancestors had left behind fragments of extraordinary needle techniques, which he occasionally perused out of curiosity. The series of needles Chen Han had just executed triggered an epiphany. One of those ancient techniques sprang vividly to mind. Gui Min needle. You are a descendant of Giguzi. Min Xiaoming's complexion drained of color, his focus shifting from observing the technique to fixating on Chen Han's profile. How is this possible? He stumbled, the frail, aged body nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by Liang Bo, who guided him back to the sofa. Meanwhile, Chen Han remained undeterred by the elder's turmoil. The 19 golden needles seemed to possess a life of their own, vanishing from his grasp to settle into the strands of hair atop the patient's head, their tips dancing with vitality. Finally, with the last needle in place, he exhaled deeply. This marked his first experience needling someone else, and a hint of nervousness had accompanied him. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. All 19 needles were perfectly aligned, each applied with impeccable precision. At this moment, Chu Yao's mother sat quietly on the sofa, her head adorned with golden needles, utterly unaware, as if in a state of deep meditation. Chu Yao's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. The spectacle she had just witnessed had left an indelible impression on her. Previously, her mother had sought the expertise of numerous esteemed doctors for acupuncture, yet she had never witnessed a technique as masterful as Chen Han's. Treating such minor ailments is certainly feasible, she mused. The efficacy speaks for itself. Guyos atraced. Initially, she believed he was merely boasting, yet now it seemed she had been thoroughly proven wrong. This young man was truly remarkable, astonishingly impressive. A sudden thought struck her. Could that painting truly be of great value? She realized her understanding of Chen Han had been superficial, floating on the surface like a mere wisp of mist. This youth is as unfathomable as the vast ocean, leaving one unable to discern or predict his depths. At this moment, Chen Han commenced the delicate process of withdrawing the needles. His movements were extraordinarily swift. Each needle was gently pinched between his fingers and then swiftly extracted. Within mere seconds, the multitude of golden needles had returned to their box. Chu Hao regarded Chen Han with a complex expression. He understood the intricacies of acupuncture better than his own daughter. The manner in which Chen Han inserted and removed the needles resembled that of a seasoned master steeped in this art for decades, leaving him utterly astounded. All of Chu Hao's prior negative perceptions of Chen Han dissipated in that instant. In his eyes, the young man had become an enigma. At that moment, Chu Yao's mother emitted a soft sigh, as if just awakening from a deep slumber, and slowly stretched her limbs. Her expression was one of exquisite relaxation, akin to that of someone who had just enjoyed a delightful dream. Her complexion, more vibrant than ever before, appeared to have shed several years. This refreshing sensation was one she had not experienced in years, as if she had become entirely revitalized. "Little Chun, you are simply remarkable," Chu Yao's mother exclaimed from the depths of her heart. Yet, almost immediately, a mixture of embarrassment and shame crossed her face. "I apologize for my earlier indiscretion, young Chun. Please do not take it to heart." Chen Han nodded. "Please hand me the thunderstruck wood." Chu Yao's mother hastily agreed. "Yao Yao, go fetch it." Upon hearing her mother's words, Chu Yao cast a lingering glance at Chen Han before turning to leave. As she did so, an unprecedented smile graced her face, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms reflecting the spring waters. Chapter 79. Replace them with a pair of Qilin. "Mr. Chun, on behalf of my wife and myself, I formally extend my apologies. Today, I have witnessed true mastery. Previously, I underestimated the depth of my own understanding," Chu Hao stated. It was evident how profound his astonishment had been, enough to prompt the leader of one of the four great families, the Chu family, to utter such words. This young man, based solely on his recent display of skill, was poised to rise within the capital. In that moment, the admiration shining in Chu Hao's eyes was sincere, and Chen Han could sense it. He merely smiled faintly and shook his head. "I harbor no resentment." As the century-old thunderstruck wood was soon to be in his possession, he had no time to dwell on such matters. Just then, a hoarse voice emerged from behind him. "Might I inquire, young doctor, if the needles you just employed were the Ghost Gate needles?" It was surprising to see someone of such age startled by his technique. Chen Han felt a tinge of embarrassment and explained, "Indeed, they're the Ghost Gate needles, but I am not a disciple of the Ghost Valley. I merely learned this technique from someone else. Please do not overthink it." Old Man Wen quickly stood up, shaking his head. "How embarrassing. You must not call me a doctor. My skills pale in comparison to yours. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. Today, I have truly learned. May I ask, to whom does your technique belong?" Chen Han chuckled. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that." Old Man Wen appeared somewhat disappointed, gazing at Chen Han for a while, before finally shaking his head with a sigh. At that moment, it was clear that the century-old thunderstruck peach would lay within. When Chen Han accepted the box, he inadvertently brushed against her delicate hand, which was smooth and cool to the touch. A flash of nervousness crossed Chu Yao's eyes, but she skillfully concealed it, shifting the topic to her mother's headache. "Will her headaches return?" "Actually, once the gallstones are treated, the headaches will gradually dissipate." "Tian on a feed. Ah, so the acupuncture you performed was immediately effective for the headaches?" "Tian on smilid, indeed." Chu Yao shook her head in resignation, realizing that even without his intervention, her mother's headaches would naturally vanish following the gallstone surgery. Why had so many seasoned experts failed to recognize this crucial point? Though curious, she refrained from asking further. The important thing was that her mother's headaches were resolved, and the underlying cause had been identified. Everything else was secondary. Chen Han departed, politely declining the enthusiastic invitation to lunch from Chu Yao's family. The seasoned steward, while escorting him out, displayed an utmost level of respect. If previously Chen Han was merely regarded as the young lady's friend, he was now seen as a divine healer and an expert in feng shui. "Thank you for your efforts, Liang Bo. Until we meet again," Chen Han said as he alighted from the vehicle at the Western Garden. Upon entering the garden, he soon spotted Jiao Yang. The latter, having recognized Chen Han from afar, hurriedly approached. "Master Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to contact you." Chen Han inquired with a smile. "Has the plan been finalized?" The lean Jiao Yang nodded vigorously. "I have it right here." He produced a tablet, sketching and presenting it to Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes brightened instantly. The video commenced with the robust redwood entrance of the garden, adorned with exquisite brass nails and intricate carvings. Flanking the entrance were a pair of stone lions, exuding an imposing presence. As the video progressed, it showcased a spacious courtyard paved with bluestone, harmonious rockeries, and fish ponds, surrounded by a plethora of flowers and greenery. Beyond the courtyard stood a two-story structure of gray bricks and tiles, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance that vividly displayed the Ming and Qing architectural style. Even through the screen, one could sense its extraordinary quality. Each floor of the building contained 6 rooms, with the doors and windows, crafted from redwood, embellished with exquisite carvings. The roof featured a grand terrace that overlooked the entire garden's beauty. As the video concluded, Chen Han emphatically declared, "Excellent." This single word encapsulated his satisfaction. It was as if the design mirrored his own vision, and he felt compelled to commend it. "Master Chen, is there anything you would like to adjust?" Replace the pair of stone lions at the entrance with a pair of qilin. Chen Han responded without hesitation. The qilin wards off malevolence, particularly as an antidote to the threat posed by firearms, and it also possesses formidable countermeasures against the 7 stars malevolence. The main entrance should be shifted 50 meters to the east, along with the primary structure. Zhao Yang, aware of Chen Han's expertise in metaphysics and feng shui, readily agreed, assuring him that the adjustments would be executed with precision. If all goes well, the project should be completed within 2 months. Given the complexity of constructing a vintage-style building compared to a typical villa, this timeline had been established after the Jia family construction team committed to expediting the work. Chen Han pondered for a moment. Aside from next month's celebration for the elder of the Liu family, which required his presence, there were no pressing matters at hand. His destination was Hunan province. It had been nearly half a month since he last parted ways with Luo Lao Lu at Zhuge's private kitchen. He had given him some money at that time, which should suffice for short-term expenses. However, the matter concerning the tomb of El Bu was of such gravity that any unforeseen developments could prove disastrous. Even the divine healing arts of the Mo family could not remedy the regrets that lead to demise. In Shouwu County, Hunan province, he had subsequently verified that El Bu's tomb was indeed unearthed in 2007. Only a spear and a tombstone had been recovered, igniting a flurry of speculation among archaeological experts. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity, and according to Luo Lao Lu, the original site of El Bu's tomb had been designated as a historic site, based on the bronze sword unearthed by Lao Lu. It could be inferred that it originated from a chariot pit. Such grand burial sites of the late Eastern Han Dynasty were known for their accompanying chariots and horses. A large tomb with a chariot pit was highly likely to be the true resting place of El Bu. Even if there were discrepancies, the identity of the tomb's master would undoubtedly be formidable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Han could not help but touch his backpack. His determination to explore El Bu's tomb was intertwined with the piece of thunderstruck wood within, for every grand tomb harbored an abundance of energy and malevolence. Possessing a mind full of theories, yet lacking practical experience in the field, inevitably carries a certain risks. This century-old peach which struck by lightning undoubtedly serves as an excellent talisman. At the very least, it may alleviate some burdens. Luo Laolu has already excavated the horse-drawn carriage pit, and I believe the main tomb is not far off. This is an extraordinary opportunity. As for whether I can ultimately succeed in locating the main tomb, whether it contains priceless treasures or if it has been plundered, that shall depend on fortune. The next morning, Chen Han rose, washed up, and casually dialed the phone number of Su Yubin from the museum. Before Chen Han could utter a word, Su, the director, conveyed a somewhat awkward tone. Itruli apologis, Tianan. When the ancestors speak, I am powerless. The items have already been sent to the Academy of Sciences. If you are free today, I can accompany you there. Unexpectedly, this turn of events caused Chen Han's spirits to plummet, leaving him furious enough to nearly snap his toothbrush. What difference is this from outright theft? The seemingly benevolent and righteous Confucian indeed turns out to be less than honorable. Disdainfully, he muttered under his breath, they had better not have undertaken any unauthorized restoration. Su Yubin smiled wryly, no. The ancestors have decreed that you shall conduct the restoration yourself, but Chen Han's brow furrowed, but what? But you may only proceed under the guidance of experts from the Academy of Sciences. Chen Han remained silent, his expression frosty. The old fellow had resorted to this bureaucratic maneuver. In his eyes, all those so-called experts and academicians were mere amateurs. To have them oversee his restoration, wasn't that tantamount to instructing him on site? Old age indeed brings folly. Why strive to become something one is not? Yet at that moment, Chen Han had no alternative but to acquiesce quietly. Then I suppose I must trouble Director Su to accompany me. An hour later, Chen Han arrived punctually at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. To one side of the main entrance, the understated characters of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were displayed, beneath which was inscribed the Institute of Natural Sciences and Resource Research. This was also the office location of the Bureau of Cultural Relics and Archaeology. The two security personnel at the gate regarded Chen Han with a watchful eye. This was an important establishment. All personnel entering and exiting were subject to stringent scrutiny to prevent the leakage of research outcomes. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Yubin emerged from within, accompanied by the silver-haired Sha Luhui. Chen Han recalled this individual as one of the distinguished guests at the exchange meeting held at the beginning of the school year. From a distance, Su Yubin waved, his smile carrying a hint of deference. Perhaps he felt somewhat guilty for not fulfilling Chen Han's request. Tian Heng, you should remember this gentleman, academician Sha. Sha Luhui nodded amiably, then spoke briefly with the two security guards before successfully ushering Chen Han through the academy's gates. As they walked toward the office building, Chen Han followed behind the two, quiet and observant, yet he overheard some intriguing tidbits. Old Sha, how is the invitation to Long Hushan for the weekend being arranged by your academy? Sha Luhui, perhaps accustomed to the environment of the academy, was noticeably more reserved and spoke less compared to the affable Su Yubin. 3 spots. I've taken one. Su Yubin chuckled. The Taoist sect is really investing heavily this time. I hear they've booked all the 5-star hotels around Long Hushan specifically for hosting. By the way, old Sha, did you hear that even the ancestors will be present? Sha Luhui shook his head. I know Professor Kong will attend, but what treasures are to be unveiled, I cannot speculate. Chen Han, trailing a short distance behind, listened intently, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, the corners of his mouth curling involuntarily. If it truly pertains to that particular item, and such a grand event is being held, then there will undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Upon entering the office building, they took the elevator straight to the 5th floor. Chen Han, this entire floor is dedicated to the restoration of cultural relics, Su Yubin introduced, as if he were an insider of the academy, indicating that he frequented this place often. Surveying the pristine glass-paneled rooms, each spacious laboratory prompted Chen Han to silently marvel. It was no wonder this was the highest institution of cultural relics and archaeology in China. Merely wandering through was an enriching experience. Many of the machines were beyond his expertise, rendering him unable to even guess their purposes. Upon entering one of the rooms, Sha Luhui knocked on the door and led the way inside. Within, 2 individuals, one elderly and one youthful, clad in work attire, were engrossed in their tasks. Upon hearing the commotion, they looked up. Ah, academician Sha, is there something you need? The speaker was an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying hair and the most common reading glasses. At that moment, he was studying a palm-sized shard of stone. Chen Han recognized it immediately as one of the remnants of the Tang dynasty's 1,000 Buddhas mural, which he had inadvertently shattered. This piece was relatively large. Tian Yang, let me introduce you. This young man is Chen Han. As instructed by Professor Kong, Sha Luhui continued, his tone even. Chen Han, this is academician Yang Ming, who is responsible for the study of mural remnants, and that is his assistant, Xiao Zhao. Upon hearing the introduction, both Yang Ming and his young assistant turned their gaze toward Chen Han, their expressions bearing scrutiny and a hint of unwelcome dismissal. Understood, please wait over there. Yang Ming replied coldly, though it was unclear if his tone was directed at Chen Han or Sha Luhui. The 3 of them waited in the adjacent lounge for a full half-hour before Xiao Zhao approached them. We have prepared 2 shards for you to try. You may begin. Academician Yang and I will observe closely, and if we call for a halt, you must stop immediately, noting their attitude and demands. Chen Han shot Xiao Zhao a cold glance and spoke firmly. For you to study my belongings is a courtesy to the academy. How much restoration is undertaken is my prerogative. Do not mistake trivial matters for authority. Bring out all the fragments. I wish to take them with me. At these words, Xiao Zhao's face flushed with indignation, while Sha Luhui and Su Yubin exchanged concerned glances. On what grounds? Do you even know where this is? Xiao Zhao, being young and hot-headed, could barely contain his anger. Academician Sha, this person is here to cause trouble. I will call security. As he spoke, Xiao Zhao reached for his phone. Wait a moment. Xiao Zhao, Sha Luhui interjected, casting a helpless glance at Chen Han. Professor Kong brought the items, without his consent. No one can take those mural fragments. Chen Han, I believe you can restore them. You must have studied this subject. Today presents a wonderful opportunity. The Academy has various materials and tools. Why not attempt the restoration? It will be a chance to apply your learning. Wouldn't you agree? A sardonic smile danced on Chen Han's lips as he replied nonchalantly. So, I should be grateful that they have stolen my belongings? You. Sha Luhui raised his brows, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Han snorted disdainfully, declaring, Go call that Professor Kong and inform him that if I manage to restore these, I must take them with me today. Sha Luhui, Unable to resist, yet not wishing to escalate the situation, reluctantly dialed Professor Kong's number. Has he agreed? However, there are conditions for taking the mural fragments, which made Sha Luhui inwardly marvel at the old fox's cunning. It must achieve a restoration rate of over 90%, as specified by Chen Han himself. How is this even achievable? I've seen those fragments with my own eyes. Even if the restoration master Yang Ming were to take charge, attaining 70 or 80% would be considered a remarkable feat without mentioning the number of fragments it shattered into. The dust that fell during the fragmentation was irreparable. Over 90% restoration? Huh. Eventually, he steeled himself and conveyed the original message to Chen Han. All right, let us commence. To his surprise, Chen Han did not hesitate and readily agreed. This left Sha Luhui and Su Yubin momentarily stunned, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. The young man was remarkably stubborn. He wouldn't give up until he faced a wall. If that was the case, let him grow through this experience. At most, when he inevitably failed, it would be enough mercy not to reopen old wounds. Assistant Xiao Zhao wore a mocking smile. When he looked at Chen Han, it was as if he were observing a fool. Yet, he maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from further ridicule, merely smirking as he led the way to the workspace. The room was exceptionally tidy, decorated in warm, white tones, with instruments and materials neatly arranged. On the expansive workbench lay a dozen pieces of mural fragments, alongside a sealed plastic bag containing tiny shards and powder. Chen Han accepted the work attire handed to him by Su Yubin, donned it, and put on a mask. I am about to work. Please leave. Sha Luhui and director Su did not mind, nodding before stepping back. However, Yang Ming and assistant Xiao Zhao were reluctant. No, I must supervise on-site, Yang Ming stated bluntly. Chen Han's expression hardened, and he lowered his voice. Please step outside. His voice resonated like a thunderous roll, imbued with an unyielding resolve. You, Xiao Zhao seethed, ready to confront Chen Han. But Chen Han's gaze sharpened, his piercing eyes locking onto Xiao Zhao, rendering the latter motionless as if he were prey under the gaze of a fierce beast, his breath hitching. Umph. Yang Ming scoffed, his displeasure evident. Yet he ultimately retreated, taking his assistant with him in a huff. Were it not for the intervention of the venerable Kong Ru, he would never have allowed Chen Han a single step into this space. At last, the room was left with only Chen Han. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window stood Yang Ming and Sha Luhui on guard, but Chen Han remained unfazed. He meticulously observed each fragment on the table, organizing them in order. He did not rush to restore them, but instead sat down, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. A torrent of information surged through his mind. After sifting through the chaos, he identified two methods of restoration. One involved softening the paint layer for adhesive repair, while the other was an unusual technique of completely stripping the paint layer and transferring it onto a new medium. Chen Han opted for the first method, as it promised the most authentic restoration. Rising, he approached the shelf laden with various jars and bottles containing materials and media commonly used for mural restoration. Without the need for weighing, he relied on his keen eye and tactile sense to add reagents into a test tube. His speed was remarkable. To an outsider, it appeared as if he were a novice cook recklessly tossing seasonings into a pot. Outside the glass window, Sha Luhui grimaced, while Yang Ming's expression darkened ominously. In another room, Xiao Zhao, fixated on the screen, nearly burst into laughter. Was this absurd display truly serious? The calmest among them was undoubtedly Su Yubin, who had long since retreated to the break area for tea, knowing that once the materials were in Chen Han's hands, whether they could be restored or taken away was no longer his concern. Having witnessed Chen Han's temperament, he figured that if the restoration failed and another disaster ensued, it would not be his problem. Keeping a safe distance was the wisest course. At this moment, Chen Han's test tube was filled with an amber liquid. He then inverted all sizes of fragments into the solution, pattern side down. This process, known as softening, would allow the mural's paint layer to become pliable, enhancing the alignment of seams during adhesion. This sight alarmed Yang Ming. Heaven knows whether that haphazard concoction would ruin the mural. Anxiously, he prepared to push the door open and intervene, but Sha Luhui restrained him, shaking his head in disapproval. Let us observe the situation. The reagents used earlier were not corrosive and should pose no issue. Though he wasn't as proficient in restoration as academician Yang, he was familiar with the basic materials. The reagents Chen Han had employed were relatively mild and would not damage the mural's paint layer in the short term. Yang Ming pondered for a moment before sighing and suppressing his frustration. At this point, Chen Han had already added several materials and media into a beaker, heating it over an alcohol lamp while stirring with a glass rod. During this time, he continued to incorporate other reagents. When a mixture reached a viscous consistency, a smile crept onto his lips, indicating his satisfaction. In the adjacent room, Xiao Zhao recorded the names of the materials Chen Han had just added, but soon tossed the notebook aside, reasoning that even if he documented the experiment, it would ultimately be useless. He chuckled, shaking his head, intrigued as he continued to watch the screen. Adjusting the camera for a closer view, he observed Chen Han using tweezers to extract all the fragments from the vessel, arranging them delicately on the table. Remarkably, the order was indeed correct. Xiao Zhao, watching intently, clicked his tongue in amazement. It seemed the young man had some skill after all. At this moment, Chen Han picked up a soft brush, applying the sticky gray liquid to each fragment's cracks. As he methodically coated them, he began to piece the fragments together. Xiao Zhao burst into laughter. Is that glue not meant for pasting door couplets during the new year? At this stage, Chen Han was entirely absorbed in his work, shutting out all external distractions. His eyes, deep and focused, scrutinized every fragment, even the tiniest speck of dust. Tang Dynasty murals predominantly used mineral pigments such as vermilion, malachite, and ochre. After the Tang Dynasty, due to the lower cost of plant-based pigments and the flourishing dyeing and weaving industry, they gradually supplanted mineral pigments. The paint layers on these fragments consisted of colored minerals. As Chen Han reassembled the pieces, the adhesive exhibited remarkable efficacy. Several larger fragments seamlessly rejoined, and due to prior softening, the cracks melded flawlessly, resulting in remarkably smooth joints. Chen Han's keen eye detected even the faintest traces of fissures upon magnification. The remaining task required meticulous handiwork, utilizing those tiny particles and even near dust-like fragments to meticulously fill and repair the gaps. He reached for an exquisitely crafted pair of tweezers, their tips as fine as needles. Taking a deep breath, Chen Han steadied himself, beginning to extract the tiny fragment particles from a sealed bag. This action demanded exceptional steadiness. Even a slightly heavier breath could lead to misalignment. If anyone else were to undertake this restoration, they would undoubtedly don magnifying glasses for precision. Yang Ming shook his head, his expression grave. This is absurd. Fortunately, he is not using real adhesive. Otherwise, it would be ruined. Sha Luhue chuckled, unsure whether to comfort or jest. Looks like you'll have to endure the trouble of disassembling and classifying everything again. However, in the adjacent room, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had maximized the HD camera, and the entire screen was filled with the surface of the fragments. Only the tweezers continuously flashed in view. As the tweezers appeared again and again on the screen, the patterns on the fragment visibly became more vivid. How could this be possible? Xiao Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, muttering to himself. Is this something a human can accomplish? Having assisted for 3 years under the skilled Yang Ming, Xiao Zhao had encountered numerous restoration cases. He had nearly met all the masters of cultural relic restoration in the country. Yet, he had never seen, nor heard of, such a technique existing in the world. What kind of freak is that detestable young man? If he were to use the adhesive from the Academy of Sciences, could he truly restore the fragment? Judging by the current state on the screen, achieving over 80% restoration seems entirely possible. My goodness, Xiao Zhao's mind buzzed. He certainly could not reach such a level unless it were the esteemed academician Yang Ming himself. At this moment, Chen Han had entered a peculiar state. It was as if time had come to a halt, and in his eyes and mind, only particles of different colors remained. Each hue represented a distinct mineral. Based on his memory and deduction of the original pattern, his speed increased. The particles picked up by the tweezers became smaller, some resembling fine sand, filling the cracks with precision, then adhering firmly with the adhesive he had concocted. There was no room for error. Everything had to be executed perfectly on the first attempt. Although the air conditioning was set to a comfortable 20 degrees, his back was completely soaked. In just a few short minutes, the fragments in the sealed bag had decreased by nearly half. Such a speed of restoration was unheard of. If any other master were performing this task, it would certainly take over a week. Time trickled away, and outside the door, Yang Ming maintained his position, his gaze fixed on Chen Han in the workshop. He could not comprehend what this young man was doing. Even if he piled all the particles together haphazardly, what significance would it hold? Just then, the door to the adjoining room suddenly burst open. Assistant Xiao Zhao, looking ghostly, gasped for breath. El Laosher, you must come and see. When Yang Ming and Sha Luhue hurried into the next room and beheld the scene on the screen, both were momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? The two academicians exclaimed in unison. On the screen was a complete fragment of a mural, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The surface, adorned with vermilion patterns, depicted simple yet vivid seated Buddhas. After zooming in, the fragment occupied the entire screen, showing no signs of previous cracks, as if it had never been broken. At that moment, Sha Luhui felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How did he manage this? Yang Ming's voice trembled as he spoke softly, almost to himself. He never expected that in just over half an hour, a miracle would occur. It was undoubtedly a miracle, even without the final adhesion. Merely reassembling the fragments to this extent already qualified him as a restoration master. Half an hour. He certainly could not achieve such a feat. How on earth was this accomplished? Xiao Zhao's face shifted from red to pale, and he shook his head in confusion. He merely pieced it together with the tweezers. That's it. Xiao Zhao's expression was somewhat vacant as he nodded. Yang Ming's expression was complex, his brow furrowed deeply. However, before he could ponder further, the display suddenly shifted. Flashing blue light. It's a heat gun, Xiao Zhao exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at the screen. This is bad. At that moment, Yang Ming could hardly think. He turned and rushed into the workshop. The flame heat gun could reach temperatures of 1700 degrees. Minerals with a lower melting point would melt and solidify anew. This was an irreversible operation. How could he dare to use a heat gun? Yang Ming, anxious and furious, gritted his teeth, mentally scolding himself for not having put the flame gun away beforehand. Yet, when he burst through the studio door, Chen Han had already finished his operation. The heat gun lay discarded, cooling off, as he observed the tabletop. Yang Ming couldn't afford to hesitate. He rushed over and shoved Chen Han aside. Just as he lowered his gaze to the table, his eyes widened in shock. After a prolonged moment of stupor, Yang Ming finally reacted. His hands trembled as he slowly reached for the table. Fearing he might damage the reconstructed fragment, he abruptly turned to Chen Han, his gaze filled with bewilderment. You can take 5 minutes to photograph and commemorate it, and then I will take it away, Chen Han said nonchalantly. Yang Ming's eyes twitched. He no longer held back and directly touched the mural fragment. A gasp escaped his lips. The surface of the mural was unexpectedly solid. The fragments seemed to have melded seamlessly, appearing entirely natural. If he had not witnessed the shattered remnants himself, he might have believed that the mural had always looked this way. Carefully, he lifted the entire mural fragment with both hands. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. Not only the surface, but even the back of the stone showed no signs of cracks. Just then, Sha Luhui and Xiao Zhao entered the workshop. Upon seeing the scene before them, their mouths dropped open in shock. The once shattered mural had now formed a complete piece, cradled in Yang Ming's hands. This shattered all previous expectations. How on earth was this achieved? This was the third time he had asked this question. Yang Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse and dry, his expression stiff. For minutes remaining, Chen Han showed no intent of conversing, urging instead. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback, realizing he needed to respond urgently. Xiao Zhao, hurry and initiate the scanning. Record all imaging backups. Assistant Xiao Zhao hurried forward, yet his eyes secretly scrutinized Chen Han. This young man was simply too enigmatic. Before the two academicians, Chen Han began to tidy the table. Not only in cultural relic restoration, but many traditional crafts exhibit such methods. Chen Han moved swiftly, grabbing containers and pouring their contents into the sink. Yang Ming wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He was deeply curious about the softening agent and the peculiar adhesive Chen Han had concocted. However, this young man seemed to offer no opportunity, directly pouring it into the sink and washing it away. Yet Yang Ming remained undeterred. Did he think it was sufficient merely to dispose of it? Every step of the process had already been meticulously recorded by Xiao Zhao in the adjacent room. The young man was still too inexperienced. While holding the mural fragment, he also clutched a printed sheet, his expression oddly perplexed. What are the scanning results? Yang Ming inquired eagerly. Teacher, you should take a look, Xiao Zhao replied, handing over the printed paper. Yang Ming's gaze fixated intensely on it. Sha Luhui leaned in closely. Their surroundings fell silent. Ignoring their reactions, Chen Han stepped forward to retrieve the fragment from Xiao Zhao. He then took out a roll of tissue paper and began to wrap the mural carefully. This scene left Xiao Zhao utterly dumbfounded. Was it really that casual? That was a national treasure. As Chen Han stuffed the remnants of the package into his backpack and tossed it onto his back, Xiao Zhao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. However, he felt no anger at that moment. The individual before him was simply beyond comprehension. Xiao Zhao had already perused the contents of the printed paper. The scanning results revealed that on the entire fragment, there were shockingly less than 0.2 of restoration traces. In other words, even the scanner had been deceived regarding the repairs to the fractures. Such an occurrence was nothing short of impossible. Yet, the stark reality presented itself before them. Incomprehensible, yet undeniable. Was this truly restored using those fragments? At that moment, Sha Luhui shifted his gaze from the printed paper to Chen Han, his expression unusually grave. This surpassed his understanding of artifact restoration. China holds a premier status in the global realm of cultural heritage preservation. Even so, he had never heard of a case where a relic could be restored to such an extent. Sha Luhui's gaze towards Chen Han resembled that of someone observing a mythical creature. His mind momentarily short-circuited, questioning whether the fragment had been switched. Tian Han lid. Did you not record everything? With that, he waved his hand and walked towards the door. Quick, report to Elder Kong. After leaving the workspace, Chen Han initially intended to greet Su Yubin in the lounge before departing. However, upon arrival, he found no one there. Just as he was pondering this, he turned and spotted the figure of Director Su in the adjacent library. With nothing pressing to do, Chen Han decided to linger a bit longer. The library of the Academy of Sciences was indeed a true ocean of knowledge. Without disturbing Director Su, he tread lightly into the room. The shelves, towering from floor to ceiling, numbered over 20, each crammed with an abundance of books. The categorization was meticulous, making it exceedingly convenient to locate content. Su Yubin was engrossed in a thick tome, his brow furrowed, seemingly captivated by its contents, oblivious to anyone's arrival. Chen Han nonchalantly placed his backpack on the carpet and began examining the rows of bookshelves. With his keen eyesight, he quickly absorbed the titles along the shelves. Suddenly, his gaze halted on a weathered and thick volume that caught his attention. The spine bore the words "The Comprehensive Mirror of the Great Ming" in flowing script. Chen Han reached out to retrieve the book. According to his conjecture, it surely contained some secrets regarding Matteo Ricci from years past. Among the treasures sent by the Ricci family, there were 2 items that left him perplexed. Perhaps this book held the clues he sought. With this thought, Chen Han settled onto the carpet, cross-legged, cradling the book. He read at a remarkable speed, barely pausing on each page for a second or two. His control over his keen eyesight had become increasingly refined, and his mental synchronization was approaching perfection. What entered his eyes swiftly settled in his mind. The only sound in the library was the rustling of pages turning. Just as he was nearing the end of the book, the name Matteo Ricci finally appeared before him, jolting him to attention. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. The book contained records. However, just a few pages in, 2 words leapt into view, causing his spine to stiffen. Li Jia. His master was recorded in this account. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Chen Han continued reading. Yet, with each passing line, his expression darkened. By the time he neared the conclusion of the book, his face had transformed, leading him to perform an exceedingly peculiar act. He tore that page from the book. Chapter 84. The investigation involves more than just me. Only he understood that his emotions were in complete disarray at that moment. It felt as if he were struck by a colossal tsunami. His master, Li Jia, had perished by self-harm? How could this be possible? Where's that wild boy? Chen Han furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly vexed. All his thoughts were consumed by the page he had just read. Hey, where are you hiding? Come out. I have a few questions for you. With a stiff expression, Chen Han slung his backpack over his shoulder and vacantly exited the library. He even forgot about his surroundings, mechanically following the aged figure before him. His master could not have possibly taken his own life. Based on the records in the comprehensive mirror of the Great Ming, combined with the memories he had just organized, it became clear that his master's true purpose for emerging was not to stabilize the Ming dynasty, but to overthrow it. This was the truth behind his master's departure from the capital, a perilous southward journey. Wild boy, sit down. Chen Han was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had unknowingly walked into the lounge. Across from him, that elderly figure, with a knowing smile, was gazing at him. Surrounding them were Su Yubin, Sha Luhui, and Yang Ming, along with several new faces, including Fan Jinping from the Bureau of Cultural Relics and Archaeology. The group stood in the lounge, encircling the living fossil, Kong Ru. Regaining his composure, Chen Han chose not to sit, but instead spoke in a low voice. If there is something to discuss, please do so directly. If you wish for me to leave the mural, then spare me the trouble. Faced with Chen Han's demeanor, Su Yubin and Fan Jinping remained relatively composed, having experienced his temperament before. However, the others were instantly taken aback, their expressions ranging from shock to alarm. some even exchanging angry glances. Even these old-timers knew to behave appropriately in front of the elder. They had never heard of such a bold grandson. Who but a direct descendant would dare to be so audacious? Kong Ru maintained his serene smile, finally speaking after a moment. I heard from academician Yang that you truly restored the mural to perfection, yet I find it hard to believe. Chen Han was too preoccupied to engage in this discussion. His mind was consumed by the revelation of his master Li Jia's cause of death. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Haven't you already conducted a scanning assessment? What more do you want?" "Since you are here, I must personally take a look," Kong Ru replied, leaning forward, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Upon hearing Kong Ru's words, the surrounding crowd echoed their agreement. Everyone present had seen the scanning report, which concluded that it was impossible. Either Chen Han had tampered with the mural fragment or the machine was faulty. They had all witnessed the shattered Thousand Buddha mural and had ultimately selected the skilled Yang Ming to oversee its restoration. If anyone else attempted it, achieving 70% restoration would already be considered a remarkable feat. However, if Yang Ming took charge, there was a possibility of restoring it to 80% or even higher. Yet today they had received word that Chen Han had managed to restore it to nearly 100% in less than an hour. What a farcical international joke. Not only was this young man improbable, but even if they all combined their efforts, they could hardly reach such heights. Indeed, Chen Han, allow me to witness this for myself. I have yet to see it. Su Yubin, being somewhat familiar with Chen Han, chimed in without reservation. Faced with the insistence of the elderly figures, Chen Han's expression grew increasingly impatient. All he desired was a quiet place to digest the information he had just obtained and ponder some pressing questions. These old fellows were relentless in their pursuit. If they wished to be proved wrong, he would graciously oblige them. As the tissues Chen Han had torn scattered across the ground, the lounge fell into a hushed silence. Su Yubin took the fragment of the Thousand Buddha mural with trembling hands, his eyes flickering with anticipation, moving carefully, fearful of dropping it. He presented the fragment before Kong Ru, and at that moment, everyone widened their eyes, straining their necks to see. With just a glance, Kong Ru emitted a low, astonished sound from his throat. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, yet their brilliance intensified as he fixated on the fragment. His slender, pallid hand grazed the surface of the mural, tenderly caressing it. The expression on his face shifted rapidly. Not only Kong Ru, but even the others present gasped in astonishment, abruptly raising their heads, their gazes converging on Chen Han. "Is this truly your restoration?" Before Kong Ru could speak, Fan Jinping was the first to lose his composure, urgently inquiring. If it weren't for the presence of the ancestor, everyone would have eagerly seized Chen Han for intense interrogation. This surpassed the comprehension of all the experts present. Chen Han smirked. "Is merely having someone watch not enough? You even filmed the entire process. What more do you desire?" Kong Ru paused, calming his emotions, and waved his hand, mumbling, "That is all standard procedure. Young rascal, do not complain. Even if I were to intervene personally, it would have to adhere to such protocols." Chen Han retorted, "Fine, I've seen enough. I shall take my leave." This time, Kong Ru did not obstruct him, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Han, as if attempting to see through him. Just as Chen Han was about to turn away, the elder finally spoke. "Young rascal, how about accompanying me to Longhu Mountain this Saturday?" "I have no time," Chen Han replied without hesitation. "You've entrusted your landscaping project to that lad from the Jia family. How could you possibly be busy?" Kong Ru shook. Chen Han's eyes narrowed. "You investigated me?" Kong Ru maintained a smile. "Indeed, I am not the only one looking into you." "What do you mean?" Chen Han frowned. "It means there are others investigating you. It appears you, young rascal, have caused quite a stir." A subtle chill flickered in Chen Han's eyes. Could it be the Wang family? They truly are relentless. They had previously robbed him twice, once openly for the Taoist master's seal, and the second time disguised as thieves, seizing everything. Though the Wang family wielded considerable power, even a cornered rabbit would bite, let alone a prominent figure from the Mo family. He would no longer be a soft target. With this thought, Chen Han changed his mind and said, "Fine, I shall go." Kong Ru nodded with a smile, visibly pleased. "I'll reimburse the airfare." Chapter 85. Not a case of self-harm. Chen Han departed without hesitation, leaving a room full of people staring in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The ancestor personally invited him to an event, and this young man seemed reluctant. Reimbursement for airfare? They knew that even if someone chartered an entire plane to invite the ancestor, it would be futile. In contrast, Kong Ru laughed heartily, his face aglow with delight. Instead of exhibiting any anger, he appeared to have encountered something joyous. This left everyone present even more perplexed. Exiting the lounge, Chen Han, burdened with his large backpack, intended to leave. The reason for his change of heart was that he suddenly recalled his plan to head south in the coming days. Why not hitch a ride on a plane? More importantly, the Wang family had obtained a replica of the Five Thunder slaying Go seal and was making such a grand display. He was eager to witness the expression on the Wang family's Taoist's face at that time. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Chen Han's lips. At that moment, as he passed by the door of a laboratory, a familiar figure caught his eye, busy organizing items within, Assistant Zhao of Academician Yan. What piqued his interest was not Assistant Zhao, but the contents of the laboratory. Various wood carving tools and types of wood materials were laid out. Ahem! The door was ajar, and Chen Han cleared his throat, stepping inside. Under Zhao's astonished gaze, he strolled around the lab, then deftly gathered several exquisite wood carving tools and a pile of fist-sized logs. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and stuffed them all inside. Assistant Zhao was left utterly dumbfounded. However, due to Chen Han's previous display, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension. Moreover, he was aware that the illustrious chief consultant, the ancestor, had personally come to the academy for this young man. Thus, while curious and alert, he refrained from rashly intervening. Only when Chen Han hoisted his backpack back onto his shoulders and waved his hand, saying to the old man, "Consider these as tuition fees," did Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief. Watching Chen Han's figure vanish into the elevator, he dashed back to the lounge like a gust of wind. What young rascal, truly akin to a sugar-coated hawthorn, unwilling to part with even a morsel, leaving with some treasures. Kong Ru shook his head, chuckling as he gazed down the now empty corridor. "Professor Kong, what do you think that lad is truly capable of?" Sha Lu Hui could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. "Why not ask him yourself?" The living fossil shot a glare at Sha Lu Hui, prompting the latter to grin sheepishly. "Let us check the workshop." Kong Ru, seemingly in high spirits, led the way. However, upon viewing the footage, the expressions of everyone present twisted as if they had swallowed a fly. The operation was simply too uncanny, more cunning than a fox. That lad had intentionally blocked the camera while preparing key ingredients, resulting in the recorded methods being nothing but the most common ones. Young Assistant Zhao now sat on the floor, disheartened, clutching the experimental report he had crumpled. It contained only a few brief lines at the beginning. Even Kong Ru's expression grew complex. The restoration piece he had scrutinized was undoubtedly genuine. The long-lost, transcendent skill of Huaxia had resurfaced in the world. What astonished him most was that such an extraordinary art emerged from the hands of an ordinary university student. Regarding Chen Han's background, from birth to university, he had gathered every detail meticulously. Even the reason for the young man's aloof demeanor was clear to him, having lost his mother at a young age. With a father who was merely an ordinary worker and passed away when he had just reached adulthood, Chen Han had endured a solitary and arduous existence. Transitioning from a small county to the bustling capital for university, experiencing the warmth and coldness of humanity and various disparities that shaped his current indifference and eccentricity. Yet, what baffled him was the sudden and dramatic change in Chen Han. This transformation began when he stumbled upon a Ming Dynasty Bodhisattva statue. His discerning eyes and the mysterious restoration techniques he exhibited were nothing short of astonishing. Kong Ru's gaze deepened, staring intently at the monitor displaying Chen Han's figure. Ultimately, he slowly shook his head. It was inscrutable. For the first time, Kong Ru felt unable to fathom a young man in his 20s. What secrets lay within him? With a soft sigh, Kong Ru's expression returned to normal. He would observe closely during this trip to Longhu Mountain. At this moment, seated in the car, he closed his eyes, his eyelids fluttering. A torrent of thoughts surged within his mind. Records in the history of the Ming Dynasty noted that his mentor, Li Jia, had once supported a man named Gao Yingxiang when he rushed from the capital to the southern capital. Among the insurrectionists, there was another figure of equal standing to his mentor, named Gongsun Jiue, said to command the winds and rains, summoning thunder and lightning. A descendant of the renowned Gongsun Long from the School of Names, Gao Yingxiang proclaimed himself the king of the Chuang, and with the support of his mentor and numerous insurgents, he instigated the uprising. Later, after Gao Yingxiang's sacrifice, another pivotal figure took his place, also receiving support from his mentor and others. His name was Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng raised the banner of rebellion, inheriting the title of king of the Chuang. The individual in question is both courageous and cunning, exhibiting a bold and ruthless demeanor. With the support of many, he remarkably established the Great Shun regime, adopting the era name Yongchang. Subsequently, he successfully seized the capital city, overthrowing the Ming dynasty. However, a perplexing mystery arises. His mentor, Li Jia, inexplicably committed suicide just before Li Zicheng's conquest of the capital. This contradiction not only defies logic, but also reeks of intrigue. This incident is undoubtedly linked to Li Zicheng. Could he have betrayed his mentor? Chen Han abruptly opened his eyes and took out his phone, initiating a search for information regarding Li Zicheng. Soon, he made noteworthy discoveries. Upon claiming the imperial title in the capital, Li Zicheng executed over 30 members of the Wu Sangui family. His paranoia escalated, leading him to unjustly murder his loyal subordinate, Li Yan. Each piece of information deepened Chen Han's frown and clenched jaw. It appears the records in the Great Ming Chronicle are not entirely accurate. His mentor did not die by suicide, but rather was a victim of persecution. The perpetrator is likely Li Zicheng. Yet, given his mentor's capabilities, it is improbable that an ordinary person could harm him, indicating deeper conspiracies at play. At this juncture, a name surfaced in Chen Han's mind. Gong Sun Jiyue, Chapter 86. The aftermath is profound. In the back seat of the taxi, Chen Han breathed heavily, his brows furrowed. Gong Sun Jiyue is mentioned only briefly in the Great Ming Chronicle. However, it is evident that anyone who could be mentioned alongside his mentor must be extraordinary. The Gong Sun family, a prominent figure among the various schools of thought, valued reputation and wealth, and were adept at navigating the corridors of power and commerce. Before Li Zicheng's siege of the capital, his mentor, Li Jia, had taken his own life. Yet, for months after the fall of the Great Shun dynasty, Gong Sun remained closely associated with Li Zicheng, even having descendants who survived beyond Li Zicheng's demise. If Li Zicheng indeed orchestrated his mentor's downfall, why did Gong Sun Jiyue remain unscathed? Chen Han clenched his teeth. To uncover the truth, he must confront this figure, the Gong Sun family. Just as a Confucian figure emerged, now a member of the Gong Sun family appears. If Gong Sun Jiyue indeed conspired against his mentor, then revenge is imperative. The grave of Gong Sun Jiyue must be unearthed. His descendants must be severed from their fortune. This is retribution from the Mahis school. It was not until the taxi stopped before Shuijing Bay that Chen Han collected his thoughts. Upon returning to the villa, he meticulously examined his surroundings, finding no signs of intrusion. He then placed his backpack on the sofa and extracted a collection of exquisite metallic tools: saws, planes, files, chisels, carving knives, and measuring instruments alongside several pieces of hardwood. Chen Han rose to boil water and set a bowl of instant noodles beside him. While waiting for the water to boil, he picked up a piece of wood and began cutting it with a small saw. The tool, though compact and delicate, proved remarkably effective. The wood, identified by its scent as red sandalwood, was soon cut into 4 pieces, each roughly the size of a cigarette box. After boiling the water, Chen Han devoured the noodles and immersed himself in the joy of woodworking. His mind brimmed with various wooden shapes. Following his memory, he continually switched tools, and the shavings accumulated on the floor. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, but Chen Han remained oblivious. With a long exhale, he looked at his hand and noticed a blister forming on his middle finger, causing some discomfort. Yet, when he gazed at the table, a smile broke across his face. Several uniquely shaped wooden components lay before him, the largest merely the size of a matchbox, while the smallest were no larger than half a peanut. During the crafting of the smaller pieces, he faced at least 4 or 5 failures. Without the inherited skills of wood carving, he might have spent the entire day without achieving a single component. Chen Han recognized that these wooden pieces were only a fraction of what he needed. To replicate the miniature version of the object from his memory, he would require more time, especially for the internal structures, where the smallest components might be no larger than a mung bean. This thought made him grin slightly. In that moment, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The last time he felt this way was during a cultural relic restoration class at school, where he and Ning Xinan were paired. Their task was to restore an old abacus, requiring meticulous polishing and aging of each bead. He recalled how Ning Xinan, overwhelmed after only a few beads, had excused herself to avoid work. He pressed on, feeling the daunting distance to completion, reminiscent of his current predicament. At this point, a familiar figure flashed in his mind. "Are you doing well?" He sighed softly and shook his head, as if attempting to cast away these emotions. Ironically, the more he tried to dismiss them, the clearer Ning Xinan's figure became, as if she were teasing him. "Little Han, Shouldn't you be paying your respects to me? Little Han, what you made is too ugly. I wouldn't accept it even as a gift. Chen Han shook his head in a wry smile. He hadn't reacted much when she left, but after so many days, the memories hit him like a wave. That night, he chose not to continue working and retired early for rest. At dawn, the sound of rain awakened him. The autumn rain fell like a tapestry, cooling the temperature within the villa. On this day, Chen Han remained indoors, engrossed in woodworking. The rain was capricious, pouring heavily at times and then tapering off, lasting the entirety of the day. By the time night fell again, nearly 100 exquisite wooden pieces lay on his table. Stretching and yawning, he realized victory was within reach. Only a few intricate small pieces remained to complete his work. Yet, frustratingly, these miniature components proved to be his greatest challenge. Although he possessed proficient tools, crafting those tiny pieces was beyond his current capabilities. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he realized he would need to purchase sharper, smaller tools the next day to proceed. Early the next morning, as the rain ceased, Chen Han was about to step outside when a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. Glancing at the screen displaying 5 consecutive digits, he hesitated. "Wild boy, your flight is at 10 tomorrow morning. Be on time at the airport." Chen Han was taken aback. It was unexpected for the old Confucian fox to personally call him. This situation felt off. Given his status, why would he personally inform him of flight details? How did he even know his ID number? Furrowing his brow, Chen Han quickly deduced that if the old fox lacked such basic abilities, he should not be in a position of total advisor. Understood, he replied succinctly before hanging up. As for the motives behind the old Confucian's actions, he would eventually reveal his true intentions. Despite the high status of the elder, he was merely an old man who posed no direct threat to Chen Han. The real danger lay in the power he wielded. Chen Han remembered Director Su mentioning that the old Confucian could not only mobilize special forces, but also command a specialized agency known as the Shanghai Geological Team. This agency was unfamiliar to Chen Han. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it. What was meant to come would arrive in due time. And overthinking was futile. With a contemplative mind, he had already exited the Water Moon Bay Villa area, riding a shared electric bike towards the nearest hardware market. At this very moment, within a heavily guarded courtyard, remnants of yesterday's rain adorned the ground with fallen leaves. Inside the aged red brick building were monotonous offices, and in one of these rooms sat a figure as immovable as a mountain. Standing tall before him was none other than Wang Qini from the Wang family. At this moment, Miss Wang's expression was grave, her posture upright. "You will lead the expedition to Longhu Mountain." The man's voice was deep and authoritative. Chapter 87. The Legendary Curiosity. Before 8 in the morning, Chen Han stepped out with a large backpack, hailing a taxi directly to the airport. Besides a few changes of clothing, his bag contained 3 boxes, one of golden needles, another filled with wooden components, and the last held a piece of thunderstruck wood, roughly the length of an infant's arm. The previous afternoon, he had made a special trip to the Shifu Garden to store fragments of murals and the ink blade within the 4 symbols illusion array, fearing that the ink blade might not pass security and cause unnecessary trouble. He had brought along the thunderstruck wood intending to head straight to Hunan province to meet with Luo Laolu after concluding his business at Longhu Mountain. Upon arriving at the airport, Chen Han spotted a group of familiar faces, with Kong Ru at the forefront. Among them were individuals from the museum, the Academy of Sciences, and even members of the Antique Association. To his surprise, standing behind Kong Ru was the graceful figure of Wang Qini from the Special Task Force. What a twist of fate! Chen Han couldn't help but silently marvel at the high status of the old fox, Kong, who was personally escorted by a member of the Special Task Force. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed at least 4 more figures nearby, undoubtedly also from the Special Task Force. Though they maintained a respectful distance, their gazes and the aura surrounding them were unmistakable to Chen Han's keen perception. Upon seeing Chen Han at the airport, Wang Qini's expression momentarily stiffened, quickly replaced by distinct wariness and apprehension. She was one of the few who had experienced Chen Han's mysteriousness and formidable prowess firsthand. Tasked with a mission, her duty was to ensure the safety of the elderly man before her, leaving no room for error. She had to remain vigilant against any potential threats, nipping them in the bud. The young man approaching her was perceived as such a threat. Yet before she could react, Kong Ru's command caused her to pause, her eyes widening. "Young man, come over here." The ancestor was calling him. In that moment, Wang Qini felt a fleeting disorientation, struggling to reconcile the elderly man before her with the insufferable young man. Chen Han maintained a blank expression, barely glancing at Wang Qini. He calmly greeted a few acquaintances before finally nodding at Kong Ru as a form of acknowledgement. This scene stirred a tempest within Wang Qini. She had conducted the most meticulous investigation into Chen Han, confident there were no oversights. Yet, what was happening before her? All present were titans in the fields of archaeology and relics, with the foremost authority in Chinese archaeological artifacts among them. It appeared that all these dignitaries were familiar with the young man and were quite cordial towards him. What could have transpired? He was merely an ordinary university student specializing in artifacts. How had he come to associate with such eminent figures? Wang Qini's brows furrowed as a shadow of seriousness crossed her features. She was certain that this was a newly emerged situation. Otherwise, there could not have been such a significant gap in her investigation of Chen Han. The wariness in her gaze deepened as she scrutinized him, attempting to discern his true intentions. This was Chen Han's first flight. Following the crowd, through ticketing, traversing the bridge, he stepped into the cabin. He found it not vastly different from riding a high-speed train, until the powerful sensation of acceleration hit him, and after a brief moment of weightlessness, he gazed out the window, astonished to discover they had already left the ground. At that moment, the image that surfaced in his mind was none other than the wooden kite, one of the most renowned mechanical arts of the Mo family. Historical records questioned whether the wooden kite could truly fly. Yet, Chen Han possessed vivid memories of its capabilities within his inherited knowledge. Though it could only manage a simple flight for a few hours, it paled in comparison to an airplane. But this was over 2,000 years ago. The inventions of his Mo ancestors, the gun vehicle, the chariot, and the wooden kite, were the primitive versions of modern tanks, artillery, and aircraft. Contemplating this, as the plane continued to ascend, a sense of lofty pride surged within Chen Han. The legacy of the Mo family surpasses all. With renewed enthusiasm, he retrieved a small piece of wood from his bag, along with a tool comparable to a toothpick, and began to carve carefully. Su Yubin and Xia Luhue from the Academy of Sciences fell asleep as soon as they boarded, joined by Jin Jia, the president of the Antique Association. Director Fan Jinping of the Archaeological Administration was already snoring. Next to Chen Han sat a mother and her young son, around 5 or 6 years old, who was well-behaved, quietly observing the world outside with curious, sparkling eyes. Kong Ru, seated across the aisle from Chen Han, slightly turned his head, narrowing his elongated eyes as he focused intently on the young man's hands. Suddenly, Chen Han stiffened, a look of disappointment crossing his face. After shaking his head, he resumed carving. A slight jolt from the plane had interrupted his work. He was sculpting a gear the size of a soybean. For such gears were still needed to complete the project, the final components that would enable the successful recreation of the object. This object had quite a backstory. Chen Han had not anticipated that the memory passed down from his master would include its manufacturing method. Historical records state that in the 9th year of the Jinqing era, as the army advanced north, the transport of food for 100,000 soldiers became a significant burden. A divine figure crafted this object to facilitate the transport of grain, claiming it could carry a year's worth of provisions, traveling dozens of miles a day. A year's worth of grain amounted to a hefty 400 pounds. What Chen Han was recreating was the legendary object known as the wooden ox and gliding horse. This ingenious device, shrouded in mystery in later generations, was created by none other than Zhuge Liang. It was as if his master was purposely obscuring the truth. Chen Han began to suspect that Zhuge Liang might have been one of the great masters of the Mo family throughout the ages. The story of Zhuge Liang retreating to the thatched cottage at Wulong Hill in Nanyang aligns perfectly with the Mo family's tradition of hiding away during prosperous times. During the chaos of the late Han dynasty, when Liu, Guan, and Zhang sought him out thrice at the thatched cottage, Zhuge Liang emerged like a dragon from the depths. This narrative harmonized seamlessly with the Mo family's principle of rising amidst chaos. This thought illuminated Chen Han's mind. He had never imagined he would forge such a profound connection with a figure as illustrious as Zhuge Liang. At that moment, Chen Han paused, a look of surprise brightening his face. He had succeeded. An exquisitely tiny, circular gear materialized under his fingertip. If one did not scrutinize it closely, they might mistake it for a morsel stuck between teeth. Chapter 88. Could it really be the wooden ox and gliding horse? During the flight, except for a brief interruption while the flight attendant served drinks, Chen Han was almost entirely absorbed in his carving. The duration of his work was matched only by the length of Kong Ru's gaze fixed upon his hands. Finally, when Chen Han lifted his head, stretching his arms with a long-awaited smile, he glanced out the window, realizing the plane was still soaring above the clouds. He could no longer contain his eagerness to see the results of his creation. With a sense of finality, he assembled the pieces. Tidying up the scattered wood shavings on the tabletop, he rose to retrieve his bag from the overhead compartment and pulled out a box. Perhaps the noise had been a bit too much, as it stirred a young boy sleeping in the adjacent seat. The boy rubbed his eyes and gazed curiously at the square box in Chen Han's hands. At the opposite end of the aisle, Kongru also exhibited a look of intrigue. However, the elder refrained from voicing any questions, merely squinting his eyes to observe silently, awaiting Chen Han to reveal the mystery. Placing the box on the table before him, he opened it, unveiling the wooden carving components within. Ignoring the curious gazes from both the elder and the young boy, Chen Han selected variously shaped pieces from the box and began to manipulate them with focused determination. His hands moved swiftly, devoid of any contemplation or hesitation. One by one, the scattered components were deftly and precisely assembled. Only in a few delicate instances did he employ a pair of tweezers for assistance. In no time, an object resembling a can appeared before him, its structure intricate yet orderly. Even Kongru, with his narrowed eyes, widened them slightly in astonishment. Chen Han's smile grew increasingly radiant, and the inky depth of his eyes intensified. As he continued to piece together the components, the wooden parts in the box dwindled. To his surprise, the can-shaped object sprouted 4 legs, followed closely by a head adorned with 2 perfectly aligned horns. It was a bull. The once bare wooden gears were now clearly shaping into the form of a bull. The young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth agape in awe as he oscillated his gaze between the wooden bull and Chen Han. Just as Kongru was about to speak, eager to inspect the creation, Chen Han pulled out his phone from his pocket, placing it atop the wooden bull. At that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. "Mom, look, the little bull is running," the boy exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration and disbelief. Kongru's eyes widened in astonishment, and he nearly leapt from his seat, only to be restrained by his seatbelt. "The wooden bull flows like a horse," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. His face flushed with emotion as shock transformed into palpable astonishment. Kongru's exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Wang Qini rushed to the elder's side, but all she found was Chen Han's indifferent expression and the wooden toy he held. "Let me see that." Kongru completely disregarded Wang Qini's presence, fixated on Chen Han, extending his hand eagerly. Wang Qini was momentarily taken aback, realizing the commotion was about a mere toy. At that moment, familiar faces began to gather, drawn by curiosity regarding the elder and Chen Han, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Just then, a flight attendant approached with light footsteps, gently reminding everyone to disperse. Wang Qini was the last to leave, casting a disapproving glare at Chen Han as if to warn him to behave. Yet he paid her no mind. Miss Wang huffed in annoyance, unreasonably snatching the wooden bull and presenting it to Kongru. Chen Han let out a silent snort of exasperation. This woman, he mused. Clearly he had not been forceful enough the last time. However, he was unconcerned. That wooden bull was merely a practice piece. The intricate art of the Mo family's mechanism, profound and expansive, encompassed various fields of knowledge, including geometry, physics, optics, meteorology, and material science. Relying solely on memory, Chen Han struggled to master it fully. Only through continuous replication and practice could he truly harness the essence of the Mo family's craft. The wooden bull was but a trivial endeavor. The real large-scale mechanisms could, under the right circumstances, bury thousands. Clattering sounds echoed as the wooden bull, with the phone on its back, ambled forward. The table was too short, and after a few clumsy steps, it reached the edge, prompting Kongru to hastily lift it to prevent a fall. However, this brief movement elicited gasps of admiration from those around. "Elder, this toy is exquisitely crafted. No wonder you took a liking to it," remarked Fan Jinping, seated beside the elder. Su Yubin from the back row stood up to join in. "It is indeed exquisite. Is it wind-up or battery-operated?" The members of the academy remained silent, their curiosity piqued as they gazed intently at the wooden bull in Kongru's hands, yet hesitant to approach for a closer inspection. At that moment, Kongru seemed oblivious to the chatter around him, his gaze fixated on the wooden bull. After a moment, he slowly extended the toy to Jean Jia in front of him. "I would trouble you, Chairman Jean, to procure a few more pieces like this for me." His tone, neither enthusiastic nor dispassionate, concealed deeper implications. Jean Jia, seasoned and perceptive, immediately sensed the unusual tone and respectfully accepted the wooden bull. Internally, he pondered how this was merely a wooden toy, appearing new. Could it possibly be something of value? As he examined the wooden bowl, donning his reading glasses, he noted its fresh scent and meticulous craftsmanship, with each piece fitting together seamlessly. However, as he turned it over, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. There was no wind-up mechanism or any signs of electrical storage. It wasn't until he placed his phone on the bull's back, as demonstrated by Kong Ru, that realization dawned on him. This is impossible. Is it truly the wooden bull that flows like a horse? Jin Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped in disbelief. He felt a mixture of astonishment and regret as he recalled his earlier words about procuring a few pieces for the elder. This was a long-lost art of China, the art of mechanisms. The famed wooden bull, created by Zhuge Liang, truly existed and was right in his hands. The myriad expressions on Jin Jie's face were a sight to behold. Beside him, Sha Lue stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The material was all too familiar. It was the very red sandalwood Chen Han had taken from the academy just days prior. This wood, commonly known as fragrant ash, was prized for its intricate grain and durability, yet it was rare due to the scarcity of the trees. Fortunately, Chen Han had only taken a small quantity. But how could he have transformed it into a wooden bull in just 2 or 3 days? Was this truly his creation? So Lu gasped, suddenly turning to Chen Han, only to find him reclining in his seat, appearing utterly unfazed, eyes closed in contemplation. Unable to glean an answer from his demeanor, Sha Luhue could surmise the truth. The wooden bull was most likely the product of Chen Han's craftsmanship. How terrifying! What extraordinary background did this young man possess? Sha Luhue ran a hand through his silver hair, disbelief etched across his features. Elder, this. Kong Ru's aged visage bore no discernible expression as he gently placed his hand on the table. Just as he intended to inquire something of Chen Han, the cabin suddenly jolted. Moments later, a melodious voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed at Ingtan Airport. The outside temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. The aircraft is currently taxiing. For your safety and that of others, please remain seated and refrain from opening the overhead compartments. Interrupted by the announcement, the elder had no choice but to suppress his astonishment and curiosity, exhaling deeply. This wild boy certainly continued to astonish. Kong Ru was now nearly convinced that Chen Han had indeed acquired an ancient inheritance. Perhaps it was a classic text or something else entirely. The crux of the matter was that this legacy was potent enough to shock the world. There had been a rupture in the transmission of ancient civilization within Huaxia, and even their Confucianism had not escaped that calamity. Therefore, what Chen Han now possessed seemed all the more precious and significant. He must convince this wild boy to speak. Such inheritance did not belong to any individual, but to the nation, to all of Huaxia. Kong Ru's hawk-like gaze sharpened, his snow-white brows arching upward. In that moment, the living fossil appeared to have resolved something. When he looked back at Chen Han, his eyes glimmered with a newfound determination. Longhu Mountain had dispatched a special vehicle to meet them, and even local vehicles with sirens blared ahead to clear the way. This indicated that those coming from the capital carried considerable weight. Chen Han found himself benefiting from this arrangement. While en route, he overheard conversations that revealed the extraordinary commotion sparked by the recent emergence of a treasured artifact. Representatives from Xuanzhen, Wudong, and Maoshan had already arrived a day in advance. From the capital, Kong Ru had led a delegation from 3 prominent institutions: the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, the Bureau of Cultural Relics Research and Archaeology, and the Capital Museum. Other regions were not lacking either, as representatives from 15 provincial relic institutions had also been invited to offer their congratulations. It was said that even 2 abbots from the Buddhist sect had made their way here, arriving one after another. Truly, for a treasure emerging from a Taoist ancestral ground with an 1800-year legacy, the scale of this event was remarkable. If a grand ceremony were to be held, it would surely attract an overwhelming number of guests beyond what Longhu Mountain could accommodate. Chen Han chuckled internally, realizing that the Taoist master had indeed gone to great lengths for a mere 5 thunder exorcism seal. However, it was understandable as the Taoist treasure. The Ming Dynasty Taoist Scripture Master Seal was already regarded as a sacred relic. Unfortunately, it had been overshadowed by the emergence of the Song Dynasty's 5 thunder exorcism seal. Fortunately, the news of the latter's appearance was confined to a small circle. Such sacred artifacts of the Tao must be formally housed at Longhu Mountain for their rightful significance to be established. The Tianshi mansion would also elevate its status within the Taoist community and enhance its influence throughout Huaxia due to this precious item. While these matters may seem ethereal, they were, in fact, substantial financial gains. The annual offerings from worshippers alone likely amounted to billions. Chen Han had learned that the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain indeed belonged to the Wang family, specifically the branch headed by Wang Fanyan, who was also the uncle of Wang Wenming. It was unexpected that such a prominent Taoist master would tacitly allow his nephew to exploit a female student to seize his precious seal. Chen Han discreetly inquired with Su Yubin about how Wang Fanyan had obtained the position of Taoist master from the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain. But regrettably, even a well-informed director, Su, could not provide clarity on this secret. Nevertheless, this was no longer of significance. Since he was here, if he could leverage the emergence of the Five Thunder Seal to embarrass this Wang family Taoist master, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. At tomorrow's ceremonial gathering, Wang Fanyan would undoubtedly publicly present the counterfeit seal. Chen Han awaited that opportunity, for the mechanisms he had set in motion would be unveiled at that moment, delivering a tremendous surprise to all. The vehicle halted outside a five-star hotel, surrounded by picturesque scenery, only a short drive from Longhu Mountain. Staying here tonight would facilitate direct attendance at the ceremony tomorrow. Arrangements had naturally been made for the rooms, each person receiving a single accommodation. Upon receiving his room key, Chen Han did not engage with anyone, opting to leave the hotel unceremoniously. This being his first visit to Yingtan, he intended to explore the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, the living fossil, who had been searching for Chen Han, suddenly realized he had vanished. Initially filled with questions, he now found himself at a loss. At that moment, Chen Han had already boarded a taxi, heading straight for the Yingtan antique city. In the late Shang dynasty, Yingtan served as a principal source of Huaxia ceramics. The local Yuehu Jiao mountain kiln site had previously garnered significant attention within the Huaxia archaeological community. Thus, the atmosphere of collecting here was relatively vibrant. Although it could not compare to the capital, Chen Han was nonetheless captivated when he arrived at Antique Street, discovering that he had coincidentally stumbled upon the annual antique art fair. This type of fair was a first for him. Having walked only a few steps, he spotted a stall displaying an intriguing item. Unfortunately, it was currently being scrutinized by a young Taoist priest, who appeared to be in a state of indecision. The young priest seemed to be around 18 or 19, with a gaunt face, a small mouth, and large ears. He donned a somewhat worn blue Taoist robe and a mixed yuan cap. Such attire was evidently commonplace at the foot of Longhu Mountain. The stall owner, a scruffy man in his 40s, appeared unkempt but greeted the young priest with warmth and courtesy. At that moment, the young priest held a white jade bagua waist pendant, which was slightly bluish and octagonal. It bore intricate carvings, each stroke delineating the bagua pattern. The surface, aside from a heavy patina, was marred with dirt, filling several of the carved lines with grime. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable jade bagua was adorned with a strikingly bright golden tassel, creating an incongruous appearance. The young priest seemed quite enamored with the waist pendant, reluctant to part with it. Though not strikingly handsome, his bright and clear eyes exuded a certain cleverness. "Boss, can you make it a bit cheaper?" Now that he was off the mountain, he no longer adhered to the formalities of addressing others as benefactor or good fortune. The middle-aged owner chuckled wryly. "Little Taoist, if I lower it any further, I won't even be able to buy it myself. At this price, I'm even throwing in a tassel for you." Suddenly, an arm reached out from beside him, seizing the waist pendant. "How much?" Tiananmen Kurid. The owner was taken aback, perhaps recognizing the foreign accent and the large bag suggesting a tourist. He held up his thumb and forefinger to indicate 800. Upon hearing this price, the young priest hesitated, seemingly about to speak up, but fell silent under the owner's glare. Without hesitation, Chen Han scanned the payment code, completing the transaction. Shaking his phone, he walked away with the waist pendant. However, not far from the stall, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he saw the young priest had followed him. "Is there something you need?" The young priest appeared somewhat hesitant, perhaps shy from his time on the mountain. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to say, "That person just wanted 150 for it. You paid too much." Chen Han was momentarily taken aback, then realized the young priest was kindly warning him. This prompted a flicker of goodwill towards the priest, and his tone softened. "Are you from Longhu Mountain?" he casually asked. The young priest nodded earnestly. Chen Han smiled. "Thank you, young Taoist, but I earned this piece of jade." The young Taoist was taken aback by his words, his clear eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and doubt. "Don't believe me?" "Hee." Any reputable antique shop can authenticate it. Upon hearing this, the young Taoist clearly began to believe, his expression shifting to one of deep regret for having hesitated to spend 150, thus missing out on a treasure worth hundreds of thousands. Observing the young Taoist biting his lip, Chen Han guessed his thoughts and smiled subtly. If you like it, I can give it to you, but the young Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Han. You must help me with something. Su Xin. Chen Han nodded. Is there a ritual ceremony at Longhu Mountain tomorrow? Shou Xian looked at Chen Han in surprise, not expecting him to inquire about the ceremony. Nevertheless, he nodded. Young Taoist Shou Xian, my request is simple. If a copper seal appears tomorrow, you will. Chen Han lowered his voice, whispering instructions in the young Taoist's ear. After listening, Shou Xian found nothing amiss and readily agreed. Though he couldn't fathom how this young man could predict that the yet-to-emerge treasure would be a copper seal, the task Chen Han requested was merely a trivial matter. Most importantly, he truly desired the bagua on that waist pendant. He couldn't explain why, but he felt an immediate fondness upon first sight. Perhaps this was what his master referred to as fate. After parting from Shou Xian, Chen Han resumed his solitary stroll. The jade pendant he gifted to the young Taoist was indeed Han Dynasty white jade, and its value was not exaggerated. Yet, he felt no regret. $800 for a strategic move in this game was certainly a worthwhile investment. Had he not encountered the young Taoist today, he would likely have to take matters into his own hands tomorrow. Now he could simply enjoy the unfolding drama. The antique fair at Ing Tan primarily featured crafts, with genuine antique sellers mostly operating along the roadside. Some antique stalls were scattered throughout the market, requiring a leisurely exploration. Chen Han was in no hurry when hunger struck. He savored a bowl of beef bone noodles at the market. The rich, flavorful broth combined with the smooth, chewy rice noodles and tender, savory beef bones was immensely satisfying. After wandering for a while, he finally discovered an antique stall tucked away in a corner. The items displayed were few, consisting only of a handful of bronze artifacts that appeared to be of considerable age. Chen Han's eyes brightened as he scanned them. Regrettably, he noted that these items were predominantly replicas from the Ming Dynasty and later, which significantly diminished their value. Moreover, the owner of the stall wore a shrewd expression, suggesting that the prices would not be low. Just as he was about to leave and continue his exploration, one particular bronze object caught his attention. At first glance, he couldn't identify what it was. Out of curiosity, Chen Han feigned casualness and approached the stall. After inspecting two bronze pieces and casually inquiring about their prices, he was met with a shocking response from the owner, who quoted $2 million for one of them. Goodness, does he truly believe these are Warring States bronzes? Chen Han scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the owner, then picked up the small object. It felt solid in his hand, one side embossed with patterns while the other remained flat. Although the patterns were worn, they were still discernible. Recognizing the small seal script, Chen Han immediately identified it as a character from the Qin and Han dynasties. The military insignia left at the Tan Fong. Any military campaign involving over 50 soldiers must bear the king's seal. Chen Han's eyes narrowed, a flicker of delight evident in their depths. It's a tiger tally. Ing Tan, during the Qin and Han periods, was known as Ing Tan Fong, and this oddly shaped bronze object was a fragment of the tiger tally that guarded the area. The tiger tally, an ancient military insignia, was predominantly shaped like a tiger and cast in bronze prior to the Sui dynasty. The tally was divided into two halves, inscribed with characters, and when combined, serve as a signal for troop mobilization. Each half featured corresponding tenons, akin to a key fitting a lock, making forgery exceedingly difficult. Only matching halves of the same tally could unite, which is how the term tally originated. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a remarkable item. Presently, only 3 remain in existence throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Chapter 91. I do not particularly enjoy fighting. Although the tiger tally before him was merely a fragment, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Is this a handheld piece? Chen Han inquired, holding the tally. The owner, a man in his 50s, absent-mindedly played with a pair of lion-headed ornaments and replied, You must be new to this trade. This is not merely a handheld piece, but a half of an ancient official tally, definitely authentic and of considerable age. Oh, such a significant item. What is the price? Chen Han asked with a smile. 100,000. Goodness, that seems rather steep, Chen Han mused, weighing the tally in his hand and then sniffing it. The owner remained unfazed, which confirmed its authenticity. It's not a complete set. How about 2,000? Will you sell it? Just then, a voice echoed behind Chen Han. 100,000, I'll take it. How persistent. Even here at Tan, he encounters this. First come, first served, I will pay immediately. Chen Han squatted in front of the stall, stating his claim. I'll add another 100,000. The voice was laden with provocation. At this moment, Chen Han gradually stood, his tone turning cold. Young Master Wang, you have a background in cultural relics. Do you not adhere to the rules of this trade? Behind him stood none other than Wang Wenming. Chen Han quickly deduced the reason for his presence. Surely it was due to the ritual ceremony tomorrow. TSK. Money gives one the right to disregard rules. Wang Wenming scoffed, his eyes glinting with mockery and disdain as he regarded Chen Han. Isn't Chen, the class monitor, known for his discerning eye? I imagine this item is quite significant. Let us see what price you are willing to offer today. Chen Han's gaze hardened, fixing on Wang Wenming, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled his cousin's warnings about Chen Han's extraordinary abilities. His expression changed momentarily, but Wang quickly regained his composure. In public, if Chen Han dared to act against him, it would only serve to complicate matters. Unfortunately for him, Chen Han remained composed. After casting a cold glance at Wang Wenming, he turned his attention back to the stall owner, who seemed to disregard the established protocol. Is the owner also ignoring the rules and raising the price? Traditionally, in the antique trade, the first buyer must be respected. If the previous buyer has not relinquished their claim, no one else may interfere. Hearing this, the owner merely chuckled but offered no response, clearly intent on reaping the benefits of the situation. If the purpose were collection, even spending $1 million to acquire this half of the tiger tally wouldn't be unreasonable. However, Chen Han's motives lay elsewhere. If it were merely to provoke Wang Wenming by throwing money around, it would devolve into a petty squabble. 20,000, if he enjoys it, let him pay. 30,000. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Wang Wenming turned sharply, annoyance flashing across his face as he glared at the source of the voice. Chao Lingzhu. He recognized her instantly, his expression shifting rapidly. His eyes narrowed, and he chuckled. Miss Chao, you fancy this item too? Chen Han, intrigued, turned to look at the girl. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, her fair complexion still holding a hint of youthfulness. Yet, this did not detract from her striking beauty. With her slanted phoenix eyes and a mischievous smile, she exuded charm. He did not recognize her, but upon seeing the figure behind her, a look of surprise crossed his face. It was him, the man with the hooked nose and eyes as cold as a lone wolf. The underling of the king of Chao. It appeared this girl was the daughter of the king of Chao, which explained Wang Wenming's respectful address. Otherwise, that wolf-eyed man would not be so cautious in following her closely. Could it be that Chao Bowen has also come to this ritual? Chen Han's thoughts raced. His desire to obtain this half-piece of the tiger talisman was genuine, but its true purpose was to set up a grand formation. The tiger talisman, belonging to the metal element, exuded a fierce aura, and when used in the right formation, its power would be greatly amplified. Little did he expect. It had attracted the likes of Wang Wenming, a roadblock in his plans, and now, the daughter of King Chao. Chao Lingzhu's thin lips curled slightly as she cast a glance at Wang Wenming, her crisp voice imbued with pride. Wang Wenming, are you trying to compete with me for something? She laughed. Oh, of course not. If Miss Chao wants it, I'll buy it and gift it to you. Oomph. As if your Wang family is so wealthy. Chao Lingzhu scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Wang Wenming seethed inwardly, but dare not show it, let alone the fearsome reputation of King Chao. He knew his own family's circumstances. 6 years ago, he could have looked down on not only Chao Lingzhu, but also the younger generations of other prominent families. The reason was simple. The Wang family had substantial backing. His great-grandfather had once stood among the highest echelons of society in Huaxia. However, 6 years ago, his great-grandfather, the true pillar of the Wang family, passed away, causing the family to split. Utilizing the old man's legacy, his second uncle ascended to the position of Taoist master, while his father took charge of a portion of the family's overseas business. Yet that was the extent of it. The connections his great-grandfather had forged in Huaxia were now held by another branch of the family. Wang Qini's entry into the special department was largely due to this network. As for King Chao, he was known to be a puppet of a significant figure in Huaxia, currently basking in glory. When his great-grandfather was alive, he could still flaunt his influence, but now, that was no longer the case. This young lady from the Chao family was not someone to be underestimated either. With this in mind, Wang Wenming decided it was best to take his leave. With Chao Lingzhu involved, it was clear Chen Han would not be able to acquire that trinket. Since Miss Chao is not interested, I shall take my leave, he said, forcing a smile on his handsome face as he waved his hand and departed without hesitation. Are you Chen Han? After Wang Wenming left, the girl stepped forward, her phoenix eyes curiously scrutinizing Chen Han. Chen Han smiled faintly and nodded at the hawk-nosed man before turning his gaze back to the girl. Miss Chow knows me? The girl shook her head. No, but I've heard my father mention you. Curiosity piqued, Chen Han chuckled. I hope it wasn't in a flattering light. The girl shook her head again. No, it was complimentary. He said you were petty, too afraid to accept money that was offered. Chen Han's lips twitched. Is that what you call praise? Chao Lingzhu continued. He also said you might be quite formidable in a fight. Chen Han regarded the hawk-nosed man with curiosity. He hadn't engaged him in combat that day. Was it possible that someone from the special department had leaked this information? The girl's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Chen Han. Will you duel with me? I was personally taught by Uncle Sure Hai, she added, turning to flash a proud smile at the hawk-nosed man. Hearing this, Chen Han assessed the girl. Her fair arms and legs seemed slender and long, yet one could discern the subtle definition of her muscles, rendering her physique harmonious and nearly perfect. It was clear she had put in considerable effort. Apologies, but I'm not particularly fond of fighting, Chen Han replied, shaking his head. Chapter 92, A Flash of White. Chao Lingzhu's phoenix eyes widened in surprise. Mimicking King Chao's thin lips, she pouted. People have underestimated me before. Can you guess the outcome? Chen Han shook his head indifferently, uninterested in guessing. Do you still want the item? If not, I shall purchase it myself. Chao Lingzhu, feeling thwarted, puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, refusing to respond. However, the message was clear. She no longer wanted it. Chen Han disregarded her and turned his attention to the stall owner. Now that no one is competing with me, will you sell it for the 10,000 you mentioned? Seeing the owner hesitating, Chen Han feigned a departure. Hey, I'll sell it to you. The owner grimaced as if in pain. You've got a good deal here. Consider my loss. Chen Han, expressionless, scanned the QR code and tucked the tiger talisman into his pocket before leaving. However, Miss Chow hastened her steps to follow him. Chen Han, I challenge you. According to the rules, you must accept. Observing Chao Lingzhu's serious and stubborn demeanor, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that the formidable King Chao would have such a tenacious daughter. Truly, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The daughter of the king was indeed audacious. Whose rules are those? He inquired. The ones from the martial world. Chao Lingzhu proudly puffed out her chest. I don't partake in the martial world. Don't try to deceive me. Then who taught you your skills? Yet, the girl remained silent, trailing behind him with an expression that seemed to say, I couldn't care less. Chen Han felt a bit overwhelmed, unable to shake her off at the moment. What a little devil. Just then, a loud cheer erupted ahead, and upon looking up, he saw a crowd forming a circle. Chen Han vaguely heard the sound of a cutting machine and the excited shouts from the crowd. Something is happening. It's opening. It's opening. Oh no, it collapsed. Chen Han's expression changed. Could they be gambling on stones? Feeling intrigued, he decided to head over and see the commotion. If a chance arose, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Gambling on stones originated in the late Ming Dynasty. His master was the pioneer of such practices, although at that time, it was merely a light-hearted game among friends. Over the centuries, gambling on stones evolved into a profession, surviving through the Qing Dynasty until today. It is said that one can become rich or poor with a single cut, or even open a pawn shop. This reflects the thrill and risks involved in the trade. At this moment, not only was Chen Han intrigued, but Chao Lingzhu also displayed signs of interest. She kept her gaze on Chen Han, seemingly afraid he would slip away. Yet she desperately wanted to join the crowd and witness the excitement, biting her lip in indecision. Fortunately, Chen Han headed straight toward the commotion, causing Chao Lingzhu to nearly cheer in delight. As they squeezed into the crowd, Chen Han spotted a row of shelves lined with hundreds of jade raw stones. A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind as he recalled some techniques regarding gambling on stones. He had noted related content in books previously, which differed significantly from the methods passed down in his memory. For instance, his Master-S approach did not involve a marketplace or the concept of waterhead. It solely relied on assessing the stone's skin and color. Although there were many spectators, only 2 were actively participating. One was a young man in his 20s, shouting excitedly while live-streaming on his phone. The other was a man around 50, dressed neatly, with a slight baldness. The young man was currently live-streaming as he prepared to cut the last piece of raw stone he had selected, which was already secured onto the cutting machine. Beside the machine lay 3 or 4 stones that had already collapsed. Everyone, please like and share. This time, it's definitely going to be a hit, he exclaimed. Thanks to the brother who sent me sunglasses. Welcome to all the new viewers. It's about to begin. The young man's speech was rapid and practiced. indicating he was experienced in live streaming. Chen Han couldn't help but reminisce about his own account with nearly 1 million followers, chuckling inwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not host a visual feast for all his fans at tomorrow's ritual site? With this thought, he couldn't suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Chao Lingzhu's attention was completely absorbed by the cutting machine, and it seemed to be her first time witnessing such a live demonstration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As the machine whirred to life, the boss poured water from a bottle onto the stone, and the blade swiftly penetrated its surface. "Rise! Rise!" The youth broadcasting live exclaimed with fervor, inciting those around him to join in the excitement. Chao Lingzhu, visibly agitated, clenched her fists with more intensity than when she faced her own stone. In that moment, as the cut stone fell to the ground, a gleaming white surface was revealed, prompting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. The young man, wearing a wry smile, turned to the side to continue his live stream, leaving the shattered original stone behind. Chen Han surveyed the scene. The shards he had broken amounted to about 4 or 5 pieces. According to the prices displayed on the shelf, his selections were not overly expensive, ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 each, all about the size of a honeydew melon. With a keen eye, Chen Han inspected the shelf once more. Based on the inherited techniques for gambling on stones, he discerned that 2 among them held considerable potential. One was a jet black, egg-shaped original stone, while the other was an axe-head shape with a rough exterior adorned by 2 distinctive patterns. The former was priced at 8,500, while the latter commanded a much steeper price of 150,000. It seemed the proprietor of this stone gambling stall was quite adept, as the pricing reflected a keen judgment of the stones based on their skins. Thus, the bald buyer remained indecisive before the shelf, unable to make a choice. "Hey, let's give it a go. If you lose, you have to spar with me." Chao Lingzhu boldly slapped Chen Han on the back, her words earnest. Chen Han stifled a laugh and nodded. "That sounds good. You choose." Surprised by his willingness, Chao Lingzhu hesitated slightly. "You better not run away. I'll go first." Chen Han replied with a smile as he approached the shelf. Without a second glance, he grabbed 2 pieces of original stone and walked away. "Hey, that piece!" the bald man exclaimed, his expression shifting as he attempted to intervene. The egg-shaped stone had evidently caused him much deliberation. In this game of chance, one must possess sharp eyesight, financial capability, and courage. If one hesitates, others will seize the opportunity. At that moment, Chao Lingzhu wobbled over, cradling a piece of original stone that was, astonishingly, the most expensive on the shelf, priced at 800,000. Chapter 93. The next cut will surely surge. Upon witnessing such an extraordinarily beautiful girl clutching the priciest stone, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Some gasped in awe, others shouted in anticipation, while well-meaning voices cautioned her, "Miss, don't be impulsive. Yes, beautiful lady, that's 800,000. Young lady, allow me to recommend another piece." The chorus of advice faded under the boss's piercing glare. After all, such a substantial transaction was not to be trifled with. Who dared to disrupt it? Turning back, the boss adopted an entirely different demeanor towards Chen Han and Miss Zhao. One had selected stones worth over 100,000, while the other had chosen one worth 800,000. In a matter of moments, nearly 1 million had been accounted for, while the original stones had cost him only a little over 300,000 when purchased from Yunnan. What a profit! "Hey there, beautiful and handsome. Which one shall we open first?" The boss beamed, eager for the sale. "I'll go first." Without waiting for Chen Han to respond, Chao Lingzhu boldly dropped the watermelon-sized stone onto the ground, producing a resounding thud that made everyone in attendance flinch. The 800,000 original stone, such a hefty investment, was treated with such disregard. The boss chuckled and gestured toward a QR code nearby. No payment, no cutting. Chao Lingzhu promptly retrieved her adorable phone and scanned the code to complete the transaction, as if purchasing a mere watermelon from a roadside stall. Chen Han also pulled out his phone, completed his payment, and showed the screen to the jolly boss, who then cheerfully lifted the stone and placed it on the cutting machine. "We're starting here." After securing the stone, the boss pointed to the surface, confirming once more. Chao Lingzhu nodded enthusiastically, her face radiating excitement and anticipation, clearly enjoying the moment. The abrasive grinding sound pierced the air, causing everyone to sit up straight, craning their necks in anticipation. Even a young man broadcasting live returned to the scene, hoping to capture some of the excitement. "Rise, rise, rise," he chanted, echoing the crowd's enthusiasm. Chen Han se presta chaked. If he was not mistaken, the stone chosen by Chao Lingzhu was likely to falter. The stone's skin was delicate, with a few gray blemishes on the surface. Generally, green follows such blemishes, suggesting a high probability of revealing green. Hence, although the price of 800,000 didn't seem exorbitant, it was unfortunate that the blemishes were indeed dead blemishes. At that moment, the grinding ceased. The blade sliced through the stone, the entire shell toppling to the ground to reveal the cross-section. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. There's green. Oh my goodness, it's a score. Someone shouted, and a wave of cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Chao Lingzhu's anxious hands clenched into fists, and she too began to celebrate. Only Chen Han raised his gaze to glance at the stone's surface, subtly shaking his head. The teachings of his master did not include distinctions in water quality. Yet even so, Chen Han could tell at a glance that the stone's quality was quite mediocre, lacking in delicacy and clarity. While there was indeed a hint of verdant color, the fissures beneath it were glaringly apparent to Chen Han's discerning eye. It could only be deemed a break-even situation, or perhaps they could continue cutting in hopes of uncovering more green. Based on Chen Han's assessment, the prospects were dim. Even a single streak of green was likely a stroke of luck. Evidently, Chao Lingzhu was unaware of the intricacies of stone gambling. All she knew was that green meant a rise. With her chin held high, she looked at Chen Han. Well, what do you say? Do you concede? Chen Han replied with a smile. Congratulations. Just then, the young broadcaster hurried over. Hello, beautiful. I'm the host, Nyozi. Someone in the stream is willing to offer 600,000 for that stone you just opened. Get lost. Before he could finish, Chao Lingzhu's demeanor shifted dramatically. What do you mean, 600,000? I just spent 800,000 on it. Didn't it yield green? Isn't it worth more? She suspected he was trying to take advantage of her. Just then, the boss jogged over, smiling ingratiatingly. Miss, do you want to continue cutting? Huh? Chao Lingzhu looked confused. The portly boss lowered his voice. At this performance, 600,000 is a fair offer. If you continue cutting, the next slice could yield a substantial increase. Chao Lingzhu's expression stiffened. So, that first cut resulted in a loss? Pouting defiantly, she declared, cut it. Let's go for it. The next slice will surely surge. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers of encouragement once more. Chen Han remained silent. If it did not cut again, the young girl would never be at peace. The primary reason was that she was not short on funds. The daughter of Chao Yanwang would not be easily fazed by a few 100,000. However, when the second slice was revealed, exposing its true nature, the stone gambling stall owner's face turned ashen. Not only was there no green, but the crisscrossing fissures were utterly despairing. The broadcaster looked at Chao Lingzhu as if she were a fool. Had she not been attractive, he would have surely mocked her. Amidst the murmurs of pity from the crowd, Chao Lingzhu fell silent. She realized, without a doubt, that this stone was a complete loss. After a few seconds, she stubbornly lifted her head to look at Chen Han, unwilling to accept defeat. Humph, my stone just opened at least 600,000. Now it's your turn. Chen Han did not argue with her, merely nodded at the boss and handed over a smaller piece. Priced at 8,500, it was indeed a fine specimen, though its surface was marred by numerous dark spots. The darkness of these spots was intense and dense, making it difficult for anyone to associate them with black spots. If such a heavily spotted stone were to yield green, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, even if someone were aware that this was a black spot, they would be reluctant to take the plunge. As the saying goes, black follows green, green relies on black, and black produces green, which in turn consumes green. Moreover, this was a fully black raw stone. The element of chance was exceedingly high, akin to placing a 1,000-fold bet on a single lottery number, until the stone was opened. No one dared to speculate on the possibility of abundant green within. Perhaps the excitement from the recent 800,000 raw stone had already waned, leaving the onlookers considerably subdued. The live-streaming host was also interacting with his family, sharing the experience of witnessing the collapse of an exorbitantly priced raw stone. The stone-cutting machine emitted a sharp sound once again. The piece selected by Chen Han was relatively small, and he instructed the boss to cut it only to a thickness of 1 finger. He was 80% confident that this stone would reveal green. This confidence stemmed from the countless times he had honed his skills in the art of stone gambling, passed down through generations, even hundreds of years apart. For jadeite stones formed over millions of years, such a short span of time was negligible. The experiences of guessing the melon beneath the skin from centuries past remained applicable today. At that moment, a soft sound echoed as the 1-finger-thick stone skin was sliced open and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Only the live-streaming host, oblivious to the unfolding event, continued to engage his audience. When he finally sensed the unusual atmosphere around him, and turned to look at the stone-cutting machine. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. In that instant, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, screaming as if they had seen a ghost. Incredible. It's completely green. My goodness. It's truly all green. Sunlight green. It absolutely qualifies as sunlight green. Quick, turn on the lights to see. The plump boss, equally astonished, scrambled to his bag to retrieve a high-powered flashlight, directing it at the cut of the stone. The bald buyer, standing not far away, his eyes wide in disbelief, appeared frozen. This was supposed to be his all green. At that moment, he was filled with regret. 8,500, although it was his entire month's salary. He could bear the loss. But now, the boundless wealth belonged to someone else. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. In stark contrast stood the stone gambling stall owner. As the high-powered flashlight illuminated the stone, he felt a jolt of excitement. It was exceptionally translucent. The originally greenish stone, under the intense light, revealed a yellow-green hue reminiscent of early spring's new leaves, stirring one's spirit. It was yellow sunlight green, ice-type yellow sunlight green. The entire venue exploded with jubilation, as witnessing the emergence of ice-type sunlight green was a first for nearly everyone present. Chen Han approached for a closer look and confirmed the boss's words. It was indeed not true sunlight green, but rather yellow sunlight green. The clarity was interspersed with greenish cotton-like wisps, akin to curling smoke. Hey, handsome, I'll offer 2 million for that ice-type yellow sunlight green. Please sell it to me. The boss's face flushed, his eyes eager as he leaned toward Chen Han. This price is quite fair. You can trust me. I won't cheat you. Chen Han remained silent, contemplating the offer. This raw stone was slightly larger than a fist, but could only yield a pair of bracelets. The remaining material could produce a few pendants and ring faces, significantly lowering its overall value. Calculating it all, the finished products would be worth just over 2 million. The boss's offer of 2 million for the raw stone was indeed sincere. All right, Chen Han agreed readily, pulling out his phone to complete the transaction, eliciting envy from those present. The live-streaming host's eyes turned red as he shouted into the phone screen, his voice tinged with a sob. Folks, that ice-type yellow sunlight green, 2 million. I almost chose that piece. Who was the idiot who told me it was no good? Come out. I promise I won't beat you up. As Chen Han received the notification of the money transfer, he picked up another raw stone, intending to leave. He had higher hopes for this piece, but did not plan to cut it open. Just then, Chao Lingzhu stepped forward, blocking his path. Hey, that was just a warm-up. It doesn't count. Let us have another round. As soon as she finished speaking, she attempted to sidestep the young girl to leave, but another figure appeared, obstructing his way. It was a hawk-nosed man, wearing an expression of amusement. Chen Han frowned in silence, inwardly cursing, You entertain your little lady. It has nothing to do with me. With a firm step, he leaned slightly forward, his shoulder moving like a mountain crashing down toward the hawk-nosed man's chest. The hawk-nosed man, Stone C, was no ordinary person. He sensed the pressure almost immediately. His eyes sharpened, and within a blink, his arms crossed in front of him. The sound of impact echoed, abruptly halting Chen Han's imposing momentum, causing him to stumble slightly before regaining his stance. Stone C's eyelids twitched, and he staggered back 2 steps, finally steadying himself by forcefully planting his feet on the ground. Suddenly, he grinned, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Shaking off his arms, he spoke quietly to Chao Lingzhu. The earlier scene had not escaped Chao Lingzhu's notice. She hadn't expected that the seemingly harmless Chen Han would strike without warning. Even more surprising was that he had not only dared to confront Stone C, but seemed to have gained the upper hand. Watching Chen Han's retreating figure, Chao Lingzhu's expression shifted from playful to complex. She was acutely aware of Stone C's prowess. In his youth, he had been a legend among mercenaries abroad, truly a survivor of the deadliest situations. If not for that particular incident, he would never have willingly stayed by her father's side. Nonetheless, just now, he had been subdued by Chen Han. For someone like Stone C, there was no room for carelessness. In his mind, losing equated to death. It can only be said that Chen Han was exceptionally formidable. Despite appearing slender, how could he possess such explosive power? Chao Lingzhu remained silent for a while, until Chen Han's figure vanished completely into the crowd. She finally spoke softly. Uncle Stone C, are you all right? Stone C resumed his usual cold demeanor, shaking his head. Is he very powerful? Stone C remained silent, only giving the slightest nod. Chao Lingzhu's brows furrowed slightly, her phoenix eyes revealing a stubborn defiance. He.S. just lucky today. I'll challenge him again another day. Perhaps lacking confidence. Even she could barely hear her own words as they escaped her lips. Having made a modest profit of 2 million, Chen Han was in high spirits. He spent the remainder of his time wandering through the market alone. After enjoying some local delicacies by the roadside, he left with lingering satisfaction. He found this market fascinating as it intertwined the cultural tourism of small towns with antiques, effectively fostering exchanges and development in the local collecting industry. He resolved to pay more attention to such information in the future. Wherever there was a market, he would go. Many treasures lost to the public might just be encountered through such opportunities. Lost in thought, the taxi arrived at the hotel. The small characters on the sign became much clearer. The hotel was quite luxurious, yet after a long day, Chen Han had no desire to indulge in the spacious bathtub. After a quick shower, he retired to bed early. The following morning, he was awakened by an internal phone call from Su Yubin, notifying him to come down for breakfast, as they would depart promptly at 7:30. In a luxurious 5-star hotel, the breakfast spread was quite sumptuous. However, during the meal, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a group of elderly gentlemen seemed to intentionally engage Chen Han in conversation. The topics varied widely, some even bordering on awkward small talk. With his mouth full of eggs and bread, Chen Han merely nodded along, occasionally uttering a few words that were barely audible to others. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the group boarded a business vehicle en route to the Tianshi mansion. Chen Han sat in the back row, casting a cold gaze at Wang Qini, who occupied the passenger seat. This should prove to be quite the spectacle. As the vehicle approached the mountainside, the breeze wafting in through the window became increasingly refreshing. The air was crisp, and the views were nothing short of breathtaking. Before him lay the undulating peaks of Longhu Mountain, a striking landscape reminiscent of a great dragon coiling upon the earth, provoking endless imagination. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating the Lusher River, resembling a slender, elongated canvas. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, lending the entire scene an ethereal quality, transforming it into a realm of enchantment. This was the ancestral home of the Taoist sect. Longhu Mountain, a legend of Huaxia. Nestled at the foot of this mountain was the Tianshi mansion, perhaps due to the day's significance. The ancient streets surrounding the Tianshi mansion were bustling with vendors from early morning, offering an array of delicacies bearing the Taoist banner, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Stalls selling herbs, fortune-telling, and feng shui consultations were abundant, creating a vibrant spectacle. There were even individuals clad in pristine Taoist robes, energetically hawking various talismans, leaving Chen Han utterly astonished. After traversing the square and entering through the main gate, the surroundings gradually fell into a hushed reverence. Upon passing through the archway, ancient stone tablets from various dynasties lined both sides of the bluestone path. The guiding Taoist was particularly cautious, perhaps forewarned about the caliber of guests present today. Regardless of their usual celestial demeanor, they now appeared humbled, bowing and nodding with great attentiveness. The interior of the Tianshi mansion was vast and splendid. The vibrant red carpet that extended from the main entrance to the distant hall was a striking feature. From the moment he entered, Chen Han had been discreetly observing the arrangement of the surroundings. He could sense a grand formation at play, continuously gathering spiritual energy, making the atmosphere within the mansion invigorating and refreshing. Yet, at that moment, he could not ascertain the specific nature of the formation. Perhaps only after exploring the entirety of the Tianshi mansion would he reach a conclusion. Wang Qini, who stood behind him, remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, the square in front of the main hall was already teeming with people. Rows of high-backed chairs flanked both sides, numbering no less than 200. As they approached the hall, the living fossil was invited to take a seat in the center of the first row on the east side. Wang Qini surveyed the area before retreating to find a corner to sit. The representatives from the Buddhist sect were assigned seats directly opposite, in the center of the west side, creating a clear distinction. Those affiliated with Confucianism filled the eastern seats, while representatives from various religious sects and Taoist allies took their places on the west side. The fragrant aroma of sandalwood incense wafted through the hall and courtyard, bringing a sense of tranquility. The square was adorned with sacrificial offerings, including fresh fruits, flowers, incense, and ceremonial flags. Naturally, Chen Han settled into a seat on the eastern side. No sooner had he sat down than he spotted a striking figure across from him, animatedly gesturing and baring her teeth. It was none other than Chao Lingzhu. Chen Han observed, noting the absence of King Chao. Even Shihai seemed to have retreated, likely disliking the crowded environment. Ignoring the girl's provocation, Chen Han took the silk string from his wrist and began to play with it. Sensing something, he turned his head to find a chilling gaze directed at him. It was Wang Wenming, who today maintained his usual suave demeanor, but regarded Chen Han with palpable disdain and hostility, tinged with a hint of amusement. He was eager to witness Chen Han's expression when the Five Thunder seal was revealed. Noticing that Chen Han remained unperturbed, he smirked, moving to sit at the front row on the west side, considering himself entitled as the nephew of the Taoist master. As more attendees took their seats, the front of the hall soon emptied, while the sides remained crowded. At that moment, the bell tolled, and there was no one to preside, creating an atmosphere akin to a typical Taoist gathering. The Taoists, clad in ornate robes, entered solemnly, holding ritual implements, chanting incantations as they commenced the sacrificial ceremony. Chen Han was not surprised. He could deduce that the so-called ritual was merely a pretext. The focal point was the coveted treasure that would be unveiled after the ceremony. Thus, he patiently watched, even taking out his phone to live-stream the event. As the broadcast began, the viewer count quickly surpassed 100. In the square, the Taoists first offered incense to the heavens and earth, praying for peace and prosperity. They then paid homage to their ancestors with offerings of water and wine, expressing their reverence. Subsequently, they began reciting scriptures, seeking divine blessings. The harmonious chanting of over 100 Taoists resonated with an enchanting cadence, akin to the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, steeped in profound mystery. Chen Han glanced at his phone screen, nearly bursting into laughter. Was the streamer attempting to propagate Taoist teachings? No wonder they had vanished for so long. It turned out they were off to become a monk. The audience upstairs had no idea. This was a water and land ritual, a pastime for the affluent. Nonsense. Did they not see the Shaolin monks across? This was a contest of swords at Mount Hua. Do they not understand? Is you Buchuan present? Step forward and recognize me. I am Pingji. It must be said, the young lady seated opposite was indeed a highlight. Could she be the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb sect? The viewer count continued to surge, exceeding 5,000. As the ceremony progressed, individuals from the west side began to rise, joining in the rites, holding incense and candles in hand, bowing in unison. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the hall. The newcomer appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, with a refined countenance, a fair chin adorned with a goatee, and an ethereal demeanor. Clad in a vibrant crimson robe with wide sleeves cascading to the ground and donning a purple sun cap, they descended the square with an air of grace. The robe was embellished with golden dragon patterns, enhancing their imposing presence. Chen Han scrutinized the figure and discerned a resemblance to Wang Wenming in the features. He realized at once that this must be Wang Daozuan. After descending the square, Wang Fanyun held a peachwood sword and began to recite incantations, leading the sacrificial ceremony into its climax. The entire ritual lasted over an hour before drawing to a close. Chen Han understood that the main event was about to unfold, and by this time, the livestream audience had surpassed 10,000. As anticipated, as the sacrificial ceremony concluded, Wang Fanyun, beaming with joy, addressed the assembly. He expressed gratitude to the esteemed leaders and fellow Taoists for their presence, fortunate to have them witness the emergence of a sacred treasure, which brought glory to Longhu Mountain. After a lengthy formal introduction, Wang Fanyun transitioned to the main subject. It was well known that the treasure of Longhu Mountain was a revered Taoist scripture seal. However, due to auspicious signs and ancestral protection, Longhu Mountain had, by chance, obtained another Taoist treasure, which would be unveiled today. A fortunate event for both Longhu Mountain and the Taoist community. This treasure, it was said, once belonged to the 30th generation Tianshi, Master Puan. Now, let's witness the Five Thunder Exorcism Seal. Chapter 96, A Talisman as a Gift. As Wang Fan's voice fell, nearly everyone present displayed expressions of anticipation, craning their necks in excitement. Only a few figures surrounding Chen Han abruptly turned to him, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Gu Yubin Thaluhui Yinya, and even the venerable Kong Ru all focused their gaze on Chen Han. While Kong Ru had merely heard of it, the others had witnessed with their own eyes the Five Thunder ghost-slaying seal in Chen Han's possession. Why was another seal being presented at this moment? Was it perhaps taken from Chen Han? At this instant, the live stream also surged with fervor as comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. What on earth? Is another precious treasure about to emerge? What exactly is the Five Thunder ghost-slaying seal? It's not what you think, it's for slaying ghosts. If you don't understand, please refrain from making random remarks. Oh no, I was looking forward to the duel between the two sects, and now it seems impossible. The only individuals privy to the details, aside from those on Chen Han's side, were Wang's uncle and nephew. Wang Wenming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he surveyed the square, landing on Chen Han's face. Yet he was met with disappointment. Chen Han, at that moment, was engrossed in fiddling with his phone, appearing quite amused, showing no signs of emotion regarding the Five Thunder ghost-slaying seal. Is this guy truly so inscrutable? Wang Wenming found it difficult to gauge him. Wang Daozuan seemed to be aware of Chen Han's presence and cast a casual glance in his direction. Upon noticing Chen Han's calm demeanor, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. This is how it should be. A wise person knows how to adapt to the situation. Taking a step back allows for broader horizons, as long as the young man does not cause a ruckus. The Five Thunder ghost-slaying seal would rightfully settle at Longhu Mountain after today's event. A voice, deep and resonant, suddenly reached Chen Han's ears. Chen Han smirked slightly, thinking it amusing. Kong Ru froze momentarily at the words, the frost on his face thawing a bit. Was it not so? The exchange between the two elicited confused glances among Su Yubin and the others. If Chen Han wasn't the one selling it, how could Longhu Mountain possess another Five Thunder ghost-slaying seal? The one in Chen Han's hand was undeniably authentic, as 3 individuals present had personally handled it. Was it possible that Longhu Mountains was a counterfeit? That would be quite the joke. At that moment, a young Taoist emerged from the main hall, cradling a wooden tray adorned with a piece of golden silk, exuding a sense of ritual. He walked directly to Wang Daozuan's side before halting. Dressed in a pristine Taoist robe, his face was gaunt but his ears prominent, following Wang Fan with a glimmer of cleverness in his eyes. Wang Daozuan waved his large sleeves, lifting the silk cloth with a flourish. The onlookers nearly all widened their eyes in excitement, eager to witness the true appearance of the treasured item. Perhaps to ensure everyone could see clearly, Wang Daozuan gestured. The young Taoist began to walk around the square with a wooden tray, moving slowly from east to west. He paused briefly in front of each esteemed guest in the front row. Those seated in the back stood, craning their necks forward in hopes of catching a glimpse of the celestial aura. As the young Taoist passed in front of Chen Han, his expression shifted momentarily before returning to calm. Chen Han's lips curled slightly. This young man was indeed the disciple of Longhu Mountain, known as Shoshin, who had received a significant gift from him yesterday. Shoshin's surprise stemmed from both Chen Han's presence and the realization that the tray truly contained a copper seal. He was curious about how the young man, only slightly older than himself, had managed to deduce this. The request made to him was simple and reasonable: to use this seal to imprint a talisman for all to observe. Having seen the seal, a glance at the imprinted talisman seemed harmless. Shoshin was accustomed to crafting talismans, often gifting them to the many visitors. Thus, when he heard this request, he readily acquiesced. He contemplated that once he sought permission from Daozuan and produced the talisman, he would fulfill his promise, secretly gifting it to the young man. As the tray approached Kong Ru, he suddenly raised his hand. Shoshin, interrupted in his thoughts, obediently halted. No one present objected to Kong Ru's action. Having the living fossil inspect the item was a privilege. Even the composed Wang Fan displayed a hint of joy. He sought little. If only Kong Ru would utter a single word confirming it as genuine, then all efforts would be worth it. However, to everyone's astonishment, the elder's expression swiftly turned impassive. His piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixated on the tray for a full half-minute before he raised his hand once more, signaling for the young Taoist to continue. What does this mean? Wang Fan's smile faltered. After going to such lengths to invite him, was he too stingy to even speak? Su Yubin and the others mimicked Kong Ru, scrutinizing Shoshin closely. They vividly recalled that this seal was indeed identical to the one in Chen Han's possession. The ancient square copper seal bore 4 majestic characters for thunder at each corner, and in between were the steady, weighty characters for Yuhuang Zhanggue. These characters formed a floral pattern encircling the central design of the spell. Another character for thunder was inscribed above, making a total of 5. Below the thunder characters, the name and decree of Master Puan were clearly visible. It was unmistakable. This was indeed Chen Han's Song Dynasty 5 Thunder Ghost-Slaying Seal. The group turned to look at Chen Han once more. Had he truly returned such a treasure to the Taoist sect? Was he still the young man who would smash precious items at the slightest provocation? Had Longhu Mountain perhaps offered him an irresistible temptation? Only Kong Ru, when glancing at Chen Han, bore an expression of subtle intrigue. He then turned his attention to Wang Daozuan in the center of the venue. As Shoshin completed his circuit, the hall resonated with endless admiration. Even the 2 venerable Buddhists monks chanted their sutras in unison. Wang Daozuan, stroking his beard, smiled and nodded, clearly in favor of his clever disciple's proposal. He waved his expansive sleeves and proclaimed, "The Five Thunder Ghost-Slaying Talisman, imbued with this seal, can attract fortune and ward off misfortune, serving to protect homes and individuals. I shall personally craft the talisman as a gift for all esteemed guests present today." Chapter 97. I'm already laughing hysterically. Upon Wang Daozuan's declaration, nearly all guests, aside from the Buddhist monks and a select few, erupted into applause, each face aglow with the satisfaction of having attended. Even Xiao Lingzhu, seated in the western section, sparkled with excitement, wishing she could acquire several more. Wang Daozuan was not a stranger to her. He had visited the Chao family several times, though she had never even been offered tea. In her father's words, he was merely a whimsical charlatan, deemed unworthy. She had heard that he took to the mountains to seek solace after the death of his wife. Though he seemed unimpressive, the talismans he touted were undeniably alluring. Xiao Lingzhu had resolved that after the ceremony, she would personally create dozens, if not hundreds, of talismans to take home. At this moment, even Chen Han's live stream was abuzz with excitement, with online viewers surging past 30,000 and comments swirling in a dizzying array. "The host, where's this temple? I too desire a talisman. It sounds quite formidable. I know the host is about to promote a product. Hurry and set up the little yellow card. I shall be the first to place an order. Is this for real? Post quickly now. Brothers, do not fight me for it. I have been rather unlucky lately and am in desperate need of a talisman to ward off evil. Look. The master is about to draw the talisman." In the scene, two middle-aged Taoists, with indifferent expressions, set up a table and arranged their implements. Chen Han glanced over and saw red cinnabar ink, a thick stack of blank talisman paper, and a brush. The yellow talisman paper, adorned with dark golden cloud patterns, was quite exquisite. Wang Fanyan rolled up his sleeves, his demeanor dignified. He slowly held up the Five Thunder Law seal and performed a ceremonial act with great precision. Only then did he dip his brush into the cinnabar and gracefully inscribe the talisman. Finally, he took the precious seal, dipped it in ink, and pressed it firmly onto the talisman paper. Having completed this series of procedures, he lifted the law seal and exhaled deeply, as if he had just returned from a spiritual journey. Under Wang Fanyan's signal, the disciple of guarding the heart hurriedly approached Chen Han with the talisman in hand. Amidst the fervent gazes of everyone seated to the east, he presented the talisman to Kong Ru. Kong Ru merely glanced at it, and his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Perhaps he was surprised that Kong Ru did not reach out to accept it. The nearby Fan Jinping, puzzled, stood up to take it on behalf of his ancestor, not forgetting to nod in respect before sitting back down, spreading the brand-new talisman in his hands. Fan Jinping took a cursory glance, letting out a sound of admiration. Before he could observe it further, it was taken by those around him for their inspection. This talisman could be described as flawless, emanating an air of mystery while also exuding a solemnity that was awe-inspiring. In the center of the square, Wang Daozuan observed the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction. His subordinates moved increasingly swiftly as the number of completed talismans increased, with guarding the heart continuously delivering the finished products to the esteemed guests present. However, at that moment, a sudden gasp broke the air, followed by an increasing chorus of astonished exclamations. "What is this? This is not right. What kind of talisman is this?" At this moment, several people present held the talisman in their hands. Wang Fanyan noticed the unusual reaction in the crowd, his expression clearly shocked. He picked up the freshly printed talisman from the table and examined it closely. One glance, two glances. Upon further inspection, he staggered, the copper seal clattering to the ground. Wang Fanyan's complexion changed drastically, as he could hardly believe his eyes. The character for Ghost in red ink had unexpectedly transformed into Tortoise. Although the character for Tortoise was not perfectly formed and some strokes appeared distorted, it was still recognizable. Wang Fanyan felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he abruptly turned to his nephew, Wang Wenming. Only he could elucidate this matter. Wang Wenming, seated in the front row, also detected the anomaly. He stood up and stepped into the scene, receiving the talisman under Wang Fanyan as fiery gaze. Boom! Wang Deshao's pupils constricted sharply, as if the 5 thunderbolts depicted on the talisman had struck him directly on the head. This is impossible. At this moment, Wang Daozuan was utterly speechless, his elegant Taoist robe barely concealing his trembling form. In the audience, someone could not hold back and suddenly burst into laughter. Soon, the laughter grew, transforming the entire venue into a sea of joy. The five thunder slash tortoise seal, ha ha ha. The slash tortoise seal, ha ha ha. Kong Ru had reached his limit, his flushed face turning crimson. Given his status, laughter was entirely inappropriate in such a setting. Yet, the scene before him surpassed anything that could possibly be humorous. He raised a pale, frail hand to rub his cheeks vigorously, fearing that stifling his laughter might lead to cramping. The reputation of Longhu Mountain had suffered greatly. Even the Taoist sect's reputation had been tarnished. In a corner, Wang Qini's expression transformed from confusion to suspicion, then to shock, and finally to fury. Just moments before, when she heard her uncle shout about the five thunder slash go seal, she had been oblivious. But recalling her previous investigations, she remembered that Chen Han possessed such a relic. Wang Wenming and Wang Daozuan's actions were unknown to Wang Qini until now. However, as a member of the Special Investigation Unit, her mind worked quickly, and she soon deduced the underlying schemes. Her delicate hands trembled as she held the talisman. Clang! She suddenly stood up, causing her chair to topple aside. With seething anger in her eyes, Wang Qini fixed her gaze on Chen Han. It must be him. He is certainly behind this. How dare he do this? How dare he damage a treasure of the Taoist sect? The most infuriating part was that he had caused such a spectacle. How could this be resolved? Chen Han paid Wang Qini no heed. A sinister smile graced his lips, his gaze cold and profound. At this moment, the number of viewers in Chen Han's livestream surged to over 100,000. Even with his keen eyes, he could only barely discern the torrent of comments flooding the screen, akin to the surging tide of the Qiantang River, filled with laughter. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Can someone please tell me what is happening? I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. The Taoist sex slash tortoise seal, ha ha ha. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sharp sound echoed through the air. In the center of the main hall, a young man in a suit was slapped across the face by Wang Daozuan in front of everyone. This slap silenced all laughter, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Even Wang Qini could not have anticipated that her usually calm second uncle would resort to violence in such a setting. Wang Wenming stood in shock, frozen in place, as he had never experienced such humiliation and disgrace. For Wang Deshao, this was more painful than death. His face burned, a metallic taste rising in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His once handsome and elegant features were now grotesquely contorted. A singular thought consumed him. At any cost, he must see Chen Han dead. Chapter 98. Years of cultivation ruined in an instant. Wang Fanyun, in a fit of rage, had already done his utmost to restrain himself. He shot Wang Wenming a glare before choosing to disregard this nephew, who had proven more of a hindrance than a help. He bent down to retrieve the copper seal that had caused him such embarrassment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the truth. The character for Ghost had indeed been tampered with. The surface of the five thunder slash go seal was made using a relief technique. In relief, the characters and patterns are raised. When the ink is applied to the paper, the background remains white while the characters appear in red. However, the lower strokes of the character for Ghost had been partially ground down, and a shallow line had been drawn across the upper strokes. If it were not for the ink being applied to the paper, such subtle alterations would be nearly undetectable. Even if noticed, they would likely be attributed to natural wear. Yet, once the cinnabar was pressed onto the paper, the altered strokes would be concealed, resulting in the character appearing irregularly as tortoise. The tortoise? How malicious! Wang Fanyun's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with uncontainable fury and resentment. Years of cultivation lost in an instant. He cast a cold, piercing gaze at Chen Han, his expression gradually becoming composed. For a full 10 seconds, he seemed intent on engraving Chen Han's visage into his memory. Seizing this moment, he regained his composure. Esteemed leaders, fellow Taoists, while the five thunder slash go seal has shown signs of wear, it is precisely this that bears witness to its storied past. In order to safeguard the sacred seal, the talismans will no longer be produced, and this five thunder demon-slaying seal will be permanently sealed within Long Hushan, where it will be meticulously safeguarded. Wang Daozuan hastily concluded this farce, utterly exhausted. If he remained there any longer, he feared he might lose his composure. Without even bidding farewell to the esteemed guests, Wang Fanyun departed with the five thunder seal in haste. It was only when the crowd began to disperse that Chen Han slowly rose. At that moment, Wang Qini approached rapidly, her clenched fist poised to strike Chen Han's face. Stop! A venerable yet commanding voice erupted from behind her. Wang Qini shuddered, halting her movement and silently turning around. Though her heart brimmed with hatred for Chen Han, she was a special operative on a mission. The one who intervened was Kong Ru, his expression unyielding as he approached Chen Han. Scrutinizing the young man, he could not fathom. His tone, when he spoke, was ambiguous, neither praise nor sarcasm. Chen Han chuckled lightly, remarking that one must reciprocate kindness with kindness. Can that ruin a national treasure? Kong Ru's tone turned frigid. Who informed you that item is a national treasure? The question momentarily stunned Kong Ru, before his hawk-like gaze bore down on Chen Han. Is the genuine article still in your possession? Chen Han remained non-committal, sneering, yes. The elder would not engage further, his eyes deepening in intensity as they fixed on Chen Han. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Even I nearly failed to discern it. Were it not for my extensive experience and specially trained keen eyes, I would not have noticed the imperfections not belonging to the original. If those flaws had not been present, would he have confidently identified the original? This query plunged Kong Ru into profound silence. Such techniques of forgery and aging were terrifying. If disseminated, the antique industry in Huaxiao would face severe repercussions or even devastation. You young rascal, reveal to me the source of that counterfeit. Without hesitation, Chen Han replied. From the copper shop of Pan Heyuan. Kong Ru's face displayed disbelief. Do not think to deceive your ancestors. I will have someone investigate. Believe it or not. Chen Han rolled his eyes. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hey! Kong Ru's voice rose, anger flaring in his eyes. Yet, Chen Han disregarded him. Turning to leave, as he brushed past Wang Qinyi, he couldn't resist uttering a casual "ha." Upon exiting the Tianshi mansion and traversing the square, an enticing aroma of food wafted towards him. Various food stalls had been set up along the ancient street, their fragrances drifting enticingly. Chen Han, feeling the pangs of hunger, succumbed to temptation and hastened towards the ancient street. The stalls offered an array of delectable treats: stir-fried vegetables, dried eggplant, fermented tofu, lantern cake, and longevity pastries. He purchased one of each delicacy that caught his eye and indulged himself right there on the street. While munching, he leisurely strolled along the ancient street. Chen Han's flight was scheduled for 6 in the evening, and there was still ample time. On a patch of earthy yellow burlap, numerous Chinese herbal medicines were displayed alongside various jars and containers. Among them, bundles of dendrobium stood out, along with schisandra and salvia. The stall owner, a young man with sun-kissed skin, appeared to be accustomed to outdoor activities, as evidenced by the wear on his shoes. Chen Han crouched down, casting a cursory glance. He was not particularly interested in the local herbal products of Longhushan. However, one round-bellied porcelain jar among the bottles caught his eye, likely a relic from the Qing dynasty. The wax seal on its mouth showed signs of having been opened, leaving him curious about its contents. After casually inquiring about the prices of several herbs and engaging in light conversation with the young man, he learned that the latter's ancestors had made a living gathering herbs. The medicines in those jars were either passed down through generations or concocted by his father using ancient methods. The youth was attending a local college and set up a stall on weekends to earn some extra money. This reminiscence elicited a sense of nostalgia in Chen Han, reminding him of his own past when he would work odd jobs whenever he had the chance. However, those days had become a thing of the past. What herbs are in this jar? Chen Han asked, picking up the time-worn jar. The small vessel, adorned with a winding branch pattern and bearing noticeable dents around the rim, fit comfortably within the palm of his hand. The young man grinned, revealing his white teeth. That jar has been in my family since I was a child. The pills inside are probably a special digestive remedy crafted by my great-grandfather. Its efficacy is unparalleled. May I take a look? Chen Han inquired, and the young man readily nodded in agreement. Gently twisting the lid of the small jar, which had already been unsealed, Chen Han easily opened it. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled lightly, detecting a faint fishy odor. There was no trace of medicinal fragrance, which piqued his curiosity. Typically, digestive remedies would contain main ingredients like tangerine peel and hawthorn, yet he could detect none of these scents. Tilting the jar slightly to catch the light, Chen Han's keen eyes discerned 2 shriveled grayish-white pills lying quietly at the bottom. Chapter 99, Being Followed. Fixated on the small jar in his hand, he observed the 2 with bated breath. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his expression betrayed his inner excitement. A subtle revelation surfaced in his mind. The white dragon's eye. It was one of 5 heavenly treasures. The so-called white dragon's eye refers to the eyeball of the Chinese paddlefish, which has now been declared extinct in Huaxia. Chen Han had previously researched this and thought it impossible to enhance his ink eye again. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him today. This ancient fish species, which had survived over 100 million years, possessed an innate spirituality. The eyes of such fish condense the essence of heaven and earth, making them a rare treasure. The truth became evident. This was not his great-grandfather's digestive remedy, but rather a genuine treasure. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Han swallowed hard and inquired, "How much do you want for it?" The young man had noticed the change in Chen Han's expression and pondered before responding, "I can sell it for 500. 460 will do." Without hesitation, Chen Han pocketed the small jar and promptly paid the 500. After expressing his gratitude to the young man, he departed. Exiting the ancient street, Chen Han hailed a taxi, heading straight for the airport. Sitting in the back seat, his exhilaration was hard to contain. This trip had yielded tremendous rewards. He knew well how difficult it was to elevate the ink eye again, having nearly lost hope. Besides the white dragon's eye, he also needed the red dragon's eye, the Shangliu's eye, the colorful phoenix's eye, and the green phoenix's eye. In ancient times, traces of these heavenly treasures might have been discernible. However, in the present day, searching for them was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Upon encountering the two white dragon's eyes, Chen Han's memories regarding the enhancement of the ink eye became clearer. The so-called red dragon's eye is actually the eyeball of a species known as the Yao mountain crocodile lizard. As for the Shangliu's eye, the requirements are rather extravagant. It is said that Shangliu possesses 9 heads, and to obtain its eye, one must take it from a 2-headed snake. Such mutated species are indeed exceedingly rare. The colorful phoenix's eye and the green phoenix's eye correspond to the eyes of the colorful brown pheasant and the sea eagle, respectively. Chen Han couldn't help but smile wryly. These creatures were quite elusive. Aside from the Shangliu's eye, the others would likely have to be sourced for specimens. The current pinnacle state of the ink eye is intricate insight. If he could gather all 5 spiritual eyes, he might have the chance to break through to the phantom-breaking realm that would enable him to perceive mechanisms, geomancy, and the flow of dragon veins. His master, Li Jia, had left behind something in a peculiar tomb, and without the ink eye's phantom-breaking level, it would likely take a lifetime to uncover. Now that he unexpectedly acquired the white dragon's eye, it was at least a promising beginning. Clearly, he must find ways to seek out the remaining 4 spiritual eyes, no matter how challenging it may prove. Chen Han exhaled softly, carefully stowing the small jar in his backpack. At this moment, half a tiger tally lay within his backpack, which would prove immensely useful once the West Garden was rebuilt and the array was set up. The piece of jade rough had over an 80% chance of yielding a premium gem, all prepared for the formation. The tiger tally belonged to the metal element, while the jade belonged to the earth element. With both materials of superior quality gathered, the grand formation that would eventually be established was undoubtedly something to look forward to. Furthermore, having acquired these 2 white dragon eyes, he felt exceptionally fortunate on this journey. As for Longhu Mountain, the recent uproar there surely kept them busy with the aftermath. Wang Wenming had been slapped publicly, leaving his Taoist uncle utterly humiliated. The memory of Wang's dejected departure brought immense satisfaction to Chen Han. Living life on his own terms was the essence of a fulfilling existence. Given the extraordinary opportunity for growth bestowed upon him by his master, there was no need for constant acquiescence. However, he resolved to exercise caution moving forward. Wang Wenming's animosity was self-evident, and Wang Daoist would undoubtedly harbor resentment following the debacle at Longhu Mountain. The most troublesome of all was Wang Qini, whose unique status within the special department posed a significant threat. Should she wish to harm him, evasion would be nearly impossible. If pushed to desperation, he could resort to desperate measures, but he hoped the Wang family wouldn't force him into such a corner. A chilling wave swept through Chen Han as he contemplated this. After concluding his journey to Yingtan, he would arrive in Hunan province tonight, around 8 o'clock, likely necessitating an overnight stay. He took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Laolu. Upon checking the response, he discovered it was a location near the village entrance, Huanfeng Village. This was indeed the site where the tomb of El Bu had been excavated. He tucked his phone away and closed his eyes to rest. Upon reaching the airport, he collected his boarding pass and smoothly passed through security, his belongings causing no issues. As soon as he boarded the plane, he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, they were already soaring above Hunan province. At that moment, while gazing out of the window, a sudden chill gripped Chen Han. The reflection revealed a familiar face, one of the 4 individuals who had discreetly escorted Kong Ru from Kyoto, a member of the special department. Now, with his enhanced perception, Chen Han could almost instantly recall faces. There was no mistaking it. This man belonged to the special department. Although he appeared unremarkable, his calm and resolute gaze was fixated on Chen Han. Feigning ignorance, Chen Han continued to admire the night scenery outside the window. The presence of the special department on this flight was no coincidence. Their mission to Longhu Mountain was to protect Kong Ru and his companions. Yet they had followed him to Hunan Province. This had to be arranged by Wang Qini. Contemplating this, Chen Han's expression turned cold. Shaking off this special department agent would not prove difficult. His journey to Hunan was solely for the purpose of the Elbu tomb, a secret that must remain undisclosed to avoid catastrophic consequences. Just then, the plane hit turbulence, and the landing announcement chimed in. As he exited the aircraft, Chen Han blended into the crowd, slipping into the restroom as he passed. A few meters behind him, the special department agent followed closely. Report to Team Wang. We have arrived at the Hunan airport. The target has entered the restroom. Understood, I will follow in. The special department agent moved toward the restroom without alerting anyone. At the moment he turned into the men's restroom, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. The man barely registered a blur before an overwhelming pressure gripped his chest. With a thud, he collapsed, having never glimpsed his assailant's face. Fortunately, there were no cameras in this area. Chen Han smirked, seizing the opportunity to merge back into the throng. From the airport's exit, Chen Han hailed a cab headed for Xiu County. To evade the special department's scrutiny, he switched cars twice along the way. The less than 100 kilometers journey took until 11 at night to reach the county town. Opting for a private inn, he claimed to be a visiting student without an ID, successfully checking in. Given the special department's resources, uncovering his hotel records would be trivial. He needed to remain inconspicuous in Xiu County to prevent anyone from connecting him to the Elbu tomb. After a brief slumber, he rose early the next day. After checking out, he found a local breakfast stall and savored a hearty bowl of the region's famous mixed offal soup, loaded with beef and lamb organs, generously spiced with pepper, green onions, and coriander. It was a delightful feast that left him sweating and exhilarated. Satisfied, he hailed a cab directly to Huanfeng village, arranging to meet at the village entrance as per Luo Laolu's location. Within half an hour, the taxi wound into the mountains, revealing rolling hills adorned in hues of green and yellow. The driver, speaking in a local dialect, explained that Huanfeng village was built against the mountains, a name derived from its geography. After paying, Chen Han slung his backpack over his shoulder and ventured into the village. However, after just a few steps, he spotted a scruffy figure hunched over on a dirt mound, smoking. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Laolu. Laolu, Chen Han called out with a smile. Luo Laolu, disheveled and excited, looked up, his eyes gleaming. Young Master Chen, you finally arrived. He tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, stamping it out before scampering toward Chen Han, the scent of smoke and sweat lingering in the air. I thought you'd forgotten about this. Chen Han, unfazed by his unkempt appearance, patted Luo Laolu's shoulder. How could I? He then scrutinized Luo Laolu's attire with curiosity. What else with this getup? Laolu wore a woeful expression. Don't even mention it. You could offer me 100,000, and that wretched woman still ran off. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled incredulously. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Luo Laolu had never actually married the woman he spoke of. She had moved to Huanfeng village after losing her husband, and they had become involved. However, during his brief absence, she had found someone new. Seeing his awkward and forlorn demeanor, Chen Han was both amused and sympathetic. The descendant of the Yuling sect had fallen into such a predicament. Let us get down to business first, and then I'll help you find a proper outfit. Upon hearing this, Laolu perked up immediately. In a hushed tone, he said, Young Master Chen, I've been in the village for the past 2 days, and I've sneaked over to that pit twice at night. They've excavated over 2 more meters. Chen Han's eyes lit up. Any discoveries? Laolu shook his head. I don't know if the tunnel is misaligned. It's just dirt, nothing else. Is it safe during the day? Chen Han inquired. It's not far from the entrance. That piece of land is mine, but I can't say if anyone has passed by. Tiananu did. Let's go check it out first. Soon, guided by Luo Laolu, they circumvented a hill and arrived at a terraced field. Most of the crops were corn, except for Laolu's plot, which was overgrown with weeds. Even if someone were present, as long as they exercised caution and crouched low in the tall grass, they would remain unnoticed. This barren land had become a natural shield. By the way, Laolu, what made you think of digging so deep in your own field? I intended to relocate my parents' graves. They were buried behind the old house, and I heard they're planning to build a road there. Chen Han nodded in understanding. At what depth were those two bronze swords excavated? Old Luo chuckled. Not two, but three. I sold one before heading to Kyoto. Chen Han's eyes narrowed. He immediately inquired. Was there no investigation? Old Luo nodded. Rest assured, young Master Chen, I wore a mask back then and kept my identity concealed. At this point, there was no time for further deliberation, for Chen Han had already spotted a square pit a few meters away. The pit, roughly the size of a dining table, had been dug to a depth of 3 to 4 meters. A glance inside revealed nothing but soil. However, a glimmer of joy crossed Chen Han's face. He had suspected that this tomb was likely a grand burial site without a burial passage. The discovery of bronze swords confirmed that this location was likely where the chariots and horses were buried, and further digging would likely yield no additional findings. Yet, through old Luo's excavation marks, Chen Han noticed a change in the soil layers. The top layer was natural loam, while beneath it lay a distinct tamped earth layer. The presence of this tamped earth indicated that they were near the grand tomb. Fetch the tools, Chen Han instructed, disregarding the current pit in favor of heading up the hillside. He now felt utterly confident that a grand tomb lay hidden here, even if he could not ascertain if it belonged to Elbu. He jogged directly to the summit of the hill. The hills were not particularly high, but featured a series of undulating ridges. Though his vision had not yet reached the point of transcending reality, he could still deduce the burial orientation based on the evident geomantic environment with considerable accuracy. He propelled his vision to its fullest potential, absorbing the surrounding mountains and terrain into his sight. With internal energy blossoming and external energy taking shape, he engaged in a symbiotic relationship with the geomancy. Chen Han's expression turned grave as he murmured incantations. As his gaze traversed the terraced fields below, the incantations from his lips morphed continuously. The dragon twists and turns, rising and falling entwined. 3-part combine. Water encircles the azure dragon. How enlightening. It is indeed the mountains that serve as water. No wonder it has remained undiscovered for so many years. Even the burial mound has blended seamlessly with the terraces. Chen Han's face radiated sheer excitement, and even his breathing grew heavier. His master's teachings encompassed the ancient and contemporary arts of dragon seeking and burial site identification. The so-called tomb raiding sects of today could not even begin to compare. In mere moments, Chen Han was confident he had pinpointed the burial site. Now, they merely awaited old Luo to bring the tools. If they were indeed able to unearth that artifact, it might just fulfill a grand ambition that even his master had not achieved. Chapter 101. The Identity of the Tomb Owner. Unlike the famous Luoyang spade, the tool at hand appeared sharper and finer, undoubtedly handcrafted for penetrating deeper soil layers. The shovel, too, was distinct from an ordinary flat-edged spade, featuring a curved, crescent-shaped blade more suited for digging pits. It was a testament to the ancestral legacy of the Yuling lineage. Although it had fallen into disrepair, the quality of the tools spoke to their forebears' expertise. Chen Han accepted a copper compass from old Luo's hands, a relic from the Republic era, its surface worn from generations of use. Cradling it in his palm and with memories swirling in his mind, he adjusted his stance, ultimately selecting a position amidst the wild grass and decisively moved forward. After walking several dozen meters, old Luo followed closely behind, growing increasingly anxious. If they ventured any further, they would be out of their territory, making any potential digging a cumbersome affair. Fortunately, Chen Han soon set the compass down and halted. Dig here. His voice, though quiet, brimmed with conviction. Young Master Chen here? Chen Han nodded, confident at a 90% certainty, and directed old Luo to commence digging. Old Luo, brimming with excitement, cleared the overgrown grass and plunged the sharp spade into the ground. The nearly 2-meter-long spade quickly disappeared, leaving only the handle exposed. Old Luo then produced a cloth bag containing segments of a shovel handle, seamlessly attaching it to the spades and to continue digging deeper. As Chen Han silently calculated, they reached a depth of nearly 4 meters, prompting him to call for a halt. Old Luo, too eager to wipe the sweat from his brow, swiftly extracted the spade from the earth. He eagerly peered at the tip, which was hollow and now filled with soil. After striking a stone to dislodge the dirt, he shuddered with excitement. Master, young Master Chen, we found something. Old Luo's face flushed with exhilaration. Without needing to glance again, Chen Han grinned. The soil contained lime, a mixture used in ancient tombs for moisture and insect resistance. The The command echoed as both men wielded the arched iron spade with vigor. To remain discreet, they excavated a 2 to 3 square meter area at the topmost half-meter depth. This way, while they worked in the pit, the overgrown grass provided sufficient cover, rendering them nearly invisible to any passers-by. Under the scorching sun, this labor was Chen Han's first experience of such toil. In less than half an hour, blisters formed on his palms. He tore a piece of cotton cloth from his shirt, wrapped it around his hand, and pressed on. The two worked tirelessly until dusk. At that moment, although the pit's opening was only slightly larger than that of a well, its depth had exceeded 3 meters. Based on Chen Han's estimations, they were nearing the main tomb. However, with darkness descending, lighting their work would be too conspicuous. They had no choice but to accompany old Luo to his family home for the night. Old Luo's ancestral home, while not entirely bare, barely offered shelter from the wind and rain. Perhaps due to old Luo's years of work in the county, the old house had fallen into disrepair, and the yard had become increasingly overgrown. That night, Chen Han was tormented by insatiably hungry mosquitoes. Even old Luo's burning of mugwort offered little relief. At dawn, before the sun had fully risen, Chen Han could no longer sleep. A night had passed, and aside from the dewdrops clinging to the grass at the pit's entrance, nothing had changed. Today he had brought a short-handled spade, smaller than the previous shovel, but far sharper. Allowing old Luo to keep watch, Chen Han descended into the pit. After examining the surrounding soil layers, he chose a specific angle and struck down with force. The resounding clang echoed like the collision of metal and stone. Chen Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly began digging at this spot, placing the excavated earth into burlap sacks for old Luo to hoist to the surface. Chen Han dug downward at a diagonal, revealing a stone surface. Indeed, we have found it. As he diligently cleared away the dirt, a horizontal stone slab emerged at the bottom of the pit. Upon it were faint engravings of the 4 divine creatures: sun, moon, auspicious birds, and auspicious beasts. It was a lintel. Chen Han's heart raced. Old Luo, come down and help. No sooner had he spoken than old Luo, brimming with enthusiasm, hurriedly descended the earthen steps. The two could barely crouch at the bottom of the pit. Positioning themselves directly beneath the lintel, they eagerly resumed digging. As they delved deeper, the entire tomb entrance gradually revealed its true form, constructed of bricks. Chen Han and old Luo spoke simultaneously. At this juncture, they could confirm that this tomb would not predate the Eastern Han dynasty. Brick-structured tombs were characteristic of the Eastern Han period, making them the most prevalent. Chen Han ascended to the surface, sipped some water, and stretched his limbs. As they descended to the bottom of the pit, Luo Laolu had already cleared an area of compacted earth measuring half a meter square around the bricks. Once they opened it up, it would be spacious enough for a person to enter and exit. Truly, as a descendant of the unloading ridge, Luo Laolu matched Chen Han's formidable physical prowess in the task of digging. Moreover, he executed the minor task of clearing the entrance with remarkable ease, indicating he had undoubtedly assisted his father with such labor in the past. Who will go? Chen Han glanced at Luo Laolu. The latter gritted his teeth. Shall I do it? Upon receiving a nod from Chen Han, Luo Laolu removed his vest and wrapped it around his mouth and nose. With a stern expression, he brandished a short spade and struck the tomb door with great force. A dull thud echoed, numbing his arm, yet the obstructing bricks remained unmoved. According to Chen Han's assessment, these bricks were likely secured with fish glue. Laolu paused in surprise, unwilling to yield, and shook his arm before continuing to strike the stone wall. Finally, after relentless effort, gaps began to appear between the bricks. Be careful, try not to damage the interior. Chen Han cautioned, fully aware of the tomb's significance in terms of archaeology and history. Although he intended to take some items for himself as compensation for his efforts in uncovering the tomb, he absolutely could not bear to destroy the burial site. Luo Laolu nodded, for the unloading ridge had its own set of principles. Typically, when they entered a tomb, they sought treasure but never harmed the remains of the deceased or recklessly destroyed the artifacts within. Thus, upon seeing the bricks loosen, he refrained from using brute force and began to extract the intact, gray bricks meticulously by hand, subsequently prying out larger stones. Chen Han stood behind him. Taking a glance at the blue brick he received, his eyes suddenly brightened. The brick was distinctly engraved with the pattern of 5 Zhu copper coins and the 4 seal characters Mingzhen Wanshi. Just these 4 characters were sufficient to indicate the identity of the tomb's owner. Undoubtedly remarkable. After examining the blue brick, Chen Han gently tossed it outside the pit. Luo Laolu continued to extract bricks, passing them outward. Soon, the second layer of blue bricks was revealed. As their diligent efforts progressed, the entrance was gradually cleared to nearly a meter in thickness. Finally, amidst Luo Lao's astonished and excited exclamations, the last layer of blue bricks tumbled into the tomb. From the bottom of the pit, looking down at the now exposed entrance, a dark corridor measuring half a meter square appeared, exuding a cold and damp aura that sent a shiver down Luo Lao's sweat-soaked back. Fixating on the revealed tomb opening, he refrained from recklessly investigating and hurriedly retreated with Chen Han to the edge of the pit. He produced a kerosene lighter, expertly ignited it, and tossed it into the tomb. Instantly, a flash of fire illuminated the dark opening, but within mere seconds, the light vanished without a trace. Young Master Chen, it seems safe. I believe we can descend after a bit of ventilation, Luo Laolu suggested. Chen Han nodded with a smile. His greatest concern had been the possibility of encountering a fire pit tomb. Due to the airtight nature of the burial chamber, organic materials could decay and produce marsh gas, which would ignite violently, potentially resulting in an explosion. However, this tomb appeared to be merely lacking oxygen due to prolonged sealing, and with some time for ventilation, it posed no significant risk. Moreover, this confirmed one crucial fact. The tomb had never been opened before. This revelation was the true source of Chen Han's joy. He could not help but marvel at the ingenuity employed in concealing this grand tomb, which not only utilized a unique method of placement, but also entirely omitted the traditional burial passage. Unlike the burial passage, which exists outside the tomb chamber for the ease of excavation and access, the corridor serves as a passage within the tomb. Builders typically included stone figures and guardian sculptures flanking the burial passage, and many grand tombs were discovered through these remnants. The absence of a burial passage in this grand tomb evidently eliminated such a flaw. The entire structure had peacefully slumbered underground for over 1,000 years, undisturbed. From the patterns on the blue bricks, Chen Han could ascertain that this tomb was indeed of the Han Dynasty style. Whether it belonged to Elbu remained to be seen, necessitating an exploration of the interior. If the tomb's owner were indeed Elbu, it would signify a monumental discovery from the Three Kingdoms period, as they rested and hydrated amidst the wild grass. Luo Laolu wandered into a nearby cornfield and harvested a few ears of fresh corn. Not daring to ignite a fire to roast them, he peeled back the husks and began to munch on them. Chen Han, observing, felt his mouth water and couldn't resist taking one for himself. Although slightly tough, the sweetness and chewiness were quite pleasant. After a considerable half-hour, Chen Han rose and retrieved a box from his bag. Inside lay a piece of century-old, lightning-struck peach wood. To be cautious, he intended to follow the technique he remembered, first determining the orientation before placing the wood as a talisman. However, before he could act, his phone rang. The sudden sound in the quiet wilderness startled Luo Laolu, causing him to accidentally bite his tongue. How unfortunate, Laolu grumbled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chen Han chuckled helplessly and fished his phone from the bag. It was a call from Jia Yang. Could there have been an issue with the landscaping project? With this question in mind, Chen Han answered, Master Chen, could you come over? There's been a problem. Zhao Yang's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. What is the issue? I'm not in the capital, Chen Han replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Could it be that the four symbols illusion array he had set up had been breached? It seemed unlikely. On the other end, Zhao Yang's voice grew more agitated. In the background, noise suggested chaos. Chen Han's expression hardened, an immediate surge of anger rising within him. This was undoubtedly a retaliation from the Wang family. Given Wang Fanyun's esteemed status, coupled with Wang Qini's position in the special department, executing such a scheme would be effortless for them. Chen Han's demeanor turned icy. The Western Garden must not be compromised, setting aside the fact that all his treasures were stored there. The formation of the 18 Yuanyang array was transforming the garden into a land of fortune. Finding another suitable location would be exceedingly difficult. Yet at this moment, he was in Yuzhou, far from where he was needed. Furrowing his brow, Chen Han inquired, Does Lu Xiao know about this? I notified young Master Lu first. He is working on a solution, came the reply. After a brief exchange of instructions, Chen Han hung up the call. Luo Laolu, having listened intently from the side, asked curiously, What is the matter, young Master Chen? Let's hurry to the tomb. Once we finish here, you and I will head to the capital. With that, Chen Han seized the lightning-struck wood from the box and proceeded toward the tomb pit. Luo Laolu, though confused, refrained from questioning further. He discarded the corn and retrieved 2 flashlights, following closely behind. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, Chen Han did not rush into the tomb. Instead, he rested the lightning wood in the crook of his arm and formed a series of hand seals. As he recited the incantations with fervor, he tightened his grip on the lightning peach wood and forcefully drove it into the soil. "Let us go." Taking a flashlight from Lao Lu, Chen Han unhesitatingly plunged into the tomb entrance. As his feet touched the ground, he realized he had entered the corridor. The passage was only a few meters long, but its walls were constructed entirely of blue bricks, each adorned with the same intricate designs as the blue bricks used for the tomb door, patterns of 5 copper coins, and the 4 characters in seal script. It appeared that all the blue bricks within this tomb had been uniformly crafted. A rustling sound emerged from behind, and Lao Lu followed closely behind. The two simultaneously activated their flashlights, traversing the corridor paved with azure bricks, and suddenly, the space before them opened up magnificently. This expanse stretched over several dozen square meters, with a ceiling nearly 3 meters high, forming a dome-like shape. The surrounding walls and the tomb's apex bore the marks of charring. Chen Han recognized this as a method frequently employed in ancient tombs to ward off insects and moisture. Based on his assessment, this chamber served as an antechamber, featuring a horizontal layout with archways to the east and west, while the tomb walls displayed false windows. A cursory glance revealed 2 small burial niches on either side, designated as ear chambers. The antechamber contained no treasures, only a stone table and stools constructed from azure bricks at its center. Nearby lay various domestic utensils, such as clay pots, jars, steamers, and basins. While these items were indeed artifacts, Chen Han felt little enthusiasm for them. In contrast, Lao Lu, brimming with excitement, rushed forward to collect the items. "Wait!" Chen Han attempted to intervene, but he could not keep pace with Lao Lu's eager advance. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded.